God Level Farm Chapter 1 to Chapter 71. It was a winter afternoon in Xianxia City, Southeast Province. Xianxia Square in the southern suburbs of the city. Amidst the bustling crowd, a young man with a slightly pale complexion was walking forward with steady steps. His name was Xianxia. He was 21 years old and had just left the military. Xianxia was not tall. He was about 1.75 meters tall and slightly thin. He had short, clean-cut hair and was wearing a brown Type 07 winter camouflage training uniform. On his feet was a pair of standard black combat boots. However, the old camouflage training uniform did not have any military rank or military insignia. The combat boots were also very damaged. The paint was worn off in several places and looked like a few ugly scars. Although Xiaoruofei's clothes were old, they were very clean and gave people a refreshing feeling. However, in any case, this outfit made him look a little out of place in the city. It even attracted some curious and contemptuous gazes. However, Xiaoruofei turned a blind eye to it. His back was still straight and he walked forward with a standard 75 centimeters per step. He walked with the vigor of a tiger and his whole body exuded a strong military aura. Xiaoruofei held a remittance receipt in his hand. His slightly pale face had a trace of worry. "Huzi, this is all I can do. I've even sold the house my grandfather left behind." Xiaoruofei muttered to himself, "With this money, at least our mother will be able to afford dialysis. As for the kidney transplant, I really can't do anything about it. Sigh, I hope you can understand. In a few days, we'll be able to meet in hell. At that time, I'll apologize to you face to face." After that, Xiaoruofei let out a long sigh. His heart was melancholy. Huzi was Xiaoruofei's best comrade and brother in the army. During a border battle, he was shot and sacrificed in order to protect Xiaoruofei. 2 years after Huzi's sacrifice, Xiaoruofei was found to have motor neuron disease during a routine physical examination. It was also commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease. The early symptoms of this disease were mild. The patient may only feel a little weak, jittery, and easily tired. However, it would gradually progress to muscle atrophy and difficulty swallowing. Under current medical conditions, motor neuron disease was still an incurable disease. Most patients would die of respiratory failure within a few months to 2 or 3 years. After Xiaoruofei understood the condition of this disease, he resolutely requested to leave the army. He did not want to cause trouble for the organization. Of course, more importantly, Xiaoruofei was a proud person. He had always been the backbone of the Lone Wolf Commandos. He did not want his comrades to see him in a sorry state where he could not even move a finger. He could only lie in bed and watch death swallow him up. After Xiaoruofei retired, the first thing he did was go to Huzi's house to visit his old mother. However, he suddenly learned that Huzi's mother had uremia. Huzi's little martyr's pension had already been spent, but her condition did not improve at all. Xiaoruofei did not hesitate to sell the small house left behind by his grandfather at the fastest speed and at a low price. Just now, he went to the bank to transfer more than 400,000 yuan from the sale of the house and more than 80,000 yuan for his retirement settlement. A total of more than 500,000 yuan was transferred to Huzi's mother's account. However, he himself was so poor that he didn't have a single cent on him. Now, other than the 2 months' rent in advance, the few hundred yuan in his pocket were all Xiaoruofei's assets. After bypassing Xinrong Road next to the Xianxia Square, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. The bustling city was suddenly left behind. What entered his eyes were low-rise bungalows. All kinds of private electric wires were pulled here and there. Illegal buildings were disorderly. The gutters by the roadside emitted waves of stench. All kinds of domestic garbage could be seen everywhere. This was a shanty town at the intersection of the urban and rural areas. In this era of rapid change, it exuded an old and decaying aura. Fortunately, it was said that this shanty town would be demolished in a year or 2. After Xiaoruofei sold the house, he rented the cheapest single room here as his residence. He walked quickly through the streets and did not even frown at the stench that entered his nostrils from time to time. In his military career, he had experienced more than one environment that was 100 times worse than this, so this was nothing. "Let me go. Help. In the distance, a faint voice came. He frowned slightly and walked quickly in the direction of the voice. Usually, Xiao Ruofei was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's business. However, the public security in the shanty town was very poor. There were all kinds of people mixed together. However, the cry for help seemed to be a young woman. There was a strong panic in her voice. If he did not do anything, he was afraid that something big would happen. Quickly passing through the narrow alley, Xiao Ruofei saw 3 drunken hooligans in front of an abandoned house. They were laughing mischievously as they surrounded a panic-stricken girl. The girl was wearing a white short down jacket and a pair of washed blue jeans. She had a pair of straight and slender legs. Her slightly bloated winter clothes could not hide her graceful and tall figure. She had a standard and delicate oval face. Her big eyes, which should be lively, were now full of panic. Her beautiful hair was a bit messy, and her body could not help but tremble, which added a bit of a delicate and pitiful look. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself, why did such a beautiful girl come here alone? Aren't you asking for trouble? Help! Big brother, save me! When the girl saw Xiao Ruofei, it was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She quickly begged. This place was remote, and it was usually rare for people to pass by. It was also because of this that the 3 punks dared to be so unscrupulous under the influence of alcohol. They obviously did not expect that someone would come here. Looking at Xiao Ruofei standing at the entrance of the alley, they were all stunned. The leader of the punks, Huang Mao, sized up Xiao Ruofei and said with a strange smile, "Yo. You're still a soldier. Don't tell me you want to be a hero and save the beauty? I'm in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here." Xiao Ruofei calmly looked at Huang Mao. "I'll give you 3 seconds to let go of the girl, and I'll pretend that nothing happened." Huang Mao was stunned. He and his 2 accomplices looked at each other, and the 3 burst out laughing at the same time. Huang Mao pointed at Xiao Ruofei's nose and scolded, "Grandson. Are you King stupid from being a soldier? You dare to talk to your grandfather like this? Time's up." Xiao Ruofei softly spat out a few words. As soon as his voice fell, Huang Mao felt his vision blur. Xiao Ruofei, who was originally 2 meters away, appeared in front of him in a flash. Immediately after, Huang Mao felt a strong force in his chest and abdomen. His whole body involuntarily flew out and landed in a puddle. The dirty and smelly water immediately splashed all over his body. His movements were too fast, so fast that the 3 punks did not even have time to react. Xiao Ruofei's skills were so powerful that it shocked the 3 of them. They could not help but reveal a trace of fear in their eyes. But Xiao Ruofei himself slightly frowned, and secretly said in his heart, "This damn disease, it's getting more and more serious." The moment he made his move, he already felt that the weakness in his limbs had worsened. Originally, his kick should have made Huang Mao completely lose his ability to move. But now, although Huang Mao was covered in dirty water and looked extremely miserable, he quickly stood up. On the other side, the wine boosted one's courage. Huang Mao put his hand on his waist and touched the thing he liked. The fear in his eyes gradually disappeared, and then he stared at Xiao Ruofei with an ominous glint in his eyes. He fiercely pulled out a dagger from his waist, stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, and sinisterly said, "Brat, you're courting death." The other 2 punks also pulled out their daggers at the same time, abandoned the girl, and the 3 of them surrounded Xiao Ruofei. The girl was so scared that her face turned pale and she covered her mouth. Xiao Ruofei calmly protected the girl behind him, clenched his teeth, and rushed toward the 3 people who had formed an encirclement. The girl looked at Xiao Ruofei's slightly thin figure, and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. His back seemed to have become taller in an instant. Xiao Ruofei's beautiful kick landed on the yellow-haired man's shoulder. With a cautious sound, the yellow-haired man fell to the ground in pain, howling miserably on the ground. Facing the 3 daggers, Xiao Ruofei did not hold back in this kick. After putting down Huang Mao, Xiao Ruofei took advantage of the situation to turn sideways, and narrowly avoided a head-on stab from another punk. The glittering dagger flashed in front of his eyes. The situation was extremely thrilling, and the girl was so scared that she screamed. The 2 punks glanced at each other, clenched their teeth, and once again rushed up with their daggers. Xiao Ruofei very calmly stepped forward and seized the opportunity to rush up. His butterfly steps pierced through the flowers, and from beginning to end, intentionally or unintentionally, stood between the punks and the girl. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ruofei leaped forward and accurately grabbed the wrist of a gangster in the shadow of the knife. If it was in the past, the punk's wrist would have been broken in the next second. But at this time, Xiao Ruofei once again felt weak in his limbs. He secretly cursed in his heart, clenched his teeth, and forcefully pulled, bringing the punks to the side. However, his movements were still half a beat too slow. A cold light flashed, and with a hissing sound, the other punk's dagger cut through Xiao Ruofei's camouflage training uniform, leaving a long gash on his arm, and blood flowed out. Xiao Ruofei, who was accidentally injured, calmly hit the punk's face with his elbow, and directly knocked him unconscious. Then he grabbed the other punk's wrist, turned sideways, and threw him over his shoulder, fiercely slamming him to the ground with a loud bang. The punks rolled their eyes and directly fainted. The girl was already stunned. She didn't expect that this thin and weak-looking man would be so strong. Facing 3 punks with knives, it only took him 10 to 20 seconds to knock them all down with his bare hands. Xiao Ruofei slightly frowned. If it wasn't for his damn disease, these untrained punks could be knocked down in one move. Now he was actually injured. This was simply a disgrace to the special forces. He shook his head with a bitter smile, and looked down at his slightly trembling hands. Was there really no other way? He calmed himself down, turned around and walked to the girl, and said, "You should go quickly. The security in this place is not very good. A girl like you better not go out alone in the future." "Thank you. I know," the girl said gratefully. Immediately after, she cried out in surprise. "Ah. Your arm is bleeding." Xiao Ruofei looked down at the wound on his arm as if nothing had happened, and waved his hand indifferently. "It's nothing, just a small injury." I'll go with you to the hospital to bandage it." The girl said, "You were injured because you saved me." "No need, you should go quickly." "I should go back too." Xiao Ruofei shook his head. "No way. What if it's infected?" The girl pulled Xiao Ruofei's sleeve and said, "Let's go to the hospital." "I'll go with you." Xiao Ruofei gently shook off the girl's hand and said, "It's really not necessary, goodbye." After that, Xiao Ruofei strode forward. The girl wanted to catch up with him, but she sprained her ankle in the scuffle with the 3 punks just now. She limped and couldn't catch up with Xiao Ruofei at all. She could only shout behind him, "Hey! I still don't know your name." Xiao Ruofei didn't answer. He just waved his hand without looking back, and soon disappeared around the corner of the house. The girl looked at the yellow-haired man who was howling miserably and the 2 thugs who were unconscious. She was very scared and didn't dare to stay here for long. She could only look deeply in the direction where Xiao Ruofei disappeared and then hurriedly limped away from the scene. Xiao Ruofei quickly returned to his new residence. It was a small house less than 10 square meters. Other than a bed and a table, there was almost no place to stay. He pulled out a box from under the bed and rummaged through it. Xiao Ruofei had just moved in. He didn't even have time to tidy up his things before he ran to send money to Huzi's mother. He remembered that when he moved in, he put the first aid kit in this box. The wound on his arm was quite long and deep, so it had to be treated in time. The box was a little messy. There were military medals he brought back from the army, some trinkets his comrades gave him, and some old things left behind by his grandfather who had passed away. It was obviously difficult to find the first aid kit in such a short time. Xiao Ruofei didn't notice that in the process of rummaging through the box, a drop of blood dripped from the wound on his arm and landed on an unremarkable ancient scroll in the box. When the blood landed on the scroll, it was like a snowflake falling into boiling water, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After the scroll absorbed Xiao Ruofei's drop of blood, it suddenly bloomed with a faint golden light, immediately attracting Xiao Ruofei's attention. Xiao Ruofei vaguely remembered that when his grandfather was still alive, he would often play with this scroll in his hand. It seemed to be an old object, but that was all. After so many years, Xiao Ruofei did not find anything special about it. Xiao Ruofei even vaguely remembered that when the scroll was opened, it was a painting. The content of the painting was very simple, like a piece of grass and a clear spring. When he was a child, Xiao Ruofei curiously asked his grandfather about the origin of this painting. In the end, even his grandfather did not know much about it. He only knew that it was passed down from his ancestors. How could an inconspicuous painting suddenly emit a golden light? What the hell is going on? Xiao Ruofei mumbled to herself as she reached out to pick up the scroll. She then slowly opened it with a curious expression on her face. However, today was a little different from before. The moment Xiao Ruofei opened the scroll, the golden light became even brighter. Then, he suddenly felt a huge pulling force coming from the scroll. Then, he felt his vision blur, as if the stars had moved. The next moment, he was shocked to find that he had appeared in a completely unfamiliar place. This was simply too bizarre. Xiao Ruofei's instinct as a special warfare elite made him subconsciously take a defensive posture. He then quickly glanced around, hoping to find a safe hiding place to avoid being attacked from the front and back. However, he soon found that he was in an almost unobstructed environment. There was no place to use as a cover. He was standing on a piece of black land. This piece of land was only about 1 acre in size. He could see the edge of it at a glance. The area beyond 1 acre was full of light blue hazy fog. With Xiao Ruofei's eyesight, he could not see anything outside. In the center of this black land, there was a clear spring. The spring water gurgled out, forming a small pool about 1 meter in size. Next to the pool, there was a plant that Feng Yang could not recognize. It was about 1 foot tall. This plant had long leaves that were 2 fingers wide. The leaves were green and seemed to be full of vitality. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the flower growing on the plant. This flower only had 3 petals, and the color of each petal was different. They were blue, yellow, and red. However, it was this simple flower made up of 3 petals that gave off a delicate and beautiful feeling, as if it contained the principles of heaven and earth. Even Xiao Ruofei, who was still in a state of shock, couldn't help but stare at the flower for a few more seconds. However, he quickly regained his focus. Now was not the time to be distracted. Just now, he was clearly looking for a first aid kit in the rental house. How did he suddenly appear in this strange place? The surroundings and the top of the land were completely surrounded by the misty green fog, making it impossible to see through it. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei's top priority right now was to find a way out and leave this place. Therefore, the first thing Xiao Ruofei did after regaining his senses was to walk towards the border of this land. This black land was close to a regular circle, with a diameter of about 28 to 29 meters. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei quickly came to the edge of the misty green fog. He tentatively stretched out his hand and soon found that the fog was like an invisible barrier. A soft but tough force blocked his hand. Xiao Ruofei was somewhat unconvinced. He took a few steps forward and changed to another place to continue his experiment. The result was the same. The misty green fog looked very thin, but it not only blocked vision, but also formed a barrier that was invisible to the naked eye. This barrier did not have any lethality, but it was extremely tough and could not be penetrated. What should I do? Xiao Ruofei could not help but say to himself, there is no way out. Helplessly, he could only return to the small pool in the center of the land. Suddenly, Xiao Ruofei's eyes widened, and she quickly looked around. The more he looked, the more surprised his face became. Why is this so similar to the content of the painting? Xiao Ruofei could not help but say to himself. A circular piece of land, a clear spring in the middle, a nameless plant beside the pool, and a misty green fog all around. Xiao Ruofei remembered that he had seen this painting when he was young. Now, except for the fact that there was no green grass on the land, it was exactly the same as the content of the painting he had seen. Could it be? I am now in that painting? Xiao Ruofei came up with a bold idea. Xiao Ruofei was also shocked by his own idea, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. After all, he had just experienced a drastic change because of the change in the painting and then opened the scroll. Xiao Ruofei had been in the army for many years and received a materialistic education. At this moment, he felt that his worldview had collapsed. He stood by the pool for a long time in a daze. Xiao Ruofei, who had gone through the harsh training of the Lone Wolf Commandos, had an extremely calm mind and would not lose his composure at any time. But such a strange experience still made his mind blank for a short time. After a long time, he thought of a serious problem: how to get out of here, a dignified elite of the special warfare, trapped in a painting and unable to do anything. This was the biggest joke in the world. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said to himself, God, I will not be trapped here forever. I want to get out. As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt dizzy, and the familiar pulling and dizziness appeared again. The next moment, he found himself back in the messy rental house. And he was holding the painting in his hand. Xiao Ruofei opened his mouth wide in surprise. It is actually voice-controlled? How can this work? He could not help but look at the painting in his hand. This painting still looked ordinary, and the old scroll was full of mottled traces. At first glance, it was full of the smell of time. Xiao Ruofei carefully observed the content of the painting, and was even more certain that he had just entered the painting. As a special warfare elite, he would almost subconsciously remember a lot of details. For example, there was a plant by the pool that he couldn't name, and a delicate flower with only 3 petals on it. Now Xiao Ruofei found the plant in the painting at a glance. The flower on it, and even the veins of the leaves, were exactly the same as what he had seen by the pool just now. There was actually a hidden universe in a painting, and there was an independent space. Xiao Ruofei, who had always been calm, could not help but become very excited. In addition to his excitement, there was one more thing that puzzled Xiao Ruofei. That was, this painting had been in their family for many generations. In Xiao Ruofei's memories, there was a period of time when her grandfather would often open it and admire it. Even when Xiao Ruofei was young, she had also naughtily opened this painting. But whether it was his grandfather or himself, they had never been directly pulled into the picture scroll space. Xiao Ruofei thought for a long time, and finally could only attribute it to his wound's blood accidentally dripping onto the picture scroll. Except for this reason, Xiao Ruofei really couldn't think of any other reason. He stopped thinking about this problem and turned to study the mysterious picture scroll. After half a day of repeated attempts, Xiao Ruofei finally figured out some of the basic functions of the picture scroll space. First of all, it was very easy for him to enter and leave the space. He could enter or leave with just a thought, and he could also bring things into the space, but those things had to be held in his hand. Secondly, if he repeatedly entered and exited the space, it seemed to cause mental exhaustion, and his whole body would become extremely tired. However, the pool water in the space was very effective in recovering mental energy, and even helped with external injuries to a certain extent. After Xiao Ruofei drank some of the pool water, he found that the knife wound on his arm showed signs of scabbing. This discovery made Xiao Ruofei surprised and happy. The rented house was too cramped. After selling the house, he was reluctant to throw away many of his grandfather's relics, which almost filled the room. Now that he had this magical space, Xiao Ruofei simply went in and out a few times, moving all the junk into the space, and the room suddenly became a lot more refreshing. He drank a few mouthfuls of the pool water to restore his mental energy, and then sat down by the pool, looking at the crystal-clear pool and pondering. Slowly calming down, Xiao Ruofei began to think about how to make use of this magical ring-2 space to earn as much money as possible. Huzi's mother had uremia, and Xiao Ruofei's money from selling the house and the retirement allowance totaled more than 500,000 yuan to Huzi's mother. However, Huzi's family still owed a lot of debt, and the money Xiao Ruofei gave to pay off the debt was definitely not enough for a kidney transplant. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei wanted to raise as much money as possible while he still had the strength. Because Xiao Ruofei knew that he didn't have much time left. Patients with Lou Gehrig's disease could only live for 2 or 3 years at most. Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to take advantage of the fact that she could still move to earn as much money as possible and leave it for Huzi's mother. Now that she suddenly obtained this magical spirit map that contained an inner space, Xiao Ruofei's mind became active. The idea of directly selling directly for money was rejected by Xiao Ruofei. This ring too was simply too magical, and it was far beyond the scope of ordinary people's imagination. Xiao Ruofei was very clear that if he rashly sold this ring to space, not only would he not get any money, but he would also bring disaster upon himself. Xiao Ruofei quickly made up his mind. Not only could he not sell it with great fanfare, but he also had to treat it as his own top secret, and not even the slightest bit of it could be revealed to the people closest to him. Since he couldn't sell it for money, he had to at least use this treasure to earn some money for himself. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't have a good idea as to how to use the Ring 2 space to earn money. After all, he still knew very little about the space. The only thing he knew was that this pool of water seemed to be good for mental recovery and external injuries. However, this pool of water was only 1 meter in radius, and he couldn't possibly pour some water and sell it. This was equivalent to having an empty treasure mountain, but it couldn't be exchanged for real money. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but bitterly smile. After frowning and pondering for a while, Xiao Ruofei shook his head and muttered to himself, "Forget it, I'll go out and get something to eat first. An emperor doesn't lack hungry soldiers." After saying this, Xiao Ruofei prepared to leave the space. At this time, his gaze swept over a small flower pot, and couldn't help but be stunned. Xiao Ruofei remembered that this flower pot should have been left behind by the previous tenant. He didn't know why, but he brought it into the space when he was cleaning up. This flower pot had a small green rosette plant growing in it. Its leaves were plump and thick, and there were some brown veins on it. It looked quite beautiful. However, perhaps due to lack of care, this plant was withered and looked somewhat listless. Xiao Ruofei shook his head, and reached out to pick up the flower pot, preparing to take it out. Xiao Ruofei didn't have the hobby of raising potted plants. Since it was ownerless, he would find a time to throw it out. He couldn't even raise it himself. Why raise a potted plant? However, he changed his mind and muttered to himself, "Forget it, since I brought you in, then it's fate. I'll just leave you here." The soil in the flower pot still contained a large amount of small stones. It looked completely dry without the slightest trace of water. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei simply carried the flower pot to the pond. He used his hands to collect some pond water and watered the plant until the soil in the flower pot was completely watered. Then, he stood up and left the space. As for the potted plant, Xiao Ruofei simply left it in the Ring 2 space. Back in the room, Xiao Ruofei simply made a bowl of instant noodles to solve the problem of lunch. Then, he cleaned the inside and outside of the room. He was so tired that he was slightly panting and sweating. Ever since he contracted Lou Gehrig's disease, Xiao Ruofei's physical strength declined rapidly. When he was in the army, such a small amount of exercise was impossible for him to sweat, let alone feel tired. He took a towel to the public bathroom outside and quickly took a shower. Then, he returned to the room and laid on the bed to rest for a while. Unknowingly, Xiao Ruofei fell into a deep sleep. When Xiao Ruofei woke up, the sky outside was already dark. He picked up the fake phone at the bedside and looked at the time. It was already 6:30 in the evening. In other words, he slept for 4 to 5 hours. After waking up, Xiao Ruofei was a bit thirsty. He clenched the picture scroll that he held tightly in his sleep. With a thought, he disappeared from the room and came to the Ring 2 space. The pool of water made Xiao Ruofei thirsty. When he felt thirsty, the first thing he thought of was to get some water to drink. Appearing in the space, Xiao Ruofei went straight to the pool of water. But when he saw the flower pot by the pool, his eyes couldn't help but freeze. His face showed an expression of disbelief. He quickly walked a few steps to the flower pot. Xiao Ruofei found that the plant in the flower pot was very different from before. The most obvious change was that it was a whole size bigger, like a balloon that was blown up. In addition, it no longer looked like it would die at any moment. Its leaves had become sparkling and translucent, as if they were carved from jade. It was unique and beautiful, fresh and elegant, as if it was a work of art with life. There was another more obvious change, which was the color of the leaves. The outermost circle was still intoxicating green, but the color of the inner circle had changed. It gradually changed from light to dark, and the innermost circle had become a beautiful purple. Moreover, there were some transparent markings on the top of the leaves. At a glance, you could see the crystal clear and bright fleshy leaves, as clear and transparent as an ice lamp. A half-dead potted plant had become so dreamy and beautiful. It was not an exaggeration to say that it had been reborn. After looking at it for a long time, Xiao Ruofei reluctantly moved his eyes away from the crystal clear potted plant and looked at the clear pool. His eyes were a little excited. There was no doubt that the potted plant's transformation in such a short time was most likely due to him watering it with the pool water. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that the ring-2 space itself had a great effect on the plant's growth. But no matter what the reason was, Xiao Ruofei at least found a way to make money. After Xiao Ruofei left the ring-2 space, the first thing he did was to go online and search for information about the potted plant. Although the rental house was shabby and narrow, the facilities were still complete. It was mainly rented to young people who came to the city to work or just graduated from university, so every room had an internet connection. The desktop computer that he bought before joining the army also came in handy at this time. After waiting for a full 2 or 3 minutes, the old bowl-like desktop computer finally finished turning on. Xiao Ruofei opened the browser, logged into the search engine, and began to search for relevant information. He searched for a long time but didn't find much useful information. However, he found out that the rosette plant's scientific name was Haworthia. It belonged to the genus Liliaceae and was also one of the more popular succulent plants. There were quite a lot of varieties of Haworthia. Xiao Ruofei searched for a long time but still couldn't find out what kind of Haworthia in his space was and how much it was worth. However, Xiao Ruofei was sure that before the Haworthia was reborn, it was a very common variety. The previous tenant didn't take care of it, so it was basically in a half-dead state. When they moved, they casually threw it in the room, so it was definitely worthless. As for the mutated Haworthia, Xiao Ruofei also couldn't find out why. So he simply entered the space again and took a few photos of the Haworthia with his fake phone. Then he returned to his room and uploaded the photos to the Haworthia Tieba and Succulent Tieba on Baidu and posted a post asking for advice. After posting, Xiao Ruofei didn't care about it anymore. He turned off the computer, took a shower, and went to sleep. The next morning, after Xiao Ruofei had a simple wash, he didn't even have time to eat breakfast before he took out the spirit map that he had kept close to him. With a thought, he entered the ring-2 space. As soon as he came in, Xiao Ruofei found that the pot of Haworthia beside the pool had grown a lot. The leaves were more delicate, from tender green to purple, and the layering was more distinct. The markings on the top of the leaf were almost completely transparent, and the meat inside was crystal clear, making people want to pinch it. This space was truly magical. A basin of dying ordinary Yulu was only watered with some pond water and then left in the space for a night. Unexpectedly, it had undergone a complete transformation. Xiao Ruofei was very excited. He remembered the post he sent yesterday, so he left the space and sat in front of the computer. Opening Baidu Tieba, Xiao Ruofei had just logged into his account when he received a series of message notifications. He was shocked, and when he looked carefully, there were close to 200 private messages. He had only registered a new account yesterday for the sake of posting. How could there be so many private messages in just one night? Xiao Ruofei muttered in his heart as he opened the private messages. Big brother, where did you get this top-quality Yulu from? It's too beautiful. This is top-quality ice lantern Yulu. Oh my god. Are you sure this picture isn't photoshopped? How could there be such clear Yulu? The messages were all about the photos of Yulu that Xiao Ruofei posted yesterday. Xiao Ruofei wasn't surprised, because his account had only posted 2 posts, and the content of both posts was the same. What kind of Yulu was this, and was it valuable? Then he attached the photos, one on the succulent plant bar, and the other on the Yulu bar. There were also people who left more direct messages. I want this top-quality ice lantern, name the price. Phone, 136x×x×x. Through the computer screen, he could feel a strong local tyrant aura. Xiao Ruofei originally thought that the pot of Yulu looked a lot better after watering the pool in the space yesterday. He didn't know much about succulent plants, so he didn't know that his post had caused a huge uproar in 2 Tieba bars. Xiao Ruofei didn't know what ice lantern Yulu was, but it seemed to be worth a lot. He had a trace of expectation as he opened his own post asking for help. Compared to the private messages, the post was even more lively. The 2 posts had dozens of pages of replies overnight, and there were at least 1,000 or 2,000 comments. It was as if the entire Tieba bar had exploded. Not only did Xiao Ruofei's post have a lot of replies, but there were also a lot of new posts discussing Xiao Ruofei's pot of Yulu. Whether it was replies or new posts, the views were roughly divided into 2 sides. One side was naturally worshipping Xiao Ruofei, expressing admiration for Xiao Ruofei for being able to cultivate such a top-quality ice lantern Yulu. There were even people clamoring to worship Xiao Ruofei as a teacher. On the other hand, the other side was skeptical. Some people questioned whether this pot of Yulu was an ice lantern. The reason was simple: they had never seen an ice lantern that gradually changed from green to purple. Many people said that it was fake. And this pot of Yulu was crystal clear, looking like a real jade. There were also some people who swore that this was definitely photoshopped by the OP. There was a veteran succulent plant player who said that he had been in contact with succulents for more than 10 years, and had never seen such a perfect ice lantern Yulu. This also supported the claim that the picture was photoshopped. Supporters refuted these views one by one, analyzing from many aspects. They insisted that this was definitely an ice lantern, and it was a very rare variant. The ornamental value was extremely high, and it was definitely a top-quality ice lantern Yulu. There were also succulent plant players in the graphic design industry who analyzed from a technical point of view. These pictures were all original, without even the simplest of optimizations. They were just original pictures. In short, the two Tieba forums were in a heated argument because of Xiao Ruofei's post. Xiao Ruofei looked at the post and private messages, and couldn't help but grin. The succulent plant player's professional vocabulary, such as side bud, brocade, stalk, and so on, Xiao Ruofei didn't understand at all. But there was one thing he was sure of, and that was that this Yulu was definitely worth a lot of money. What Xiao Ruofei lacked the most right now was money. A private message caught Xiao Ruofei's attention. "Brother, I'm very interested in your ice lantern. I don't know if you're willing to sell it? If you are, please consider me first. I'll definitely give you a satisfactory price. I specialize in growing and selling succulent plants in Xianxia City. I have my own studio and greenhouse. If you're still worried, I can go to the city you're in. My phone number, 159x×x×x, please contact me." It could be seen that this person's tone was sincere, and coincidentally they were both in Xianxia City. If they traded in the same city, it would save a lot of trouble. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment, then he fished out his fake phone and dialed the number left in the private message. When the call connected, a young voice transmitted through the receiver, "Hello." Xiao Ruofei opened his mouth and asked, "May I ask if you're cold mixed succulent from Baidu Yulu Bar?" The voice on the other side of the phone immediately became more enthusiastic. "Yes, are you looking to buy succulent plants? Our immortal meat food stall has a wide variety of varieties. Wanxiang, stone flower, jade fan. Basically, we have all the popular succulent plants here, and the quality is absolutely top-notch." It seemed that this cold-mixed succulent was in the business of succulent plants. The cultivation base he opened was called Immortal Meat Food Stall. Hearing this somewhat unusual name, Xiao Ruofei was slightly stunned before he said, I'm Bloodwolf from Baidu Tieba. You left me a private message last night." Bloodwolf was an online name Xiao Ruofei casually created when he registered yesterday. It translated to Blood Wolf, which was his code name when he was serving in the Lone Wolf Commandos. Xiao Ruofei had a deep affection for this code name. Cold mixed succulent on the other side of the phone was stunned for a few seconds. Then, Xiao Ruofei clearly heard the other party take a deep breath, and then his excited voice came from the phone, "Your god Blood Wolf. Hello, hello. Hey, wait a minute. So you're also from Xianxia City? Aya, what a coincidence. It's definitely fate." Obviously, cold mixed succulent noticed the caller ID and was so excited that he was a little incoherent. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and asked, "Are you interested in my ice lantern?" "Of course. I've been in the succulent business for so many years, but I've never seen such a beautiful ice lantern. This ice lantern is perfect in both the shape and the transparency of the window. Moreover, it's a mutant variety. It's perfect." Speaking of this, cold mixed succulent S-tone had a hint of expectation as he asked, "God Blood Wolf, are you interested in selling this ice lantern?" Cold mixed succulent said a bunch of professional words and praises. Even a fool could tell how much he wanted this ice lantern. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but find it a little funny. This cold mixed succulent didn't seem like a businessman at all. If he was a real businessman, he would never express his love unabashedly when he was interested in buying, because this was likely to cause the other party to ask for an exorbitant price. However, after a short contact, Xiao Ruofei had a good impression of this straightforward, cold mixed succulent. That's great. Hearing that Xiao Ruofei was willing to sell succulent salad was very happy and quickly said, "You won't suffer a loss at the price. Besides, you must be an expert to be able to cultivate such an excellent ice lamp. I wouldn't dare to lie to you." Speaking of this, succulent salad couldn't wait to say, "Blood Wolf God, please give me an address. I'll come over now. I'll go over to your place. I'll come over in the afternoon." Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Didn't you say that you have a lot of succulents? I also want to come over and visit your greenhouse." Xiao Ruofei saw the hope of making money from this excellent ice lamp. Naturally, he wanted to know more about succulents. It was definitely not good to check the information on the internet. This succulent salad was a straightforward person. Xiao Ruofei also wanted to learn more about succulents from him. Therefore, he decided to visit him in person. Succulent salad was even more happy when he heard this and quickly said, "Welcome, welcome. Blood Wolf God, I'll send you the address right away." Not long after hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei received a text message on his mobile phone. It was the address that succulent salad sent him. Xiao Ruofei took out the spirit map hidden under his clothes and entered the Ring 2 space with a thought. He walked over and picked up the pot of ice lamp Haworthia and left the Ring 2 space in a flash. Xiao Ruofei found a large plastic bag and put the Haworthia in it. Then, he made a simple lunch at home. After eating, he took the plastic bag with the pot of Haworthia and prepared to go out. Just as he walked to the door, Xiao Ruofei felt his hand go soft and the plastic bag almost slipped from his hand. He quickly reached out with his other hand and grabbed the plastic bag. He stopped and steadied himself. After a while, the feeling of weakness in his hand gradually disappeared. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but show a wry smile. That damn Lou Gehrig's disease seems to be getting worse. Xiao Ruofei had been in the special forces for many years, so he was used to life and death. Moreover, he had been diagnosed with this disease for some time, so he was not too afraid of death. However, there was still a sense of urgency in his heart. It seemed that he had to speed up the pace of making money. He had to earn enough money for Huzi's mother before he could no longer move. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to see Huzi in the afterlife. After calming himself down, Xiao Ruofei walked out of the apartment with firm steps. In order to save time, he directly took a taxi and went straight to the Immortal Meat food stall in Anhua District. Anhua District, the suburbs of the city. At the entrance of a plantation that covered an area of more than 10 acres, there was a signboard of Immortal Meat food stall. 2 security guards were standing guard in high spirits. The boss, who rarely showed up, had come to the plantation with several friends today. There was a small 3-story building in the plantation, where the Immortal Meat stall worked. The entire 3rd floor had been opened up. It was the exclusive floor of the boss of the Immortal Meat stall. There was a large office of more than 200 square meters, with a special lounge, living room, and fitness area. There was even a professional snooker table and an indoor golf course in the corner of the office. At this time, there were 4 or 5 young people sitting around the tea table in the living room. One of them was about 25 or 26 years old, wearing a well-fitting suit. His eyebrows were very thick, and his eyes were bright. This young man was skillfully making tea for everyone. The rest of the people were also well-dressed, and were about the same age as the young man who was making tea. There was also a girl in her early 20s sitting with them. This girl was very beautiful. Her delicate face was almost flawless, and her skin was so delicate that it could be broken by blowing on it. Especially her pair of long legs, it was believed that any man who saw them would involuntarily imagine the scene of those long legs on his shoulders. Such a beautiful girl naturally became the focus of this group of people. However, this beautiful girl was a bit cold. She always looked indifferent, to the flattery of the people next to her. This group of people were the children of some private entrepreneurs in Xianxia City. They were the standard rich second generation. Among them, the young man who was making tea was called Liang Qichao. His father was the boss of the famous real estate company Jianda Group in the city. This immortal meat stall was opened by Liang Qichao. He was the cold mixed succulent that Xiao Ruofei had contacted. Of course, Liang Qichao was just playing around, mainly because he liked succulents. The long-legged beauty was called Ling Qingxue. Her father was the restaurant magnate in Sanshan City, Ling Xiaotian. Her family's restaurant chain was very influential in the entire southeast province, and their assets were at least hundreds of millions. As for the remaining three young people, the slightly plump one was called Lu Wen. His family was also in the restaurant business. His family's Mingho restaurant chain was as influential as Ling Xiaotian. Another young man with glossy hair and a trader's hairstyle in the middle was called Lu Mingho. His family was in the real estate business, and they were rivals in the same industry. He and Liang Qichao had never been on good terms. The last one, who looked refined and wore gold-rimmed glasses, was called Lu Ping. He was also a rich second generation, and his family was in the logistics industry. Of course, these young people all had a common identity, Ling Qingshue's admirers. Therefore, there was a faint sense of competition between the few men. In fact, the one who really liked succulent plants was Ling Qingxue. It was precisely because of Ling Qingshue's influence that Liang Qichao slowly fell in love with cute succulent plants. Later on, he even opened this immortal meat food stall. Lu Mingho, Lu Wen, and Lu Ping also often catered to Ling Qingshue's interests. They collected some precious varieties of succulents and gave them to Ling Qingxue. However, Ling Qingxue didn't like most of them. This time, when she heard that Liang Qichao had found a pot of top-grade ice lantern on the internet, and that Liang Qichao had even praised it to the heavens, Ling Qingxue was a little moved and came to this immortal meat stall. Naturally, Lu Mingho and the others also followed after hearing the news. However, only they themselves knew what they were up to. Liang Qichao placed the first cup of tea in front of the girl and said with a smile, "Qingxue, I didn't expect that you would come here to join in the fun. My humble place is honored by your presence." The girl named Qingxue had a cold expression and said indifferently, "I'm just a little curious about the ice lantern you mentioned. I hope it won't disappoint me later." Lu Mingho, who had a trader's haircut, grinned and said, "Qingxue, I think Liang Qichao was most likely cheated. You saw the picture just now. How could there be such a beautiful ice lantern? Needless to say, it must be photoshopped." Lu Mingho and Liang Qichao were both pursuing Ling Qingxue. Their families were both in the real estate development business. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of the opportunity to attack Liang Qichao. The slightly plump Lu Wen also said, "I think what Mingho said makes sense. There are so many scammers on the internet nowadays. Liang Qichao, you can't trust others too easily." These words seemed to be well-intentioned, but in fact, they were insinuating that Liang Qichao had no social experience and was easily cheated. Liang Qichao snorted and said, "I've been playing with succulents for more than a day or two. How can I not tell if it's real or fake? Besides, we're trading face to face. If it's photoshopped, why would they dare to come here? Wouldn't they be exposed as soon as they see the goods?" Lu Mingho chuckled and said, "Even if it's not photoshopped, it could be dyed with medicine. It looks pretty, but it'll be exposed in a few days." Lu Ping, who had been silent all this time, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said, "No matter what, let's appraise it together later. How can we not tell if it's real or fake when there are so many of us?" "Then we'll see later," Lu Wen said with a laugh. While the men were arguing, the protagonist, Ling Qingxue, had an indifferent expression. She sat on the sofa and sipped her tea from time to time. She was elegant and beautiful. At this time, the phone on the desk rang. Liang Qichao got up and walked over to press the speaker button. He heard the security guard's voice on the phone, "Director Liang, there's a young man at the door. He said he had an appointment with you to trade succulents." Liang Qichao immediately said, "Tell him to wait for a moment, I'll be right out." Lu Mingho laughed strangely and said, "Liang Qichao, you actually went to pick up a swindler? You're getting worse and worse." Liang Qichao snorted and said, "I'm too lazy to talk to you." He walked quickly to the door. Lu Wen said, "Come on. Let's drink tea." He acted as if he was the master. Xiao Ruofei waited for 2 minutes in the security booth and saw Liang Qichao hurriedly walk out. Liang Qichao was stunned when he saw Xiao Ruofei. He didn't expect Blood Wolf God to be so young. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he asked with a hint of uncertainty, "You are Blood Wolf?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded and said, "You must be Cold Succulent, right? Blood Wolf God. It's really you." Liang Qichao immediately stretched out his hands and said enthusiastically, "Nice to meet you. I didn't expect you to be so young." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "My name is Xiao Ruofei. May I know your surname?" It's better to call each other by their names offline. It feels weird to call each other by their online ID. Liang Qichao couldn't help but laugh and said, "My surname is Liang, my name is Liang Qichao." Liang Qichao? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but repeat it subconsciously. Liang Qichao laughed and said, "I knew you would misunderstand. I'm a neat Qi, not a start Qi. I also have a childhood friend named Kan Yue. Our fathers are good buddies. We especially admire the two pioneers of reform, so we gave our children such names. Every time we introduce them to someone, we have to explain it again." Xiao Ruofei also laughed and said, "The name is pretty good. At least it's easier to remember." It could be seen that Liang Qichao was a talkative person and had a relatively straightforward personality. Xiao Ruofei had a good first impression of him. Then, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Mr. Liang, I brought the ice lantern, quick, quick, quick. Please come in." Liang Qichao said impatiently, "Let's talk in my office." The two walked into the cultivation base of the immortal meat food stall. Along the way, Xiao Ruofei saw neat sheds on both sides. From time to time, workers would go in and out. When they saw Liang Qichao, they would respectfully greet him. It could be seen that the scale of the cultivation base was not small, and the management was very formal. Liang Qichao led Xiao Ruofei through the sheds and arrived at the three-story building. He quickly led the way and soon arrived at the big office on the third floor. "Mr. Xia, I have a few friends who are also meat lovers. They would also like to see your premium ice lantern." Liang Qichao asked carefully, "You don't mind, right?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course not." That's good, that's good." Liang Qichao said happily. When they arrived at the door of the big office on the third floor, Liang Qichao made an inviting gesture and said, "Mr. Xia, please come in." As soon as Xiao Ruofei entered the office, a few pairs of eyes fell on him. However, he was a person who had seen a lot of things, so he was not reserved at all. He walked side by side with Liang Qichao as if nothing had happened. Ling Qingxue, who had always been cold, opened her eyes wide when she saw Xiao Ruofei. She could not help but rub her eyes. Then, she cried out in surprise, "Xiao Ruofei." It was the first time Liang Qichao and the other rich second-generation heirs had seen Ling Qingxue so infatuated, and they were all dumbfounded. Was this still the legendary ice goddess? Was this still the little princess of Ling family whose smile could not be bought with money? Why was she acting like a fan who had seen a big star? Xiao Ruofei was still in a daze, while Lu Mingho's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness as he asked, "Qingxue, do you know this little brother?" Ling Qingxue completely ignored Lu Mingho. Instead, she excitedly came in front of Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Xiao Ruofei, don't you remember me? I'm Ling Qingxue. Your junior high school classmate." Junior high school classmate. Not only did Liang Qichao, Lu Mingho, Lu Wen, and Lu Ping feel incredulous, even Xiao Ruofei was completely dumbfounded. After a while, he said, "I think I have a little impression of you, you remember?" Ling Qingxue said happily, "That's great. I thought you really forgot about me." As she spoke, Ling Qingxue's entire body was almost pressed against Xiao Ruofei's body. Those towering twin peaks were so close to Xiao Ruofei's chest that Xiao Ruofei unnaturally took half a step back. Liang Qichao and the others couldn't help but overturn their worldviews once again. The ice-cold Ling Qingxue actually had such a side to her. And just now, Xiao Ruofei obviously didn't remember and casually said those perfunctory words, but Ling Qingxue actually believed them. When did this little princess of Ling's restaurant, who had always been known for her wisdom and calmness, become a complete love-struck fool? Liang Qichao and the others, including Xiao Ruofei himself, didn't know that Ling Qingxue was actually a student in the class next to Xiao Ruofei's in junior high school. Xiao Ruofei was considered a popular figure in junior high school. He played football very well, and he was also considered sunny and handsome. Many girls liked him. Ling Xianxia was one of them. Most importantly, in the second year of junior high school, Ling Xianxia was surrounded and harassed by a group of hooligans near the school gate. It was Xiao Ruofei who rushed forward and beat the hooligans away. From that moment on, Xiao Ruofei's shadow was deeply engraved in Ling Xianxia's heart. Of course, that matter was very insignificant to Xiao Ruofei, and he forgot about it not long after. When they were taking the high school entrance exam, Ling Xiaotian, whose business was expanding, arranged for Ling Xianxia to enter an elite high school, while Xiao Ruofei was admitted to an ordinary high school. Since then, the two of them had never met again. However, Ling Xianxia could never forget Xiao Ruofei. The hazy love of the first awakening of love was the most unforgettable. Ling Xianxia even secretly went to Xiao Ruofei's school to watch him play football. Xiao Ruofei did not know about any of this. Later, Ling Xianxia heard that Xiao Ruofei had graduated from high school and joined the army. After that, Ling Xianxia completely lost contact with Xiao Ruofei. Over the years, she had many suitors, especially as her father's business grew bigger and bigger. There were more and more outstanding young men around her, but none of them caught her eye. She even became more and more tired of such pursuits, and her temperament became colder and colder. Ling Xianxia did not expect that she would be reunited with Xiao Ruofei under such circumstances. In her excitement, she seemed to have become that innocent high school student again, overflowing with joy when she saw the Prince Charming of her dreams. Xiao Ruofei, I heard that you joined the army after graduating from high school. What happened after that? Ling Xianxia asked. I just retired from the army not long ago. Xiao Ruofei said. Xiao Ruofei did not have any impression of this passionate beauty, and the current situation was really awkward. Ling Xianxia did not notice at all, and continued to ask with great interest, oh. Life in the army must be very exciting, right? It's okay. Xiao Ruofei said with an awkward smile, it's just daily exercises, training, and learning. Now that you've retired from the army, where are you working? Ling Xianxia asked with her head slightly raised, a pair of beautiful big eyes flashing. I just came back not long ago, so I don't have a job for the time being, Xiao Ruofei answered honestly. Lu Mingho could not help but say, it's not easy to find a place for a soldier now. My dad's company hired someone who used to be a regiment commander in the army a few days ago, but he chose his own job and is now a team leader in our company's office. By the way, little Xia, what was your rank in the army? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, Corporal. So you're not an officer. Then it's even harder to find a job. Lu Mingho said. He even glanced at Ling Xianxia, and his words were full of a strong sense of superiority. Ling Xianxia did not even look at Lu Mingho. All her attention was now on Xiao Ruofei. Ling Xianxia said, Xiao Ruofei, why don't you come to our Ling's restaurant? We opened a new branch in Zhongluo district, and we just happen to be lacking a manager. Xianxia, the position of manager is so important, and little Xia has no working experience in the restaurant industry. I'm afraid it's not suitable. Lu Wen said with a smile. What does it have to do with you? Ling Xianxia said mercilessly. Lu Wen glanced resentfully at Xiao Ruofei, curled his lips, and said sarcastically, Little Xia, people should still have some self-awareness. Don't take on porcelain jobs if you don't have any. Ling Xianxia's pretty face was frosty as she said, Lu Wen, don't blame me for falling out with you if you continue to be so long-winded. Who do you think you are? Is it your turn to care about the business of our Ling's restaurant? Xianxia, I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Wen defended himself. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said, Ling. Xianxia, I appreciate your kindness, but I don't have any plans to work for the time being. I see. Ling Xianxia was very disappointed. Then if you want to find a job, you must consider me. The door of Ling's restaurant will always be open to you. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. Of course. At this time, Liang Qichao finally had a chance to interrupt. He quickly said, Mr. Xia, can you show us your ice lantern Haworthia? Compared to Lu Mingho and Lu Wen, Liang Qichao was much more polite to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Of course. Lu Mingho laughed and said, Liang Qichao, do you really believe that little Xia can cultivate the best ice lantern? Haven't you heard? He just retired from the army. Did little Xia specialize in cultivating succulents in the army? Haha. Lu Wen also took the opportunity to ridicule, I think young Master Liang has gone crazy trying to curry favor. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but frown slightly. Since he entered the room, Lu Mingho and Lu Wen had been constantly targeting him. I don't think I've ever seen them before. Could it be that these two people were mad dogs? At this time, Ling Qingxue frowned and said, Lu Mingho, Lu Wen, be more polite. Why can't Xiao Ruofei cultivate the best ice lantern? Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. Xiao Ruofei was her idol when she was a girl, and he was her Prince Charming. And this time, when she met Xiao Ruofei again, she found that Xiao Ruofei seemed to be more manly after the military training, which fascinated her. How could she allow Lu Mingho and Lu Wen to ridicule Xiao Ruofei? Lu Mingho and Lu Wen both shrugged and shut their mouths. But from their expressions, it was still full of sarcasm. Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue thoughtfully and guessed a little in his heart. He couldn't help but smile bitterly and decided not to lower himself to the same level as those two mad dogs. He directly opened the plastic bag and took out the ice lantern Haworthia. Seeing this, Lu Mingho couldn't help but ridicule, this is the first time I've seen someone put the best ice lantern in a plastic bag, haha, and this flower pot, it's too shabby. He was so busy ridiculing that he didn't notice that Liang Qichao, Ling Qingxue, and Lu Ping's eyes were completely attracted by the ice lantern Haworthia. They didn't even hear what he said. Liang Qichao's eyes were a little straight, revealing a very fanatical look. He suddenly rushed to the front of the tea table, squatted down and stared at the ice lantern Haworthia. It's too beautiful, it's simply a masterpiece of the creator. Liang Qichao murmured, this shape, this window, it's too perfect. Liang Qichao didn't hide his love for this ice lantern Haworthia, and although Ling Qingxue didn't say anything, her pair of beautiful eyes also flashed with love. She stared intently at the ice lantern Haworthia. The sparkling and translucent Haworthia reflected a charming light under the illumination of the fluorescent lights. Ling Qingshue's delicate and beautiful face was also set off to become even more alluring. Lu Mingho reacted at this time. He stared at the ice lantern Haworthia and murmured, Lu Wen was also dumbfounded. After a while, he said with uncertainty, this can't be dyed, right? The ice lantern Haworthia looked so beautiful that it almost looked fake, like a piece of art. Liang Qichao, Lu Ping, and Ling Qingxue looked up at the same time and said in unison, nonsense. Ling Qingxue snorted and said, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. This is obviously an extremely rare mutated ice lantern. Lu Ping also shook his head slightly and said, Lu Wen, according to my experience, there's nothing wrong with this ice lantern Haworthia. It's even more beautiful than the pictures online. Because of Ling Qingxue, these people had done some research on succulents. Liang Qichao even opened a succulent cultivation base. In fact, Lu Wen also vaguely felt that this ice lantern Haworthia was not fake, but he couldn't help but say those words. He didn't expect to anger everyone. Xiao Ruofei didn't care and still had a faint smile on his face. At this moment, Lu Mingho looked at Xiao Ruofei and then at Ling Qingxue. He rolled his eyes and said, Little Xia, you're selling this ice lantern, right? How about this? I'll pay 80,000 yuan. Why don't you sell it to me? 80,000 yuan for a pot of succulents. You're making a lot of money. You probably didn't get that much even after being a soldier for so many years. When Liang Qichao heard this, he immediately jumped up and said, Lu Mingho, what do you mean? I contacted Mr. Xia. If you want to make a deal, you should do it with me. Lu Ping also said, Lu Mingho, you're a bit unkind. 80,000 yuan? How dare you call out a price of 80,000 yuan? This is the price of an ordinary ice lantern. Mr. Xia's is a mutated variety. How about this, I'll pay 100,000 yuan. Mr. Xia, are you willing to part with this treasure? Lu Ping looked like a gentleman, but how could these rich second-generation heirs be simple? His words also tricked Lu Mingho. He pretended not to hear Liang Qichao's words and was still preparing to compete. You. Lu Mingho was exasperated. I bid 120,000, 130,000. Sell it to me. Lu Wen also joined in the fun. These people all wanted to buy this basin of ice lantern Haworthia as a gift for Ling Qingxue and win her favor. Naturally, they were unwilling to back down. Moreover, this ice lantern of the highest quality was worth this price. You guys are too shameless, Liang Qichao cried. Then, he looked at Xiao Ruofei pitifully and said, Mr. Xia, Blood Wolf Guru. You promised to sell it to me. Before Xiao Ruofei could say anything, Ling Qingxue spoke first. 1 million. I want this ice lantern. Which one of you wants to fight me for it? Liang Qichao and the others were dumbfounded. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Before he came, he had roughly checked the price. Although the ice lantern of the highest quality was valuable, it was definitely not as exaggerated as 1 million. It was not even 1/5 of 1 million. The reason why Ling Qingxue shouted out such a price was obviously not just because she liked this ice lantern. In fact, Ling Qingxue just saw that Xiao Ruofei's clothes were not more than 200 yuan. Moreover, he had just retired from the army and didn't have a job. It could be said that he was very down and out. Therefore, she had the idea to help Xiao Ruofei. However, she was smart and naturally knew that she had to take care of a man's self-esteem. She was thinking about how to get the best of both worlds. Then, Xiao Ruofei took out this basin of Haworthia and prepared to sell it. Thus, Ling Qingxue quoted an exaggerated price without even thinking about it. Lu Mingho quickly said, Qingxue, no matter how good this ice lantern Haworthia is, it's not worth 1 million. I know you like this basin of Haworthia. I'll buy it for you later. Lu Ping also pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and said, Qingxue. This price is a bit too high. Ling Qingxue lightly snorted and said, I like it, I'm willing. It's hard to buy what you like with money. What can you do about it? This. Liang Qichao also didn't expect that a good thing would turn out like this. He couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei for help. Xiao Ruofei's eyes were like torches. He had already seen the situation clearly. Moreover, he more or less understood Ling Qingxue's thoughts. However, Xiao Ruofei could only accept her good intentions. He had no impression of Ling Qingxue at all. How could he accept such a large sum of money? To put it nicely, this was called cheating on one's feelings. To put it bluntly, this was the act of a gigolo living off a woman. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, Director Liang, since everyone is so enthusiastic, then let's bid. The highest bidder wins, fair and square. However, speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue and said with a smile, Ling Qingxue, don't participate in the bidding. At first, Liang Qichao felt that Xiao Ruofei's words were useless. Ling Qingxue had already bid 1 million. How could they bid? Moreover, who would dare to bid against Ling Qingxue? Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei changed the topic, and Liang Qichao's worry turned into joy. However, Ling Qingxue was unhappy when she heard this. She pouted and said to Xiao Ruofei, why can't I bid? It's not fair. Liang Qichao and the others couldn't help but be stunned. They had known Ling Qingxue for so long, but this was the first time they saw Ling Qingxue act like a little girl. They couldn't help but be envious and jealous. Especially Lu Mingho and Lu Wen, their eyes were about to spit fire. Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue helplessly and said, stop fooling around. Stop fooling around, I'm doing something serious. If you like succulents, I'll look for some for you later. When Ling Qingxue heard this, she immediately turned from anger to joy and said, then you have to keep your word. Of course, of course. Xiao Ruofei said perfunctorily. Lu Mingho couldn't stand it anymore and quickly said, in that case, let's start the bidding. Little Lu, 130,000 yuan, right? I'll bid 150,000 yuan. Lu Mingho added another 20,000 yuan. In fact, this price was already very high. The most precious types of ice lanterns on the market were only worth about 100,000 yuan, 160,000 yuan. Lu Ping gritted his teeth and added another 10,000 yuan. 170,000 yuan. Liang Qichao was not to be outdone. He was the owner of this place, and he hadn't bid yet. Lu Ping shrugged and said, I quit. He had always been a calm person. Now that the price had exceeded the actual value of this ice lantern, he decisively chose to withdraw. The money of these rich second-generation heirs didn't grow on trees. Their fathers were indeed billionaires, but they didn't have any businesses of their own. Basically, they only received pocket money every month. If they took out 100 or 200,000 yuan at once, they would have a hard time this month. Lu Wen thought about it and shook his head to indicate his withdrawal. Lu Mingho sneered slightly and said, 180,000 yuan. He didn't get along with Liang Qichao, and the two were competitors. Therefore, he wanted to compete. Liang Qichao snorted and said, then I'll bid 200,000 yuan. Lu Mingho's face changed slightly and said angrily, Liang Qichao, are you crazy? This ice lantern isn't worth that much money. Are you trying to compete with me? Is it crazy to bid higher than you? Liang Qichao said disdainfully, Xianxia just bid 1 million yuan. Lu Mingho was shocked and quickly looked at Ling Xianxia. Sure enough, Ling Xianxia's face had turned ugly. He hurriedly explained, Xianxia, I didn't mean it like that, Ling Xianxia said coldly, if you want to buy it, then continue to bid. If you can't afford it, then give up. Why are you talking so much nonsense? How could he tolerate this? What was the most important thing in front of the woman he liked? Of course, it was the dignity of a man. Tens of thousands of yuan was nothing, Lu Mingho suddenly shouted with red eyes, as if he was injected with chicken blood, 250,000 yuan. I'll bid 250,000 yuan. Liang Qichao, do you dare to increase the price? Xiao Ruofei knew that Ling Xianxia deliberately provoked Lu Mingho's competitive spirit just now so that her ice lantern could sell for more money. She didn't expect Lu Mingho to be so cooperative and stupidly increase the price by 50,000 yuan. Xiao Ruofei looked at Ling Xianxia somewhat reproachfully. Ling Xianxia seemed to have a tacit understanding and winked at Xiao Ruofei, revealing a mischievous expression. Liang Qichao also began to feel awkward. The price was at least twice the actual value. It would be unwise to increase the price further. However, the problem of face was also very important. At this time, Liang Qichao saw Xiao Ruofei secretly give him a look. His heart suddenly quivered and he came back to his senses. He laughed and said, Lu Mingho, a gentleman doesn't take what others like. Since you like this ice lantern so much that you're willing to spend twice the price to buy it, then I'll fulfill your wish. With that, Liang Qichao shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he gave up the competition. Lu Mingho also calmed down. He couldn't help but feel a trace of regret in his heart. This price could buy a lot of precious succulents. Ling Xianxia said at this time, since no one is bidding, Lu Mingho, you can pay. Ah? I don't have that much cash with me. Lu Mingho hesitated. I have a POS machine here. Liang Qichao laughed and said, you can swipe my card here, and I'll ask the finance department to transfer the money to Mr. Xiao's account. Lu Mingho knew that it was impossible to deny, so he could only take out his card resentfully and watch Liang Qichao transfer 250,000 yuan with heartache. Liang Qichao asked Xiao Ruofei for his card number and walked out of the office to find the finance department of the Immortal Meat food stall. After a while, the finance department transferred 250,000 yuan to Xiao Ruofei's account. Thank you, Mr. Liang, Xiao Ruofei said. Haha. You're welcome. Liang Qichao laughed heartily and said, it's really a pity that I didn't buy this top-grade ice lantern this time. I hope there will be opportunities to cooperate in the future. That's for sure. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Among these rich second-generation heirs, except for Lu Wen and Lu Mingho who were always against him, Liang Qichao and Lu Ping were quite good. Ling Xianxia was needless to say. She looked at him with stars in her eyes. Lu Mingho looked at Xiao Ruofei and Liang Qichao who were talking happily, and his heart felt like it had eaten a fly. His gaze fell on the ice lantern Haworthia that he had spent a sky-high price of 250,000 yuan to buy. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly carried the Haworthia to Ling Xianxia and said, Xianxia, this top-grade ice lantern is for you. I hope you like it. Ling Xianxia just glanced at the Yulu coldly and said, if I want it, can't I buy it myself? I appreciate your kindness, but you can keep it for yourself. Although Ling Xianxia's temperament was cold, at least her words were decent. But today, when she saw Lu Mingho picking on Xiao Ruofei, she didn't hold back. Lu Mingho was dumbfounded. He spent half a month's pocket money to buy this thing, and he wanted to win the favor of a beauty. How could it be like this? Isn't this a waste of money? Xiao Ruofei saw this and laughed and said, Mr. Liang, since the transaction has been completed, I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. I'll send you off. Liang Qichao quickly said. No need, you accompany your friend. I'll go out by myself. Xiao Ruofei said. Then he gave Liang Qichao a look and said, I'll contact you later. Liang Qichao immediately understood and nodded. So Xiao Ruofei walked towards the door. At this time, Ling Qingxue suddenly said, Ruofei, I'm going back, let me send you off. At the entrance of the immortal meat food stall, Xiao Ruofei said helplessly, Ling Qingxue, I have something to do, so you don't have to send me off. Ling Qingxue smiled and asked, What are you going to do? I'm going to the bank to check the accounts, of course. Xiao Ruofei said, It's the first time I've made such a large amount of money. How can I rest assured if I don't check it? Xiao Ruofei deliberately acted like a Philistine, but Ling Qingxue was not disgusted at all. Instead, her eyes lit up and she said, I'm going to the bank to do something too. We're going the same way. Let's go in my car. Xiao Ruofei could only smile bitterly and nod his head. He was not a blockhead, so naturally, he could see Ling Qingxue's intentions. However, he had no impression of this beautiful girl, and he was terminally ill, so he did not want to have any emotional entanglements. However, since Ling Qingxue was so proactive, Xiao Ruofei could not bear to reject her. Soon, Ling Qingxue drove an orange Porsche 911 sports car over. She smiled at Xiao Ruofei and said, Get in the car. The Porsche 911 was like a flash of orange lightning as it sped through the streets of Miami, attracting a lot of attention. In the car, Ling Qingxue kept talking to Xiao Ruofei, but Xiao Ruofei could only answer her half-heartedly. The situation was really awkward. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's mind was not on Ling Qingxue at all. His mind was constantly thinking about the next step of his plan. Xiao Ruofei already had a basic plan in mind, which was to sell succulents. Succulent plants had always been popular in Japan and South Korea. Perhaps it was because of their natural adorable appearance, or perhaps it was because of the marketing, but in the past 2 years, succulent plants had inexplicably become popular in Xianxia. The prices of many precious succulent species have soared. Xiao Ruofei has the ring 2 space in his hands. Cultivating rare succulent plants will definitely make a lot of money. Xiao Ruofei decided to sell the seedlings of the succulent plants. This was mainly for safety reasons. Even though Xiao Ruofei had the spirit map space and had no difficulty in cultivating mature plants, everyone knew that succulents had a long growth cycle. If he sold a large amount of mature succulents, it would definitely attract the attention of others and cause unnecessary trouble. Relatively speaking, selling seedlings was much safer. There were also many businesses selling seedlings on the internet, but there were good and bad varieties. As for the sales model, Xiao Ruofei planned to mainly rely on online channels. Nowadays, e-commerce was so developed that people's shopping habits had already changed. Most succulents liked the shade and dry, so long-distance transportation was not a problem. Plus, the quality of the product would definitely be excellent. Xiao Ruofei was confident that he could create a well-known e-commerce brand. It was even possible to monopolize the sales of high-end succulents. Of course, the most important thing was that in the early stages, he could hide the fact that he could cultivate many precious succulent seedlings even though he did not have a venue or a greenhouse. If it was a transaction in the real world, it would be difficult to hide it. But if he sold it online, these troubles could be avoided. Looks like I have to go back and study how to open a store online. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. At this time, Ling Qingxue, who was driving, suddenly asked, Actually, you didn't have any impression of me just now, right? Xiao Ruofei was thinking about his own matters while dealing with Ling Qingxue. Naturally, he was a little absent-minded. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei nodded almost subconsciously and said, Yeah. After saying this, Xiao Ruofei finally reacted. He turned his head to look at Ling Qingxue awkwardly and asked, You. How did you know? Ling Qingxue pursed her lips and smiled, saying, I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. How could I not see it? After saying this, Ling Qingxue smiled sweetly again. With one hand on the steering wheel, she extended her other hand to Xiao Ruofei and said, then let's get to know each other again. My name is Ling Xianxia. I graduated from Sanxian City's number 2 high school. I'm now the finance manager of the Ling's restaurant chain. Sanxian City's number 2 high school was Ling Xianxia and Xia Ruofei's alma mater. It was when they were studying at number 2 high school that the seed of love sprouted in Ling Xianxia's heart and engraved Xia Ruofei's figure. Xia Ruofei extended his hand to shake Ling Xianxia's soft hand and said with a smile, "This is the first time I've heard someone introduce themselves by saying that they graduated from junior high school." Ling Xianxia naughtily stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "Isn't this to remind you of the past?" After making a small joke, Xia Ruofei didn't feel as awkward as before. He also didn't let his mind wander. Instead, he started chatting with Ling Xianxia. Although Xia Ruofei didn't have such thoughts, beautiful women were still very pleasing to the eye. It was precisely because Xia Ruofei's thoughts were simple that he didn't feel pressured by the difference in wealth and status between the two of them. He had always been very calm. He didn't expect that this would inadvertently earn him extra points in Ling Xianxia's heart. Soon, the car drove to an industrial and commercial bank. Xia Ruofei opened the car door and got out. He turned around and said, "Xianxia, thank you for sending me. Goodbye." After saying that, Xia Ruofei prepared to walk into the bank. Ling Xianxia hurriedly stopped him. "Ruofei, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Let's find a place to catch up later. I really have something to do today. Let's find another opportunity next time." Xia Ruofei said. The most difficult thing to accept is a beauty's favor. Xia Ruofei almost ran into the bank as if he was running away. Ling Xianxia looked at Xia Ruofei's back as he ran away. She couldn't help but laugh. Then, she wrinkled her nose and said, "This time, God let me meet you again. Don't even think about running away from me again." After saying that, Ling Xianxia lightly stepped on the accelerator and drove the Porsche 911 away from the bank. After the car drove for more than 10 meters, Ling Xianxia gently patted her forehead and said to herself, "Oh. I actually forgot to ask for his phone number. Humph. Liang Qichao must have it. I don't care if he has it." Thinking of Xia Ruofei's embarrassed look when she exposed his lie, Ling Xianxia couldn't help but laugh again. Her delicate face seemed to glow even more. Xia Ruofei watched Ling Xianxia's car drive away through the bank's glass window. He let out a long sigh of relief and quickly walked out of the bank. Checking the accounts was just a poor excuse. He had turned on the balance reminder and had already received the message when he received the money. After more than an hour, Xia Ruofei once again appeared at the Immortal Meat stall. As soon as he entered Liang Qichao's office, Xia Ruofei subconsciously looked around. Liang Qichao couldn't help but laugh and say, "Don't worry. The little princess of Lingji left long ago. Lu Mingho and the others also left not long after you left." Xia Ruofei let out a sigh of relief and smiled a little embarrassedly. Liang Qichao hesitated again and then said, "But Mr. Xia, Xianxia called and asked for your contact information. I gave her your number without your consent. I'm really sorry." Her request. "It's really hard for me to refuse." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay. She wanted my number. Even if you didn't give it to her, she could still find it. It's good that you don't mind." Liang Qichao let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a hint of hope, he asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "It's not that easy to find a succulent species that Mr. Liang likes. But I have a friend who knows how to find one. Give me some time and it shouldn't be a problem." Xia Ruofei was planning to cultivate succulent seedlings, and there would be no shortage of good succulents in the future. When the time came, he could just pick 1 or 2 pots to cultivate into mature plants and sell them to Liang Qichao. However, Liang Qichao's words had a different meaning to them. Succulents were not only cultivated by oneself, but also imported from overseas. Many of the precious succulents were not from Huaxia, but for the sake of ecological safety, many succulents were prohibited from entering the country. Therefore, Liang Qichao naturally mistakenly thought that Xia Ruofei had connections in this area and could get good stuff from overseas. Therefore, he was overjoyed when he heard that. "Thank you. Thank you. I knew that you stopped me from bidding with Lu Mingho because you could get succulents of this grade. Mr. Xia, I'll remember this favor, haha." Letting Lu Mingho be a sucker for once feels better than anything else. Well said, well said. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, Mr. Liang, the reason I came back today is to visit your greenhouse. I wonder if it's convenient now. Of course, no problem. Liang Qichao said straightforwardly. I have a lot of experience in cultivating succulents. You can ask me any questions when we're looking at the greenhouse later. Thanks. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Liang Qichao personally led Xiao Ruofei downstairs and began to tour the succulent cultivation base. Mr. Liang, your cultivation base is quite big. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile as they walked through the greenhouse. Hee. It's mainly because I like it, so I invested a little money to build this base. It didn't cost much. Liang Qichao said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei could tell that this guy was obviously a rich second-generation heir who opened this immortal meat stall for fun. At this time, Liang Qichao said, Don't call me Mr. Liang. Oh right, don't call me President Liang. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Liang. I'll call you Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei had a good impression of the straightforward Liang Qichao, so he readily agreed. Sure, Brother Liang. Liang Qichao said with a smile. Hey. Ruofei, I don't have anything else, but I have a lot of succulents. If you like anything later, just tell me. It's a gift from Brother Liang. Okay. Xiao Ruofei didn't stand on ceremony with Liang Qichao and nodded directly. As they walked, Liang Qichao and Liang Qichao's what? Ruofei, this greenhouse is full of jade fans. The greenhouse next to it is cultivating stone flowers. There are some tortoiseshell peonies over there, but there aren't many of them. They're too hard to get. And this one is mainly cultivating Haworthia, but they're all ordinary goods. They can't be compared to your ice lantern. Xiao Ruofei looked very seriously, especially when some of the workers were cultivating and maintaining the plants. He would stop and watch from the side and ask some planting questions from time to time. Liang Qichao was a succulent enthusiast. Naturally, he wouldn't be annoyed by Xiao Ruofei's questions. He patiently explained to Xiao Ruofei one by one. When it came to some matters of planting and cultivation, Xiao Ruofei secretly took note of it. Brother Liang, the variety of succulents you have here is really rich. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he raised his own question. But, why are these succulents so small? Can they be sold for a good price? Liang Qichao smiled bitterly and explained. Brother, succulents are notoriously slow-growing. If my breeding base is full of succulents the size of your ice lantern, won't I make a fortune? Good adult plants are hard to come by. We usually use them as mother plants for reproduction. In fact, we mainly sell succulent seedlings in this line. Xiao Ruofei nodded secretly. Liang Qichao's answer was similar to what he thought. It seemed that he had made the right decision to sell the top succulent seedlings. The two strolled and chatted. Xiao Ruofei had a general understanding of the cultivation and reproduction of succulents. The plan he came up with in the Lingqingxue car was gradually becoming more concrete. The immortal meat food stall covered a large area. In addition, Xiao Ruofei would stop and ask questions from time to time. Therefore, it took them more than 2 hours to walk around. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, Liang Qichao very warmly invited Xiao Ruofei to have dinner together. However, Xiao Ruofei politely declined his kindness. The two parted ways at the entrance of the immortal meat food stall. Xiao Ruofei got into a taxi. Liang Qichao did not forget to remind him from outside the window. Ruofei, next time when you have good succulents, you must give priority to your brother Liang. The price is not a problem. It seemed that Liang Qichao was still a little brooding about not being able to buy the ice lantern. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He waved at Liang Qichao and the taxi sped away from the immortal meat food stall. Xiao Ruofei got off the car near the shantytown and casually found a noodle shop by the roadside. She ordered a large bowl of beef ramen and gobbled it up. After the training of his military career, Xiao Ruofei was not very particular about food. However, the noodles sold by the roadside stalls were not very tasty. Especially the vegetables in the noodles, they were old and hard and tasted like wax. After eating, Xiao Ruofei suddenly had an idea in her mind. The Ring 2 space was so mystical. Why not plant some vegetables in it? Even if it was not to make money, it would be good to improve his diet occasionally. Presumably, the vegetables grown in the Ring 2 space would be much more delicious than the vegetables sold in the market. In any case, for the time being, he only wanted to use the Ring 2 space to cultivate succulents. There was more than enough land in the space. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei directly took action. He directly took a taxi to the seed company in the market and bought some common vegetable seeds and some common farming tools. Xiao Ruofei was in charge of the company's vegetable field when he was a recruit. Therefore, planting vegetables was not difficult for him. After bringing the seeds and farming tools into the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei opened up a small vegetable field by the pond. The soil in the space was very soft. Xiao Ruofei quickly finished the work of reclaiming the land. After soaking the seeds in the spiritual pond water, Xiao Ruofei returned to the outside world to rest for a while. After a few hours, he entered the space again and began to sow the seeds. As for the other treatments, he basically did not do anything. He believed that after soaking in the spiritual pond water, the germination rate of these seeds would be very high. Moreover, he did not have to worry about any pests or diseases. Xiao Ruofei evenly scattered the seeds while covering them with a layer of spatial soil. After everything was done, he fetched the spatial pond water and watered the entire vegetable field. After finishing, Xiao Ruofei looked at the newly opened vegetable field with a sense of accomplishment. Satisfied, he left the Ring 2 space. After taking a bath, Xiao Ruofei took a 2-hour nap. In the evening, he woke up and entered the Ring 2 space again. Actually, after waking up, he was thirsty and wanted to go in and drink some of the spatial pond water. The green color came from the vegetable field next to the pool. Xiao Ruofei was pleasantly surprised to find that in just 2 hours, the vegetable seeds had all sprouted. Some of the sprouts had even grown to the length of a finger, and the tender green leaves were full of vitality. The magic of the Ring 2 space once again shocked Xiao Ruofei. Sprouting in just 2 hours, and growing so big, this completely subverted the laws of plant growth. After pondering for a long time, Xiao Ruofei suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a possibility, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. In order to immediately verify his guess, Xiao Ruofei left the Ring 2 space in a flash, picked up a small alarm clock on the bedside, and immediately returned to the space. He glanced at the time displayed on the small alarm clock. It was 6:23 in the afternoon. After memorizing the time in his heart, Xiao Ruofei gently placed the small alarm clock on the ground and left the Ring 2 space in a flash. As soon as he returned to the outside world, Xiao Ruofei immediately took out his counterfeit mobile phone, opened the stopwatch function, and pressed the timer button. Then, Xiao Ruofei sat quietly on the bedside with a trace of expectation and apprehension, waiting quietly. He looked at the number on the stopwatch that kept ticking until 120 seconds had passed, which was 2 minutes later. With a thought, he returned to the spirit map space. Xiao Ruofei couldn't wait to pick up the small alarm clock and look at the time displayed on it. Suddenly, an overjoyed expression appeared on his face. The small alarm clock showed that it was already 6:43, in fact, only 2 minutes had passed in the outside world, but the small alarm clock had gone on for 20 minutes. In other words, the flow of time in the Ring 2 space was 10 times faster than the outside world. 1 day in the outside world was 10 days in the Ring 2 space. Therefore, although the seeds had only been planted for a little more than 2 hours, almost a whole day had passed in the space. Coupled with the effects of the space's soil and water, as well as the mysterious effects of the space itself, the growth of the plants here far exceeded that of the outside world. This was a reasonable explanation. Now that his judgment had been verified, Xiao Ruofei's mind became active. 10 times the flow of time could bring about too many possibilities. For example, under normal conditions in the outside world, crops that needed 2 months to grow might be fully mature in less than a week under the combined effects of space and time acceleration, the pool water, and the soil. Especially for the next step of Xiao Ruofei's cultivation of succulents, the effect was obvious. This was because succulents were known for their slow growth. Of course, there were other uses as well. For example, Xiao Ruofei could enter the Ring 2 space to rest if he could ensure his safety. According to the calculation of 8 hours of sleep, less than an hour had passed in the outside world. This way, he would have more time to do other things. Xiao Ruofei beamed with joy as he imagined for a while. After his mood had calmed down a little, he walked to the side of the pool and drank a few mouthfuls of water. He felt refreshed all of a sudden. He admired the strange blue, yellow, and red flower on the unknown plant by the pool for a while. This flower seemed to have a strange charm. Every time Xiao Ruofei entered the space, his eyes would involuntarily be attracted to it. He was used to admiring this strange flower for a while every time he came in. After admiring the flower, Xiao Ruofei left the Ring 2 space. He carefully hid the Ling 2 close to his body. This was his most important treasure. In the future, whether he could earn enough money for Huzi's mother's kidney transplant, follow-up care, and rehabilitation all depended on it. It was a quiet night. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei hid the Ling 2 close to his body, locked the door, and left the rented house. He walked to the Xianxia square, which was not far from the shanty town. Before implementing the Great Wealth Plan, there was still some preparation work to be done. The Xianxia square was a very large urban complex. The basic necessities of life could be met here. Xiao Ruofei first found a mobile phone store and bought a smartphone that cost about 1,000 yuan. Although he received more than 200,000 yuan in one go, Xiao Ruofei still maintained the habit of being thrifty. Moreover, there were many things that he would need money for in the future. It was far from the time to be extravagant. After buying the mobile phone, he also bought a new number. At this time, the real name system had not been fully implemented. Xiao Ruofei easily bought a 3-nos card, but the fee was not cheap. However, this number was only for temporary use, so Xiao Ruofei did not care too much about it. Then he went to a nearby bank and opened a new card. He transferred 100,000 yuan from his own bank card. While he was at it, he also opened the online payment and other functions. After finishing his business, Xiao Ruofei wandered around the nearby area. He secretly memorized the locations of several express delivery agencies near the shanty town. Just like that, the whole morning passed. Xiao Ruofei randomly found a place to have lunch. After eating, he went home. Xiao Ruofei was busy in front of the computer. He used his new mobile phone to apply for a Taobao account and an Alipay account. At the same time, he tied the new bank card with the online payment function to the Alipay account. After that, Xiao Ruofei began to search for the sellers of succulents on Tmall. He was busy for half a day. In fact, it was for one thing, to buy the mother plant of succulents. Although Liang Qichao gave Xiao Ruofei a lot of succulent seedlings before he left the other day, these varieties were very ordinary. Obviously, they did not meet Xiao Ruofei's requirements of going the high-end route. He could not always hope that the Ring 2 space could mutate all the succulents and produce precious varieties, therefore, the safest way was naturally to buy the seedlings of precious varieties of succulents and then use the Ring 2 space to let the seedlings mature in a short period of time. Then, he would use the adult plants of these precious varieties as the mother plant to breed the seedlings and sell them. Xiao Ruofei was a cautious person. Therefore, he specially applied for a set of brand new accounts and bought the corresponding mobile phone number and so on. This was so that no one would be able to find any clues in the future. After all, he was going to breed and sell the precious succulent seedlings on a large scale in the near future. If someone wanted to follow the vine to the melon through his purchase of seedlings, it was still possible to find out that something was wrong. It might even expose the secret of the Ring 2 space. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei would rather go through the trouble of getting a new mobile phone number and applying for a new set of accounts to do this. Yesterday at the Immortal Meat food stall, Xiao Ruofei also got a lot of information from Liang Qichao during their chat. This included some reputable merchants who sold precious succulent seedlings on Taobao and Tmall. Therefore, he used his new account to search for the shops of these merchants on the internet and began to make a big purchase. The best jade fan with the landscape brocade. This is good. There's actually a light pink mutated nature brocade? This is a must. The flower-patterned lifestone flower. I've been waiting for you. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself as he made his purchases. All the plants that he chose were very rare. Naturally, the prices were not cheap. In just a short while, he had spent 60 to 70,000 yuan. Most of the time, Xiao Ruofei only bought seedlings. Occasionally, there were shops that sold adult plants, and he would buy them according to his own discretion. For example, Xiao Ruofei decided to buy an adult flower cage plant that cost 20,000 yuan after thinking about it for a while. This was because a succulent plant like the flower cage grew at a ridiculously slow rate. It grew about 1 millimeter per year. Even with the tenfold time acceleration in the Ring 2 space, coupled with the unique advantages of the space's water and soil, it would take at least a few years for a seedling to grow up. Under such circumstances, Xiao Ruofei naturally would not let go of a ready-made adult plant. Relatively speaking, the time needed to breed seedlings was still very short. In addition to the flower cage plant, Xiao Ruofei also bought a white moon plant for around 15,000 yuan. Liang Qichao was indeed a succulent expert. The shops that he recommended had many rare varieties. Of course, the quality would only be known after receiving the goods. Nowadays, the after-sales service of e-commerce was not bad. In addition, the shops that Liang Qichao recommended were all reputable. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was not too worried. After the purchase, Xiao Ruofei spent a total of more than 90,000 yuan to buy more than 10 kinds of rare varieties of succulent plant seedlings and 2 adult succulent plants. He felt a pang in his heart. He was spending money too fast. Although 250,000 yuan seemed like a lot, it was not easy to spend. Xiao Ruofei did not directly write down the delivery address as his rental house in Shanty Town. Instead, he chose the express delivery address. Different shops also chose different delivery addresses. It could be said that he was extremely cautious. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei started to get busy with the opening of the online shop. Considering that Tmall was mainly targeted at businesses, not only did one have to register as a business to enter Tmall, but one also had to pay a security deposit and a high technical service fee. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei did not plan to settle everything in one go. Instead, he planned to open a Taobao shop first. Compared to Tmall, the process of opening a shop on Taobao was much simpler. But at the same time, all kinds of certifications were required. Xiao Ruofei used his old mobile phone number and the corresponding Taobao and Alipay accounts to submit the application for opening the store. He uploaded his personal identification photo, and after a lot of trouble, he finally got the application for the store. Then, Xiao Ruofei began to perfect the information of the store. After thinking for a long time, he named his Taobao store Taoyuan Succulent Square. This name was naturally taken from the Taoyuan Chronicles, in Xiao Ruofei's opinion. Ring 2 space was just like the Taoyuan spring, where one's heart was far away from the earth. The next step was to renovate the shop. Actually, there wasn't much to renovate. Xiao Ruofei only used some free templates provided by the official website to build a simple framework for the shop. As for those fancy fee templates, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't waste his money on them. Since he didn't have a product yet, Xiao Ruofei wasn't in a hurry. He slowly built the framework of his online store on his own. Soon, 4 or 5 days had passed. During this period, Ling Qingxue called twice to ask Xiao Ruofei out for dinner, but he declined both times. Hearing the girl's aggrieved voice on the phone, Xiao Ruofei couldn't bear it. However, he was really busy now, and he was terminally ill. He didn't know how long he could live, so he could only harden his heart and refuse. In these few days, the succulent plants Xiao Ruofei bought online began to arrive one after another, and he became very busy. Every time he received a call from the courier agency, he would rush over to collect the packages. These were all valuable and precious succulent species, and they were also the seeds for him to make a lot of money in the future. If he lost them at the courier agency, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't even have time to cry. The first one he received was the mature white moon succulent that cost Xiao Ruofei 15,000 yuan. After Xiao Ruofei took it back, he locked the door and directly took the box into the Ring 2 space. A small potted plant sold for 15,000 yuan, so the store was naturally very careful and packed it very tightly. Opening the large box, Xiao Ruofei first saw that it was stuffed full of foam strips. After removing the foam strips on the top layer, he saw a transparent plastic cover with a large flower pot fixed inside. In the flower pot was the 15,000 yuan white moon succulent. It had a huge fleshy rhizome that looked like a big radish, but it was harder than a radish, and its surface was covered with a layer of wax. On the exposed fleshy rhizome, there were dense green leaves, and each leaf was covered with snow-white fluff. At first glance, it looked like a misty rain, very beautiful and dreamy. Xiao Ruofei carefully took the pot of white moon succulent out of the box and moved it to the side of the space pool. Then, he carefully removed the grains of soil around the rhizome and pulled the white moon succulent out of the flower pot little by little. If Liang Qichao saw Xiao Ruofei's actions, he would definitely be unable to help but scold him. How could such a precious white moon succulent be pulled out so roughly? Wouldn't it be a waste if it were to be tormented to death? Changing soil for succulents was also very particular, and a layman like Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't know so much. However, Xiao Ruofei naturally had his reasons for doing so, and at the same time, he was also confident. He carefully put the white moon succulent aside, then poured out all the grains of soil that were originally planted in the flower pot. He picked up the shovel and scooped up some space soil, mixing them evenly together. Xiao Ruofei believed that adding space soil to the plant material would definitely promote the growth of the white moon succulent. As for whether this action would bring harm to the white moon succulent, Xiao Ruofei wasn't worried at all. With the miraculous ring 2 space, the soil, and the pool water, how could it not be able to grow? Sure enough, when Xiao Ruofei put the plant material mixed with the spatial soil back into the flower pot, replanted the white moon, and watered it with the spatial pond water, the withered white moon that had been transported for such a long time immediately became lively again. If Liang Qichao saw this scene, he would definitely be taken aback. In the following days, Xiao Ruofei continuously received deliveries. For these succulents, whether they were mature plants or seedlings, he did the same thing. After mixing their plant material with space soil, he carefully planted them in the ring 2 space. For the sake of convenience, he planted the precious succulents in the flower pots next to the space pool. Out of habit cultivated in the army, Xiao Ruofei arranged these flower pots neatly, and at a glance, they looked like soldiers waiting to be inspected. For the next few days, Xiao Ruofei lived a very leisurely life. Every day, apart from entering the ring 2 space to see the growth of the succulents and appreciate the beautiful flowers of the peculiar plant by the pool, he basically had nothing else to do. The decoration of the online store was also in the process of being perfected. Now, everything was ready, except for the products on the shelves. Xiao Ruofei considered that opening an online store required high-quality photos, so he gritted his teeth and went to a digital store in the Sanchon Plaza to buy a DSLR camera. Although it was only an entry-level one, it still cost him more than 10,000 yuan. Soon, only less than half of the 250,000 yuan he earned from selling the ice lantern Gyukuro was left. Due to the magical effects of the space and the difference in the flow of time, the vegetables Xiao Ruofei planted before grew very quickly. For example, the mustard, which had a relatively short growth cycle, was fully ripe after 3 or 4 days of sowing, and could be picked and eaten. It was worth mentioning that the vegetables grown in the ring 2 space were not only much larger than those sold outside, but also looked quite beautiful. They were green and full of vitality, and didn't even look like real vegetables, but like works of art carved from jade. Xiao Ruofei had a small induction cooker in his rented house, so he couldn't wait to pick some mustard. After leaving the ring 2 space, he symbolically washed it with water. The vegetables grown in the ring 2 space could be said to be spotless and very clean. Then, he cut it into pieces and stir-fried it. Xiao Ruofei had received professional wilderness survival training in the army, so although his cooking skills were not as good as a restaurant chef's, at least stir-frying a plate of vegetables wasn't a problem. Soon, a plate of stir-fried mustard was freshly cooked. Except for a little vegetable oil and salt, there was no other seasoning. The stir-fried mustard on the plate looked very fresh, and Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel hungry. He picked up the chopsticks and put some mustard into his mouth. Before he had time to chew, Xiao Ruofei felt a fragrance hit his nose, and he couldn't help but chew in big mouthfuls. With one bite, the sweetness and crispness of the mustard greens made every one of his taste buds cheer. Xiao Ruofei ate a few mouthfuls before he stopped. His eyes were full of joy. He had never eaten such delicious vegetables in his life. What was certain was that the vegetables sold in the market, including the expensive organic vegetables in the supermarket, were simply worlds apart from the mustard vegetables he grew in the space. Without a doubt, this was the magical effect of the ring to space. Looks like I'll be in for a treat in the future. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he thought of the many vegetables he had planted in the space. The vegetables in the space grew very fast, so he definitely didn't need to buy vegetables in the future. He could even take some to sell. Compared to the growth of vegetables, the growth of succulents was much slower. Despite the tenfold time acceleration, Xiao Ruofei could only see them grow a little when he entered the space every day. The slowest ones, the flower cage and the white moon world, couldn't even be seen with the naked eye. Xiao Ruofei knew that the growth of succulents was slow, so he wasn't in a hurry. Including the two adult plants, the flower cage and the white moon world, Xiao Ruofei wasn't in a hurry to reproduce. He considered letting them grow in the ring to space for a period of time could adjust their vitality to the strongest, and maybe they would be like the Haworthia that was sold before, showing a surprising mutation. Since he decided to take the high-quality route, Xiao Ruofei also knew that he couldn't be too hasty. The days passed by leisurely. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month in the outside world was 10 months in the space. Taking into account the magical effect of the space, those succulents had grown in the outside world for 1 or 2 years, or even more. During this month, Xiao Ruofei wasn't idle. Every day, he would enter the ring to space to take care of those succulents. Seeing the succulents grow at an unimaginable speed in the outside world, he felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. As for the vegetables in the ring to space, they were harvested again and again. The quality of these vegetables was far better than the high-quality organic vegetables sold outside. Whether it was mustard, lettuce, cabbage, cucumbers, tomatoes, etc., not only did they grow very fast, they could be harvested in 3 or 4 days, but their appearance was also very good. The leafy vegetables were full of vitality, that kind of pure green even gave people a kind of unreal feeling. The cucumbers and tomatoes were also obviously much bigger than the average ones. The cucumbers were generally as thick as an adult's arm, and the shortest length was 40 to 50 centimeters. The tomatoes were as big as a bowl, and when bitten, the juice would overflow, sweet and refreshing. Xiao Ruofei called these vegetables his super vegetables, and this name was true to its name. With so many vegetables, Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't finish them all by himself. Therefore, after harvesting, he put them in baskets and placed them in the ring to space. Because of this, Xiao Ruofei accidentally discovered another function of the ring to space. After the vegetables and fruits were harvested, as long as they were stored in the ring to space, they were completely unaffected by time. A few days in the outside world was equivalent to 10 days in the space, but the vegetables and fruits were still as fresh as when they were just harvested. What was more amazing was that this function was only effective for the vegetables and fruits that had to be stored in a container. Xiao Ruofei specially left a small cabbage as an experiment, allowing it to grow in the ground. As a result, after the growing period, it quickly turned yellow, and for the next 1 or 2 days, it even directly rotted in the ground, scattered into mud and dust, and blended into the soil of the space. With this discovery, Xiao Ruofei specially went to purchase a batch of baskets, and in time, he harvested the vegetables and put them in the baskets. After a month in the outside world and 10 months in the space, the succulents generally grew a lot, especially the flower cage and the white moon, which were already mature plants. They were full of vitality and looked quite lively. The expected mutation didn't happen, but Xiao Ruofei originally bought a very precious variety, so he wasn't too disappointed. Today, he decided to take a crucial step, the first cuttings of these succulents. In fact, many succulents could also be sown, but in order to save time, Xiao Ruofei still chose the cuttings method. Moreover, cuttings belong to the category of asexual reproduction, so it was very good to preserve the characteristics of the previous generation of plants. For Xiao Ruofei, who was determined to walk the path of high-quality products, this was naturally the best choice. As for the problem of the low survival rate of the white moon and other succulent cuttings on some succulent forums, Xiao Ruofei, who had the magical ring to space, didn't even consider it. My new book is in urgent need of clicks, recommendations, and collections. I'm very close to the top 10 of the new book ranking. Please support me, brothers and sisters. Book Group 300-769-830. Xiao Ruofei turned his hand, and a dagger flashed with a cold light. If there was a knowledgeable person here, their eyes would definitely light up. This dagger was clearly the famous Buckstrider 888, one of the top 10 military daggers in the world. This dagger had a short blade and looked like a kitchen knife. It looked a little simple and honest. But under this plain appearance hid a terrible murderous aura. The blade also faintly had a trace of coldness. Obviously, it had seen blood. Xiao Ruofei looked at the 888 in his hand, and his eyes showed a look of reminiscence. This was the trophy he got from killing a mercenary hired by an international drug trafficking organization during his first overseas battle. That was also the first time he killed an enemy in his military career. Later, this dagger had been with Xiao Ruofei, going through battle after battle. In many hand-to-hand fights, Xiao Ruofei relied on this dagger to cleanly finish off the enemy. Looking at the Buckstrider 888, Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile. "Buddy, you were originally a sharp blade for killing people, but now you can only be used by me for gardening. It's been hard on you." After that, Xiao Ruofei first held the dagger in front of the white moon, and then cut down without hesitation. He was still very decisive, and the blade was very stable, without the slightest tremor. When his ALS didn't break out, he was still the blood wolf that frightened the enemy. But once the disease broke out, his hand couldn't even hold the cup steadily. The dagger accurately cut in according to the angle that he had observed in advance, and a piece of the root with a dreamy leaf was cut off. Xiao Ruofei cut it diagonally, which could increase the surface area as much as possible and increase the success rate of cuttings. Of course, this was the information that he found on the internet. Xiao Ruofei picked up the small piece of root and gently inserted it into the small flower pot with the cut side facing down. Then he reached out and grabbed a handful of plant material mixed with the space soil, piled it around the root, and gently pressed it. Then Xiao Ruofei picked up a watering can filled with space pond water, and watered the root that had just been cut. Then Xiao Ruofei did the same, and his movements became more and more skillful. After half a day, he had finished cutting all the succulents. Next to him were hundreds of small flower pots, all of which were small plants cut from the roots of the succulent plants and used as cuttings. Xiao Ruofei looked at the neat rows of small flower pots, and her eyes seemed to see large amounts of money. Good succulent seedlings on the market were easily worth hundreds of yuan, and rare species could be worth thousands of yuan. The succulents that Xiao Ruofei cut were all very precious and rare species, and the cuttings were asexual reproduction, which could almost perfectly replicate the characteristics of the previous generation. Coupled with the magical cultivation in the Ring 2 space, the quality of the succulents would definitely be first class in the future. Therefore, these hundreds of small succulents were worth at least 100,000 yuan. And this was only the first batch. When the succulent mother plants were covered, the cuttings could continue. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had made up his mind to leave some of the particularly excellent succulent seedlings and continue to cultivate them into mother plants. In this way, the scale of his succulent army could be further expanded. But now, the succulents that had been cut looked quite miserable. The originally meaty and cute plants were now covered in wounds, as if beautiful women with beautiful hair had been shaved into yin-yang hairstyles by shoddy hairdressers. Especially the few pots of succulent mother plants that had been cultivated from seedlings, there were only small bald patches left. If it was in a normal environment, the mother plant would not survive. After being cut to this extent. Moreover, the success rate of cuttings was very low, and the seedlings might not survive, so most people would not do this. But Xiao Ruofei naturally did not have such concerns. After he finished the cuttings, he carefully fetched the space pond water and watered the succulent mother plants. At the same time, he specially sprinkled some space pond water on every cut. Then, he stood up and rubbed his sore waist. After absorbing the spatial pool's water, the originally shriveled succulent mother stalks quickly became energetic. In particular, the wounds that were originally dripping with green juice were now showing signs of healing. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruofei was completely relieved. Now, the Ring 2 space was no longer as lifeless as before. Next to the small pond, there were more than 100 flower pots neatly arranged. They were all succulent plants, including the mother plants and the seedlings that had just been cut. Further out, there was a small vegetable field with green cucumbers hanging on the shelves. There were also various vegetables and fruits planted in the field, which could be harvested almost every day. Next to the vegetable field, there were neatly arranged baskets containing all kinds of vegetables and fruits that Xiao Ruofei did not have time to eat. These vegetables and fruits were all as fresh as when they were first picked. It was as if time had frozen on them. Of course, there was also a strange-looking plant next to the pond. There was also a beautiful tricolored flower that never withered on it. This originally existed in the space. Every time Xiao Ruofei entered the space, he could not help but admire it for a while. The nameless flower seemed to have a magical attraction, which made Xiao Ruofei could not help but get close to it. As long as Xiao Ruofei stayed next to the nameless plant and looked at the delicate and beautiful flower, it seemed that his state of mind would become incomparably peaceful and his whole person would be incomparably relaxed. He even brought a small plastic stool into the space and placed it next to the plant. Every time he sat on the stool, he would quietly admire the tricolored flower. Today, after Xiao Ruofei finished cutting, he naturally went to the strange plant again. This was almost a compulsory course for him every time he entered the space. However, a small accident happened today. Just as Xiao Ruofei approached the nameless plant, his feet suddenly went soft. Ever since he got Lou Gehrig's disease, Xiao Ruofei often felt weak in his hands and feet. But this time, perhaps because he had worked for too long and was caught off guard, he could not help but stagger forward. With this step, he tripped over the plastic stool. Xiao Ruofei suddenly lost his balance and fell toward the nameless plant. The nameless plant was only as thick as a thumb. If it was hit by him, it would probably break. Xiao Ruofei loved this nameless plant very much, especially the beautiful tricolored flower. Naturally, he did not want this to happen. The hardships in the army also made his reaction faster than the average person. He almost subconsciously tried to lean his body. When he lost his balance, he made the trajectory of his fall deviate a little. It was this deviation that allowed him to avoid the branches of the nameless plant. However, his head was unable to avoid it, and he bumped into a branch hanging from the nameless plant. The mysterious tricolored flower just happened to be hanging on that branch. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruofei's heart seemed to be bleeding. For more than a month, he entered the space almost every day to admire this tricolor flower. He loved this beautiful flower that seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth. He didn't expect that today, because of his carelessness, all the petals would fall off. Xiao Ruofei's heart was filled with regret, but there was nothing he could do about it. He stood up, and without even bothering to pat off the dust on his body, he walked up to the nameless plant. Where the beautiful tricolor flower originally grew, there was only a bare corolla left, and it no longer had that inexplicable attraction. Xiao Ruofei sighed, squatted down and looked at the 3 petals that fell to the ground. The red, blue, and yellow petals lay quietly on the ground. Even if they fell off from the corolla, they still gave people a breathtaking feeling. Xiao Ruofei didn't know what kind of plant this was, nor did he know the origin of this tricolor flower, but his intuition told him that it must be very precious, because it was the only native in this Ring 2 space, and it was full of mystery. He couldn't help but reach out his hand, wanting to pick up the 3 petals. Just as Xiao Ruofei's hand touched the yellow petal, a sudden change occurred. The yellow petal actually disappeared into Xiao Ruofei's palm with a whoosh sound, and then disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. This process was so fast that Xiao Ruofei didn't have time to react at all. For a moment, he couldn't help but open his mouth in horror. And in the next moment, Xiao Ruofei felt a warm current emerge in his body. It was a warm feeling, as if his whole body was soaked in hot spring water. Even his soul was so comfortable that it trembled a little, and he couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. Although Xiao Ruofei had participated in the elimination of many drug gangs, he had never taken drugs. But he was sure that even drug addicts would never experience this feeling of floating in the air when taking drugs. This process lasted for about half a minute before it slowly disappeared. Xiao Ruofei, with a deep feeling of wanting more, could not help but reach out his hand towards the second petal. When his hand came into contact with the blue petal, the petal disappeared into his palm in an instant. Immediately after, the familiar feeling of floating in the air assaulted him once again. Soon, the blue petal was also absorbed by Xiao Ruofei. At this time, he had almost no other thoughts. Without hesitation, he reached for the last red petal. The whole process was completely subconscious and uncontrollable. Xiao Ruofei didn't come back to his senses until the red petal was completely absorbed. Only then did he realize that his body seemed to have undergone a great change. The faintly discernible sense of weakness that he had felt since his illness had long disappeared. The familiar strength seemed to have returned, and Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel that his strength was much stronger than when he was at his peak in the army. What was going on? What exactly were those 3 petals? Xiao Ruofei could not help but open his mouth wide. He took a deep breath and then exhaled deeply. And just as Xiao Ruofei exhaled, a cloud of black fog was exhaled from his mouth. Xiao Ruofei was startled. This cloud of fog had a fishy smell. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly took a few steps back. Only then did he realize that his body was also full of the stench. His skin was unknowingly covered in a layer of black dirt. Could it be that the petal expelled the virus and impurities from my body? Xiao Ruofei had a thought in his mind. He did not have time to think too much about it because the stickiness was too uncomfortable. Moreover, his body was emitting a stench. Even if he used to be a special forces soldier who could hide in a smelly pond for a few days, this stench was a little overwhelming. Therefore, he could not wait to take a shower. Naturally, Xiao Ruofei would not be so extravagant as to use the space pool water to take a shower. Therefore, he did not hesitate to leave the Ring 2 space. Everyone in the rented apartment shared a small bathroom. Fortunately, most of the tenants went out to work during the day. Otherwise, the stench on Xiao Ruofei's body would really suffocate everyone. He quickly found a change of clothes, quickly walked into the public bathroom, turned on the shower and began to rinse himself. After washing himself 3 times, Xiao Ruofei finally cleaned off all the dirt on his body. He changed into cotton pajamas and walked out of the public bathroom refreshingly. Then, he opened all the windows in the public area. When he passed by just now, even the small public living room was full of the stench. He had to open it for ventilation. Otherwise, it would be bad if the other tenants came back and smelled the stench. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei returned to the small room he rented. Just now, when he was taking a shower, Xiao Ruofei had already faintly felt that after he absorbed the 3 petals, his illness seemed to have been cured. That familiar feeling of strength almost made him cry. Ever since he was diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease, Xiao Ruofei's world had been gray. This disease could be called a terminal disease among terminal diseases. It was even more terrible than cancer. First of all, there was no effective treatment for Lou Gehrig's disease. Of course, what was more terrible was that patients with this disease would feel as if they were slowly being frozen. At first, they might not feel anything in their fingers. Later, it would develop to every bone, muscle, organ, and even their tongue and eyes would not be able to move. Finally, most of them would die of respiratory failure. The most terrible thing was that during the whole process of death, the patient's consciousness and perception were awake. It was equivalent to watching their own body slowly lose consciousness and finally suffocate to death. Moreover, it was in a situation where they were extremely conscious. This process could last for 2 to 3 years, or even 5 to 6 years. How terrible it would be. Death was not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was waiting for death. But now, because of the 3 magical petals, this terrible disease was cured without treatment. The excitement of surviving a disaster could not be expressed in words. Xiao Ruofei sat on his small bed in a daze. He had mixed feelings, recalling the hardships he had to go through after the disease. Now that his illness was gone, the corners of this once iron-blooded soldier's eyes could not help but be filled with tears. After a while, Xiao Ruofei, who had calmed down, stood up and inadvertently glanced at the small mirror hanging on the wall. He could not help but be stunned. His reflection in the mirror seemed to have changed a little. After many years of rigorous military training, Xiao Ruofei had learned a lot of martial arts. His skin had also become tanned from training day after day. The muscles on his body were intertwined like dragons. At first glance, one could tell that he was a powerful soldier. But now, the biggest and most obvious change was that his skin had become much fairer. It could even be called delicate. If Xiao Ruofei went out now, many girls would be envious of his skin. Also, his original muscles were not so obvious. His body had become more well-proportioned, and he even looked a little like a weak scholar. However, Xiao Ruofei was very clear that although the magical tricolored petals had transformed his originally developed muscles, his strength had not decreased at all. On the contrary, whether it was his reaction speed or physical strength, they were much better than when he was at his peak state in the special forces. All of this was brought about by the tricolored petals. Xiao Ruofei looked at himself in the mirror, who could be said to have been reborn, and could not help but feel a little emotional. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but fiercely slap her forehead. She muttered to herself in annoyance, "I'm sorry." It turned out that Xiao Ruofei, who had completely calmed down, suddenly thought of something. Since this magical tricolor petal could cure his Lou Gehrig's disease, it might also be effective on his comrade Huzi's mother, who suffered from uremia. Xiao Ruofei, who was suffering from a terminal illness, was still trying to use the Ring 2 space to make money. His original intention was to leave as much money as possible for Huzi's mother, at least enough money for the kidney transplant. If the tricolor petal could directly cure uremia, why would he neglect the essentials? However, by the time Xiao Ruofei realized this, the tricolor petal had already been absorbed by him alone. Now, it was gone even if he wanted to. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei faintly felt that even if there was only one petal, it could completely cure his Lou Gehrig's disease. This was because after he absorbed the 3 petals, not only did he not feel any pain, but his body was also completely transformed. Although he had not yet tested how strong he was, Xiao Ruofei knew that compared to before, his strength had definitely made a huge leap. In other words, he could have saved 2 petals for Huzi's mother. When he thought of this, Xiao Ruofei was even more regretful. At that time, Xiao Ruofei did not have time to think too much. He was almost completely controlled by the comfortable feeling from the soul. The last 2 times he took the initiative to absorb the petals were simply a subconscious action. Now that he thought of this, it was too late to regret. Xiao Ruofei thought about it again. The tricolor petal grew on the nameless plant. Since it was a flower, would it bloom again after it withered? Thinking of this, he could no longer sit still. He directly took out the Ling 2 hidden under his clothes, and with a thought, he flashed into the space. Xiao Ruofei walked quickly to the nameless plant by the pool, but the result disappointed him. There was still only a bare corolla on the plant, and no new petals grew. Xiao Ruofei sighed. It was useless to regret now. He could only hope that the petals would grow again after a period of time. However, Xiao Ruofei was completely unsure. After all, this nameless plant was native to the Ring 2 space, and he knew nothing about this plant. Xiao Ruofei looked around the succulent plants and the vegetable garden, and glanced at the nameless plant unwillingly. Then, he flashed out of the Ring 2 space. In the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei went to the People's Hospital alone for a full body checkup. Although he was almost certain that his Lou Gehrig's disease had been cured, he still wanted to be on the safe side. There were many inspection projects that required several working days before the reports could be collected. For this reason, Xiao Ruofei did not hesitate to spend a few hundred yuan to expedite the process. Even so, it took him half a day to get all the reports. The results of the checkup were as he expected. He was now very healthy. Not only did he not have any diseases, but many of his indicators were also much better than ordinary people. The doctor who read the report said that Xiao Ruofei must have persisted in physical exercise and maintained a good work and rest schedule for a long time. Otherwise, his health indicators would not be so good. His judgment was confirmed. Xiao Ruofei felt even more regretful. If he had not been impulsive in the morning and absorbed the 3 petals, he could have gone directly to treat Huzi's mother's illness. But things had already come to this. Xiao Ruofei was not a person who could not let go of things. He quickly adjusted his mood and took a taxi back to his rented house in the slum area. When Xiao Ruofei reached home, he carefully locked the door and then entered the Ring 2 space. The first thing he did was to go to the pond to check on the nameless plant. However, the result was still disappointing. The nameless plant only had a bald corolla and no petals. Then he went to check on the succulents. To his relief, these succulent seedlings were full of vitality. If there were no accidents, they should have survived. Now, he only needed to wait for a few days, then he could take photos and upload them to the online store to sell. After patrolling around, Xiao Ruofei came to an open space in the space. He seemed to casually strike a pose, but his whole aura immediately changed. If there were people who knew martial arts here, they would be able to tell at a glance that this was the starting position of Yang Tai Chi. This was taught to Xiao Ruofei by his new recruit squad leader when he first joined the army. Squad leader Yang came from Hebei Yongyan. It was said that he was the direct descendant of Yang Tai Chi at that time. The new comrades in the class learned Yang Tai Chi from squad leader Yang. Xiao Ruofei learned it the fastest and the best. He was also deeply loved by squad leader Yang. When the new recruits left the company, Xiao Ruofei was also brought to his old company by squad leader Yang. Later, the Lone Wolf Commando team selected new blood in the military region. Xiao Ruofei was successfully selected, so he left squad leader Yang's side. However, he did not fall behind in his martial arts. When he was free, Xiao Ruofei would practice Tai Chi. This time, after he absorbed the tricolored petals, not only did his illness disappear, but he also felt that his body had been greatly strengthened. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei also wanted to test how much his body had been strengthened. Right grasping bird's tail, left side, handle, white crane spreading wings, each movement was executed smoothly without the slightest hesitation. The more Xiao Ruofei practiced, the happier he became. When he practiced in the past, although he was familiar with every movement, he had never felt as if he was one with nature. Squad leader Yang also commented that Xiao Ruofei's Tai Chi was deep in its form, but not its spirit. Xiao Ruofei felt the same way. No matter how skilled his movements were, he could not execute them smoothly. Now, all the sluggishness had disappeared. After performing a complete set of Tai Chi, he felt refreshed. There was even a faint warm current in his lower abdomen. Xiao Ruofei performed Tai Chi over and over again. His movements became more and more refined. He did not even follow the standard Yang Tai Chi movements, but it felt very natural and smooth. It was filled with the charm of Yang Tai Chi. It felt like a move without a move was better than a move. After performing it 5 times in a row, Xiao Ruofei reluctantly stopped. Obviously, the benefits of the 3 petals were far more than just reaction speed and physical strength. This kind of improvement was absolutely comprehensive. Xiao Ruofei could not help but look at the nameless plant again. His eyes were full of burning expectations. I hope that tricolored flower can grow again. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself. In the next 2 days, Xiao Ruofei entered the space several times a day. In addition to taking care of the succulent plants, his biggest purpose was naturally to check on the nameless plant. However, he was disappointed every time. The corolla was still bare, and there was no sign of it blooming again. However, the succulent seedlings were all alive and were still growing. He should be able to take photos and upload them to the online store soon. On the 3rd day, Xiao Ruofei entered the space again. Every day, he would come in to maintain the vegetable field and water the succulent plants. As soon as he entered the space, Xiao Ruofei subconsciously looked at the nameless plant. Although he had been disappointed countless times in the past 3 days, Xiao Ruofei still had strong expectations. Xiao Ruofei saw at a glance that the flower crown of the nameless plant had grown petals again, and there was more than one. There were still 3 petals, red, yellow, and blue, almost exactly the same as before. When the tricolored flower grew again, the nameless plant suddenly had the inexplicable attraction that was in accordance with the principles of heaven and earth. Xiao Ruofei was very excited. He ran all the way to the nameless plant and looked at the beautiful tricolored flower. He was so excited that his lips trembled slightly. With the petals, Huzi's mother's illness could be cured. Xiao Ruofei's hand trembled slightly as he reached out to the tricolored flower. Just as his hand was about to touch the petals, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted. At the same time, he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Ruofei was so excited that he almost forgot the most important thing. As long as the tricolored flower petals touched his hand, they would be absorbed directly. There was no way to pick them directly. Xiao Ruofei frowned and thought for a while. He felt that there was no other way. He could only try to pick and preserve the petals without touching them directly. He walked to the side where there were a few boxes. They were all the miscellaneous items that he had tidied up in his old house. The rented house was too small to fit them all, so he brought them all to the Ring 2 space to preserve them. Xiao Ruofei rummaged through the boxes and found the first aid kit. He opened it and took out a pair of tweezers. After thinking for a while, he still felt uneasy. He took out some gauze and wrapped it around the tweezers a few times to prevent damaging the petals when he picked them. Then, Xiaoruofei found a small plate and walked to the nameless plant. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he held the tweezers and reached out to the tricolored flower. He used the tweezers to touch the blue petals gently. His heart could not help but beat faster. After being touched by the tweezers, the petals shook slightly, but there was no change. Xiaoruofei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He carefully used the tweezers to clamp the blue petals. With a little force, the petals fell off the corolla. Xiaoruofei put the petals on the small plate. Then, he did the same thing. He plucked the yellow and red petals and put them on the small plate. The tricolored flower petals had many magical uses. It seemed that they would grow again after 3 days. Xiaoruofei naturally, the more the better. He wanted to take this opportunity to test if new petals would grow after 3 days. After picking the petals, Xiaoruofei looked at the small plate with the 3 petals and began to worry. First of all, the petals with the petals, he could not touch his body. Was he going to wear gloves or use it to give it to his mother's mother? Moreover, Xiaoruofei could faintly feel that the petals had many magical uses. Perhaps he did not even need a whole petal to cure Huzi's mother's uremia. Moreover, the comfortable feeling that came from the soul when he absorbed the petals was too strong. All of this meant that if Xiaoruofei took out the petal, the secret might not be able to be kept. If Huzi's mother or family members let it slip, he would be in a lot of trouble. Moreover, if he rashly took a petal and gave it to her, it might disappear the moment it touched her lips. This was too shocking. Xiaoruofei thought hard for a long time. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind. He left the ring 2 space in a flash and found a 1L bottle of mineral water in his rented apartment. Ever since he got the ring 2 space, he had been using the space pool water. Therefore, he had not drunk this bottle of mineral water. Xiaoruofei opened the bottle and poured out all the mineral water. Then, with the empty bottle in his hand, he returned to the ring 2 space. He quickly walked to the pool and filled the bottle with the space pool water. Then, he used the tweezers to gently pick up a petal and carefully put it into the bottle of mineral water. Then, he looked at it expectantly. The moment the yellow petal touched the space pool water, it disappeared without a trace. The water in the bottle was still as clear as ever, as if the yellow petal had never existed. Xiaoruofei let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little nervous. He picked up the bottle and drank a mouthful. As soon as the yellow petal mixed with the space pool water entered his mouth, he immediately felt a familiar warmth. His whole body felt incomparably comfortable. However, this kind of comfort was completely incomparable to directly absorbing a petal. Basically, it would not arouse any suspicion. Xiaoruofei was completely relieved. This way, he could easily use the diluted solution of the petal to treat Huzi's mother's illness. Thinking of this, Xiaoruofei did not want to wait for a moment longer. He took the bottle of space pool water with the yellow petal mixed with the space pool water and left the ring 2 space. As for the remaining blue and red petals, he very carefully put them in a small box and stored them in the ring 2 space. Xiaoruofei returned to his room and changed his clothes for going out. This time, he did not wear the desert camouflage uniform. Instead, he took out the casual clothes he bought before joining the army from the simple wardrobe. He put them on, a pair of jeans, a thin sweater, and a jacket. Xiaoruofei did not buy casual clothes after joining the army. The style of this set of clothes was naturally a little old-fashioned. After all, it was bought many years ago. However, Xiaoruofei's entire temperament changed after absorbing the 3-colored petal. Even if he was wearing ordinary clothes, he still gave off a feeling of sunshine and freshness. When he was ready to go out, he looked at the big bottle of mineral water in his hand. He frowned slightly and thought for a moment. He found a small bottle of mineral water, washed it clean, and poured half of the petal solution into it. Then, he opened a bottle of grape juice that he bought last time but did not drink and poured it into the small bottle of mineral water. After filling it to the brim, Xiaoruofei closed the bottle cap and gently shook it to let the 2 liquids fully merge. The small bottle of mineral water turned light brown and looked somewhat similar to medicine. Then, Xiaoruofei simply found 2 bottles of Huixiang Vital Energy water and poured it into the mineral water bottle, mixing it with the solution. He opened it and took a small sip. It had a slightly sweet taste and at the same time a faint medicinal taste. Most importantly, the familiar warm current was still there, but after it was diluted, it became less obvious. Xiao Ruofei closed the bottle cap with satisfaction, then took the big bottle of mineral water into the ring 2 space again and put it away. Xiao Ruofei could not directly put things from the outside world into the ring 2 space. He had to bring the things in with him. This small bottle of grape juice and Huisheng Vital Energy water was the medicine that Xiao Ruofei prepared for Huzi's mother. After all, it looked more like medicine. The original solution was too clear, no different from water. As for the quantity, Xiao Ruofei was not worried. Even if the medicine could not completely cure Huzi's mother's uremia, it could at least greatly alleviate it. At worst, he could deliver the medicine a few more times. Huzi's family lived in Chongping County, on the outskirts of Xianxia City. After going out, Xiao Ruofei went straight to the South Bus Station. There was a bus from Sanchon to Chongping every half an hour. Xiao Ruofei quickly bought a ticket for the earliest bus to Chongping, which would depart in about 20 minutes. Xiao Ruofei left the ticketing window and was about to enter the station to wait for the bus. At this moment, there was a sudden uproar and screams at the door. Xiao Ruofei turned his head and saw an old man lying on the ground in the distance. Soon, some people surrounded him and pointed at him. Some people even took out their phones to take pictures, but no one went forward. Xiao Ruofei hurried over. At this time, the old man was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. Xiao Ruofei squeezed his way through the crowd. Some people even shouted discontentedly, "Why are you squeezing?" Xiao Ruofei had no time to argue with them. He saw an old man in his 70s or 80s with a head full of silver hair lying on the ground in pain. It must be a sudden illness. Xiao Ruofei didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly went forward to check on him. At this moment, the onlookers tried to persuade him. "Sigh. Young man, don't go over. Be careful of being blackmailed." "Yes. This old man looks like he's seriously ill. Don't look for trouble. Don't go over, I've already called 120. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. However, Xiao Ruofei had been trained and educated by the military for many years, so he couldn't just watch the old man lying on the ground all alone without doing anything. His conscience couldn't bear it. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all. He quickly walked 2 steps forward and squatted down in front of the old man. He saw that the old man's eyes were tightly shut, and there was a painful expression on his face. His face was very pale, and his lips were slightly purple. Xiao Ruofei gently stretched out his finger to feel the old man's breathing. It was already very weak, and he could clearly feel that the old man's skin was cold. Acute myocardial infarction, these words surfaced in Xiao Ruofei's mind. He had also received first-aid training in the army. Although he was not as good as a professional doctor, he still had general judgment. Xiao Ruofei's first reaction was to quickly search the old man's body. Under normal circumstances, cardiac patients would carry nitroglycerin and other drugs with them, but Xiao Ruofei did not find any. Xiao Ruofei thought that perhaps the old man did not have a history of heart disease. This time, it was a completely sudden illness. Naturally, it was impossible for him to carry heart disease medicine with him. He shouted without turning his head, "Can someone please call 120? Young man, someone has already called 120. Get up quickly. Don't get into trouble that you can't get rid of." Someone reminded. When Xiao Ruofei heard that someone had already called 120, he ignored the person's reminder and directly moved the old man, who was originally lying on his side, to a flat position. He raised the old man's feet slightly and placed his military satchel under his feet. Then, he quickly checked the old man's pulse and found that it was very weak. The old man's condition was getting worse and worse. Xiao Ruofei knew that the old man would die in a few minutes. There was no way he could wait for the ambulance to arrive. He could not help but become anxious. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's gaze inadvertently fell on the military satchel under the old man's feet. He suddenly had an idea. He quickly took the satchel and quickly took out the bottle of grape juice from it. Then, he forced the old man's mouth open and poured a few mouthfuls of the grape juice into his mouth. After Xiao Ruofei put away the bottle of medicine, he nervously paid attention to the old man's condition. Although the petal had been confirmed to be effective for his Lou Gehrig's disease, it was a diluted solution after all. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was not sure if it would be effective for such a serious myocardial infarction. Fortunately, the solution of the petal did not disappoint Xiao Ruofei. Not long after the old man drank it, his breathing began to become stable and strong. His face slowly regained its color. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. The onlookers could also see that after Xiao Ruofei fed the old man the unknown liquid, the old man's condition was rapidly improving. They could not help but click their tongues in wonder. The old man had not woken up yet. Xiao Ruofei did not dare to leave. He just squatted by the old man's side and paid attention to the old man's condition. After about 5 minutes, the old man's breathing had completely stabilized and his complexion had returned to normal. He frowned slightly at first, then slowly opened his eyes. He's awake, he's awake. This young man is too amazing. Yeah. Just now, I thought that the old man was going to die. The onlookers discussed animatedly. What? What happened to me? The old man asked weakly. Xiao Ruofei said, Old man, you just fainted. Sir, you just fainted. It might be an acute myocardial infarction. How are you feeling now? My chest is still a little stuffy. But it's much better. The old man said. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, That's good. Lie on the ground and don't move. Someone has already called 120. The ambulance will be here soon. You'd better go to the hospital for a thorough examination and treatment. Xiao Ruofei had only fed the old man 2 or 3 mouthfuls of the diluted petal solution. He was worried that if the petal solution was too effective, the old man would directly recover to normal or even jump around. That would really be shocking. Now it seemed that he was right to be careful. Not only would the old man's life not be in danger, but he would also not expose his own secret. Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, Old man, you're fine. I still have to drive, so I'll take my leave first. You must go to the hospital for a thorough examination later. By the way, it's best to inform your children immediately. After that, Xiao Ruofei prepared to return to the station. At this moment, the old man hugged Xiao Ruofei's leg. The onlookers immediately discussed animatedly when they saw this. See? He's blackmailed. I just advised him not to go. Don't go. This young man is still too young and has no social experience. Xiao Ruofei was a little stunned. He thought to himself, did I really meet a blackmailer? That old man doesn't look like that kind of person. The old man seemed to have heard the discussion next to him. He quickly let go of his hand and said, Young man, don't misunderstand. I'm not blackmailing you. I know you saved my life just now. I just want you to leave me your contact information so that I can thank you later. Xiao Ruofei relaxed and said with a smile, Old man, don't thank me. Old man, there's no need to thank me. We've only met by chance, and it's just a small matter. It's good that you're fine. I'm really going to miss the train. Goodbye. Young man, then take my business card. You must contact me later. The old man laboriously took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Ruofei with trembling hands. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. He reached out to take the business card and put it directly in his pocket. Then, he said goodbye to the old man and quickly left the scene. He walked into the waiting room of the South Passenger Terminal. When he entered the door, he heard the siren of an ambulance in the distance behind him. Xiao Ruofei knew that the ambulance had arrived. He was completely relieved. The car quickly drove out of the South Bus Terminal and stopped for a while on the congested roads in the city. About half an hour later, they got on the highway around the city and sped up. Xiao Ruofei had been sitting in his seat with his eyes closed, but his mood was somewhat agitated. The flower petal solution had a miraculous effect on such a serious acute myocardial infarction, which made Xiao Ruofei more confident in curing Huzi's mother's uremia. He opened his eyes and took out the business card from his jacket pocket. It read Professor Tian Ruan of Sanchon University's School of Life Science and Engineering, along with his office phone, personal mobile phone, and email. Unexpectedly, the old man he had saved was a university professor. Xiaoruofei was also slightly surprised. However, this matter was just a small episode for Xiaoruofei. The reason he accepted the business card was to get away as soon as possible, so as not to miss the bus. He had no intention of repaying the favor. In the future, it would be impossible for him to contact Professor Tian. Just as Xiaoruofei's minibus was driving toward Chongping County, a group of people in white coats were waiting at the entrance of Sanshan People's Hospital. The medical staff entering and leaving were obviously a little restrained. Obviously, this group of people in white coats were the hospital's leaders. A black Audi A6 drove over at a very fast speed and stopped in front of the hospital's outpatient building. The door on the co-driver's side was quickly opened, and a woman in her early 30s wearing a beige professional suit quickly got off. However, before she could go to the back seat, the door of the back seat was directly opened, and a woman in a black business suit anxiously got off the car. The woman was about 45 or 46 years old, with delicate light makeup on her face. Her figure was well maintained, and she looked a little plump, but not fat. She was quite charming. She got off the car and stood there, naturally exuding a kind of aura. This kind of aura must have been accumulated over a long period of time, and it was impossible for ordinary people to have it. When the hospital leaders who were waiting in front of the outpatient building saw the Audi A6, they quickly walked up to her. However, they did not expect that the lady would push the door open and get out of the car without waiting for the secretary to open the door. Therefore, the leaders had to quicken their pace and jog directly to the lady. One of them, who was wearing a white coat and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, was half a step ahead of the other hospital leaders. He came to the front of the lady and said with a hint of respect, "Mayor Tian." Anyone who paid attention to local news would be able to recognize that the man in a black business suit was the mayor of Sanshan City, Tian Huilan. This was a political star. In a patriarchal society, female officials, especially female high-ranking officials, were rare. Mayor Tian, who was in his 40s, had already risen to a director-level leadership position. Moreover, he was the mayor of the provincial capital, Sanshan City. This was even more eye-catching. She had been in office for 5 to 6 years now, and in these 5 to 6 years, Sanshan City had made great strides in development, and her achievements were innumerable. This year was the election year, and it was rumored that Mayor Tian was likely to go one step further and replace Secretary Du, who was about to retire, as the mayor of Sanshan City. It was important to know that the secretary of the provincial capital was concurrently held by the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee. In other words, this female mayor was very likely to soon become a vice-ministerial senior official, and a member of the Standing Committee of the Provincial Party Committee with great power. It was no wonder that the leaders of the Municipal People's Hospital turned out in full force and all of them came to the door to welcome such a big shot. Tian Huilan's face was full of anxiety. He did not have time to exchange greetings with the hospital leaders, and directly asked, "Dean He, how is my father?" "Mayor Tian, after receiving your call, I immediately went to understand the situation. Professor Tian was indeed admitted by our hospital." Dean He hurriedly reported, "The preliminary diagnosis is acute myocardial infarction, but don't worry, the situation is not very serious, and his life should not be in danger." When Tian Huilan heard this, he was slightly relieved. Then, he frowned and said, "My father's heart has always been pretty good. How could he suddenly have a myocardial infarction?" Dean He hurriedly explained, "Mayor Tian, the initial symptoms of some cardiovascular diseases may not be very obvious, and the patients themselves may not be aware of it. Even routine physical examinations may not be able to detect it. Moreover, Professor Tian is so old, so it's normal for his body to have some small problems with his organs." Tian Huilan nodded and said, "Dean He, where is my father now? I have arranged for Director Chen from the Department of Cardiovascular Medicine to follow up personally. He should be conducting a comprehensive examination now. I'll take you there now." Dean He said. Tian Huilan nodded, looked at the hospital leaders around him, and said, Dean He will accompany me. Dean He can accompany me. Comrades, you can all go back to work." Originally, the appearance of the hospital leaders together was to show the importance of the leaders. But now that the old man was suddenly hospitalized, it was naturally impossible for them to be surrounded and give instructions like usual. So, the hospital leaders immediately took their leave. Ding He accompanied Tian Huilan and his secretary, Wu Liqian, to walk quickly to the elevator. In the elevator, Ding He received a phone call. After a few hurried words, he immediately hung up. Then, he said to Tian Huilan, Dean Tian, Professor Tian has finished the examination. We have arranged for the senior official's ward. Then let's go directly to the ward and wait. Tian Huilan said immediately. Okay. Dean He said as he pressed the floor button. The group quickly arrived at the senior official's ward arranged by the hospital. This was the ward with the best conditions in the city's people's hospital. Not only did it have a small reception room, but it also had a study room, a guest room, and a small kitchen. All kinds of facilities were quite complete. Tian Huilan and the group waited in the ward for a while, then they heard Professor Tian's voice from the corridor, since there's no big problem with my body, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I want to go back directly. Professor Tian, acute myocardial infarction is not a joke. You have to stay in the hospital for observation, a calm voice said. Tian Huilan quickly opened the door of the ward and walked out. As soon as she walked out, she saw her father sitting in a wheelchair with a helpless face. A young and beautiful female nurse was pushing the wheelchair, and a middle-aged doctor in a white coat was walking and explaining to him. This old man was Professor Tian, whom Xiao Ruofei had saved at the South bus station. Xiao Ruofei would never have thought that the old man he had saved by chance turned out to be the father of a dazzling female politician in Xianxia City. Professor Tian's silver-white hair was a little messy, and there was a piece of gauze on his forehead. When he fainted, he hit his forehead on the ground, and his whole person looked a lot older. Tears welled up in Tian Huilan's eyes. She quickly stepped forward and asked in a choked voice, "What's wrong?" When Professor Tian saw Tian Huilan, his face showed a trace of displeasure. He said, "Huilan, tell them that there's nothing wrong with my body. Let me leave the hospital immediately." Tian Huilan said reluctantly, "Dad. Heart problems can't be underestimated. Let's listen to the doctor." After saying that, Tian Huilan winked at Dean He. Dean He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "That's right. Professor Tian, acute myocardial infarction isn't an ordinary illness. Although there's nothing wrong with your body, it's better to stay in the hospital for observation for a day or two. If there's any change in your condition, we can deal with it in time," the middle-aged doctor who had been accompanying Professor Tian said. "Professor Tian, from the results of the examination, although there's nothing too serious, we still need to organize an expert consultation. If you leave the hospital rashly, there may be unpredictable dangers." Professor Tian shook his head helplessly and said, "I know my own body best. Forget it. I'll stay in the hospital then." Professor Tian also knew that with his daughter's status, the hospital would never let him leave the hospital so hastily. If there was a problem, they couldn't bear the responsibility. He was already mentally prepared when he notified Tian Huilan. If it weren't for the fact that Tian Huilan had something else to do, Professor Tian definitely wouldn't have disturbed his daughter. Tian Huilan was slightly relieved when she saw that her father's tone had softened. When she was about to ask about her father's condition in detail, Professor Tian opened his mouth again. "Huilan, come with me. I have something to talk to you about." "Oh. Okay." Tian Huilan took over the nurse's job and personally pushed the wheelchair into the ward. Dean He and the others naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to follow them in. They all stood at the door and waited. Tian Huilan closed the door of the ward, turned around, and said, "Dad, why did you go out alone again? Didn't I ask Shen to follow you?" Fortunately, there weren't any serious consequences this time, otherwise. Professor Tian waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Huilan, I asked you to come over because I have something for you to do." "Please go ahead," Tian Huilan said hurriedly, and pretended to listen attentively. Tian Huilan knew that his father had always kept a low profile. Other than some of his old colleagues at the university, very few people knew that he was Mayor Tian's father. If he hadn't taken the initiative to call him this time, the doctors at the People's Hospital wouldn't have recognized him. Therefore, there must be something very important for his father to do this. Professor Tian said. It's all thanks to a young man that I was able to survive this time. If he hadn't given me first aid, I'm afraid I wouldn't have lasted until the ambulance arrived." Then, Professor Tian recounted what had happened today. Upon hearing this, Tian Huilan's expression changed greatly. She hadn't expected her father's illness to be so dangerous this time. Now, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. "Then we should really thank them," Tian Huilan said. Professor Tian nodded and continued. "That's what I'm talking about, but the scene was very chaotic, and the young man didn't want to leave his contact information. Although I gave him my business card, I'm afraid that he might not take the initiative to contact me. So, you should immediately arrange for someone to check the young man's identity. We should thank him properly later." Tian Huilan immediately said seriously. "I understand. I'll arrange this matter immediately." There were many surveillance cameras at the scene of the incident, and Xia Ruofei had bought a bus ticket at the window. With Tian Huilan's status, it was naturally easy to find out his identity. "Dad, if there's nothing else, you should rest well here. Please don't mention anything about leaving the hospital," Tian Huilan continued. When she heard Professor Tian say that his illness was so serious, her heart was already pounding with fear. She was even more determined to let Professor Tian stay in the hospital. Tian Huilan helped Professor Tian lie down on the hospital bed. After covering him with a quilt, she quietly left the ward. At the door, Director He and Director Chen of the cardiology department were still waiting. When they saw Tian Huilan come out, they quickly got up and greeted him. Tian Huilan waved her hand at them, then said to her secretary, "Don't worry. Xiao Wu, come here for a moment." The female secretary, Wu Liqing, quickly walked to Tian Huilan's side and asked respectfully, "Mayor Tian, what can I do for you?" Tian Huilan whispered to Xiao Wu what Professor Tian had asked him to do, and then said, "You don't have to worry about me. You'll be in charge of this matter now. I want to see the results before I get off work in the afternoon." "Yes," Wu Liqing said and hurriedly left the hospital. After Tian Huilan arranged the matters that Professor Tian had asked him to do, he walked to Director He and Director Chen and asked, "Please tell me about my father's illness." Dean He and Director Chen both revealed a strange expression, but they quickly came back to their senses and Director Chen hurriedly said, "That's right." Director Chen quickly said, "Mayor Tian, let's talk in my office." The reason why the two of them had a strange expression was because they had just talked about Professor Tian's illness. Just now, after Tian Huilan and Professor Tian entered the ward, Director He pulled Director Chen aside to understand the situation. Director Chen was originally confused by Professor Tian's illness, but since Tian Huilan and Professor Tian were present, he couldn't say anything. When Director He asked, he naturally spilled the beans out of a bamboo tube. It turned out that Professor Tian's examination results showed that there was no problem with his heart, and all the indicators were quite good for Professor Tian's age. There were no signs of myocardial infarction at all. However, the diagnosis of the visiting doctor was acute myocardial infarction. When the ambulance arrived at the scene, although the situation wasn't very critical, the symptoms were very obvious. These were all reflected in the visiting doctor's report, so there was no doubt that it was an acute myocardial infarction. It was also because of these two contradictory results that Director Chen was puzzled. It was impossible for the visiting doctor to make such a low-level mistake, and the results of this examination were right there. There was really no way to explain it. In fact, Director Chen didn't know that the petal solution that Xia Ruofei fed Professor Tian had miraculous effects on all kinds of diseases. However, he was afraid of shocking the world, so he used a little bit of it. Otherwise, Professor Tian would have been fine. It was also because of this that when the ambulance arrived at the scene, Professor Tian still had some symptoms of myocardial infarction. However, when the ambulance arrived at the hospital, the petal solution had completely taken effect. Professor Tian's heart disease had been completely cured. Director He and Director Chen also looked at each other for a long time, but they couldn't come to a conclusion. They couldn't tell Mayor Tian that there was nothing wrong with his father and that his heart was healthier than the average person's, right? He clearly fainted and was sent to the hospital. Could it be that he was pretending to be sick? If they came to this conclusion again and if there were any problems in the future, who could bear the responsibility? He was Mayor Tian's father, therefore, when they came to Director Chen's office, they could only vaguely report to Tian Huilan that from the examination results, the problem wasn't very serious. They suggested that he stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation, and at the same time, prescribe some medicine to recuperate. When Director He and Director Chen reported, it was inevitable that they mixed in some professional terms, so Tian Huilan didn't quite understand. However, she just needed to know that her father's life wasn't in danger. After listening to the report, Tian Huilan was even more grateful to the young man who had lent her father a helping hand. In her opinion, the young man must have brought first-aid medicine for heart disease with him, which saved her father's life in time. After listening to the report, Tian Huilan, who was busy with work, expressed her gratitude to Director He and Director Chen. Then, she returned to the ward and talked to her father for a while. She reminded him to follow the doctor's advice and stay in the hospital for a few days. Then, she left the hospital and returned to the city hall. Chongping County was located in the east of Sanshan City, bordering the East Sea. Sanshan City's only international airport was located on the coast of Chongping County. As a result, its economic development was above average among the 5 districts and 8 counties of Sanshan City. Huzi's family lived in Linhai Town's Xiaoyu village. This fishing village was about 20 kilometers away from Chongping County. Xiao Ruofei walked out of the station and rented a taxi for 200 RMB. He headed straight to Xiaoyu village. Xiao Ruofei had a good understanding of Huzi's family situation. Huzi's father was a traditional fisherman. 10 years ago, when he went out to sea, he encountered a typhoon and never returned. Afterwards, the family relied on Huzi's mother to repair fishing nets and do odd jobs to support the family. Later on, Huzi's death made the family even worse. As a result, Xiao Ruofei felt extremely guilty. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the village. After Xiao Ruofei paid the fare, he got off the taxi and walked towards Huzi's house on the east side of the village. Xiao Ruofei carried a black military satchel and a large plastic bag in his hand. After all, he was here to visit an elder. It wasn't good to go empty-handed. As a result, Xiao Ruofei packed a large bag of vegetables from Ring to Space before he left. In this small village near the sea, there was a fishy smell in the air. Xiao Ruofei thought about how he would soon be able to cure Huzi's mother of her illness. He was excited and expectant. His footsteps couldn't help but quicken. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in front of him. A young girl's voice said, "Zhongchang. What do you want? Get out of my way." Xiao Ruofei furrowed her brows and looked up. He saw a girl carrying water not far away. In front of her were 3 youths blocking her path. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old. She wore a plain white t-shirt and a pair of blue jeans that were washed until they were discolored. However, ordinary clothes still couldn't hide her natural beauty. Her curvy figure was still full of temptation even if she wore the cheapest t-shirt. Her face was also very delicate, and under her light eyebrows was a pair of big watery eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Her light pink cherry lips were gently pursed. Because she was carrying water, her face was flushed, and there were beads of sweat on her forehead, giving people a feeling of pity for her. The leader of the 3, a young man with a tuft of green hair, said with a mischievous smile, "Xiaoer, don't be so fierce. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to invite you to the county to have some fun." The girl called Xiaoer coldly said, "Not interested. Get out of my way." Zhongchang was rebuffed, but he wasn't angry at all. "Then let's go for a spin by the beach. I just bought a new car. Do you want to try it?" "I already said I'm not interested. If you don't get out of the way, I'm going to shout for help." Xiaoer gritted her teeth and said coldly, "Call for help? Lin Xiao, you're too naive. Who in Xiaoyu village dares to interfere with Brother Chang's business?" One of Zhong Chang's followers sneered. Another follower also chimed in, "Lin Xiao, it's your good fortune that Brother Chang has taken a liking to you. Don't be so shameless. Oh right, I heard that your mother is seriously ill. If you're with our Brother Chang, maybe Brother Chang will be happy and help your mother get treated." Zhong Chang smiled and nodded, "That's for sure. Xiaoer, as long as you agree to be my girlfriend, I'll pay for your mother's treatment." After saying that, Zhong Chang took a step forward and was about to pull Lin Xiao's hand. Lin Xiao was so scared that her face turned pale. Just as Zhong Chang's hand was about to touch Lin Xiao, a large hand tightly grabbed Zhong Chang's wrist like an iron hoop. Zhong Chang immediately cried out in pain. The person who came was Xiao Ruofei. In fact, when Xiao Ruofei heard the follower call out Lin Xiao's name, his face instantly turned cold and he strode over. Because Huzi's original name was Lin Xiao, and he had a younger sister at home, whose name was Lin Xiao. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei knew that in the entire Xiaoyu village, only Huzi's family didn't have running water because they were in dire financial straits. This girl's name was Lin Xiao, and she was fetching water. Her identity was self-evident. Who the hell are you? Let go. It hurts. Zhong Chang grimaced in pain. Xiao Ruofei snorted coldly and let go of his hand. At the same time, he gently pushed Zhong Chang forward, and Zhong Chang immediately sat on the ground. Zhong Chang stood up and glared fiercely at Xiao Ruofei, gritting his teeth. Outsider, how dare you be so arrogant in our Xiaoyu village? A cold smile hung on Xiao Ruofei's face, and he said indifferently, disappear while I'm still in a good mood. Xiao Ruofei used a lot of strength just now, which made Zhong Chang a little apprehensive, but this sentence immediately angered him. Zhong Chang thought that this was the Xiaoyu village, and he had 3 people on his side. What was there to be afraid of? Zhong Chang spat at the emboldened Zhong Chang and shouted, F***CK. He really thinks he's a big shot. Xiao Hui, De Mao, beat him up for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them aggressively rushed towards Xiao Ruofei. Lin Xiao couldn't help but scream. She was very worried for this righteous young man. However, her scream came to an abrupt stop. Her mouth was still wide open, but she didn't realize it herself. Because almost in an instant, Lin Xiao only felt her vision blur. She didn't see Xiao Ruofei's movements clearly at all. Then, she saw Zhong Chang and the other 2 fly 4 or 5 meters away and fall heavily on the ground, wailing non-stop. Obviously, the 3 of them were seriously injured. The corners of Xiao Ruofei's mouth curled up slightly, and he said in his heart, their strength and speed are much better than before. Those paddles are really good stuff. He gently patted the non-existent dust on his hands as if he had done something very inconspicuous. He walked to Lin Xiao, and a trace of concern flashed in his eyes. He asked, are you okay? Lin Xiao came back to her senses and quickly said, I'm fine, I'm fine. Thank you, Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, if you're fine, then go. I'll send you back. After that, without asking for Lin Xiao's permission, he stuffed the plastic bag of super vegetables in his hand into Lin Xiao's hands. Then, he directly carried the bucket of water and strode toward Huzi's house. Lin Xiao looked at Zhong Chang and the other 2 on the ground, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and quickly followed Xiao Ruofei. Lin Xiao saw Xiao Ruofei easily carrying the bucket of water and walking straight to his house without asking her. She couldn't help but ask curiously, you? How do you know where my house is? Xiao Ruofei turned to Lin Xiao and smiled slightly. Not only do I know where your house is, but I also know that your name is Lin Xiao. You're 18 years old this year. You like to eat chocolate the most, and the celebrity you admire the most is Zhou Sai. Xiao Ruofei said a lot, and Lin Xiao was completely stunned. She stood there in a daze and thought for a long time. Suddenly, a light flashed in her mind, and she immediately revealed a joyful expression. Only then did she realize that Xiao Ruofei had already walked away with the bucket of water. Lin Xiao hurriedly chased after him and said as she trotted, Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, little girl, you're quite smart. You guessed it so quickly. Xiao Ruofei knew so much about Lin Xiao through Lin Hu. When they were in the army, Xiao Ruofei and Lin Hu were the best of brothers. Lin Hu also doted on his sister very much. The 2 often talked about her when they chatted. Lin Xiao usually went to high school in the county. The last time Xiao Ruofei came to Xiaoyu village, the 2 did not meet. As for Lin Xiao, she naturally had not seen Xiao Ruofei before. However, Huzi had sent a photo home before, and it was a photo of him and Xiao Ruofei. Although it had been a few years and Xiao Ruofei was no longer the young recruit, Lin Xiao still felt that he looked familiar. In addition, Xiao Ruofei had said so many things about her, and she heard from her mother that Xiao Ruofei came to Xiaoyu village not long ago. Therefore, Lin Xiao quickly guessed Xiao Ruofei's identity. After confirming Xiao Ruofei's identity, Lin Xiao was naturally very excited. However, she quickly realized something and hurriedly said, "That's right. Brother Ruofei. Quickly leave Xiaoyu village. This Zhongchang is a bully in the village. His father is the village director. If you beat him up, they won't let you go." Xiao Ruofei didn't take it seriously and smiled. "Let's not talk about this first. Lin Xiao, aren't you going to school in the county? It's not the weekend today, why are you at home? Also, I heard from those hooligans that your mother's illness is very serious. Didn't I already transfer 500,000 yuan to your mother's account? Why didn't you go to treat her?" Although uremia was very dangerous, if she insisted on blood and abdominal dialysis, it shouldn't worsen so quickly. Of course, if she wanted to cure it, she still needed a kidney transplant. Otherwise, it would only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Lin Xiao suddenly widened her eyes in surprise and said, "Brother Ruofei, so you were the one who transferred 500,000 yuan? I knew it." When Xiao Ruofei transferred the money, he was worried that Huzi's mother would refuse such a large sum of money. Therefore, Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao did not know who transferred the money. When Xiao Ruofei saw Lin Xiao's expression, he could not help but have a bad premonition. He could not help but ask, "What? Is she unwilling to use the money?" Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "She has not gone for dialysis. She has not gone for dialysis for a month. She has not gone for dialysis for a month. She has not gone for dialysis for a month already a month." At this point, Lin Xiao's eyes couldn't help but redden. Isn't this nonsense? How can she not go for dialysis for such a long time?" Xiao Ruofei could not help but exclaim. Then, he asked nervously, "How is Auntie now?" "Not very good." Lin Xiao's eyes were filled with tears as she sobbed, "She has been bedridden for a week. Brother Ruofei, if this continues, I'm afraid my mother won't be able to hold on much longer." Xiao Ruofei quickly comforted her, "It's okay. Lin Xiao, with me here, Auntie will be fine." After hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, the helpless Lin Xiao suddenly felt like she had found someone to rely on. Her anxious mood slowly calmed down. At this moment, Lin Xiao remembered Zhongchang's matter and quickly said, "Brother Ruofei, Zhongchang will definitely take revenge on you. You should leave first. We'll talk about my mother's illness in 2 days." Xiao Ruofei said nonchalantly, "Girl, don't worry for nothing. If that Zhongchang dares to come again, I don't mind letting him have a taste of my fist again." Lin Xiao had seen Xiao Ruofei's heroic performance with her own eyes, so she felt more at ease after hearing his words. However, she was still worried. After all, this was a society governed by law. Many things could not be solved by strength alone. Zhongchang was not only the son of the village director, but he also had an uncle who was an officer in the town's police station. In Lin Xiao's opinion, this was a powerful background. How could a commoner afford to offend someone like that? She looked at Xiao Ruofei worriedly. Seeing that he still did not care, she did not dare to persuade him anymore. She obediently followed behind Xiao Ruofei and walked towards her house. Soon, the two of them arrived at the adobe house on the east side of the village. This was Huzi's house. This kind of adobe house was basically extinct in the economically developed coastal areas. There was only one such house in Xiaoyu village. The mottled walls, broken roof, and dilapidated courtyard all showed that this family was in dire straits. Xiao Ruofei held the shoulder pole with one hand and pushed open the courtyard door that was about to fall off with the other. He walked straight into the courtyard that was overgrown with weeds. He came to the door of the simple kitchen on the right side of the adobe house and poured the 2 buckets of water into the water tank under the eaves. Then, he walked into the adobe house with Lin Xiao. The house was filled with junk and it was very dark. However, Xiao Ruofei's vision seemed to have improved after absorbing the tricolored petals. He did not feel uncomfortable coming in from the bright outside. There was an old wooden bed inside the house. Huzi's mother was half lying on the bed with 2 pillows under her body. Xiao Ruofei immediately saw that Huzi's mother's face was very pale. Her edema was very serious, and she looked like she was on the verge of death. When she heard footsteps, Huzi's mother thought that her daughter had returned. She groaned softly and said weakly, "Xiaoer, you're back?" Xiao Ruofei hurried forward and squatted in front of the bed. "Auntie, it's me." Huzi's mother struggled to open her eyes. When she saw Xiao Ruofei, she forced a smile and said, "It's Ruofei, you're here, quick, quick, sit down." When Xiao Ruofei saw Huzi's mother in such a state, he almost burst into tears. He could not help but ask, "Auntie, I transferred some money to you. Why didn't you go for dialysis?" When Huzi's mother heard this, she struggled to sit up. She gasped and said, So you were the one who transferred the money, child, where did you get so much money?" "Auntie, don't ask me where I got the money. You're so sick, why didn't you take the money to see a doctor first?" Xiao Ruofei said sadly. At the same time, he felt even more guilty. If he had known this would happen, he would have come back after transferring the money. No matter how much Huzi's mother refused, even if he had to carry her to the hospital, her illness would not have been delayed to such an extent. "Child, you just left the army, where did you get so much money? Don't tell me you." Huzi's mother was obviously worried that Xiao Ruofei would not take the right path and asked anxiously. "Auntie, I sold my house a few days ago. Together with my retirement fund, I only managed to scrape together 500,000 yuan. There's no problem with the money." Xiao Ruofei quickly explained. "Ah? Sold your house?" Huzi's mother said anxiously, "How can you do that? Ruofei, why are you so impulsive?" When Xiao Ruofei saw that Huzi's mother was struggling to speak, he quickly said, "Auntie, let's not talk about this first. I heard of a folk prescription a few days ago. It said that it's very effective for uremia, so I made some medicine and brought it over. Take the medicine first." Lin Xiao came over with a glass of water for Xiao Ruofei. When she saw Xiao Ruofei take out a bottle of mineral water, she couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "Big bro Ruofei, is this Chinese medicine?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Something like that." "Xiaoer, go get a glass, quick." Lin Xiao hurriedly went to find a small glass, the kind used for drinking beer. She washed the glass and boiled it again before passing it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei twisted open the bottle cap and poured out a glass of diluted flower petal solution. He said to Huzi's mother, "Auntie, drink the medicine quickly." Huzi's mother didn't have much hope in her heart. She knew very well that if she didn't get a kidney transplant, her illness would get worse day by day. There was no way any folk medicine could cure her. However, Xiao Ruofei came all the way here to deliver the medicine, so she didn't want to reject his kindness. Therefore, she nodded with difficulty and said weakly, "Thank you. Ruofei, you're so considerate." "Auntie, Huzi and I are friends who have gone through life and death together. Don't be so polite. Drink the medicine quickly," Xiao Ruofei said. Then, he went forward and supported Huzi's mother's back with one hand. He held the glass with the other hand and carefully fed a glass of flower petal solution to Huzi's mother. After feeding Huzi's mother 3 glasses of flower petal solution, Xiao Ruofei felt a little more at ease. He stared at Huzi's mother without blinking. Lin Xiao, who was standing at the side, found it funny and said, "Big bro Ruofei. My mother just drank the medicine. Even if it's the right medicine, it can't take effect so quickly." Xiao Ruofei smiled and didn't refute Lin Xiao's words. However, Huzi's mother revealed a strange expression and said, "Xiaoer, this medicine seems to be effective. I feel much better than before." "Ah? It can't be. Is it really effective so quickly?" Lin Xiao's eyes widened in shock. While Lin Xiao was making a fuss over nothing, Xiao Ruofei had already carefully observed the situation of Huzi's mother. He discovered that after drinking the petal solution, her complexion had visibly begun to regain some color, and the edema was also slowly subsiding. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ruofei's heart was finally at ease. "Ruofei, Xiaoer, I feel like my stomach is warm. I feel like I have more strength now. I don't feel so uncomfortable anymore," Huzi's mother said. She spoke with a lot more vigor. Lin Xiao also noticed that his mother's complexion was starting to turn rosy. She was obviously more energetic. She was surprised at first, but then her face turned pale and her eyes turned red. She pulled Xiao Ruofei's sleeve, indicating for him to go out and talk. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei did not respond, she pulled Xiao Ruofei's hand and walked out. Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to observe the situation of Huzi's mother, but he did not expect Lin Xiao to pull him out. He could only follow them out of the room in confusion. Once out of the door, Xiao Ruofei saw that Lin Xiao's eyes were red and tears were about to burst out. He quickly asked, "Xiao, what's wrong?" "Brother Ruofei. My mother's condition doesn't seem right." Lin Xiao choked and said, She can't be, what is it?" Xiao Ruofei asked, puzzled. "I think she's fine. The medicine's effect is obvious." Lin Xiao said anxiously, "It's not that. I heard people say that patients will suddenly become energetic before they die. Then?" Xiao Ruofei could not help but laugh. "Are you talking about the final radiance of the setting sun?" Lin Xiao's face turned even paler. She said with a sobbing tone, "Even you think so?" Xiao Ruofei could not help but pat Lin Xiao's head gently and said, "Girl, what are you thinking about all day? Even the final radiance of the setting sun. Auntie is clearly fine, don't curse her." "It's really not the final radiance of the setting sun?" Lin Xiao's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. "If I say it's not, then it's not. Don't you trust Brother Ruofei?" Xiao Ruofei said, "Please have some faith in the medicine I brought." At this time, Huzi's mother's voice came from the room. "Xiao, what are you whispering to your brother Ruofei? Come in and get me a glass of water." Lin Xiao heard that her mother's voice was full of energy, and Xiao Ruofei had already assured her. Only then did she stop crying and smile. She stuck her tongue out at Xiao Ruofei naughtily and replied loudly, "Coming." After that, she skipped into the room to get her mother a glass of water. Xiao Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao's youthful figure and could not help but laugh. When he returned to the room, he saw Huzi's mother sitting by the bed. She was holding a glass of water and gulping it down. When she saw Xiao Ruofei come in, she handed the glass of water to Lin Xiao and asked, "Ruofei, what kind of medicine did you bring? It's so effective." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie, it's a good thing that it's effective. I'll give you more after you finish this bottle of medicine. Drink 3 glasses a day, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 in the evening. It won't be long before your illness is completely cured." In the past, Huzi's mother did not even dare to think about curing her illness without a kidney transplant. However, after drinking Xiao Ruofei's medicine, she had inexplicably gained confidence. This was because the medicine's effect was too good. Huzi's mother smiled and nodded. At this moment, Lin Xiao finally believed that her mother was not experiencing terminal lucidity, but that her condition had greatly improved after taking Xiao Ruofei's medicine. Her beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Xiao Ruofei. Then, Lin Xiao remembered the incident with Zhongchang. Her expression changed slightly and said, "Brother Ruofei, there's nothing else here. You should leave quickly." When Huzi's mother heard this, she could not help but scold, "Xiao, why are you so rude? Your brother Ruofei came all the way here to give me medicine. He didn't even drink a mouthful of hot water. How can you chase him away?" Lin Xiao was so anxious that her face turned red and said, "Mother, you misunderstood. It's not that I want to chase Brother Ruofei away. It's I'm so anxious. Brother Ruofei, it'll be too late if you don't leave now." When Huzi's mother saw this, she was even more confused. Just as she was about to ask, an arrogant voice came from outside the door, "Leave? Leave where? In Xiaoyu village, no one can just walk away after hitting me. It's Zhongchang." Huzi's mother's expression changed drastically and she asked, "Ruofei, did you have a conflict with Zhongchang?" "They were pestering Xiao at the entrance of the village, so I casually taught him a lesson." Xiao Ruofei said as if nothing had happened. There was even a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he did not take Zhongchang seriously. When Huzi's mother heard this, she immediately struggled to get out of bed and said, "Ruofei, I'll go and say something to him. After all, I'm his elder." Xiao Ruofei quickly stopped Huzi's mother and said, "Auntie, you're still very weak. Auntie, your body is still very weak. You must not get out of bed." After that, Xiao Ruofei looked at Lin Xiao and said, "Xiao, take good care of Auntie." Lin Xiao nodded, then looked at the door worriedly and said, but, at this time, Zhong Chang was still shouting outside the door, "Kid, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you acting like a coward now? If you don't come out, I'll kick the door down." "Haha, don't tell me you're having a threesome with the mother and daughter. Then this kid is doomed. After being scared by Brother Chang, he probably won't be able to get it up in the future." Ha 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 ha. Zhong Chang's hooligans also wantonly ridiculed. Xiao Ruofei's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he quickly restrained it. When he looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes returned to their usual gentleness and said, "It's fine. It's just a few small fries. I'll go out and get rid of them." After that, he stepped out of the door. Xiao Ruofei opened the door and walked out of the house with a gloomy face. More than a dozen hooligan-looking young men stood in the dilapidated courtyard, each of them holding steel pipes, machetes, and other weapons. The dilapidated courtyard door had been kicked down by them, breaking into several pieces on the ground. The leader was Zhong Chang, who had taken liberties with Lin Xiao at the entrance of the village. Zhong Chang's face was swollen, and one of his eyes was bruised, adding a bit of ferocity. Seeing Xiao Ruofei come out, Zhong Chang's eyes revealed a ruthless look, and he sneered, "Kid, you've got guts. You dare to stay in Xiaoyu village after beating me up. If Grandpa doesn't teach you a lesson today, I'll be sorry." Previously, Zhong Chang and the other two were knocked down by Xiao Ruofei without any resistance at the entrance of the village, so he also knew that Xiao Ruofei's skills were good. This time, he called more than a dozen hooligans to take revenge, and each of them was armed. In Zhong Chang's view, no matter how powerful Xiao Ruofei was, he couldn't beat so many of them. Xiao Ruofei looked at these hooligans who were rubbing their hands, and then stared at Zhong Chang's eyes, and calmly asked, "What do you want to do by bringing so many people here?" Zhong Chang was slightly stunned, and then he laughed and said, "What do we want to do? Dejun, tell him what we want to do." Next to Zhong Chang, a young man wearing ripped jeans and dyed Huangmao hair immediately laughed and said, "Kid, of course we're here to mess with you. Don't tell me we're here to drink tea and chat with you?" The hooligans also roared with laughter and said, "Haha. Is there something wrong with his brain? I think he's scared silly by Brother Chang." Dejun had a proud smile on his face and said, "Kid, kneel down and apologize to Brother Chang now, and we'll be gentler when we hit you, otherwise, hee hee." Xiao Ruofei coldly looked at this group of arrogant and despotic hooligans, the corner of his mouth slightly curled, and looked at Zhong Chang and said, "So, there's nothing to talk about between us?" Xiao Ruofei's calmness and disregard made Zhong Chang a little angry. He coldly snorted and said, "Talk my ass. You're the first person who dared to hit me in Xiaoyu village. If I don't cripple you today, I'll take your surname. Also, the Lin family can't get away with it either. I'm going to tear down this shabby house later." Xiao Ruofei's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The Lin family is a family of martyrs. How dare you touch their house? Zhong Chang laughed arrogantly and said, "That's right. Martyr's family? A martyr's family was nothing. That brat Lin who has always been an eyesore to me. If he hadn't died in the army, I would have beaten him up as well." The fire in Xiao Ruofei's heart began to burn fiercely. His eyes became incomparably fierce, and his whole body suddenly emitted a cold aura. This was a murderous aura that only soldiers who had seen blood on the battlefield would have. No matter how arrogant and despotic Zhong Chang was, Xiao Ruofei didn't really get angry. After all, in his eyes, this kind of hooligan was completely unpresentable. However, Xiao Ruofei couldn't tolerate Zhong Chang's disdain when he talked about the martyr's family, especially when he insulted Huzi. The murderous intent buried deep in his heart was somewhat stirred. Zhong Chang, who was closest to Xiao Ruofei, inexplicably felt a chill on his body and involuntarily took a step back. Even he himself didn't understand why there was a chill in the bottom of his heart, as if the young man in front of him had suddenly become a killing god. Xiao Ruofei slowly clenched his fists, and his eyes turned blood red. In fact, this state was very dangerous. Xiao Ruofei and Huzi were both from the most elite special forces. They had received the most rigorous special forces training and experienced many actual combat tests. It could be said that they were the sharpest humanoid killing weapons. Even if they were unarmed, they were extremely dangerous. There were many fragile and fatal parts on the human body, and Xiao Ruofei undoubtedly knew these parts like the back of his hand. Once he lost control of his emotions, it was no exaggeration to say that these hooligans' lives would be in danger. At this time, Xiao Ruofei was on the verge of losing control of his emotions. At this moment, a crisp voice rang out. "Brother Ruofei." It turned out that Lin Xiao felt uneasy in the room, so he boldly came out to check the situation. As soon as Xiao Ruofei heard Lin Xiao's voice, the murderous intent in his heart that was about to boil suddenly subsided. Zhong Chang and the others also felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. "Xiaoer, why did you come out?" Xiao Ruofei slightly frowned and said, "There's nothing for you to do here. You go in first." "I don't want to." When Lin Xiao saw that Zhong Chang had brought so many people over, how could she still be willing to go in? She grabbed Xiao Ruofei's arm and said to Zhong Chang, "Today's matter has nothing to do with Brother Ruofei. If you have any problems, come at me." Zhong Chang was just scared by Xiao Ruofei and took a step back. In front of his underlings, he naturally felt that he had lost face. Now that he saw how close Lin Xiao and Xiao Ruofei were, his heart was filled with jealousy and hatred. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Brothers, let's go together and teach this kid how to behave." The hooligans roared in agreement. Each of them held up steel pipes and machetes. They looked at Xiao Ruofei with evil intentions and surrounded him. Lin Xiao was so scared that her face turned pale. Xiao Ruofei protected her behind him and said lightly, "Xiaoer, close your eyes." "Ah?" Lin Xiao was stunned. "Be good," Xiao Ruofei said calmly. Then Lin Xiao felt that her soft hand was grabbed by Xiao Ruofei. She couldn't help but blush and her heart beat faster. Xiao Ruofei calmly raised Lin Xiao's hand to block her eyes and said, "Stand here and don't move." Before Lin Xiao could react, she felt a gust of wind pass by. Then, she heard a scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. She couldn't help but secretly open her fingers and look out. She saw that Xiao Ruofei was like a tiger in a pack of wolves. More than a dozen hooligans with knives, steel pipes, and chains surrounded him, but they couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Every time Xiao Ruofei made a move, one or even several hooligans would be knocked down. As long as it was a hooligan who was hit by Xiao Ruofei, after falling to the ground, they would all grimace in pain and scream on the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen hooligans were all lying on the ground. Everyone was groaning in pain and couldn't get up at all. Only Zhong Chang was left standing. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. His body was trembling, and he was still holding a machete in his hand. He stood there like a clay sculpture, looking very funny. "You. What do you want to do?" Zhong Chang was so scared that he couldn't even hold the machete properly. It fell to the ground with a clang. He stepped back and shouted, trying to appear fierce. "Don't come over. My uncle is the deputy director of the police station. If you dare to touch me, I'm dead." Xiao Ruofei did not even blink and continued to walk towards Zhong Chang at a steady pace. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't do anything and just walked towards Zhong Chang step by step, Zhong Chang felt a great pressure. Until now, he felt like he was dreaming. He couldn't even believe his eyes. How could the dozen or so people he brought be defeated in less than a minute? "We all have weapons here, but this guy is barehanded. He is a devil." Zhong Chang finally couldn't bear the pressure. He screamed and turned to run out of the door. As for the dozen of his friends, he didn't have time to care about them, Xiao Ruofei snorted coldly. He ran a few steps and gave a flying kick. Zhong Chang's entire body flew up and landed on his face. His teeth knocked against the door sill. 2 of his front teeth were knocked out and he cried out in pain. Xiao Ruofei stepped forward and easily lifted Zhong Chang up with one hand. There was no emotion in his eyes as he lightly said, "What did you just say? Martyrs are nothing? You want to beat up Huzi? Big brother. I was wrong. I didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me." Zhong Chang was in pain and fear. He couldn't help but cry. His tears mixed with the blood in his mouth. He looked very embarrassed. Xiao Ruofei looked at the crying Zhong Chang with disgust. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He slapped Zhong Chang more than a dozen times in a row. Then, he let go and Zhong Chang sat on the ground. Xiao Ruofei hit Zhong Chang so hard that almost all of his teeth were knocked out. His cheeks were swollen at a speed visible to the naked eye. His whole face looked like a pig's head. It was very miserable. Take your people and disappear, Xiao Ruofei said indifferently. If this happens again, I won't let you off so easily. He and more than a dozen hooligans supported each other and disappeared from the sight of Xiao Ruofei and Lin Xiao. Brother Ruofei, you're amazing. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he looked up at Xiao Ruofei. There was undisguised adoration in her eyes. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly. They're just a few hooligans. Your brother and I have even caught vicious international drug dealers back in the day. When Xiao Ruofei said this, he suddenly paused. He and Lin Xiao both looked dejected. They naturally thought of Huzi, who had been sacrificed. Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with sadness. She gently bit her lower lip and then squeezed out a smile. Brother Ruofei, let's go in. My mom must still be worried. When the two of them returned to the room, Huzi's mother was indeed sitting by the bed anxiously. When she saw the two of them enter, she hurriedly asked, "How is it? I think I heard a fight outside. Ruofei, are you hurt?" Before Xiao Ruofei could speak, Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Mom, Brother Ruofei is amazing. You didn't see it just now, but Brother Ruofei beat up a dozen of them by himself. Everyone was knocked down in 2 or 3 moves. Zhong Chang was beaten into a pig head by Brother Ruofei. Lin Xiao had been harassed by Zhong Chang recently. Today, when she saw Xiao Ruofei beat up Zhong Chang, she felt an indescribable pleasure in her heart. When Huzi's mother heard this, her face suddenly changed and she said, "Ruofei, you beat up Zhong Chang again?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Auntie, I didn't want to beat them up. It's just that these people were so rude. They were really despicable. Plus, they were the ones who started it. What should we do?" Huzi's mother looked anxious and said, "Ruofei, hurry up and leave. Once you leave Xiaoyu village, Zhong Chang's family is very powerful. We commoners can't afford to offend them." At this time, Lin Xiao also realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Brother Ruofei, hurry up and leave. As long as you leave Xiaoyu village and Chongping County, Zhong Chang won't be able to do anything to you no matter how powerful he is." As she spoke, she pushed Xiao Ruofei out of the door. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and then frowned slightly. The beating just now was satisfying, but the after effects were not small. Of course, he couldn't just leave like this. After he left, Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao would be left alone. If Zhong Chang came for revenge, the two of them wouldn't be able to resist at all. Huzi was no longer here, and she sacrificed herself to save him. How could he just leave the mother and daughter alone? Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Auntie, Lin Xiao, how about this? The two of you come with me and stay in Sanxian City for a few days. We'll talk about the rest later." Huzi's mother said, "Ruofei, don't worry about us. Auntie has lived in this village for decades. We're all neighbors. As long as you're not here, the Zhong family can't do anything to me." Lin Xiao's expression changed slightly. She opened her mouth but didn't say anything. How could Xiao Ruofei not know that Huzi's mother was just comforting him? With Zhong Chang's personality, if he just left, the mother and daughter would definitely be in trouble. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei said, "Auntie, if you don't come with me, then I won't leave either. I'll stay here and wait. Let's see what Zhong Chang can do." You. Huzi's mother didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to be so stubborn. This child, why is he so disobedient? Xiao Ruofei acted as if she didn't have a care in the world. She found a chair and sat down. "Auntie, if we leave together. If we stay together. It's up to you." Huzi's mother was anxious. She knew that if she delayed any longer, it would be too late. Zhong Chang had been running rampant in the village all these years. She knew his methods very well. No matter how good Xiao Ruofei was, he would still be at a disadvantage if he encountered the Shengguan family. In the end, Huzi's mother had no choice but to compromise. "All right. Then we'll leave together. Ruofei, hurry up, or we'll be too late. Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, that's right. Auntie, you need to go to Sanchon City for further treatment for your illness. Let's go now. Lin Qiao also revealed an expression of relief. Clearly, she also had some misgivings about the matter of staying behind just now. You don't have to pack your things. We'll just buy new ones in Sanchon City. Xiao Ruofei said, Qiao, help Auntie over here. I'll carry her. Soon, Xiao Ruofei carried Huzi's mother out of the door. Lin Qiao followed closely behind them. As for the courtyard's door, it had already been destroyed by Zhong Chang and the others. There was nothing valuable in the house, so they didn't care about it. To return to the city, they had to go to the county road at the entrance of the village to stop a car. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei carried Huzi's mother and took Lin Qiao straight to the road outside the village. However, after the three of them arrived at the entrance of the village, they waited for more than 10 minutes, but there was no passing minibus. At that moment, Xiao Ruofei heard a siren coming from afar. Soon, a police car arrived at the entrance of the village. The leader was a police officer with 1 bar and 3 stars. The other 3 were trainee police officers with crutches. They didn't have a police badge on their chest, and the word auxiliary police was written on their armbands. Clearly, they weren't official police officers. Xiao Ruofei knew military ranks like the back of his hand, but he didn't know much about police ranks. However, he at least knew that the official police officer with 1 bar and 3 stars was the leader of this group of people. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei slightly frowned and said to the police officer, Police officer, what's the matter? The police officer's face was red, and there was a strong smell of alcohol in his mouth. He glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, We just received a report that you are suspected of assaulting someone. We are now officially summoning you. Come with us to the police station. Xiao Ruofei saw a familiar figure in the back seat of the police car from the corner of his eye. That person was staring at him with hatred. How could he not know what was going on? Before Xiao Ruofei could speak, Huzi's mother, who was on Xiao Ruofei's back, quickly said, Superintendent Li, Ruofei is young and doesn't know any better. Can you make an exception? This police officer with 1 bar and 3 stars was also from Xiaoyu village. He was Zhong Chang's uncle, Li Jingyi. He was now the deputy superintendent of Linhai Town Police Station in Chongping County. This Li Jingyi was a waste of his righteous name. He wasn't righteous at all. Over the years, he and Zhong Chang's father, who was the village director of Xiaoyu village, had colluded with each other and ran amok in the village. Therefore, Huzi's mother naturally recognized him at a glance. The appearance of the notorious Li Jingyi made Huzi's mother extremely worried. Li Jingyi snorted and said, Make an exception? Do you think the country's laws are child's play? Do you think making an exception will be fine? Over the years, Li Jingyi and the Zhong family had done who knows how many illegal things, but this didn't stop him from speaking with his nose in the air. Lin Qiao plucked up her courage and said, It was Zhong Chang who brought people to beat up Brother Ruofei. Brother Ruofei was just defending himself. Li Jingyi glared at him and said sternly, Little girl, be careful with your words. Are you doubting me? Are you a police officer or am I a police officer? Do we need you to teach us how to handle cases? Lin Qiao gently bit her lower lip. She still wanted to defend Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand to stop her, then said to Li Jingyi, Officer, I can follow you to the police station. However, what happened today has nothing to do with them. Can you let them leave? Xiao Ruofei was not worried that he would be at a disadvantage when he arrived at the police station. The local government would have a record of these retired members of the special forces. Even if the law enforcement agencies wanted to take coercive measures against them, there would be a special organization to carefully investigate and coordinate with them. Like today's situation, even if Li Jingyi wanted to report Xiao Ruofei for public security detention, it would immediately be stopped in the internal system. Moreover, someone would immediately come to the Linhai police station to deal with it and investigate. The reason was simple. People like Xiao Ruofei were all dangerous human weapons. Once they were treated unfairly and attacked people, it would cause great harm to society. Therefore, the government and military were very cautious in this regard. Of course, if it was really a retired member of the special forces who broke the law, then it would still be dealt with according to the law. However, the security and supervision level would be raised to a very high level. Xiao Ruofei's only worry was Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao. He already knew that Superintendent Li and Zhong Chang were in cahoots. Moreover, Zhong Chang had been coveting Lin Xiao for a long time. Once Lin Xiao was also sent to the police station, how could Zhong Chang not take advantage of the situation? Moreover, Huzi's mother had not recovered yet. She would not be able to withstand this kind of torture and shock. It's not up to you to say whether it's related or not. Li Jingyi snorted coldly. The fight happened in the Lin family. The two of them can't be separated from this matter. The three of you have to come with me to the police station. Xiao Ruofei narrowed his eyes. He looked at Li Jingyi and asked faintly, Superintendent Li, are you sure you want to do this? The moment he was stared at by Xiao Ruofei, Li Jingyi felt an inexplicable palpitation. It was as if a ferocious cheetah had locked onto its target. He couldn't help but lower his eyes to avoid Xiao Ruofei's gaze. Then he immediately raised his head again. As if he was angry at his cowardice, or perhaps he was trying to boost his courage, he said fiercely, that's right. The three of you have to go to the police station. What? You want to use violence to resist the law? Xiao Ruofei held back his anger and said, Auntie and Lin Xiao are the family of a martyr. Moreover, I was the one who hit them. Why do you have to make things difficult for the two of them? Li Jingyi sneered, the family of a martyr? How much is a martyr's family worth? There's no one in Linhai that I can't arrest. If you continue to be long-winded, it'll be considered resisting the law. At that time, you'll be even more guilty. Xiao Ruofei clenched his fists until they made cracking sounds. His eyes were spitting out flames of anger as he stared fiercely at the proud Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi was so scared that he took a step back. He grabbed the gun and said, What do you want to do? Before he came, he had heard from Zhong Chang about Xiao Ruofei's terrifying skills. Therefore, when he saw the situation, it was as if he was facing a great enemy. Huzi's mother hurriedly pulled on Xiao Ruofei's clothes and said, Ruofei, calm down. Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath and said, Auntie, I'm fine. Xiao Ruofei forced himself to calm down. Then he looked at Li Jingyi without any emotions and said, Okay, we'll go with you to the police station. I hope you won't regret your decision today. Li Jingyi sneered, Stop talking nonsense. Get in the car. After he finished speaking, he gave a look to an auxiliary police officer who immediately came forward with handcuffs. Xiao Ruofei didn't resist. He just let the auxiliary police handcuff him with a sneer on his face. As for Lin Xiao and Huzi's mother, they weren't handcuffed. In Li Jingyi's eyes, only Xiao Ruofei was the biggest threat. The mother and daughter were too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind. They didn't make him worry at all. The group of people came to the front of the police car. Xiao Ruofei and the other two were escorted to the iron cage used to detain suspects at the back of the police car. The two auxiliary police officers also entered the iron cage and stared at Xiao Ruofei with vigilance. Zhong Chang, who was sitting in the back seat of the police car, saw that Xiao Ruofei was already handcuffed. He felt relieved. He turned around and gave Xiao Ruofei a sinister smile across the iron cage and said, Kid, you'll have a good time later. Xiao Ruofei turned a blind eye to Zhong Chang's threat. He didn't even look at him. Zhong Chang suddenly felt like he had punched cotton. He greedily sized up the frightened Lin Xiao a few times before reluctantly turning his head away. The police car turned around at the entrance of the village and sped towards Linhai town. In the police car, Xiao Ruofei awkwardly put his handcuffed hands into his pockets. The two auxiliary police officers were on high alert. One of them sternly asked, What are you doing? Xiao Ruofei revealed a sarcastic smile. He took out his counterfeit phone and said, You're right. Can't I make a call? Don't make a call. The auxiliary police officer sternly shouted. He stood up and tried to snatch Xiao Ruofei's phone. The space in the iron cage was very small and Xiao Ruofei was handcuffed. The auxiliary police officer thought he would be able to capture him easily. But he didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to suddenly stand up and knee him heavily without hesitation. He suddenly felt a heavy blow to his stomach and almost vomited on the spot. Then the auxiliary police officer's vision blurred. Xiao Ruofei had already flashed behind him. His two hands were around his neck. The iron chain between the handcuffs was suddenly stuck on his throat. The auxiliary police officer grabbed the handcuffs with both hands. He used all his strength, but he couldn't move it at all. He only felt that it was getting harder and harder to breathe. At this time, the other auxiliary police officer also came back to his senses. However, Xiao Ruofei had already occupied an advantageous position in the corner of the iron cage. Furthermore, she was holding his companion hostage. For a moment, he did not dare to act rashly. Li Jingyi, who was sitting in the back seat of the police car, also noticed the situation behind him. He quickly took out his gun and pointed it at Xiao Ruofei. He shouted, "Stop! Or I'll shoot." Xiao Ruofei had already used the auxiliary police officer as his human shield. He used the narrow terrain to hide himself tightly. He wasn't afraid of Li Jingyi's threat at all. Hu Zi's mother and Lin Qiao had been stunned by the scene just now. Only now did they come to their senses. Hu Zi's mother hurriedly said, "Ruofei, don't be impulsive." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Auntie, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Then he laughed mockingly and said to Li Jingyi, "Don't be nervous. I just want to make a phone call. But if you don't put the gun down, your brother will really suffocate to death." At this time, the auxiliary police officer's face was already purple due to the lack of oxygen. Li Jingyi was also a little panicked. He put the gun away and said, "Let go of him. Do you know that you're assaulting a police officer?" Xiao Ruofei saw him put the gun away and relaxed a little. The auxiliary police officer hurriedly took deep breaths. He felt like he had just walked through the gates of hell. When Zhongchang saw this scene, not only was he not afraid, he felt a burst of ecstasy. Fighting wasn't a big deal. Even if he used his connections to get a more serious injury evaluation, he would at most be sentenced to a few years in prison. Now this kid was courting death. He actually held a police officer hostage in a police car. This crime was serious. Xiao Ruofei naturally had no interest in Zhongchang's thoughts. He didn't take Li Jingyi's threat to heart at all. He sighed in his heart and dialed a familiar number with his fake phone. Then he put his ear to the phone. His hands were handcuffed, and the handcuffs were wrapped around the auxiliary police officer's neck. This position was naturally very awkward for him to make a call. But for the special elite Xiao Ruofei, this wasn't a problem at all. The phone rang 3 times before it was connected. A calm voice suppressed the excitement. Xiao Ruofei smiled embarrassedly and said, "Boss, didn't I call you? Why would you call me if there's nothing wrong?" The person on the other end of the phone snorted and said, "Speak. Did you get into trouble? Wolf King knows me best." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Boss, I'm handcuffed and being sent to the police station. Please come and save me." The voice of the person on the other end of the phone suddenly became serious. "What's going on? Tell me clearly." The person Xiao Ruofei was looking for was Guozhan, the leader of the Wild Wolf Commandos, codenamed Wolf King. After retiring from the army, Xiao Ruofei, who was terminally ill, basically had the mentality of waiting for death. After returning to his hometown, he never contacted Guozhan again. If he wasn't forced into a corner by Li Jingyi, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't have bothered the leader of the old army. However, today's matter involved Hu Zi's mother and Lin Qiao. Xiao Ruofei had to protect them no matter what. He didn't know anyone in the area, so he could only look for Guozhan. "Yes. Wolf King," Xiao Ruofei replied. Then, he reported everything that had happened today to Guozhan. Guozhan's face on the other end of the phone became uglier and uglier as he listened. His eyes were about to spit fire. After Xiao Ruofei finished reporting, Guozhan asked faintly, "Blood Wolf, are you saying that Wild Wolf's family has been poor for a long time? And that little hooligan harassed Wild Wolf's sister many times before?" Wild Wolf was Hu Zi's codename in the Lone Wolf Commandos when he was alive. "Yes," Xiao Ruofei replied. "Today, that little hooligan and the leader of the bullshit gang insulted Wild Wolf and the martyr?" Guozhan's voice was cold. "Yes. I see." Guozhan said faintly, "I'll deal with this matter. You do as you see fit. I only have 2 requests. First, don't kill anyone. Second, don't forget that you're a soldier of the Lone Wolf Commandos." Guozhan's tone was very calm. However, Xiao Ruofei had followed Guozhan through fire and water for so many years. He knew very well that once Guozhan spoke in such a tone, it meant that he was really angry and that someone was going to be in big trouble. Understood. Xiao Ruofei's heart was set and he replied without hesitation. With Guozhan's words, Xiao Ruofei no longer had any worries. He hung up the phone with a relaxed expression. Both Li Jingyi and Zhong Cheng looked at Xiao Ruofei fiercely, but Xiao Ruofei turned a blind eye to them. He held the auxiliary police hostage with a cold smile on his face. Xiaoyu village was not far from the town. Soon, a police car with sirens blaring entered the courtyard of the Linhai police station. As soon as the car stopped, Li Jingyi jumped out and shouted, "Someone come quickly! Come out, come out! Xiao Wang, go to the armory and take out all the guns and distribute them to everyone." The policemen and auxiliary police in the police station all ran out of their offices when they heard Li Jingyi shouting. A policeman with 2 bars and 1 star on his shoulder also walked out quickly, frowning as he asked, "What's the matter?" "Deputy Superintendent Li, what's going on?" This was Li Jingyi's immediate superior, the Linhai police station's Superintendent Su Ruiwu. "Superintendent Su, something big happened. A criminal suspect took our auxiliary police hostage during the escort and is now in the police car," Li Jingyi quickly said. "What?" Su Ruiwu was shocked. He glanced at Zhong Cheng, who got out of the car with Li Jingyi and slightly frowned, asking, "This is your nephew, right? Why is he also in the car?" Li Jingyi's expression was slightly sluggish. He rolled his eyes and said, "Superintendent Su, Zhong Cheng is the victim. He was beaten up in Xiaoyu village this morning. I brought him to identify the criminal suspect." Su Ruiwu's face showed a trace of dissatisfaction. He couldn't be more clear about what kind of person Zhong Cheng was. He also heard about Li Jingyi's trivial matters in Xiaoyu village. However, Li Jingyi was usually quite sensible and never infringed on his interests, so he turned a blind eye to it. He didn't expect this matter to be so big that even the auxiliary police were taken hostage. If this matter wasn't handled well and someone died, he, Su Ruiwu, would definitely not be able to keep his position. However, Su Ruiwu wasn't in the mood to ask about Li Jingyi's trivial matters. He looked dignified as he came to the front of the police car. After checking the situation, he shouted, "Young man, can you let go of our comrade first? Do you have a say here?" Xiao Ruofei asked calmly. "I'm the Linhai police station's superintendent Su Ruiwu. I'm the highest person in charge here. You can report any situation to me. Don't go to extremes," Su Ruiwu quickly said. Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said, "Then open the door." Su Ruiwu froze for a moment. He didn't expect the suspect who took the auxiliary police hostage to be so easy to talk to. After a moment, he reacted and quickly signaled a policeman to open the door behind the police car. As soon as the door opened, the other auxiliary police in the iron cage rushed out as if he had been granted amnesty. Xiao Ruofei just smiled faintly and didn't care about him. He said, "Xiaoer, support auntie and follow me closely." The matter had already been blown out of proportion. Lin Xiao was completely out of ideas. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei was the backbone of the mother and daughter, so she quickly nodded. Xiao Ruofei gently nudged the auxiliary police officer and said, "Don't worry. Let's go." Thus, Xiao Ruofei used handcuffs to strangle the auxiliary police's neck. The two of them got out of the police car one after the other. Lin Xiao supported her mother and followed closely behind Xiao Ruofei. As soon as the group got out of the car, Li Jingyi acted as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He subconsciously reached for the gun at his waist. He pulled out the gun and pointed it at Xiao Ruofei and shouted, "Let him go immediately." Zhong Cheng also said proudly, "Kid, this time you're dead." Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and slightly exerted force. The auxiliary police immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. The auxiliary police's neck had a shocking purple-red mark. It could be seen how strong Xiao Ruofei's hand was. "Put the gun away." Su Ruiwu glared at Li Jingyi and Zhong Cheng with dissatisfaction, then hurriedly said to Xiao Ruofei, "Kid, don't be impulsive. Let's talk nicely." "Let's talk nicely." Xiao Ruofei relaxed a little and said faintly, "Director Su, I need an interrogation room." "Kid, shouldn't you let him go first?" Su Ruiwu persuaded, "If there's any situation, you can report it to me." There's no need to use this, I don't want to say it a second time. Xiao Ruofei impatiently interrupted Su Ruiwu's words. You. Su Ruiwu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed after being rebutted by a half-grown kid. However, the current situation was like this. Su Ruiwu had no other choice since they had hostages in their hands. With a gloomy face, he nodded and said, "Okay, you guys follow me." After that, he personally led the way. Xiao Ruofei followed behind with the auxiliary police. Lin Xiao and Huzi's mother followed closely behind Xiao Ruofei. Li Jingyi and the group of policemen looked at each other, but there was nothing they could do. Soon, Su Ruiwu opened the door of an interrogation room and said, "Young man, this is our interrogation room." Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and motioned for Lin Xiao and Li Jingyi to go in first. Then, he walked in with the auxiliary police. As soon as they entered the room, Xiao Ruofei kicked the door of the interrogation room and closed it tightly. Su Ruiwu didn't give up outside the door and said, "Kid, let's talk. There's nothing that can't be solved. You don't have to use such extreme methods, right? Attacking a police officer is not a small crime. It's not too late to stop now." Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said, "Director Su, there's plenty of time to talk, but not now. Let's wait first. Don't worry, as long as you don't act rashly, I won't hurt your subordinates." Speaking to this point, Xiao Ruofei paused and added, "Right, I'll give you a piece of advice. The earlier you deal with some problems, the better. If you wait until you can't deal with it, then it'll be too late for regrets." With that, no matter what Su Ruiwu said, Xiao Ruofei ignored him and stayed in the interrogation room. After Su Ruiwu probed a few words, he saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't respond. He could only order the police to guard him strictly and then resentfully leave the interrogation room. He walked in front of Li Jingyi with a face full of anger and scolded him. Li Jingyi was stunned and wanted to explain but couldn't get a word in. After scolding enough, Su Ruiwu asked with hatred, "Speak. How do we end this?" Li Jingyi thought for a moment and said, "Director Su, actually we can think on the bright side. Although this kid has a hostage, he's trapped in the interrogation room. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to escape. Do you have a pig's brain? He didn't even want to escape, you know?" Su Ruiwu couldn't help but get angry. Obviously, the reason why Xiao Ruofei wanted an interrogation room was to use the terrain to deal with the police. There were no windows in the interrogation room, only a metal door. The room was almost full of blind spots, and he had a hostage in his hands. It could be said that he was in an invincible position. This? Li Jingyi was speechless. After a while, he said, "Director Su, we can only ask the county bureau for help and let the criminal police brigade deal with him." Su Ruiwu looked at Li Jingyi and wanted to slap him. If this matter was reported to the county bureau, no matter what the final result was, a leader's responsibility couldn't be avoided. But with things like this, the police station really couldn't handle it. Su Ruiwu thought for a moment and said coldly, "You caused this. You're the one who caused this. Call the county bureau and report it to them." After Su Ruiwu finished speaking, he turned and left without looking back. However, Su Ruiwu only wanted to shirk the responsibility and had completely ignored Xiao Ruofei's last few words that were full of meaning. "Director Su." Li Jingyi called out weakly from behind, but Su Ruiwu didn't stop and ignored him. Li Jingyi and Zhong Cheng looked at each other. "Xianxia, this time it's all because of you, uncle." Zhong Cheng clenched his teeth and said, "Since Director Su said so, then inform the county bureau. This kid committed a big crime. It's enough to kill him on the spot." Zhong Cheng already hated Xiao Ruofei to the bone and wanted Xiao Ruofei to die. For him, the current situation was a good opportunity. As for how Su Ruiwu and Li Jingyi would be dealt with, he didn't care at all. Li Jingyi sighed and said, "That's all. That's the only way. I'll give Chief Xing a call." Director Xing was a deputy director of the County Bureau of Public Security. Li Jingyi was one of his people. Now that things had become like this, Li Jingyi naturally thought of his own backer. He picked up his phone and went to the side to call Director Xing. Jinling Theater Joint Staff. There was a sharp braking sound, and a muddy off-road command vehicle came to a sudden stop. A colonel in a woodland camouflage uniform with oil paint on his face jumped out of the car and rushed into the staff building. Joint Staff Operations Department. The colonel, who was covered in mud, went straight to the minister's office and shouted, "Sir." After getting permission, he pushed the door open and walked in. "Sir." After the colonel entered the room, he stood on his feet and gave a standard military salute. Sitting behind the desk was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He looked dignified without being angry. His well-ironed military uniform had a glittering Major General insignia hanging on it. When he saw the colonel, the Major General was slightly surprised. "Guizhan? Shouldn't you be training with the wolf pups at the Qingyun mountain base? Why did you suddenly come back?" Guizhan was the captain of the Lone Wolf Commandos, codenamed Wolf King. He said, "Sir, there's an urgent situation to report to you. One of our lone wolf brothers who retired this year encountered some trouble." "Retired this year? I remember that lone wolf expanded this year. You only have people coming in, there's no retirement quota." The Major General said with some confusion, but he immediately reacted. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You mean Blood Wolf? Blood Wolf who asked to retire from active duty because of a terminal illness?" "Yes, sir." Guizhan said. "What happened to him? What difficulties did he encounter?" The Major General sat up slightly and asked. Guizhan rushed over from the suburban training base in such a hurry that he didn't even have time to change out of his muddy camouflage uniform. This was definitely not a small matter. As the leader of the Lone Wolf Commando team, this Major General knew that his soldiers were all killing machines. If they encountered some unfair treatment in a place after retirement, it was very likely that their murderous nature would be aroused and cause serious social harm. Even if this soldier was terminally ill, the Major General did not doubt his lethality at all. "Sir, speaking of which, this matter has something to do with Wild Wolf," Guizhan said. "Wild Wolf?" There was a trace of nostalgia in the Major General's eyes. "You mean Lin Hu died at the border 2 years ago?" "Yes." Guizhan said, "Lin Hu and Xiao Ruofei are from the same hometown and are best brothers. Moreover, Lin Hu sacrificed himself to save Xiao Ruofei, so Xiao Ruofei has deep feelings for Lin Hu and his family. After he retired, the first thing he did was to visit Lin Hu's mother in Xiaoyu village." Guizhan gave a concise account of what had happened to the Major General. The more the Major General listened, the uglier his face became. When he heard the deputy director of the small police station speak rudely and say, "How much is a martyr worth?" he finally couldn't hold back his anger. He slammed the table heavily, stood up and said, "Bastard. My soldiers are spilling blood at the border to protect this bunch of lawless bastards? If the wild wolf in the underworld knew about this, how bitterly disappointed would he be?" "Chief, please calm down." Guizhan quickly stood up and said. "I cannot quell my anger." The Major General was furious, his face was cold and murderous. He said, "Guizhan, I will personally deal with this matter. If the local government doesn't give me a satisfactory explanation, I will personally go and destroy that bullshit police station." "Yes." Guizhan saluted and said. There was a trace of excitement in his eyes. He was very clear about the background of the chief. It was definitely not as simple as being a Major General in the military. This time the chief was really angry and wanted to personally take action. Even if Li Jingyi and Zhong Chang didn't die, they would at least lose a layer of skin. The Major General made several phone calls in front of Guizhan. Guizhan didn't know who the chief called, but from the few words he could infer that the people on the other side of the phone had a very high status. Some were from the local government, and some were from the army. The words of the chief, who was only a Major General, were also very harsh. Obviously, he was very angry. After the phone call, the Major General leaned back in his chair and said, "Go get yourself a glass of water. You stay here and wait for the news. If today's matter is not handled to my satisfaction, I will go with you to the Southeast Province." "Yes. Thank you, Chief," Guizhan said with his chest out. The Major General's phone calls had caused an uproar in the Southeast Province. In the Xianxia City Government Office building, Mayor Tian Huilan was frowning slightly as she signed a document. Suddenly, the red phone on her desk started ringing. Tian Huilan put down her pen and reached out to pick up the phone. "Hello. Secretary Lin, hello. Yes. Yes. Okay. Understood. I will be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Tian Huilan's expression became very dignified. The Secretary Lin of the Provincial Party Committee had personally called, and it was related to the military-civilian conflict. The key point was that it happened in the jurisdiction of her Xianxia city. How could it be a small matter? She pressed the internal intercom and said, Xiao Wu, come in. The office door was gently knocked. Secretary Wu Liqian pushed the door in and said, Mayor, are you looking for me? Xiao Wu, inform Comrade Shenbo of the Municipal Public Security Bureau and Political Commissar Wu Huai of the garrison to come to the municipal government immediately. There is an urgent matter. Also, tell Xiaozhang to prepare the car. When Director Chen and Political Commissar Wu arrive, we will set off immediately. Tell them the details. I will tell them in detail on the way. Okay, I will do it right away. Wu Liqian replied. Tian Huilan's expression was very serious when she spoke. It was obvious that something big had happened. Moreover, she had specifically informed Political Commissar Wu of the garrison. This meant that this matter was very likely to involve the military. Naturally, Wu Liqian didn't dare to delay. She quickly returned to her office and began to make the call. 10 minutes later, 4 cars drove out of the municipal government building in single file and sped towards Linhai town in Chongqing County. Among the 4 cars, 2 had military license plates, 1 had a police license plate, and the last one was Tian Huilan's Audi. Among the 2 military vehicles, in addition to Political Commissar Wu of the garrison, there was also a cadre from the provincial military that was responsible for handling special retired personnel. While Tian Huilan was anxiously rushing towards Linhai town with relevant personnel, a large group of policemen arrived at the small Linhai town police station. These policemen were all armed with live ammunition. They were policemen from the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Criminal Police Brigade. The leader leading them was Deputy Director Xing of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Little Li, what are you doing? How did such a big mess happen? Deputy Director Xing frowned and questioned as soon as he got out of the car. Su Ruiwu and Li Jingyi were already waiting in the courtyard. At this moment, Su Ruiwu was looking down. Clearly, he didn't plan to take the lead. Li Jingyi had no choice but to brace himself and explain, Director Xing, I need to clarify this matter. We didn't have enough understanding of the danger of this criminal suspect. During the process of escorting him, we neglected to take precautions. Deputy Director Xing waved his hand and interrupted Li Jingyi. Now is not the time to investigate who is responsible. The key is to solve the problem. Have you talked to the suspect? We tried a little, but he didn't listen. No matter what we said, he didn't respond. Clearly, he was prepared to fight back. Li Jingyi said. Deputy Director Xing snorted and said, This is simply lawless. Too arrogant. Let's go. I'll go meet him first. Little Ji, get your snipers in position. Yes. Captain Ji Hua replied. The supporting policemen had already surrounded the interrogation room. Under Deputy Director Zhang's command, 2 snipers quickly took up sniping positions. Unfortunately, the terrain of the interrogation room was special. Through the small peephole, there was no way to find the criminal suspect. Deputy Director Xing came to the door of the interrogation room and said loudly, The people inside listen up. I am Chongqing County Public Security Bureau's Deputy Director Xing Dong. You have been surrounded by the police. I advise you not to take any chances. Immediately release the hostage. Strive for leniency. Xiao Ruofei heard Deputy Director Zhang's words from inside the interrogation room. He disdainfully curled his lips and didn't even bother to pay attention to him. On the contrary, Huzi's mother heard that the leaders of the County Public Security Bureau were here. She knew that this matter was very big. Her face became more worried. She anxiously looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, Ruofei, Auntie, don't worry. Everything will be fine. I've already arranged everything, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Deputy Director Xing was still shouting outside. Xiao Ruofei turned a deaf ear to him. Instead, he looked at Lin Qiao and said, Oh right, Qiaoer, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. It's not the weekend today. Why are you at home? Ah? Lin Xiao was stunned. She didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to be in the mood to care about such a small matter at a time like this. Huzi's mother sighed and said, "Sigh. Isn't this all because of me? In order to take care of me, Xiaoer hasn't gone to school for 2 weeks. This damned girl doesn't listen to me at all. No matter how I persuade her, she doesn't want to go back to school. She said she wants to drop out and go home to take care of me." Lin Xiao's eyes reddened and said, "Mom. You're so sick. How can I leave you alone at home?" Xiao Ruofei had already guessed the answer. However, after confirming it himself, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Xiaoer, you should be in your 3rd year of high school this year. You'll be taking the college entrance exam next semester. You can't delay your studies. Auntie's body shouldn't have any major problems now. She'll get better soon. After this matter is settled, you should go back to school. Do you hear me?" "I know, Brother Ruofei." Lin Xiao lowered her head and said, "But now, I said, nothing will happen." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "You don't trust Brother Ruofei?" "I trust you." Lin Xiao raised her head and looked at Xiao Ruofei seriously. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. Deputy Director Zheng, who was outside the door, didn't get any response. He couldn't help but become angry and shouted sternly, "The people inside, listen up. If you continue to resist stubbornly, we'll immediately organize a strong attack. I heard that you have an old woman and a girl with you. If the situation goes out of control and they get hurt, it won't be good." Xiao Ruofei frowned and said loudly, "They're innocent. They are innocent and have nothing to do with this matter. They were illegally arrested by the police who abused their power." "Humph. Since it has nothing to do with them, you should let them out first." Deputy Director Zheng snorted coldly. Bullsh*T. Xiao Ruofei said without thinking, "They went out so that you guys could capture them and make me hesitate to shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases, right? Do you think I'm stupid? Have you lived for so many years in vain?" Deputy Director Zheng threatened Xiao Ruofei with the safety of Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao. This made Xiao Ruofei very unhappy. Naturally, he wouldn't show any mercy. "You." Deputy Director Zheng was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. "This kid is really stubborn." Deputy Director Zheng said to the criminal police captain Ji Hua, "Inform the first team to prepare for a strong attack. Have snipers keep a close watch. If there's an opportunity, kill the 3 suspects without asking for permission." He included Lin Xiao and Huzi's mother. Xiao Ruofei heard this in the interrogation room. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "This?" Ji Hua hesitated. After all, there was still an auxiliary police hostage inside. But when he saw Deputy Director Zheng's stern gaze, he immediately said, "Yes." After another 3 or 4 minutes, Xiao Ruofei heard Deputy Director Zheng's fierce voice outside the door. "Break the door open." Not good. Xiao Ruofei knew that Deputy Director Zheng was really going to take the risk and attack. Once they broke in, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. But he definitely wouldn't be able to protect Lin Xiao and Huzi's mother. He didn't hesitate to chop the auxiliary police officer's carotid artery. The auxiliary police officer fell to the ground without even making a sound. Xiao Ruofei dashed out at lightning speed. At this time, the police outside had already started to break the door. Xiao Ruofei quickly used his shoulder to block the iron door. The police had brought specialized assault weapons. The force of the impact on the iron door was getting stronger and stronger. There were several times when the door almost broke open. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and held on. "Wolf King, are you reliable or not? I can't hold on any longer." Xiao Ruofei gritted his teeth and held on while complaining in his heart. After being hit 8 or 9 times, Xiao Ruofei felt that his bones were about to fall apart. He knew that with this kind of force, the iron door would be completely broken open after 3 more hits. The situation wasn't good. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but frown. At this time, a woman's majestic voice came from outside. "Stop immediately. What are you doing?" A 3,500-word chapter for the first chapter of this book, This Empress Luyu. Thank you for your support. Tian Huilan had brought his comrades from the Public Security Bureau, the Southeast Province Military Region, and the Sanchon Garrison Region to Linhai Police Station. As soon as Tian Huilan entered the yard, he saw the police with loaded guns surrounding the police station. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat. When she saw a few police officers outside the interrogation room with their weapons, and the Chongqing County Public Security Bureau's Deputy Director Zheng, who was in charge of the scene, had a gun in his hand and was urging the police to speed up, she couldn't help but be furious and shout at them to stop. Deputy Director Zheng was enraged by Xia Ruofei's attitude. Plus, he was the leader of the County Public Security Bureau, so he scolded without turning his head. F***CK. Who dares to stop me? You must be tired of living. Chen Bo, the City Public Security Bureau's deputy director, who came with Tian Huilan, was scared out of his wits. He quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Xing Xiaodong. Who are you scolding? Swear words coming out of your mouth. Do you still look like a party official? This is outrageous." Deputy Director Xing Xiaodong was furious. Plus, as a small bureaucrat, he didn't have many opportunities to interact with the city leaders, so he wasn't familiar with Tian Huilan's voice. But Chen Bo was his direct superior, the boss of the City Public Security Bureau. How could he not recognize Chen Bo's voice? Xing Xiaodong's body trembled. He turned his head in horror and found a group of people standing behind him, all of whom were glaring at him. One of them was a middle-aged woman in a black business suit. Her face was as calm as water, and her eyes were cold. His boss, Chen Bo, and a senior colonel accompanied the middle-aged woman on her left and right. Even a fool could see that this woman's position was higher than Director Chen's. Then, Xing Xiaodong's mind was like a bolt from the blue. The more he looked at this woman, the more familiar she looked. Isn't this Mayor Tian, who appears on the news every day? Did I just scold Mayor Tian? And I scolded her so harshly? Xing Xiaodong's mind was blank. Large beads of sweat slid down his forehead, and his face became extremely pale. Chief Chen. I. Xing Xiaodong stammered with a pale face. Chen Bo glanced at Xing Xiaodong as if he was looking at a dead man. He snorted coldly and didn't say anything. In Chen Bo's view, Xing Xiaodong was indeed no different from a dead person. The highest authority here was Tian Huilan. Naturally, he would not overstep his authority. Tian Huilan's expression was cold. Who are you? Xing Xiaodong hurriedly said, Reporting to Mayor Tian. I'm Xing Xiaodong, Deputy Director of the Chongqing County Public Security Bureau. I didn't know. Usually, if the leader asks for his name and position, Xing Xiaodong will be overjoyed. This means that the leader has an impression of him. But today, Xing Xiaodong looked as if he had lost his parents. He did have an impression of him, and it was extremely deep, but it was an extremely bad impression. As expected, Tian Huilan was not interested in Xing Xiaodong's explanation at all. He directly interrupted him and asked, Deputy Chief Xing, what were you doing just now? Xing Xiaodong glanced at the interrogation room in bewilderment. An absurd idea appeared in his mind. Mayor Tian, Director Chen, and the others, they couldn't have come for the kid inside, right? But he immediately denied this idea. It was too absurd. Moreover, Li Jingyi had also reported to him that the two women were orphans in Xiaoyu village. How could the mayor be alarmed? Mayor Tian must have done a surprise inspection of the work at the grassroots level. Xing Xiaodong made up his mind. He quickly organized the words in his mind and said, Reporting to Mayor Tian, I'm dealing with an emergency situation. Reporting to Mayor Tian, I am leading a team to deal with an unexpected incident. A criminal suspect hijacked one of our police officers while being escorted. We have already blocked him in the interrogation room and are preparing to storm him. Just now, because the situation was complicated, I didn't know it was you, Mayor Tian. So I offended you. Please forgive me, Mayor Tian. Tian Huilan's expression did not change. He did not comment on Xing Xiaodong's explanation. He only continued to ask, criminal suspect? What's his name? Xing Xiaodong really did not know Xia Ruofei's name. Hearing this, he quickly looked at Su Ruiwu and Li Jingyi. Su Ruiwu immediately lowered his gaze and pretended not to see. Li Jingyi braced himself and said, Mayor, the suspect's name is Xia Ruofei. He is suspected of causing trouble. When he heard Xiao Ruofei's name, Tian Huilan raised his eyebrows. Finally, there was a slight change in his expression. Secretary Wu Liqian, who was half a body's length behind Tian Huilan, heard this name and could not help but be slightly stunned. She revealed a thoughtful expression. One of the things that Tian Huilan asked her to do in the morning was to investigate the identity of the young man who saved Professor Tian. Wu Liqian had already investigated thoroughly, but she did not have time to report to Tian Huilan. She followed Tian Huilan to deal with the sudden incident. According to Wu Liqian's investigation, the young man's name was Xiao Ruofei. He also took a bus to Chongqing County in the morning. Could it be the same person? Wu Liqian silently thought in her heart. While Wu Liqian's mind was racing, Tian Huilan's expression only changed slightly. She then asked calmly, "What's the matter?" "Deputy Bureau Chief Xing, how are you going to deal with this sudden incident?" Xing Xiaodong immediately straightened his chest and said, "Mayor Tian. The criminal suspect is extremely vicious. Not only did he beat up the villagers, but he also kidnapped police officers during the escort. He can be said to be lawless and extremely harmful to society. Therefore, I have already ordered the criminal police force to organize an assault. I also authorized the snipers to kill the suspect if necessary. Mayor Tian, the scene is very dangerous. I would like to ask all the leaders to take a seat in the lounge upstairs. Our Chongqing County Public Security Bureau is confident and capable of dealing with this sudden incident. If they did not show their determination now, when would they show their determination?" In Xing Xiaodong's opinion, whether or not they could atone for their crimes depended on this. It would be best if they simply killed the suspect and let the mayor see Deputy Bureau Chief Shang's ability. Maybe the mayor would let bygones be bygones. However, he did not see that Tian Huilan's expression was becoming more and more unsightly. Just as Xing Xiaodong's voice fell, a lieutenant colonel beside Tian Huilan suddenly said angrily, "Bullsh**T. A bunch of dog bureaucrats who only know how to do their jobs. You even want to kill the suspect? If Xiao Ruofei loses a single strand of hair, I'll shoot you." Xing Xiaodong was stunned by the sudden scolding. After a long while, he stuttered and said, "I'm sorry." You, how can you scold people?" The lieutenant colonel glared at him and said, "Scolding you is light. It's good enough that I didn't slap your mouth." "You." Xing Xiaodong was a leader of the County Public Security Bureau. Being scolded like this naturally made him lose face. His face alternated between red and white. However, Tian Huilan, Chen Bo, and other leaders were here, so he did not dare to flare up. He could only put on an aggrieved expression. The lieutenant colonel glared at Xing Xiaodong, then turned around and said, "Mayor Tian, Political Commissar Wu, Director Chen, I'm sorry. I couldn't control my emotions." Tian Huilan smiled and said, "It's okay. Director Niu, we're all here to support you. You still have to deal with this matter." This lieutenant colonel was Officer Niu Tao, who was in charge of special retired personnel. Although he was an officer, in fact, his rank was not low. Tian Huilan called him Director Niu not entirely out of politeness. In this line of leaders, Tian Huilan, Wu Huai, and Chen Bo were all representatives of the Sanshan city government. Even though Wu Huai was the political commissar of the garrison area, he was also a member of the standing committee of the Sanshan City Committee. This time, he was called here mainly because it involved the military. The one who was really responsible for dealing with this matter was Niu Tao. Niu Tao was a representative of the provincial military region, and he had received a direct order from the Jinling Theater of Operations. He had full authority to deal with this matter. Therefore, Niu Tao didn't hold back. He nodded to Tian Huilan and the others, then walked forward and pulled the aggrieved Xing Xiaodong away. He came to the door of the interrogation room and said, "Comrade Xiao Ruofei, I'm Niu Tao from the provincial military region. Please open the door and let him go. Please rest assured, we will definitely give you justice this time." As soon as Niu Tao's words came out, Xing Xiaodong and Li Jingyi's faces turned pale. They looked at each other and saw the deep horror in each other's eyes. The situation they didn't want to see the most had happened. The city leaders and the military were all here for the kid inside. They had kicked an iron plate. At this time, Xing Xiaodong even had the intention to kill Li Jingyi. It was fine that Li Jingyi was courting death, but now he even dragged him into the water. And he was still foolishly trying to show off in front of Mayor Tian. This time, it was really over. At this time, a lazy voice came out of the interrogation room. Just because you say so? Why should I believe you? Niao Tao showed a wry smile. He really deserved to be Guizhan's most valued soldier. Even the tone of his voice was as annoying as a punch. Niao Tao sighed and moved closer to the observation hole. He lowered his voice a little and said, "Blood Wolf, stop fooling around. I'm your senior, can't you give me some face?" When he heard the two words Blood Wolf, Xiao Ruofei was really relieved. If it wasn't someone inside, it was impossible to know the code name of the soldiers of the Lone Wolf Special Forces Brigade. Xiao Ruofei also heard the movement outside the door just now. He didn't think that Jing Xiaodong would put on such a show in order to catch him alive. After all, he was about to succeed in breaking the door just now. Click, under everyone's gaze, the iron door of the interrogation room opened. The first to appear at the door was the auxiliary policeman. After being released, he staggered out with a look of horror on his face. Then Xiao Ruofei swaggered out, followed by Lin Xiao and Huzi's mother. Xiao Ruofei walked in front of Niao Tao and looked him up and down. His expression changed slightly and he asked, "You are Fire Wolf?" Niao Tao smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that there are still photos of me in the Team History Museum." It turned out that Niao Tao was also from the Lone Wolf Commando team. His code name was Fire Wolf, and he was the same year as Wolf King Guizhan. They were also life and death partners. However, Niao Tao was seriously injured in the battle 10 years ago. His body was left with hidden injuries and was not suitable for service in the special forces. He took the initiative to be transferred to the provincial military system and was responsible for special retired personnel. The eyes of the special forces were naturally quite sharp. Although Xiao Ruofei had only seen Niao Tao's young appearance 10 years ago in the Team History Museum, he still recognized him. Xiao Ruofei stood upright, raised his head and gave a standard military salute and said, "Hello, Chief." Niao Tao returned the salute and said, "Comrade Xiao Ruofei, you've been wronged." After Xiao Ruofei saluted, he returned to his lazy appearance and said with a smile, "Fire Wolf, since you are my senior, then do me a favor." "What is it?" "Say it." Niao Tao agreed readily. "Help me deal with today's matter." Xiao Ruofei said. Niao Tao had a bad premonition in his heart, but Xiao Ruofei did not give him time to react. After he finished speaking, his body shot out like lightning and appeared in front of Jing Xiaodong in a flash. "Xia." Niao Tao only had time to say one word. Slap. In front of the city leaders, garrison leaders, and a large group of policemen, Xiao Ruofei slapped Jing Xiaodong's face hard. This slap was so heavy that Jing Xiaodong's whole body flew up and then landed heavily on the ground. He spat out 2 molars and then his cheek swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone was stunned, but Xiao Ruofei didn't stop. She went forward and grabbed Jing Xiaodong's collar, slapped him twice, and said, "You're so arrogant." The first slap was for Huzi, and the last 2 were for Auntie and Xiaoer. You're too arrogant, too arrogant." Jing Xiaodong trembled in pain and anger. Xiao Ruofei looked at Jing Xiaodong contemptuously and said, "I'm arrogant?" Deputy Bureau Chief Xing was so arrogant just now. He even wanted to kill weak women on the spot. "I've said many times that they are the family of martyrs and victims. They have nothing to do with what happened today." "What did you do?" "Huh?" Niao Tao originally wanted to stop Xiao Ruofei. After all, it was inappropriate to slap Jing Xiaodong in front of the leaders of Sanshan City. Even if Jing Xiaodong's political career was over, he was still a civil servant. However, when he heard Xiao Ruofei mention the words "family of martyrs," he immediately became serious. He strode in front of Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao and asked, "Are you Comrade Lin Hu's family?" Huzi's mother nodded. Niao Tao immediately saluted them and said, "Hello, Auntie. I'm sorry, we didn't do our job well and made you suffer." No. Huzi's mother quickly waved her hand and said. Niao Tao was in his 30s, almost 40, and was a lieutenant colonel. She felt a little helpless when he called her Auntie. Niao Tao smiled and said, "Auntie, although I've never worked with Comrade Lin Hu, Huzi's unit is my old unit. We're all brothers and sisters in the unit. Now that Huzi is gone, we're your family. I'm working in Sanshan City now. If you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to look for me." Okay, thank you. Huzi's mother said with red eyes. Lin Xiao also thanked Niu Tao obediently. After exchanging greetings with Huzi's mother, Niu Tao walked in front of Xiao Ruofei and asked, "What's the matter?" "Ruofei, who else insulted the martyr?" Xiao Ruofei glanced at the uneasy Li Jingyi, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He pointed at him and said, "And this is Deputy Superintendent Li. Auntie and Xiao were caught by him personally." Niu Tao's eyes turned cold. He turned to Tian Huilan and said, "Mayor Tian, I'm sorry. I will reflect on today's matter to the military chief when I go back." "Director Niu, what do you mean?" Tian Huilan asked with a slight frown. Just now, when Xiao Ruofei directly taught Jing Xiaodong a lesson, Tian Huilan was already somewhat unhappy. She was a person in the system, and she paid the most attention to the rules. But Xiao Ruofei's behavior just now made her very unhappy. Even if she knew that Xiao Ruofei had been wrong today, even if the Provincial Party Committee's Secretary Lin personally paid attention to him, it still couldn't change Tian Huilan's view of Xiao Ruofei. Now that Niu Tao was obviously going to cause trouble, Tian Huilan felt that she was a bit sullen as a firefighter. Niu Tao smiled and didn't answer Tian Huilan. Instead, he strode toward Li Jingyi. Li Jingyi was also holding a gun in his hand. When Jing Xiaodong was commanding the attack just now, he was the most active. Now that he saw Niu Tao striding toward him, he was so scared that he stepped back and said, "What do you want to do?" Niu Tao came forward, grabbed Li Jingyi's wrist, and neatly removed his gun. Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, "Fire wolf, not bad. You didn't fall behind in your kung fu." Niu Tao ignored Xiao Ruofei's words and directly kneed Li Jingyi in the stomach. Li Jingyi suddenly squatted down, holding his stomach in pain. Niu Tao then heavily elbowed Li Jingyi, and Li Jingyi immediately fell to the ground. Niu Tao stepped forward and stepped on Li Jingyi's face, and said coldly, "A coward like you dares to insult a martyr? Compared to Huzi, you're not even AF** king piece of sh*t. Next time I hear you speak rudely, I'll shoot you." Tian Huilan watched from the side, and couldn't help but frown. She was getting more and more unhappy. At this time, Wu Liqian leaned over to Tian Huilan's ear and whispered a few words. Tian Huilan was very surprised and asked, "Are you sure?" "Mayor, I've seen the surveillance footage. I definitely didn't recognize the wrong person. And he really did take the bus to Chongqing County today," Wu Liqian quickly said. Tian Huilan couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei a few more times, then nodded and said, "I know. Little Wu, thank you for your hard work." After Niu Tao finished teaching Li Jingyi a lesson, he vented the anger in his heart. He then walked in front of Tian Huilan and said, "Mayor Tian, I'm really sorry. I couldn't control my emotions. I'll take the initiative to report this matter to the military chief. The organization will deal with me accordingly. I won't complain at all." Tian Huilan thoughtfully looked at Xiao Ruofei not far away, and then said, "Director Niu, I didn't see anything just now." Bureau Chief Chen, Political Commissar Wu, what about you? Chen Bo and Wu Huai smiled bitterly, and also expressed their opinions. Even the mayor said so. What else could they say? Niu Tao was also quite surprised. He didn't expect the female mayor, who was known for her strictness, to let it go so easily. He was prepared to be punished. Tian Huilan nodded and walked in front of Xiao Ruofei. Her expression became amiable, and she asked, "Little Xia, please tell us in detail what happened today. The comrades in the army are also here. We'll definitely give you justice." Originally, Tian Huilan had some complaints about Xiao Ruofei's unruly behavior, but now that she knew that this young man was her father's savior, that little bit of unhappiness had already flown beyond the clouds. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Leaders, I've really caused trouble for everyone today. This is what happened." Xiao Ruofei recounted everything that had happened after he arrived at Xiaoyu village by car. Tian Huilan listened very carefully, and the expression on her face became more and more unsightly. Under her administration, the deputy director of the police station colluded with local gangsters and ran amok in the village. The deputy director of the Public Security Bureau did not distinguish between right and wrong, and enforced the law violently. No leader would be happy if they knew about this. Especially after hearing Xiao Ruofei say that Li Jingyi and Jing Xiaodong insulted the martyrs and their families, Tian Huilan was even more furious. She didn't even have the patience to maintain her composure as usual, and her anger was written directly on her face. In fact, Tian Huilan herself was also a martyr's family. Her husband was a police officer. When her daughter was just born, her husband died in the process of chasing a fugitive. For so many years, Tian Huilan did not have a family. She knew how difficult it was to have a family without a pillar of support, and even now, she still deeply missed her husband. Now that she heard Li Jingyi, who was also a police officer, say such insulting words to the martyrs and their families, how could Tian Huilan endure her anger? She said angrily, "This is simply nonsense. Director Chen, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Also, the bandits in that small village are so rampant, you must set up a task force to severely crack down on them. In addition, I think it's necessary for the Public Security Bureau to carry out an in-depth rectification of the style of work. Some problematic people should be dismissed, some should be dismissed, and some should be transferred to the judicial authorities immediately." "Yes." Chenbo immediately responded. Jing Xiaodong, Li Jingyi, and the others' faces were pale, and their hearts were like dead ashes. Neither of these two people was clean. Now that such a thing had happened, what awaited them was the severe punishment of the law. After swiftly and decisively arranging the work, Tian Huilan turned to Xiao Ruofei and the others. Before she could speak, Xiao Ruofei suddenly shouted, "Zhong Chang! Where do you think you're going?" After saying that, he strode over and grabbed Zhong Chang, who was about to take advantage of the chaos to slip away. Xiao Ruofei carried Zhong Chang back to the yard of the police station like a chicken, threw him on the ground, and said, "Director Chen, this is the bully of the small village, Zhong Chang. He is also Li Jingyi's nephew. When Li Jingyi arrested us, Zhong Chang was sitting in the police car." When Chen Bo heard this, how could he hesitate? He immediately waved his hand and instructed the Chongping County Criminal Police Brigade to arrest Zhong Chang. Although these criminal police came with Jing Xiaodong, Chen Bo was the head of the municipal bureau, so they naturally had to obey his command. Tian Huilan then said, "Comrade Xiao Ruofei, and the two ladies, our Public Security Bureau's internal management was not strict enough, and there was a black sheep that caused you to be wronged. On behalf of the municipal government of Xianxia City, I apologize to you." "Mayor, please don't say that. If you hadn't arrived in time, we wouldn't know what to do with Ruofei," Huzi's mother hurriedly said. Although this simple rural woman had been wronged, she didn't hold a grudge. "I heard that your family is in a difficult situation? This is because I didn't do my job well as the mayor. You are the family of a martyr, so you should be cared for and helped by the government." Tian Huilan said guiltily, then asked with some confusion, "Oh right, our city has always had a comprehensive pension policy. We give monthly subsidies to the families of martyrs." "You?" Huzi's mother said in astonishment, "Mayor Tian, I didn't receive any subsidies. After Huzi died, the leaders in the army sent a pension, and then there was no more." Xiao Ruofei curled his lips and said, "Auntie. Do you even need to say it? It must be your village officials who secretly embezzled. Isn't Zhong Chang's father the village director? He's definitely not a good person." Tian Huilan heard this and said angrily, "Investigate thoroughly. We must investigate thoroughly. They even dared to embezzle the subsidies of the martyr's family, they are simply insane." Tian Huilan's words also determined that the Zhong family, who had dominated the small village for many years, would face a disaster. The dust had settled on this storm. Chen Bo, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, stayed to clean up the mess, while Tian Huilan and the others prepared to return to Sanshan City. After learning that Xiao Ruofei and the others were also returning to Sanshan City, they naturally invited the three of them to go together. Niu Tao was going to let Xiao Ruofei and the others sit in his car, so that they could talk about the old army on the way. But before he could speak, Tian Huilan said, "Xiaoxia, you can sit in my car. I still have something to talk to you about." Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised, but he immediately replied, "Okay." He was indeed a little confused. He didn't know why Tian Huilan wanted to talk to him, but since the mayor had spoken, he naturally couldn't refuse. Niu Tao was also a clever person, so he quickly said, "Auntie, Lin Xiao, you can sit in my car." My off-road vehicle is spacious. So, the group of people got into their cars and left. As soon as the car drove out of the gate of the Linhai police station, Tian Huilan opened his mouth and said, Xiaoxia, thank you. Ah? Xiao Ruofei was even more confused. Mayor Tian, why are you thanking me for no reason? I should be thanking you. Strictly speaking, he had caused a lot of trouble for Tian Huilan today. Even if he was in the right, Tian Huilan didn't have to thank him. Tian Huilan turned his head to look at Xiao Ruofei, a trace of gratitude appearing on his face, and asked, did you save an old man who suddenly had a heart attack at the South bus station this morning? Yes, that's what happened. Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised, but he still nodded and said, how did you know? Tian Huilan smiled slightly and said, that old man is my father. Is that so? Xiao Ruofei was also very surprised. This was really a coincidence. Xiao Ruofei then asked with concern, Mayor Tian, how is Professor Tian now? Tian Huilan said, it's no big deal. The doctor said that it was thanks to timely treatment, otherwise he might not have made it to the hospital. So, little Xia, our whole family wants to thank you. Xiao Ruofei said modestly, it's nothing. I just happened to be there. Anyone who encountered such a situation would have lent a helping hand. Tian Huilan saw that Xiao Ruofei was still neither servile nor overbearing, and did not take credit for being his father's savior. His impression of Xiao Ruofei improved a bit. Tian Huilan said, little Xia, you can't say that. I heard that my father's condition was very dangerous when he had an attack, and it was you who gave him medicine to stabilize his condition. At that time, you didn't even leave your name. My father kept telling me to find you and thank you properly. Xiao Ruofei said with a faint smile, Mayor Tian, it's really nothing. I just happened to have some Chinese medicine with me, which has a certain effect on myocardial infarction. At that time, the situation was urgent, so I took the initiative to give some to Professor Tian. Fortunately, the medicine was effective. You can make Chinese medicine yourself? Tian Huilan asked in surprise. Before I joined the army, I learned some from an old Chinese medicine doctor. Xiao Ruofei said. Amazing. Tian Huilan praised, and then said, little Xia, after my father is discharged from the hospital in a few days, our whole family would like to invite you to a meal to express our gratitude. Xiao Ruofei quickly waved his hand, no, it's really just a small matter. You don't have to be so polite. Tian Huilan smiled, it's just a small matter for you, but for us, it's a life-saving grace. Besides, my father gave me a strict order. If I can't invite you, I can't explain it to my father. Since Tian Huilan had already said so much, Xiao Ruofei could only helplessly say, all right then, Tian Huilan said with satisfaction. I'll get my secretary, Xiao Wu, to pick you up. Then, Tian Huilan looked thoughtfully at Xiao Ruofei, who was dressed simply, and said, little Xia, you've just retired from the army. You haven't settled on a job yet, right? Also, are there any difficulties in life? If you need any help, just let me know. As long as it doesn't violate the principles of the organization, I'll do it for you. Tian Huilan wanted to return the favor. When Xiao Ruofei saved Professor Tian, he never thought of repaying him, so he subconsciously wanted to decline Tian Huilan's kindness. But at this moment, a thought flashed through his mind, and he swallowed his words. He thought for a moment, then said, Mayor Tian, if it's possible, I do have something to trouble you with, go ahead. Tian Huilan said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei's request was easy to handle. The mayor did not want to owe him a huge favor. Xiao Ruofei said, Mayor Tian, I want to ask you to help me contact a good high school in the Sanchon district. I want to arrange for a friend to transfer here. Tian Huilan thought that Xiao Ruofei would ask for a job, but he didn't expect him to make such a request. He was also very surprised. Tian Huilan asked with a hint of curiosity, can I know who your friend is? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, of course you can. Actually, you've just met her. She's Lin Xiao. She's the sister of my fallen comrade, Lin Hu. She'll be taking the college entrance exam next semester. Some time ago, in order to take care of her sick mother, she dropped out of school and stayed at home for a period of time. I think if she can continue to study in the city's key high school, it'll be good for her to take the college entrance exam. Moreover, Auntie will be recuperating in the Sanshan district for a period of time. If Lin Xiao goes to school in the city, it'll be convenient for the mother and daughter to live together. Xiao Ruofei paused, then said, Mayor Tian, I don't have any difficulties that I can't overcome. I just hope you can help me with this matter. Of course, if it makes things difficult for you, then forget it. Xiao Ruofei's meaning was very clear. If Tian Huilan helped to solve the problem of Lin Xiao's transfer, then this favor would be repaid. Tian Huilan had been in the government for so many years, how could he not understand, but because of this, he admired Xiao Ruofei even more. If it was someone else, they would definitely want to have a relationship with the mayor, or at least get some benefits for themselves. In fact, with Tian Huilan's current status, it would be easy for him to solve the problem of Xiao Ruofei's civil service establishment. After all, Xiao Ruofei was a retired soldier and had a registered permanent residence in the city. According to the policy, he could be arranged. However, Xiao Ruofei's attitude had always been neither servile nor overbearing. The only thing that he had asked him for was actually for the sister of his comrade. Tian Huilan looked at Xiao Ruofei approvingly and said, Okay, I'll help you with this. After saying that, he immediately instructed his secretary, Wu Liqian, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Little Wu, when you go to work tomorrow, you'll settle this matter and let Director Liu of the Education Bureau handle it personally. First, find out which high school is the best for studying in the third year of high school, then directly handle the transfer procedures. Okay, Mayor Tian. Wu Liqian immediately agreed. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed and said, Thank you so much, Mayor Tian. Tian Huilan waved his hand and said with a faint smile, It's just a small matter. This is just a small matter. Compared to your life-saving grace, it's really nothing. By the way, little Xia, what kind of work are you interested in? I can arrange for you to work in the corresponding department, and the establishment problem won't be difficult to solve. The local government is still very welcoming of outstanding retired soldiers like you. Tian Huilan also appreciated Xiao Ruofei's character, so he wanted to help him. Unexpectedly, Xiao Ruofei just smiled faintly and said, Mayor Tian, thank you for your kindness. However, I may be planning to start my own business, and I don't want to work in the system anymore. Is that so? Tian Huilan was slightly disappointed, but he quickly smiled and said, That's not bad. Young people are full of drive. It's good to start your own business. While they were talking, the car had already entered the Sanshan district. Knowing that Xiao Ruofei was going to find a hotel to settle Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao, Tian Huilan immediately ordered the driver to go directly to the city government's guest house, and asked his secretary, Wu Liqian, to make a call and arrange a suite. Tian Huilan and Niu Tao's car arrived at the city government's guest house one after another. Tian Huilan arranged for Wu Liqian to stay, and then he got in the car and left. Secretary Lin of the Provincial Party Committee was still waiting to hear her report on how things had been handled today. Niu Tao wanted to have a good chat with Xiao Ruofei about the old army, but it was obviously not the right time today, so after leaving Xiao Ruofei's phone number, he also got in the car and left the city government's guest house. The city government's guest house naturally prepared a room for them since the mayor's secretary had personally arranged it. Wu Liqian also asked the guest house to prepare a fruit plate and dinner, and then she politely said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Wu Liqian said that she had already informed them that they could stay as long as they wanted, and Xiao Ruofei also expressed his gratitude with a smile. Of course, he wouldn't let them stay in the city government's guest house forever. After Lin Xiao's school was finalized tomorrow, he planned to rent a place for them to settle down near the school. They would stay like this for the next 6 months, and everything would be decided after Lin Xiao finished the college entrance examination. Dinner was directly sent to the room, and Xiao Ruofei accompanied Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao to eat dinner. During the meal, Xiao Ruofei mentioned the transfer to the city government. When she heard that she could go to school and take care of her mother at the same time, Lin Xiao agreed without hesitation. After chatting with the mother and daughter for a while, Xiao Ruofei left the city government's guest house. He stepped into the night and returned to his rented apartment in the shanty town. Huzi's mother's illness would be cured soon, and Xiao Ruofei also felt relieved. Now all his thoughts were on the succulent seedlings. When he got home, he carefully locked the door, and then took out the lingtu that he had hidden close to his body, and took the SLR camera into the space. Xiao Ruofei planned to take pictures of the succulent seedlings overnight, and then put them up for sale on his online store, officially starting his money-making plan. The neat rows of succulent seedlings in the Ring 2 space were growing delightfully. Xiao Ruofei took out his brand new SLR camera and started to get busy. He picked out the best-looking pot of each type of succulent plant and started to take photos from multiple angles. During the process, Xiao Ruofei used a plastic sheet to cover it so that it would look like he was taking photos in a greenhouse. There would be no danger of exposing the secrets of the Ring 2 space. After taking the photos, Xiao Ruofei left the Ring 2 space and returned to his room. He imported more than 100 photos into the computer and carefully checked them one by one to make sure that he did not inadvertently take photos of the Ring 2 space. The next step was to put the products on the shelves. This was a very tedious job. He had to set the price, fill in the text description of the succulent plants, and upload the photos according to type. Of course, it was best to do some post-production beautification of the photos. However, Xiao Ruofei was not familiar with Photoshop software, so he could only simplify everything. Even so, by the time Xiao Ruofei finished putting all the succulent plants on the shelves, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Ruofei could not help but smile when he saw that the webpage of the Taoyuan succulent house was no longer empty. Instead, there were more than a dozen products on it. Although the store looked very simple and crude, and there were only a dozen pots of each type of succulent, Xiao Ruofei was still filled with a sense of accomplishment. In terms of pricing, because these were all very rare varieties of succulents, Xiao Ruofei did not plan to win by quantity. He wanted to go the route of quality products, so he priced them all at 888 yuan per pot. Relatively slower growing flowers and white moon seedlings were priced at 1,000 yuan. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Naturally, it was unlikely that anyone would visit the online store. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was ready to go to bed after looking for a while. After a simple wash, Xiao Ruofei fell asleep. After being busy until so late, Xiao Ruofei was already exhausted and fell asleep. He slept very soundly and did not have any dreams the whole night. It was not until 10 o'clock in the morning that Xiao Ruofei was woken up by the sound of his phone ringing. Xiao Ruofei sleepily rubbed his eyes and reached for the phone on the bedside table to look at the caller ID. Xianxia, it's very immoral to disturb people's sleep. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly as he picked up the phone. The caller was Xianxia. These days, she would call Xiao Ruofei when she was free to talk about her work and life. Previously, although Xiao Ruofei did not think much about Xianxia because he felt that he was dying, he was still a good listener. Therefore, the two were much more familiar with each other compared to the day at the Immortal Meat stall. In addition, Xiao Ruofei's terminal illness was cured, and Huzi's mother's uremia was also in sight. He was in a good mood and began to joke. Xianxia giggled and said, I knew you were still sleeping, you lazy bum. The sun is shining on your butt. Get up. She paused and then said, open the door for me. Open the door? Xiao Ruofei was stunned and asked, what do you mean? What can I mean? I'm at your door. Xianxia said coquettishly. Ah? Xiao Ruofei hurriedly got up from the bed and said, hold on. Xiao Ruofei put on his clothes and opened the door while buttoning his shirt. The rental house was divided into many small rooms that were rented to different residents. After Xiao Ruofei walked out of the room, he walked straight to the door of the entire rental house. He looked through the peephole and saw Xianxia standing in the hallway with a smile on her face. From time to time, she would look around at her surroundings. She looked very relaxed. Xiao Ruofei opened the door and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia, is your family really in the food and beverage business? Nonsense. Could it be that you're still sleeping? Why are you suddenly asking such a strange question? Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei with amusement. Xiao Ruofei said, I think opening a restaurant is just a cover for your family. Your family must be in the intelligence business, right? How did you find such a remote place? How did you know my address? Xianxia finally reacted and couldn't help but laugh. She rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, is this how you treat your guests? You talk to them at the door when they arrive? Sorry. Xiao Ruofei patted her forehead and stepped aside to let her in. Miss Ling, please come in. That's more like it. Ling Qingxue said as she wrinkled her nose cutely. Then, she raised her head slightly and walked past Xia Ruofei into the rented house, bringing with her a burst of fragrance. Xia Ruofei quickly led the way and said, "The house is a bit messy. I didn't have time to clean it up, I hope you don't mind." It would be strange if a guy's room wasn't messy. Ling Qingxue said indifferently. Soon, the two of them arrived at Xia Ruofei's house. To Ling Qingxue's surprise, everything in the room was in order. Ling Qingxue asked in amusement, "Ruofei, you call this a messy room?" Xia Ruofei scratched his head and said with a smile, "I didn't fold my blanket, did I?" He got up immediately after answering the phone and didn't have time to fold his blanket. However, the rest of the house was in order and the room was almost spotless. This was a habit that Xia Ruofei had developed after many years of military service. Ling Qingxue was speechless. She looked around the room, frowned slightly, and said, "That's right. Ruofei, isn't your living environment a bit too harsh? Didn't you just earn 250,000 yuan from selling ice lanterns?" Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Let's not talk about me first. Let's not talk about me first. You haven't told me how you know my address." Ling Qingxue smiled proudly and said, "I can't do anything. There's nothing I can't do. Isn't it easy to find out the address? Do you want to know? Beg me and I'll tell you." Xia Ruofei curled his lips and said, "Forget it if you don't want to tell me, boring." Ling Qingxue saw that Xia Ruofei didn't want to continue. She pouted and said, "Forget it, I'll tell you. Guanping gave me your address. I happened to meet him at Ling's restaurant that day and we were talking about you." Xia Ruofei suddenly understood. Guanping was his classmate in middle school and high school. They worked as real estate agents in the same company. At that time, in order to raise money, Xia Ruofei asked Guanping to help him sell the house in a short period of time. Guanping also helped him find this cheap rental house, so Guanping naturally knew his address. Ling Qingxue then asked with concern, "Ruofei, I heard from Guanping that you also sold your house in a hurry. Did you encounter any difficulties?" Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "I was in a hurry. I was in urgent need of money at that time, but the matter has been resolved now." Xia Ruofei could give everything he had without hesitation to treat the mother of his sworn brother, but he didn't want to publicize it. In his opinion, taking care of Huzi's mother was his duty. Ling Qingxue was a smart woman. Seeing that Xia Ruofei didn't want to say more, she didn't ask any more. Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, "Miss Ling, I wonder what business you have with me so early in the morning?" Ling Qingxue was angry when she heard this. She rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said, "You're still talking about it. I want to have a meal with you. I asked you out a few times, but you didn't want to go out. I had no choice but to invite you in person." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "I've been very busy recently. How about this? I'll treat you today. You can choose any place you want." Ling Qingxue suddenly became happy and showed an excited expression. She then looked at Xia Ruofei expectantly and asked, "Then can we eat at home? You can cook for me personally." Xia Ruofei hesitated. There was a communal kitchen in the rented house, but Xia Ruofei was single and didn't buy any kitchenware. He only had a small induction cooker. Ling Qingxue saw this and immediately grabbed Xia Ruofei's hand. She shook it and said coquettishly, "Can you please?" Xia Ruofei couldn't take it anymore. He quickly pulled his hand out and said, Okay. I'll listen to you. We'll eat at home." Ling Qingxue was overjoyed and said excitedly, "Great. That's great. Ruofei, let's go grocery shopping together. I saw a Walmart at Sanchon Plaza when I just came here." When Ling Qingxue mentioned grocery shopping, Xia Ruofei's mind flashed. He smiled and said, "There's no need to go grocery shopping. We have everything at home." After that, Xia Ruofei picked up a tomato from the fruit plate on the table and handed it to Ling Qingxue. "Oh right, I don't have any fruit for you. This tomato tastes good. Try it first. You can rest in the room for a while. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare. Dinner will be served at 11 o'clock sharp." This was a tomato produced in Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei would bring a few out to eat every day, so there were ready-made tomatoes in the room. This tomato was twice the size of an adult's fist. The red tomato exuded a faint fragrance, making people hungry at first sight. Ling Qingshua's family was in the food and beverage business, so she naturally knew what was good for her. She didn't notice the tomato on the table because she was talking just now. Now that she saw it, her eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly took the tomato and looked at it for a while. Then, she slowly brought it to her mouth and gently took a bite. P.S. I was super busy today. I saved a chapter in the system and forgot to publish it on time. I only realized it when I saw the comments in the afternoon. I'm really sorry. As the sweet juice flowed into Ling Qingshua's cherry lips, she felt her whole body quiver. All of her taste buds seemed to be cheering at this moment. She couldn't help but swallow it in big mouthfuls. Then, she sucked in a breath of cold air and said with an incredulous expression, "This is too delicious." After saying that, she completely disregarded her ladle-like image and ate the entire tomato in big mouthfuls. Then, she couldn't wait to ask, "Ruofei, where did you buy this tomato? Do you have more?" Xiao Ruofei saw that Ling Qingxue still had some red tomato juice hanging from her mouth. He couldn't help but smile as he handed over a tissue and said, "You still want to eat? Do you still want to eat lunch?" Ling Qingxue smiled a little embarrassedly. After wiping her face clean, she said, "Who said I want to eat? I just want to know the source of the production, okay? Don't forget what my family does." Xiao Ruofei smiled mysteriously and said, "I'll tell you when we have lunch. Miss Ling, you should rest for a while. You can play on the computer. I'll go prepare lunch for you." "Oh." Ling Qingxue pouted and said, "You're still keeping me in suspense. But seeing that you're so diligent in preparing lunch for me, I'll endure it. Go, go." Xiao Ruofei laughed and turned to leave the small house. He first went to the public bathroom and carefully locked the door. After carefully checking to make sure it was safe, he took out the spiritual map scroll and entered the dimension with a thought. Xiao Ruofei quickly went to the place where the super vegetables were stored. He picked a few vegetables and put them in a basket. Then, he took the basket of vegetables and left the dimension. The whole process took no more than 2 to 3 minutes. After carefully hiding the spiritual map scroll, Xiao Ruofei carried the basket of vegetables to the public kitchen and started to get busy. Xiao Ruofei only had a small induction cooker, some noodles, and a few eggs left. However, with the super vegetables produced by the dimension, it was enough to prepare lunch. The only imperfection was that there were no meat dishes. However, a beautiful girl like Ling Qingxue would definitely pay a lot of attention to maintaining her figure. She probably wouldn't mind not eating meat for a meal. After more than half an hour, Xiao Ruofei made a total of 4 dishes: cucumber with garlic sauce, braised eggplant, stir-fried lettuce, and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. As for the main dish, he made 2 big bowls of noodles. Of course, he didn't forget to add vegetables from the space into the noodles. Xiao Ruofei placed the 4 dishes on the table one by one, and then pushed a bowl of noodles in front of Ling Qingxue. "The conditions are simple, so I just made a few dishes. Please don't dislike them." Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes and lowered her head slightly. "Everything tastes good when I'm with you." Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt awkward and did not dare to continue the conversation. He quickly changed the topic and said, Come. Let's go. Have a taste of my cooking." Ling Qingxue glanced at Xiao Ruofei with some hidden bitterness, but when her gaze fell on the 4 dishes, she couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. The appearance of these 4 dishes was extremely good. The emerald green vegetables and tender cucumbers made people unable to help but feel hungry. Ling Qingxue immediately forgot her disappointment. She picked up the chopsticks and put a piece of cucumber into her mouth. She chewed slowly with her eyes slightly closed and a look of enjoyment appeared on her face. Then she picked up a piece of each dish with her chopsticks and tasted it carefully. After a long while, Ling Qingxue exclaimed in admiration. "Ruofei, this. I've never eaten such delicious vegetables. Your craftsmanship is amazing." Xiao Ruofei revealed a smug smile and chuckled. "Of course." Ling Qingxue tasted the scrambled eggs with tomatoes and frowned slightly. "No, the scrambled eggs are a bit overcooked, She then ate a few more mouthfuls of eggplant and vegetables. Suddenly, she came to a realization and said, Ruofei, I was almost fooled by you. It must be because of the ingredients. The ingredients you used are definitely not ordinary. And the tomatoes you gave me just now were also. Tell me honestly, where did you get such good ingredients? Xiao Ruofei laughed. You're indeed the little princess of Ling's restaurant. I really can't hide it from you. Let's eat first. I'll tell you when we're done. Ling Xianxia saw that Xiao Ruofei was keeping her in suspense and glared at him with great dissatisfaction. However, she still couldn't resist the temptation of delicious food. The two of them swept up the noodles and vegetables like a hurricane. Ling Xianxia caressed her stomach without caring about her image and said cutely, I ate too much. It's all your fault. It wasn't easy for me to lose 2 kilograms. Now it's going to go back up. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, You have such a good figure, why do you need to lose weight? Ling Xianxia's face lit up with joy. Really? You really think I have a good figure? Xiao Ruofei touched his nose awkwardly and changed the topic. Didn't you want to know the origin of these ingredients? The attractiveness of this topic to Ling Xianxia was obvious. Her thoughts immediately shifted to this side and she quickly asked, Yes. Tell me quickly, where did you buy these vegetables and fruits? I'll get the company's purchasing department to buy some. We really need high-quality ingredients now. Xiao Ruofei had already found an excuse and said with a smile, I'm afraid you won't be able to find them. These vegetables can't be bought on the market. A friend of mine who does research on new varieties of vegetables gave them to me. It's their latest product and hasn't been released to the market yet. Is that so? Ling Xianxia was slightly disappointed when she heard this. Recently, Ling's restaurant's business had been declining. Their main competitor, Minghao Restaurant, had poached a famous chef to be their executive chef. It was said that his ancestor used to be a royal chef. They had launched several signature dishes at once and their sales had been rising rapidly. The young master of the Minghao restaurant chain was the little fatty Lu Wen who echoed Lu Minghao at the immortal meat food stall and mocked Xiao Ruofei the other day. Ling Xianxia had been worried about the company's declining business recently. Now that she suddenly found such good ingredients, she saw a glimmer of hope. She didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to tell her that it was still in the research stage and hadn't been mass-produced yet. Naturally, she was quite disappointed. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei changed the topic and said, But if it's a small batch, my friend can still do it. Miss Ling, are you interested in cooperating? Ling Xianxia heard this and suddenly felt like she had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. She said loudly in surprise, I'm very interested. Ruofei, where is your friend? Take me to see him now. Even if it was a small batch, it was no different from sending charcoal in the snow for Ling's restaurant. Moreover, this new vegetable was originally targeted at high-end customers. It didn't matter if it was a small quantity. After all, the rarer something was, the more expensive it was. Its main purpose was still to be Ling's restaurant's flagship product. To put it bluntly, it was used as a signboard. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Actually, I'm talking to him. Speaking of which, I'm still in a cooperative relationship with him. I can fully represent him. Ling Xianxia was even happier when she heard this. Then, she showed a look of realization and asked, So, you sold your house to raise money some time ago to invest in this new vegetable variety project? Xiao Ruofei was stunned. However, since Ling Xianxia misunderstood, he simply went with the flow and said vaguely, something like that. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei said in his heart, In the future, I'll definitely invest a lot of money in this super vegetable. This shouldn't be considered lying to you, right? Ling Xianxia was also happy for Xiao Ruofei from the bottom of her heart when she heard this. She said, Ruofei, this project is definitely worth investing in. You have a good eye. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, Of course. Ling Xianxia then asked, Ruofei, how many of these new vegetables can your friend provide to Ling's restaurant? After saying that, Ling Xianxia looked at Xiao Ruofei eagerly, her eyes full of anticipation. Genius 1 second remember love/go/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, we can provide about 6 new vegetables, including lettuce, cucumber, tomato, water spinach, and eggplant. They're all common varieties on the market, but their quality is definitely much higher. In the early stages, we can provide 20 kilograms of each type of vegetable per day. After a week, 50 kilograms per day shouldn't be a problem. After a month, we can provide 100 kilograms per day. Xiao Ruofei started planting these vegetables because he wanted to keep them for himself, but because the vegetables in the Ring-2 space grew too fast, he had already saved a lot of them. Now that he was ready to develop in this area, Xiao Ruofei naturally wanted to expand the planting area. With the production speed of the Ring-2 space, 100 kilograms per day was no problem at all. Of course, there was only so much land in the space, and he had to leave some for the succulents. Therefore, if he wanted to continue increasing the production, the only way was to plant in the outside world. However, if he wanted to plant in the outside world, he had to rent land and hire people. Moreover, the quality of the vegetables was also a problem. However, he could worry about these things in the future. Xiao Ruofei didn't have the energy to worry about these things for now. When Ling Qingshui heard this number, she pondered for a while and nodded. It's not a lot, but it should be enough to solve our urgent needs. 100 kilograms per day might seem like a lot, but Ling's restaurant was a large restaurant chain. There were more than 10 stores in the Sanshan district alone. 100 kilograms of vegetables would be like a pebble thrown into the sea. It wouldn't cause any waves at all. However, if it was just to gather popularity, it would be barely enough to supply a few stores in the city center in limited quantities. Ling Qingshui continued. Ruofei, in terms of price. 50 yuan per kilogram for the spinach and eggplant, 30 yuan per kilogram for the rest. What do you think? This price was at least 10 times the market price. Ling Qingshui was really sincere. Xiao Ruofei nodded without hesitation and said, "That's right. Deal." Since he decided to introduce these vegetables to the market, he was naturally prepared to go for the premium route. Moreover, he felt that his super vegetables were completely worth the price. Ling Qingshui said happily. "Happy working with you. By the way, when can we start supplying?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "That's right. 3 days later. When the time comes, I'll give you an address. You can send someone to pick up the vegetables every day." Since they were going to cooperate for a long time, Xiao Ruofei definitely needed to rent another place. This rental house was a group of people, and there were many eyes. Xiao Ruofei couldn't supply goods here every day. Moreover, he would only leave and not enter. After a long time, it would definitely attract attention. "Okay, I'll go back and draft a contract now. Let's sign it in 2 days." Ling Qingshui said. She looked a little impatient. Xiao Ruofei asked half-jokingly. "What's the rush? Aren't you going to sit for a while longer?" Ling Qingshui's eyes immediately turned and glanced at Xiao Ruofei flirtatiously. She asked, "Do you want me to stay longer?" Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said, Business is more important, business is more important." Ling Qingshui saw this and laughed. She rolled her eyes at Feng Yang and said, "Coward. Let's go. I'll look for you too. Sign the contract tomorrow. Don't you dare disappear again. I'll send you off." Xiao Ruofei said as if relieved of a burden. After sending off Ling Qingshui, Xiao Ruofei tidied up the tableware and sat in front of the computer. He had been thinking about the situation of the online shop. Yesterday, he had put all the products on the shelves. He couldn't wait to see if there were any customers. Xiao Ruofei was disappointed when he opened the seller's back end of Taobao. The entire back end was empty. There was not a single purchase record. There were only a few people browsing. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. It seemed that he had underestimated the situation. Actually, when he thought about it carefully, this situation was normal. A newly opened online shop with no credit history or transaction history, no paid promotion, and very few items were sold. Even if someone accidentally clicked on it, they would probably click on the red cross on the top right corner. Xiao Ruofei frowned and sat in front of the computer, thinking. He couldn't just sit there and wait. He had to think of something. Xiao Ruofei's first thought was to spend money on promotion and buy a spot on Taobao's official website. However, this idea was quickly rejected. Not only would it cost a lot of money, but it would also be difficult to guarantee the results. The reason was as mentioned above. The credit history and transaction history were zero. Moreover, the price was so expensive that most people wouldn't believe it easily. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei planned to go the premium route. He didn't care about sales, so there wasn't much point in paying for promotion. After thinking about it, there was only one way, and that was to build a reputation in the succulent circle. Xiao Ruofei's target customers were a small group of high-end succulent players. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei first thought of Liang Qichao. Liang Qichao was a rich second-generation heir. He also ran the Immortal Meat food stall. He should have a lot of connections in the succulent circle. He had to ask for his help. After making up his mind, Xiao Ruofei immediately picked up his phone and dialed Liang Qichao's number. Ruofei. Do you have any good quality succulents for sale? Liang Qichao couldn't wait to ask as soon as he picked up the phone. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, Brother Liang, the immortal ice lantern is a rare kind. Brother Liang, that kind of top-grade ice lantern is something that can only be found by chance. How could it be so easy to get one? But I do have some good stuff on hand. Liang Qichao hurriedly said, Brother Liang, don't be like this. Brother, don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and tell me. What good stuff? Xiao Ruofei said. Brother Liang, a friend of mine cultivated some very good succulent seedlings. I wonder if you're interested? Seedlings? Liang Qichao was slightly disappointed. However, when he thought of the amazing ice lantern Haworthia that Xiao Ruofei brought last time, he felt that since Xiao Ruofei recommended it, the quality must be good. Therefore, he quickly said. I'm interested. Little Xia, where is your friend? Can I see the goods now? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Brother Liang, my friend set up an online shop. I'll send you the URL after I hang up. You'll know when you go online. At this point, Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and added, You're right. Although the online shop is new, there's definitely no problem with the goods. I personally verified it. Okay, send me the URL. Liang Qichao said straightforwardly. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei sent the URL to Liang Qichao. After less than 5 minutes, Liang Qichao's call came. Xiao Ruofei heard Liang Qichao's excited voice as soon as he picked it up. F***C Kami. Little Xia, your friend is too awesome. Where did he get so many rare succulent seedlings? I can't believe my eyes. White moon shell, flower cage, jade fan, wanxiang brocade, they're all rare varieties. If you didn't personally guarantee it, I would have thought the shop owner was a swindler. P.S. Publicity for the book group, 300-769-830, there's a cute girl, come quickly. As usual, please click, recommend, and bookmark. Thank you for your support. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Liang Qichao was so excited that he was a little incoherent. Love go little say Xiao Ruofei laughed and asked, How about it? Brother Liang, are you interested? Yes. I'm very interested. Liang Qichao said loudly, I'll place an order right away. I want all of these succulent seedlings. Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He had guessed the process correctly, but not the ending. Liang Qichao did have a lot of connections in the succulent circle, but he was also a rich second generation who squandered money like it was water. These succulent seedlings were expensive for the average person, but the total price of more than 100 seedlings was only about 100,000 yuan. For Liang Qichao, this amount of money was nothing. How could Liang Qichao let go of such a rare breed? Brother Liang, wait. Xiao Ruofei said quickly. What's wrong? Liang Qichao asked, puzzled. It's like this. My friend wants me to ask you to help him advertise his new store. He wants to attract more customers. Xiao Ruofei was a little embarrassed. If you buy all of them, Liang Qichao's family was in the business, so he had been influenced by Xiao Ruofei since he was a child, so he immediately understood what Xiao Ruofei meant. I understand. Liang Qichao said, but, those succulent seedlings are too. Hee. This guy is still reluctant to let go of good things, Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Brother Liang, don't worry. You can buy some this time, and there will be more succulent seedlings of better quality on the shelves in the future. Don't worry about not being able to buy them. At this point, Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and decided to add fuel to the fire. Also, I heard that my friend is interested in selling a pot of high-quality White Moon World adult plants. The quality is not inferior to the ice lantern from last time. You helped him this time, so when he wants to sell it, he will definitely prioritize you. Liang Qichao's interest was piqued when he heard this. Is it really as good as the ice lantern from last time? Xiao Ruofei affirmed. Of course. Then, lowering his voice slightly, he said, it's actually the mother plants of the White Lunar World that are sold in the online shop. Do you think the quality is bad? Of course, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't sell the mother plant. However, after this cuttings, he chose 2 or 3 pots of the best quality from each of the succulent seedlings and kept them. He planned to cultivate them into adult plants and use them as the mother plant for the next cuttings to increase production as soon as possible. After a few months, he would pick one of the 3 pots of White Moon World and sell it to Liang Qichao. After growing in the Ring 2 space for 2 to 3 months, the quality of the newly cultivated White Moon skin would definitely be far better than the pot that Xiao Ruofei had bought online. When Liang Qichao heard that it was the mother plant of the White Moon World seedlings, all of his doubts disappeared. Then the quality will definitely be good. Ruofei, you must help me talk to your friend and ask him to leave the White Moon World to me. Don't worry, I'll immediately contact some friends in the circle. I guarantee that your friend's online shop will become famous in the circle in the shortest time possible. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Liang. Liang Qichao repeatedly reminded Xiao Ruofei not to forget about the White Moon World. Xia. Ruofei naturally agreed. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei snapped his fingers and waved his fist happily. 2 minutes later, Xiao Ruofei saw that someone had placed an order for 2 pots of each kind of succulent. Just as Xiao Ruofei was marveling at Liang Qichao's efficiency, he couldn't help but laugh when he saw the buyer's information. The delivery address was the address of the Immortal Meat Food Stall, and the consignee was Liang Qichao himself. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and understood. Liang Qichao was still worried that he wouldn't be able to get it if he introduced his friends to buy it. Therefore, he must have made the first move after hanging up the phone. He probably just started to recommend it to his friends in the succulent circle now. Fortunately, Liang Qichao was quite generous. He only bought 2 pots of each kind of succulent. After another 10 minutes, Xiao Ruofei saw new orders on Taobao. This time, it wasn't Liang Qichao. It was a real succulent player. In the next half an hour, new orders kept coming in. Some 3 pots, some 5 pots. More than 100 pots of succulent seedlings were sold out in half an hour. Most of these orders had words such as Immortal Meat Food Stalls Mr. Liang Qichao in the remarks. Xiao Ruofei looked at the back-end statistics. After all these transactions were completed, he would have more than 110,000 renminbi in his account. In the Ring 2 space, the recovery of the succulent mother plant and the growth of the young succulents would take at most a month. Moreover, this was the first time. Due to the increase of the mother plant, more seedlings could be cultivated with each cuttings. In other words, Xiao Ruofei would be able to earn at least 100,000 renminbi every month from the succulent seedlings. Moreover, it would be almost zero cost. Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't have dared to think about this in the past. With the Ring 2 space, making money unexpectedly became so easy. Moreover, this was only a small part of the Ring 2 space's functions. There were also the super vegetables, the magical tricolored petals, and possibly other functions that hadn't been discovered yet. The value of the Ring 2 space was really immeasurable. Xiao Ruofei calmed his somewhat excited mood and began to plan his next step. First of all, the most important thing was to find another place to live. Whether it was the super vegetables or the succulent seedlings, the current rental house was obviously not suitable. There were too many people and too many eyes. Thinking of this, Xia Ruofei first put up a notice on the website's homepage. It read, "Thank you for your support. Our store's first batch of high-quality succulent seedlings has been sold out. We will continue to ship them out in 3 days. Dear friends who haven't bought them yet, please wait patiently. Within a month, our store will have more rare varieties of succulent seedlings for sale. You are welcome to purchase them then." After putting up the notice, Xia Ruofei packed up his things. He hid the spiritual map scroll on his body and prepared to go out and find a place to live. Just as Xia Ruofei walked to the entrance of the shanty town, his phone rang. It was a call from Tian Huilan's secretary, Wu Liqian. It turned out that she had already coordinated with the city's education bureau to settle the matter of Lin Xiao's transfer. The school was set at Xianxia City's 8th middle school. This was a key high school in the province. Moreover, this school's third-year key class was the best among all the first-year schools. In the past 5 years, 3 of the provincial top liberal arts students came from 8th middle school's key class. Lin Xiao was a liberal arts student. Xia Ruofei hurriedly said a lot of words of thanks. Wu Liqian said that she would personally send Lin Xiao to 8th middle school in the afternoon. Since the mayor's secretary had personally come, Xia Ruofei naturally couldn't be absent. Therefore, he had to put the matter of finding a place to live aside and arranged to meet up with Wu Liqian at the city government's guest house at 2 p.m. After hanging up the phone, Xia Ruofei looked at the time. It was almost 1:30 p.m. Therefore, he directly called Lin Xiao and told her about the new school. He told her to leave at 2 p.m. and directly report to 8th middle school. Then, Xia Ruofei called a taxi and went straight to the city government's guest house. P.S. Publicity for the book group, 300-769-830. There's a cute girl here, come quickly. Also, as usual, please click, recommend, and bookmark. Thank you for your support. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At 2 o'clock sharp, Xia Ruofei brought Lin Xiao downstairs. Huzi's mother hadn't fully recovered yet, so Xia Ruofei let her rest in her room. With Xia Ruofei around, Huzi's mother was very relieved and didn't insist on going to school with them. When they reached the first floor, they saw Wu Liqian walking into the lobby. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the 3 of them got into Wu Liqian's Passat. Xia Ruofei sat in the front passenger seat while Wu Liqian held Lin Xiao's hand and sat in the back seat. As a third-year liberal arts student, Lin Xiao naturally knew about the famous 8th high school, so she was excited and nervous the whole way. Wu Liqian also saw that Lin Xiao was a little nervous, so she smiled and said, "Lin Xiao, don't worry. Xiao Lin, don't worry. The Education Bureau has already talked to them. You can directly transfer to the key liberal arts class of number 8 high school. If your homework can't keep up with the progress for the time being, it doesn't matter. The school will arrange for experienced teachers to tutor you." "Thank you, Secretary Wu," Lin Xiao said very obediently. Wu Liqian smiled and said, "Hey. Why are you being so formal with me? Just call me Sister Wu." "Oh. Thank you, Sister Wu," Lin Xiao said in a low voice and blushed slightly. Xia Ruofei also smiled and turned around. "Sister Wu, I'm so sorry to trouble you this time. Thank you very much. Please help me convey my gratitude to Mayor Tian." "Don't mention it, Xiaoxia," Wu Liqian said, "it's just a small matter." As they spoke, the car quickly arrived at 8th High School and stopped in front of an office building. The principal, vice principal, dean, and other leaders of 8th High School were already waiting downstairs. They had already received a call from the director of the Education Bureau and knew that Mayor Tian's secretary would be bringing the transfer students to school today. Naturally, they didn't dare to be negligent. If it weren't for Wu Liqian's reluctance to make a big fuss, the director of the Education Bureau would have accompanied her personally. Who wouldn't want to seize the opportunity to get close to the mayor? Especially since Wu Liqian's boss was very likely to become a member of the Provincial Party Committee and a member of the Communist Party of China. "Hello, Director Wu. Welcome to number 8 High School for inspection and guidance." Principal Rao of number 8 High School stepped forward and said enthusiastically. Wu Liqian gently shook hands with Principal Rao with a smile on her face and said, "I'm sorry. Principal, I'm not here to inspect and guide your work. Today, Mayor Tian only gave me one task, and that is to send student Lin Xiao to report here. Principal Rao was already very concerned about the fact that the Director of Education had personally greeted the students. Now that he heard Wu Liqian's words, he immediately understood that this matter wasn't Wu Liqian's personal matter, but was personally instructed by Mayor Tian. Thus, the importance in his heart instantly increased by another level. Yes, reporting is important. Principal Rao said with a warm smile. We have already completed the relevant procedures. Then, Principal Rao pointed to a slightly reserved, middle-aged woman beside her. This is the homeroom teacher of the liberal arts class, Teacher Su. Hello, Director Wu. Teacher Su hurriedly came forward to greet her with a somewhat reserved expression. Wu Liqian gave a friendly smile and said, Teacher Su, Lin Xiao will be studying in your class in the future. Please take care of her. Of course. Principal Rao also said, Teacher Su, Lin Xiao just transferred here. You have to take care of her studies and her daily life. Help her integrate into the new class as soon as possible. I will, Principal, Teacher Su hurriedly said. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but sigh as he watched from the side. The school leaders lined up to welcome her, and the homeroom teacher acted as if she was walking on thin ice. Lin Xiao could probably be called the most awesome transfer student in the history of No. 8 High School. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei also knew Lin Xiao's character. He believed that she wouldn't become complacent because of this and not know her place. Principal Rao looked at Wu Liqian with an inquiring gaze and asked, Director Wu, then, should we invite Lin Xiao and Teacher Su to the class to meet the other students? Sure. Wu Liqian nodded and smiled. Then she said to Lin Xiao, Little Lin, follow me to the class. If you have any difficulties in the future, just call Sister Wu directly. Xiao Ruofei also said, Xiaoer, study hard in the new class and get along well with the other students, okay? Lin Xiao nodded and said seriously, Yes, I will. Thank you, Brother Ruofei. Thank you, Sister Wu. Xiao Ruofei and Wu Liqian smiled and nodded. The two of them watched as Lin Xiao and Teacher Su gradually walked away. Principal Rao very politely invited Wu Liqian to inspect the school and give her instructions. However, Wu Liqian's purpose was simple, so she politely declined. She got into the car with Xiao Ruofei. The school leaders lined up and waved to send them off. When the car drove out of No. 8 High School, Wu Liqian asked, Little Xia, where are you going? I'll send you. Xiao Ruofei said, Sister Wu, just find a place to drop me off. I'm going out in the afternoon to find a place to rent. I don't have any purpose. Wu Liqian clearly misunderstood. She thought that Xiao Ruofei was looking for a house for Lin Xiao and her daughter. She smiled and said, Oh right, I forgot to tell you. I heard this morning that a colleague's house is going to be rented. It's in the Forestry Bureau's residence. He bought a house outside and moved out. The residence has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. It's also very close to No. 8 High School. Personally, I think it's very suitable for Lin Xiao and her mother to live in. Moreover, the rent isn't expensive. It's only 800 yuan a month. Do you want to take a look at the house? Xiao Ruofei was suddenly moved. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Wu Liqian in a new light. Although Wu Liqian said it very casually, it was obviously not as simple as just hearing about it. Whether it was the location, the size, or the rent, this house was simply tailor-made for Lin Xiao and her daughter. Wu Liqian definitely put in a lot of effort to find it. It must be said that the leader's secretary's mind was nimble and very meticulous. Wu Liqian knew what it meant for Xiao Ruofei to save Professor Xiao Ruofei's life. She also knew that Tian Huilan appreciated Xiao Ruofei very much. Therefore, she spared no effort in finding Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, Sister Wu, since you helped find it, it must be very suitable. But the house is for Auntie and Xiaoer to live in. How about I take Xiaoer to see the house after school? You don't have to show up personally. Just give us the landlord's contact number and help us say hello to the landlord. Okay, no problem. Wu Liqian said straightforwardly. Then she smiled and asked, There's no need to look for a house. Where are you going now? Xiao Ruofei froze for a moment, then smiled awkwardly and said, Sister Wu, actually I want to rent a house for myself. Before you called me, I was going to walk around and try my luck. Oh? You live by yourself? Wu Liqian asked, what kind of house are you looking for? Your sister Wu knows quite a lot of people. Maybe I can help you find a suitable one. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, Sister Wu, the house I want may not be easy to find. Oh? Tell me about it. Wu Liqian became more interested. First of all, I hope it's a single-story house in a quiet place. It doesn't matter if it's a little remote, but it must have an independent yard. It's best if there are no other houses around. Wu Liqian couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoxia, look at you. You want to be a hermit? Hee. I like quiet. Xiao Ruofei said, that's why I said it may not be easy to find. It's okay, Sister Wu, I'll go to the suburbs and look around. Maybe I can find a suitable one. Wu Liqian pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, Xiaoxia, you don't say. I do know of a house that basically meets all the requirements you mentioned. P.S. Promote the book group, 300-769-830, there are cute girls, come quickly. Also, as usual, please click, recommend, and bookmark. Thank you for your support. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Oh? Xiao Ruofei's eyes lit up and asked, Sister Wu, can you tell me what kind of house it is? Wu Liqian smiled and said, when I heard what you said just now, I thought of a relative's house. It basically meets your requirements, but I don't know if you'll think it's too far away. His house is already in Chongqing County, about half an hour's drive from the city. Love go little say half an hour's drive is no problem. Xiao Ruofei was very tempted and then asked, Sister Wu, is your relative's house a standalone house? Is there a road? Wu Liqian smiled and said, of course there is a road. I'll tell you the truth. It's a small villa that my relative built on a piece of land in the area. It's for the purpose of a vacation. Now that his whole family has emigrated overseas, the house is useless. How about it, are you interested in renting it? Actually, Wu Liqian's relative wanted to sell it directly, but if she came forward, it wouldn't be a big problem to rent it. After all, he wasn't in a hurry for money, and if he didn't sell it for the time being, the property might increase in value. She could sell Xiao Ruofei a favor by just making a phone call. Why wouldn't Wu Liqian do it? Xiao Ruofei immediately said, of course I'm interested. It's just a standalone villa. Sister Wu, will the rent be expensive? Wu Liqian smiled and said, it's definitely not cheap for others to rent it. If you want, just charge a little. My relative isn't short of money. Xiao Ruofei smiled a little embarrassedly and said, this. Isn't it a little inappropriate? Just tell me if you want it or not. Wu Liqian glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, if you want to rent it, I'll call my relative now. We'll go look at the house in the afternoon. If there's no problem, we'll settle this matter. Okay. But it's too much trouble, Sister Wu. Xiao Ruofei said. Wu Liqian smiled. It's no trouble at all. Mayor Tian gave me half a day off and specifically instructed me to do your job well. I'm just following the leader's instructions. Xiao Ruofei also stopped being pretentious and said sincerely, thank you, Sis Wu. Wu Liqian immediately took out her phone to contact her relative. Perhaps her relative was very close to her, or perhaps her identity as the mayor's secretary played a role. In short, the other party readily agreed. They even agreed to go look at the house now and meet up at the villa. Wu Liqian hung up the phone and told the driver to turn the car around and drive towards Chongqing County. After driving for about half an hour, they turned onto a newly built cement road. After driving for a few more minutes, they arrived at an 80% new villa. Wu Liqian's relative had already arrived. He was a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and looked very refined. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they went straight to the house. Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied with this villa. Although it was located in a remote area, transportation was still very convenient. The cement road had been built all the way to the entrance of the house, so there was no problem for small trucks to use. Love go little say the villa wasn't very big. It covered an area of about 200 square meters. There were small courtyards in the front and back of the house. The two-story villa had a total of 6 rooms, and it had all the necessary appliances. It could be moved in directly. Because Wu Liqian's relative was preparing to emigrate, the appliances and furniture were originally going to be packaged and sold. The front of the villa faced the sea, but it was about 3,000 meters away from the sea. In front of the villa was a large piece of wasteland. At the same time, there was a small mountain behind the villa. It was really a good place with the back of the mountain and the sea. In terms of rent, Wu Liqian's relative actually only asked for 3,000 yuan a month. For such a big holiday villa, 3,000 yuan a month was no different from giving it away for free. Xiao Ruofei felt that he was taking advantage of too much. He took the initiative to raise the monthly rent to 5,000 yuan, which was already considered a super low price. After the two parties reached an agreement, they signed the rental contract. The other party didn't even ask for a deposit. He gave Xiao Ruofei an account number and asked him to transfer the rent to it when the time came. He also said that it was fine if he didn't have money for the time being. He could pay whenever he had money. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little dumbfounded. It was the first time he had seen such an easygoing landlord. Compared to the shrew landlord in the slums, this landlord was simply a saint. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also knew that this was all because of Wu Liqian's face. Therefore, he was very self-aware and transferred 2 months' rent in front of everyone. A total of 10,000 yuan was transferred to the account. In less than half an hour, the rental matter was settled. Wu Liqian's relative handed the keys and the remote control to Xiao Ruofei and politely left. Xiao Ruofei still had to go back to pack his things. Moreover, he had to take Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao to look at the house that night, so he followed Wu Liqian's car back to the city. On the way back and forth, looking at the house and signing the contract, it was almost time for school to end in the afternoon. Wu Liqian decided to go all the way. She directly asked the driver to drive to the entrance of number 8 high school and found a parking space to park. After waiting for a while, Xiao Ruofei saw Lin Xiao walk out of number 8 high school. She was talking to a girl as she walked. Xiao Ruofei was very pleased to see this. It seemed that this little girl had already made new friends on the first day of her transfer. Xiao Ruofei pushed open the car door and waved at Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao saw Xiao Ruofei, she immediately revealed a surprised smile. She quickly said a few words to the girl next to her and then jogged over to Xiao Ruofei. "Brother Ruofei." Lin Xiao didn't try to avoid arousing suspicion at all. She came up and grabbed Xiao Ruofei's hand. Her delicate face had a bright smile, which attracted the attention of many students. Xiao Ruofei was a little embarrassed. He calmly pulled his hand out and asked, "Xiao, how was school this afternoon?" "Very good." The students were very friendly and the teacher's standards were very high. Lin Xiao said happily. "Haha, not bad, not bad." Xiao Ruofei was also very happy. "Let's go. Brother Ruofei will take you to eat a big meal. We'll celebrate for you." Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Ruofei. Next time. I want to eat with my mom." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Okay. You're a filial girl. Let's go. Let's go together and eat with Auntie at the government guest house. We still have things to do tonight." "What can we do tonight?" Lin Xiao asked curiously. Xiao Ruofei didn't keep them in suspense and said, "Sister Wu found a house for you. It's very close to 8th High. It's quite suitable in all aspects. I'll take you guys there after dinner." "Really? That's great." Lin Xiao cheered. The two of them got into the car and Wu Liqian asked the driver to send them to the government guest house. When they arrived at the government guest house, Wu Liqian originally wanted to have dinner with Xiao Ruofei and the others, then personally take them to see the house. However, Xiao Ruofei felt sorry for troubling her for an entire afternoon. Moreover, the mayor's secretary must be very busy. How could he have the nerve to take up her rest time at night? Therefore, Xiao Ruofei politely declined. Wu Liqian didn't insist. Instead, she made a phone call to her colleague at the forestry bureau and arranged to see the house at 7:30 p.m. Then, she gave the colleague's contact number to Xiao Ruofei before leaving. Geniuses remember love in 1 second go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Mom. Lin Xiao called out as soon as he entered the house. Huzi's mother, who had been resting in her room in the afternoon, quickly asked when she saw Lin Xiao. Xiaoer, how was school this afternoon? Did you get used to it? Did any of your classmates bully you? Lin Xiao revealed an amused expression and said, Mom, don't worry. 8th High's liberal arts is the best in the province. The teachers are very nice to me. Even the principal came when I went to register today. Ah? Even the principal went? Huzi's mother found it unbelievable. Xiao Ruofei smiled and explained, Auntie, the school leaders went down to greet her because of Sister Wu. Oh, it's Mayor Tian's secretary, Wu Liqian. Oh. So that's how it is. That's so troublesome. Huzi's mother said. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie, don't worry. Mayor Tian personally said that the school will take care of Xiaoer. You don't have to worry about her life or her studies. That's right. Mom, don't worry. Lin Xiao smiled and said, let's go eat dinner. We still have to look at houses later. Look at houses? What houses? Huzi's mother asked, puzzled. Ruofei bro helped us find a house. It's a residential area of the Forestry Bureau. It's also very close to my school. We'll go look after dinner. Lin Xiao said happily. Ruofei, thank you so much. Huzi's mother said gratefully. Xiao Ruofei said, Auntie, it was actually Sister Wu who helped us contact them. If you want to thank someone, thank her. After looking at the house tonight, if you think it's okay, we'll settle down. You don't have to worry about the rent. I'll call the landlord directly. This? How can this be? Huzi's mother said, Ruofei, we still have some savings. Now that I don't need to see a doctor, we have enough to spend. We can pay for the rent ourselves. We've already troubled you enough these days. Xiao Ruofei looked at Huzi's mother and said sincerely, Auntie, please don't treat me like an outsider. On the battlefield, Huzi sacrificed his life to save me. He is your only son. Before Huzi died, I personally told him that I would fulfill my filial duties for him. His mother is my mother. Huzi's mother's eyes reddened as she thought of her son's sacrifice. Her lips trembled as she said emotionally, Good. Good girl, so, Auntie, you really don't have to treat me like an outsider in the future. I will serve you for the rest of my life and take care of you when you are old. Xiao Ruofei said. Yes. Huzi's mother nodded slightly. Lin Xiao's eyes were also brimming with tears. Huzi's mother said, all right, Ruofei, then we'll do as you say about the rent. But you have to promise me something. Xiao Ruofei happily said, yes. Just tell me if you have any orders. Huzi's mother said to Lin Xiao, Xiaoer, bring me my jacket. Oh, okay. Lin Xiao quickly brought the jacket over. Huzi's mother took out a bank card from the jacket and handed it to Xiao Ruofei. Ruofei, this card contains the 500,000 yuan you transferred to me for my treatment. I didn't touch a single cent. I heard from Xiaoer that this is the money you earned from selling your house. Young people need money for their careers. Take this card back. The password is Huzi's birthday. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, Auntie. That won't do. This is all my filial piety. Even if you don't need dialysis or a kidney transplant, you can still keep it for your health. Xiaoer's 3rd year of high school costs a lot of money. Moreover, I have to go to university next semester. I can't do without money. Huzi's mother said, Ruofei, listen to me. We all know what you're thinking. But we don't need such a large sum of money for the time being. You just came back from the military. There are many things you need to do to start a business. Take this money back. Auntie promises you that I'll ask you if I need money. Okay? Yes. Brother Ruofei. You gave us so much money, but we don't have anywhere to spend it. It's all going to the bank. Lin Xiao said. Just take it back. Xiao Ruofei thought for a long time before nodding. Okay, I'll take this money back first. Huzi's mother immediately said with relief, yes. That's a good child. Xiao Ruofei continued, Auntie, I haven't finished speaking. I can take the money back, but there are conditions. Speak. I can't take all of this money. I have to leave at least 100,000 for your living expenses and Xiao's studies. Xiao Ruofei said firmly, if you don't agree, I won't take this money no matter what. I'll just let it rot in the bank. Although Huzi's mother said that she would ask for money when she needed it, Xiao Ruofei knew that she wouldn't use this unknown money even when her life was in danger. How could she ask for his help in the future? Although Xiao Ruofei could take the initiative to help the mother and daughter, he couldn't take care of everything. Therefore, it was necessary to leave some money behind. Huzi's mother saw Xiao Ruofei's firm attitude and had no choice but to agree to this condition. Xiao Ruofei took the bank card. Lin Xiao happily said from the side. Okay. Now that the matter is settled, can we go eat? We still have to look at the house later. Let's go. Let's eat. Xiao Ruofei also said with a smile. The three of them went to the restaurant on the first floor and ate a buffet. Then, they sat on the sofa in the lobby and chatted for a while. When it was about time, they went out and took a taxi to the Forestry Bureau's residence. Wu Liqian had already informed them, so the landlord was already waiting at the entrance of the residence. After greeting them, he brought Xiao Ruofei and the others to look at the house. Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao were very satisfied with the house. It wasn't high, and although it wasn't big, it had all the functions. The security of the residence was good, and it was only 2 stops away from Lin Xiao's school. It couldn't be more suitable. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei signed a rental agreement with the landlord on the spot and rented the house in his name. Because Wu Liqian had already informed them, the rent was ridiculously cheap. It was only 800 yuan a month. Xiao Ruofei simply paid the landlord half a year's rent. After half a year, Huzi's mother would be completely healed and Lin Xiao would go to college. They wouldn't have to rent the house anymore. The landlord left the key and left. Lin Xiao looked around the house happily. Seeing Lin Xiao's innocent smile, Xiao Ruofei felt very gratified. Although the house was well equipped, there weren't any bedsheets or blankets. Therefore, after they stayed in the house for a while, Xiao Ruofei took a taxi and sent the mother and daughter back to the city government's guest house. They planned to stay there for one more night and officially move in tomorrow. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei first went to the bank to transfer 400,000 yuan from Huzi's mother's card to his own account. His financial situation, which had been tight, immediately became much better. Then, he went directly to the Dongfeng department store in the center of Xianxia City and began a shopping spree. From bedsheets and blankets to kitchen supplies like pots and pans, he also bought some daily necessities like clothes hangers and toilet paper. As long as Xiao Ruofei could think of, he bought everything. After buying everything, Xiao Ruofei spent more than 10,000 yuan. Because he tried his best to buy everything from big brands, the prices were naturally not cheap. There were so many things that even the taxi couldn't fit them all. Xiao Ruofei directly called a small car and went to the Forestry Bureau's residential building. He moved everything several times before he finished. Then, Xiao Ruofei personally cleaned the house inside and out, put everything he bought in place, and even made the bed. Then, he went into the Ring 2 space to take a lot of super vegetables and put them in the kitchen's refrigerator. After he was done, the whole morning passed. Xiao Ruofei sent a message to Lin Xiao, telling her to go back to the Forestry Bureau's dormitory after school at noon. Then, he took a taxi to the city government's guest house to pick up Huzi's mother. At noon, Xiao Ruofei personally cooked lunch, mainly using super vegetables as ingredients. The three of them ate together at home to celebrate their new house move. The super vegetables were so delicious that Huzi's mother ate half a bowl of rice. Lin Xiao almost swallowed her tongue. It was too delicious. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said that there were still a lot of these vegetables in the refrigerator. He told Lin Xiao to let him know when they finished eating, and he would send more over. After lunch, Xiao Ruofei said goodbye and left. At this point, the mother and daughter had settled down. Before he left, Xiao Ruofei left the remaining 100,000 yuan in his bank card at Lin Xiao's house. At the same time, he also left a small mineral water bottle with the flower petal solution. Of course, it was a special version mixed with grape juice and Huxiangxingqi water. Then, Xiao Ruofei went back to the rented house in Shanty Town and began to pack his things, preparing to move. It was much easier for Xiao Ruofei to move by himself. All his valuable things were in the Ring 2 space. He only needed to put the few things he had left in the house into the Ring 2 space. He quickly packed up his things, called the shrewd landlord, and left the room key on the back of the public kitchen refrigerator. Then, he directly left the rented house in Shanty Town. As for the 2-month deposit, Xiao Ruofei didn't even mention it, because he knew that the shrewd landlord wouldn't give him a single cent even if he talked his way out of it. He might as well not waste his time. Walking in the alley of Shanty Town, Xiao Ruofei suddenly realized that he seemed to be missing the most important thing. P.S. Promote the book group, 300-769-830, there's a cute girl, come quickly. Also, as usual, please click, recommend, and bookmark. Thank you for your support. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? It provides you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei thought that although the resort villa in the suburbs was very convenient, it was built on the premise that there was a car. If he didn't have his own car, the villa was in the middle of nowhere. Taking a taxi was not a long-term solution. What's more, if he returned to the city from the villa, he had to walk a long way to get to the national highway. It was too inconvenient to take a passing minibus. Therefore, buying a car had become Xiao Ruofei's top priority. Fortunately, when Xiao Ruofei retired, he had already replaced his military driver's license with a local driver's license. Now he only needed to buy a car to drive. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to go to the suburban resort villa. He planned to settle the car matter in the afternoon. In the choice of car model, Xiao Ruofei almost did not hesitate and decided to buy a pickup truck. Although he now had nearly 500,000 yuan on hand and could buy a good joint venture car, the money had to be spent on the blade. There were still many places to spend money in the future. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was not a person who liked to show off. From a practical point of view, a pickup truck was undoubtedly the most suitable. Because at this stage, Xiao Ruofei would certainly often need to transport things, such as mailing succulent seedlings, buying flower pots, cardboard boxes, vegetable seeds, farm tools, and so on. If he bought a car or off-road vehicle, it would not be useful. After making up his mind, Xiao Ruofei took a taxi and went straight to Huaxia Automobile City in the southern suburbs. There were many Car 4S stores here. It didn't take long for Xiao Ruofei to buy a Great Wall Fengjun pickup truck that cost about 100,000 yuan. This pickup truck was also the most popular car in the country. It was very practical. Xiao Ruofei paid the full amount on the spot. The 4S store also sent some conventional gifts such as film, mats, fenders, and so on. Xiao Ruofei added another 2,000 yuan and asked for an original trunk lid. The license plate, insurance, and so on were all entrusted to the 4S store. This was not a popular car of a big brand, so there was a car on the spot. Xiao Ruofei and the staff of the 4S store installed the film and fenders in place and directly drove the car out of the 4S store. Although the license plate still needed a few days, with the purchase receipt of the new car, there would be no problem if the traffic police checked the car on the road. After leaving the 4S store, Xiao Ruofei drove to buy some cardboard boxes, transparent tape, foam strips, bubble bags, and other things for packaging and mailing. Then, he went to the electronic city to buy a new computer and a printer, as well as a few boxes of printing paper. Then, he loaded his car full of things and drove back to his holiday villa in the suburbs. After returning to the villa, Xiao Ruofei first arranged his personal life. He chose a large room on the second floor that faced the sea, had a small balcony, and had its own bathroom as his bedroom. After carefully locking the door and drawing the curtains, Xiao Ruofei took out the spiritual map scroll and brought the cardboard boxes and other packaged items into the Ring 2 space. Then he brought his bedding and daily necessities out of the space. After spending some time to make the bed and place some daily necessities in place, Xiao Ruofei connected the newly bought desktop and printer in his bedroom. The internet connection in the room was ready-made. Moreover, the landlord had paid for a year of broadband, so he could go online after connecting the internet cable. Xiao Ruofei first went to his Taobao platform and printed out all the order information in a form. Then he brought the order information into the Ring 2 space. He planned to package the succulent seedlings in the space and send them out as soon as possible. That was 110,000 yuan. The sooner the customer received the goods, the sooner he would get the money. As for the reason why he chose to package the goods in the space, it was naturally because the time flow was 10 times faster. It could save him a lot of time. For Xiao Ruofei, the most precious thing was undoubtedly time. After entering the space, Xiao Ruofei distributed the goods according to the contents of each order. After collecting all the succulent seedlings of an order, he began to pack them up. Before packing, he watered them with the space's pond water. Then, each pot of succulent seedlings was wrapped in a bubble bag and tied tightly with tape. After putting all the seedlings of an order into the cardboard boxes, he stuffed the gaps with foam strips. Finally, he sealed the cardboard boxes tightly with transparent tape and stuck the order number on the outside. It could be said that the protection was done to the extreme. Basically, it could prevent the succulent seedlings from being damaged by the violent sorting. There were more than 100 pots of succulent seedlings and a total of 40 orders. Xiao Ruofei spent a total of 5 hours to finish packing them up. Of course, in the outside world, only half an hour had passed. Xiao Ruofei spent a lot of time bringing the 40-plus cardboard boxes out of the Ring 2 space. After drinking a few mouthfuls of the space's pond water to recover his energy, he moved the cardboard boxes onto the pickup truck and drove straight to Chongping County. It was only a 10-minute drive from here to the county, much closer than going back to the city. Before setting off, he had checked the map on the internet, so he quickly found a SF Express delivery network. Xiao Ruofei asked for a stack of delivery forms from the staff. He began to fill in the forms according to the order information. After filling in a form, he stuck it to the corresponding cardboard box according to the order number. Finally, he weighed it and calculated the money. While filling in the forms, 2 SF Express employees were chatting. Although their voices weren't very loud, Xiao Ruofei's exceptional hearing was still able to hear them clearly. "Hey! Did you hear? The county's Public Security Bureau's Deputy Bureau Chief Xing is in trouble. Several of the Public Security Bureau's minor leaders are also in trouble." "Really? It can't be a rumor, right?" "How could it be a rumor? My aunt's colleague's cousin's sister-in-law is in the Public Security Bureau. My information is absolutely reliable. Let me tell you, I heard that Deputy Bureau Chief Xing was also implicated. The real problem was with the Deputy Bureau Chief of the Linhai Police Station. This guy acted as a protective umbrella for the bandits and embezzled several million yuan. Of course, he was also filial to Deputy Bureau Chief Xing, so this time, he was also in trouble. F***CK, several million yuan. None of these officials are good people. Who says they aren't? It's said that the bandit is also a village director. His son has also defiled many girls. I heard that the father and son will be sentenced to at least 10 years in prison." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but reveal a happy expression after hearing the words of the Express Delivery Network staff. Tian Huilan had personally stepped in and vented his anger in public. The efficiency of his subordinates was indeed very high. In just 2 or 3 days, the Public Security Bureau of Chongping County was shaken up, and Zhong Cheng and his son were also arrested. Even the ordinary people were abuzz with the news, which was really satisfying. After venting his anger, Xiao Ruofei was in a good mood, and the speed of filling in the forms was also a lot faster. He quickly filled in all the forms and posted them. Several employees helped him move the boxes in, weighing and billing. There were more than 40 packages, and the express fee alone was more than 500 yuan. Sending so many things at once meant that he wasn't a small customer, so the attitude of the employees was very good. After Xiao Ruofei paid, the employee wrote the receipt and said, "Sir, if you often send express deliveries and the quantity is relatively large, we can sign an agreement. When the time comes, give us a call, and we will directly come to your door to receive the package. Also, there will be a certain discount on the fee." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said without thinking, "I have about 40 to 50 packages a month, and there may be more and more in the future. But the place where I live is a bit far, about 10 minutes away from the county. Is that okay?" "That's not a problem." The employee said, "Here is a sample agreement. You can take a look. In your case, we can give you a 20% discount. If you cooperate for a long time, we can continue to lower the price." Xiao Ruofei took it and browsed it for a while, then nodded and said, "No problem, let's sign the agreement." the employee immediately found a manager. After registering Xiao Ruofei's ID number and address information, he quickly typed out an agreement for both parties to sign. The manager shook hands with Xiao Ruofei and said, "Mr. Xia, thank you for choosing SF Express. I hope we can cooperate happily in the future." "Happy cooperation," Xiao Ruofei also said with a smile. "By the way, Mr. Xia, you can also take some express deliveries back," the manager said. "Our official website has a template for express deliveries for download. You only need to fill in the information on the computer according to the template, and you can directly print the express deliveries." "Really?" Xiao Ruofei said happily, "That's great. Give me 100 of them first." Xiao Ruofei's hands were sore after filling in more than 40 express deliveries. If he could directly print them, it would be much more convenient. A few minutes later, Xiao Ruofei left the SF Express website with a stack of express deliveries. He drove the pickup truck back to the vacation villa. Before he got out of the car, the phone on the center console rang. "PS, promote the book group, 300-769-830, there is a cute girl, come quickly. Also, as usual, please click, recommend, and bookmark. Thank you for your support. A genius remembering love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read." Xiao Ruofei turned off the engine and pulled the handbrake before picking up his phone. When he saw that it was Ling Xianxia calling, he immediately picked it up. "Xianxia," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Ruofei, where are you?" "I just went to your house, and a woman said that you moved out," Ling Xianxia asked anxiously. Xiao Ruofei laughed and asked, "Was it a middle-aged shrew? Did she say something very unpleasant?" Xiao Ruofei had already guessed that the woman Ling Xianxia was talking about was the shrew landlord. He was in such a hurry to check out. Although the shrew landlord could earn 2 months' worth of rent for free, she would definitely be worried that the house was damaged or that something had happened, so she would definitely come to check it out. "Yeah." Her tone was as if she had eaten gunpowder. Ling Xianxia said with a hint of anger, "She was very impatient when I asked a few more questions." "Oh yeah, you haven't told me yet. Why did you suddenly move out? Could it be that he's hiding from me?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "What are you thinking? Didn't you say that my living environment was too bad yesterday? I thought about it, and what you said made sense, so I simply found another place to live." "Why? Why are you looking for me? Why didn't you call me first? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you came here for nothing?" "Nonsense. Didn't we agree to sign the supply contract in 2 days?" Ling Xianxia said coquettishly, "I didn't expect you to disappear again. This time it's even worse, you directly moved out of the house. I'm sorry." Xiao Ruofei apologized, "There's no hurry to sign the contract. It's late now, and the supply will start tomorrow, right? I'll give you an address, and you can ask the person who picks up the goods to bring the contract over." Ling Xianxia thought about it and said, "That's fine too. You can't disappear again. Don't worry. I'm counting on those vegetables to make a lot of money." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "I'll treat you to a meal later." "That's more like it." Ling Xianxia chuckled. The two chatted for a while more before hanging up. Xiao Ruofei sent the address of the holiday villa to Ling Xianxia. Then, Xiao Ruofei shared his location with Ling Xianxia on WeChat. This way, he would not have to worry that Ling Xianxia's men would not be able to find him tomorrow. When Xiao Ruofei returned to his room, he first opened the Taobao backend on his computer and confirmed the delivery of the orders one by one. After that, he went to the bathroom to take a shower. Then, he put on his slippers and went downstairs to the kitchen to make some food. After dinner, Xiao Ruofei called Liang Qichao to express his gratitude. He also told him that the succulent seedlings had been delivered, and asked him to pay attention to the delivery in the next few days. Liang Qichao was very happy. At the same time, he kept reminding Xiao Ruofei not to forget about the white moon. Xiao Ruofei naturally agreed. When he returned to his room, Xiao Ruofei carefully locked the door. Then, he took out the spiritual map scroll and entered the dimension. It had been 3 days since the last time he picked the petals. After entering the dimension, Xiao Ruofei went straight to the nameless plant by the pool. Sure enough, the tricolored flower had bloomed on the branch again. Its natural charm made Xia Ruofei involuntarily focus his attention on the flower. Xia Ruofei was completely relieved. It seemed that once the tricolored flower was plucked, it would recover after 3 days. He squatted in front of the tricolored flower and admired it for a long time. Then, he reluctantly took out a plastic box and a pair of tweezers. No matter how beautiful the tricolored flower was, it would not grow again if it was not plucked. This was a strategic resource for Xia Ruofei. Therefore, once it grew, it had to be plucked and preserved. Xia Ruofei carefully used the tweezers to pluck all 3 petals and put them in the plastic box. Including the 2 remaining petals from last time, there were now 5 petals in the plastic box. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment. Then, he used the tweezers to pick up a petal. Then, he carefully reached out his hand. As soon as his hand came into contact with the petal, it immediately drilled into his palm. Then, he felt a familiar warmth flowing through his body. Xia Ruofei could not help but moan comfortably. After absorbing the petal, Xia Ruofei clearly felt that his body had been strengthened. Moreover, this strengthening was comprehensive. Strength, hearing, eyesight, reflexes, and so on. Xia Ruofei had made up his mind. In the future, he would harvest 2 petals every 3 days. He would keep 2 petals and absorb 1 for himself. This would constantly strengthen his body. He felt that in the long run, there would definitely be unexpected benefits. There was still a lot of liquid medicine left from last time when he treated Huzi's mother. Xia Ruofei filled a mineral water bottle. He planned to send another bottle to Huzi's mother in a few days. At the same time, he took out the small stainless steel wine flask that he had bought a few days ago and filled it with liquid medicine. This kind of flat wine flask could be carried around. In case of an emergency, he could take it out at any time. The next morning, after Xia Ruofei woke up, he first entered the spirit map space and harvested the ripe vegetables. After roughly weighing them, he divided them into about 20 kilograms of each type of vegetable and placed them in a basket before bringing them to the outside world. Xia Ruofei also sprinkled a lot of water from the Ring 2 space on the vegetables. To a certain extent, it could replace the freshness function of the Ring 2 space. After moving the basket to the small garage on the first floor, Xia Ruofei went to make breakfast for himself. Breakfast was very simple. It was ready-made bread and milk. He just needed to heat it up a little and it was enough. At around 8 o'clock, Xia Ruofei heard a horn outside the villa. He stood up and looked outside. He saw a white van parked in front of the courtyard. Xia Ruofei walked outside. When he passed by the door, he pressed the remote control to open the courtyard door. Walking into the courtyard of the villa, Xia Ruofei found that Ling Qingshua's flashy orange Porsche 911 was following behind the van. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of a bitter smile. This girl still came in person. The 2 cars stopped. Ling Qingxua quickly got out of the Porsche 911. As soon as she saw Xia Ruofei, she shouted, "Ruofei, you found a really good place. Facing the sea, spring is warm and flowers are blooming. You're really something, buying a big villa directly." Xia Ruofei greeted her with a smile and said, "How could I afford it? I rented it." At this time, a man in his late 20s got out of the front passenger seat of the van. When he saw Ling Qingxua and Xia Ruofei chatting happily, he couldn't help but look at Xia Ruofei vigilantly. Then, he quickened his pace and walked towards the 2 of them. This man was wearing a suit and a pair of glasses. He looked very pretentious. When he walked in front of the 2 of them, he glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, "Qingxua, is this our new supplier? Introduce him to me." Ling Qingxua frowned slightly and said calmly, "Manager He, I've reminded you more than once. You can call me Manager Ling or Miss Ling, but please don't call me Qingxua. My personal relationship with you is not that intimate." Manager He's face alternated between red and white. He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Ling Qingxua looked at Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, "Ruofei, this is He Dong, manager of the purchasing department of our Ling's restaurant chain. The purchasing department is responsible for signing the supply contracts for our ingredients." After that, Ling Qingxua didn't introduce Xia Ruofei to He Dong. Instead, she said calmly, "Manager He, please take out the contract." Xia Ruofei saw how cold Ling Qingxua was in front of others. Even though he didn't have any other thoughts about Ling Xianxia, he still felt a little proud. As the host, he still had to be polite. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to extend his hand to Hidong and said with a faint smile, "Manager He, nice to meet you. My name is Xiao Ruofei." Hidong ignored Xiao Ruofei's outstretched hand. He glanced at Xiao Ruofei with his dark eyes and didn't hide his hostility at all. Then, he said to Ling Xianxia in a businesslike tone, "Manager Ling, the chairman has always emphasized that ingredients should be strictly controlled. Before coming here this time, the chairman also specifically emphasized the safety of food. Therefore, before signing the contract, I have a few questions to ask Mr. Xia. Please understand." A trace of anger flashed in Ling Xianxia's eyes. However, Ling's restaurant chain was a large chain enterprise. In the future, it would even seek to be listed. It was definitely not comparable to those small family workshops. Enterprises had their own rules. Even if she was the daughter of the chairman, she still had to abide by them. Hidong took advantage of this and took the moral high ground first. Ling Xianxia snorted and said, "Hurry up. The restaurant is still waiting for these dishes." Hidong put on a hypocritical smile and said, "I'll be quick. It's just a routine inquiry." Ling Xianxia turned to look at Xiao Ruofei with a trace of apology and uneasiness in her eyes. She was afraid that Xiao Ruofei would be angry because of this. Xiao Ruofei smiled at her and shook his head slightly to show that he didn't mind. Hidong saw the two of them flirting with each other, and a nameless anger rose in him. He looked at Xiao Ruofei with a cold gaze. With a straight face and a businesslike tone, he asked, "Mr. Xia, although you were recommended by manager Ling, Ling's restaurant chain is a famous chain enterprise in Xianxia City. The safety standards of ingredients are also very high. May I ask if you have your own vegetable farm?" "Not yet, but it will be built soon," Xiao Ruofei replied calmly. "Then you don't?" Hidong said coldly with a dead fish face. Then he continued to ask, "Then do the vegetables you provide have an inspection and quarantine certificate issued by an authoritative organization?" "No." Xiao Ruofei shook his head. "These new vegetables are the latest research. You don't have to explain." Hidong directly interrupted Xiao Ruofei and said, "You are clearly a three-nose product. Ling's restaurant chain will never buy it." "Sorry, Manager Ling, I can't sign this contract. P.S. Sweat, the timed update failed again. Next time, Steel Spear will update manually. Book Friends Group, 300-769-830. Also, as usual, please click, recommend, and bookmark. Thank you for your support. A genius remembering love in 1 second? Xuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Hidong. What are you trying to do? Ling Xianxia was furious when she heard that. She shouted, "I was the one who decided to cooperate with Xiao Ruofei. Why are you denying it?" Hidong showed an innocent expression. He spread his hands and said, "Manager Ling, I'm doing this for the public good. I'm also acting according to the company's rules. The purchasing department's standard principles were set by the chairman himself. I don't dare to violate them. Mr. Xia doesn't have a qualified vegetable farm, nor can he produce an appraisal certificate from a relevant organization. I really don't dare to purchase such products." Xiao Ruofei could feel Hidong's deep hostility towards him. Although he didn't know the whole story, he could guess that it was because Hidong was interested in Ling Xianxia, so he treated him as a love rival. In this case, Xiao Ruofei simply looked on coldly. Ling Xianxia snorted and said, "Hidong, don't talk nonsense. I personally tested and tasted these new vegetables. Do you think I'll harm my own company?" Hidong glanced at Xiao Ruofei from the corner of his eyes and said in a strange tone, "Manager Ling, you're the little princess of Ling Ji Catering. Of course, you wouldn't deliberately harm the company. But I'm worried that you're inexperienced and have been deceived by someone. A small order of a few thousand yuan a day is indeed nothing to Ling Ji Catering. But if there are safety issues with these ingredients, it won't be as simple as a few thousand yuan. That will be a devastating blow to the brand image of Ling Ji Catering." The more Hidong spoke, the more righteous he became. He pretended that everything was for the sake of the company. Ling Xianxia was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She stared at Hidong and said, "Manager He, it seems that things have been too smooth for you in the company recently. You don't know your place. I think you don't want to work at Ling Ji Catering anymore. He Dong said with an aggrieved expression. In all honesty, I've always been loyal to the company. Even if Miss Ling wants to fire me because of what happened today, I'll still stick to my principles. But I believe that Uncle Ling. Oh no, Chairman Ling should understand my difficulties. Clearly, this He Dong seemed to have nothing to fear and did not put Ling Qingshue's threat in his eyes. Ling Qingxue was so angry that her chest heaved up and down. She glared at He Dong with her almond-shaped eyes as if she was about to spit fire. This was clearly the prelude to her outburst. Xiao Ruofei finally stopped Ling Qingxue with his eyes. He smiled faintly and looked at He Dong. Manager He, I have a question for you. Say it. He Dong's eyes flashed. With pride as he looked at Xiao Ruofei condescendingly. You haven't seen the new vegetables I've provided since you came in, right? Xiao Ruofei asked. The corner of He Dong's mouth twitched as he arrogantly said, I don't need to see it. You don't even have the most basic qualifications. You're not qualified to be a supplier of Ling's restaurant. He Dong. Don't be so arrogant. Ling Qingxue scolded as soon as she heard him. He Dong shrugged his shoulders and said, Manager Ling, although it's not nice to hear, it's the truth. All of our vegetable ingredients come from the green planting base that the company has a stake in. Pure green vegetables are also a brand that our company has been promoting to the public. Mr. Xia's so-called new vegetable, in my opinion, is of unknown origin. As the purchasing manager, I have the right to veto this purchase. Before Ling Qingxue could speak, Xiao Ruofei waved his hand to stop her. He then looked at He Dong and asked, So, there's no room for negotiation? He Dong's lips curled into a mocking smile. You think too highly of yourself. If it weren't for Qingshue's insistence, would I have time to listen to your nonsense? Do you know how busy I am every day? After saying that, He Dong looked around with a smug expression and said, That's right. This house looks quite decent, but I think I heard you say something just now. It's rented, right? He then looked at the pickup truck parked on the side and sneered, Mr. Xia's car is quite new. Don't tell me it's also rented? But I don't think so. You can still afford a pickup truck. Ling Qingxue saw that He Dong was getting more and more excited. She finally couldn't hold back her anger and scolded coldly, He Dong, you've gone too far. Apologize to Ruofei right now. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said calmly, No need to apologize. But since we can't do business, can I trouble Manager He to help me close the door from the outside? He Dong didn't react immediately and asked subconsciously, What do you mean? Xiao Ruofei still said calmly, What I mean is, at this point, his volume suddenly increased by several times, and his voice also became incomparably sharp. I told you to F*King get the F*CK out of here. He Dong was startled and subconsciously took a step back. Then, he revealed a look of resentment. His finger trembled slightly as he pointed at Xiao Ruofei and said, Do you know who you're talking to? Xiao Ruofei looked at He Dong with disdain and turned to the truck driver, Sir, please drive the truck back. I'm sorry to have made you come here for nothing. The driver was also an employee of Ling Qingxue. Hearing this, he looked at Ling Qingxue inquisitively. Ling Qingxue sighed secretly. She knew that this was definitely not going to happen today, so she nodded slightly. After the driver got permission, he jumped into the driver's seat and started the truck. He backed out of the villa yard without saying anything. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, strode towards He Dong. He Dong looked at the aggressive Xiao Ruofei and was scared. He asked in a trembling voice, What do you want to do? Don't come over. Don't you dare touch me. Xiao Ruofei walked in front of He Dong in a few steps and grabbed his collar with one hand. Like picking up a little chick, he lifted He Dong up with one hand and then flung him lightly. He Dong's entire body flew up and landed right outside the courtyard door. Xiao Ruofei clapped his hands lightly and said, You're not welcome in my territory. If you don't get lost, I'll break your legs. He Dong groaned and got up from the ground. He shouted angrily, Just you wait. Humph. As long as I'm in Ling Qingxue, your vegetables won't come in. Country bumpkin. Xiao Ruofei pretended to chase after him. He Dong was so scared that he wet his pants and ran to the truck. He opened the door and got in. His movements were more agile than a monkey's. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help laughing and said loudly, I'll make it clear today. I'm going to let all my vegetables enter Ling Xianxia. But I'm afraid you won't be able to stay until that day. The truck quickly drove away from the villa. Ling Xianxia was still in the yard with a trace of guilt on her face. She walked to Xiao Ruofei and said in a low voice, Ruofei, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Qingxue, it seems that you haven't established your authority as the eldest daughter of Ling Qingxue. Even a small department manager is disobeying your orders. Ling Qingshue's expression darkened and she said in a low voice, the situation here is a bit complicated. Let me explain it to you slowly, Xiao Ruofei quickly said, don't misunderstand. I'm just joking. I don't mean to blame you. Besides, you don't have to explain anything to me. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xiao Ruofei with a trace of bitterness and said, then I want to complain to you. That's fine, right? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, that's not a problem. I don't have anything to do today. I can definitely be a good listener. Come. Come in. By the way, you haven't seen my new house yet. Come in and take a look. Ling Qingxue heard this and the haze in her heart seemed to dissipate. She smiled brightly and said, okay. I want to try your cooking again at noon. Is that okay? Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, no problem. P.S. Promote the book group, 300-769-830, there are cute girls, come quickly. Also, as usual, please click, recommend, and bookmark. Thank you for your support. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The two of them walked into the villa together. Ling Qingxue seemed to have forgotten about Hidong's previous unhappiness. She sighed in admiration as she toured the villa. She was very envious of Xiao Ruofei for having such a good living environment. Love go little say net. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but find it a little funny and asked, do you have to be so exaggerated? You're the little princess of Ling's restaurant. What kind of villa can't you live in? What's a small holiday villa in the countryside? Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said, what do you know? I'm envious of your freedom. You can live alone in a house facing the sea and do whatever you want without any restrictions. At this point, Ling Qingshue's tone seemed to be a little lower. Xiao Ruofei saw this and said, tell me. What's going on with this Hidong? I don't think he's as simple as a department manager in your company. Ling Qingxue sighed, walked straight to the sofa in the living room, and sat down. Then she began to talk to Xiao Ruofei. It turned out that Hidong had a deep relationship with the Ling family. Hidong's father, He Xiangyuan, and Ling Qingshue's father, Ling Xiaotian, were comrades in arms. The most important thing was that He Xiangyuan had once saved Ling Xiaotian's life, and He Xiangyuan had been permanently disabled because of it. Back then, the two of them had served in an army in Dianan province. He Xiangyuan was Ling Xiaotian's squad leader. Due to historical reasons, there were a lot of landmines left in the border area, and the two of them belonged to a unit that specialized in demoning. During the demoning at the border that year, Ling Xiaotian accidentally touched a landmine. He Xiangyuan, who was next to him, pushed him away. However, his legs were blown up. Later, He Xiangyuan returned home as a disabled revolutionary, and Ling Xiaotian left the army after her military service ended. She returned to her hometown to start her own business. Although one of them lived in Southeast Province and the other in Yubei Province, Ling Xiaotian had always been concerned about He Xiangdong's life. Especially after his business grew bigger, he often sponsored He Xiangyuan's family. As He Xiangyuan's only son, Hidong's expenses were all borne by Ling Xiaotian from primary school until he graduated from graduate school. Moreover, after Hidong graduated from Yubei University, Ling Xiaotian directly recruited him into Ling's restaurant. After he trained in a basic position for a period of time, she entrusted him with an important task and let him be the manager of an important department like the purchasing department. Ling Xiaotian had always felt indebted to He Xiangyuan, so she spared no effort in training Hidong. It could be said that she valued him very much. Ling Qingxue naturally wouldn't say anything about this. She also thought that it was reasonable. However, what really annoyed Ling Qingxue was that since the first time they met, Hidong had launched a fierce attack on her. Ling Qingxue couldn't bear it. However, Ling Qingxue couldn't give Hidong too much of a hard time because of Xianxuan's face. Today's situation was also because Hidong's attitude towards Xia Ruofei had completely angered Ling Qingxue. Otherwise, she wouldn't have flipped out on the spot. What made Ling Qingxue even more distressed was that she had mentioned to Ling Xiaotian that Hidong was pursuing her. She had also made it clear that she didn't have any feelings for Hidong. She hoped that Ling Xiaotian would tactfully persuade Hidong. She didn't expect Ling Xiaotian to turn around and persuade her to have more contact with Hidong. This suddenly gave Ling Qingxue an ominous premonition. She guessed that Ling Xiaotian might want to set her up with Hidong in order to repay her kindness. Although Ling Xiaotian wouldn't interfere too much in her daughter's love life, her acquiescence seemed to have given Hidong a shot of confidence. It made him more energetic and even made it known to everyone in the company. Naturally, Ling Qingxue was very distressed. After listening to Ling Qingxue's words, Xia Ruofei couldn't help but feel speechless. He wanted to say a few words of comfort, but he didn't know where to start. For a moment, there was silence in the living room. After a while, Ling Qingxue forced a smile and said, "Actually, it's nothing. As long as I firmly disagree, my father can't force me to do something I don't want to do." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "That's true. What era is it now? Arranged marriages and pledging one's body in order to repay kindness are no longer popular." Ling Qingxue nodded and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. Ruofei, I'm really sorry about what happened today. I didn't know that Hidong would suddenly make things difficult for you on purpose." Moreover, his words were so unpleasant. Xia Ruofei's eyes flashed with a trace of shrewdness and said, "This has nothing to do with you. But this Hidong really deserves a beating. After listening to what you said, I feel that Hidong's father is indeed a man. He's definitely a competent squad leader in the army, but he's not good at educating children." Ling Qingxue's eyes flashed with a trace of worry and said, "Ruofei, don't do anything rash. When I go back, I'll have a good talk with my father. Your new vegetables are very important to our Ling's restaurant. He'll definitely listen to my opinion and sign a supply contract with you." Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head and said, "Qingxue, don't worry about this for now. I have my own way of dealing with it." But Ling Qingxue wanted to say something, but stopped. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely keep enough of the supply that I promised you. Not a single catty less. It's just a few days late." "That's good." Ling Qingxue patted her chest lightly and said with a relieved expression, "I thought that you wouldn't cooperate with our Ling's restaurant in a fit of anger." "Why would I?" Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "I still have to give face to my old classmate." "Then should I thank you?" Ling Qingxue said coquettishly. Then she snorted and said, "That idiot Hidong. He thought that I deliberately gave you that supply contract because I wanted to take care of you. He really didn't know what was good for him." Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Let's not talk about this person who spoils the fun. Say it. What do you want to eat for lunch? I'll cook it myself later." Ling Qingxue immediately cheered, but before she could say anything, the phone in her bag rang. She took out her phone and looked at it. Then she looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "It's my dad." Xia Ruofei smiled and raised his chin, motioning for her to answer the phone. Ling Qingxue picked up the phone and said, "Dad." "What?" "Dad, it's not like what Hidong said." Dad, listen to me." "Oh. Okay. I got it." Ling Qingxue's voice became lower and lower as she spoke. Finally, she hung up the phone unhappily and said angrily, "Hidong actually accused me first. He went to my dad's house to sow discord. Now my dad wants me to go back to the company immediately." Xia Ruofei shrugged and asked, "Then are you going to?" Ling Qingxue snorted and said, "Fine, I'll go back. I was just about to talk to my dad about this. If it weren't for you and me, our Ling's restaurant would have missed a great opportunity to get out of this predicament. If that's really the case, Hidong can't absolve himself from the blame." If Ling Qingxue had only been a little annoyed with Hidong before, now she was completely disgusted with him. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "You can go back and talk to your dad, but don't get into a conflict with him because of this matter. Trust me, I can handle this matter well." "Okay, I got it," Ling Qingxue said obediently. Then she added, "Then remember that you owe me a meal. And it's the kind that you have to cook personally." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Of course. I'll make it up to you next time." Ling Qingxue giggled and said, "That's right. Then I'll go back first." Xiao Ruofei nodded. Ling Qingxue picked up her handbag and walked out of the villa. Xiao Ruofei walked her out and watched her get into the Porsche 911. He smiled and waved at her as he watched the sports car drive away. Walking back to the villa, Xiao Ruofei's mind still flashed with the image of Ling Qingxue smiling sweetly just now. He couldn't help but shake his head and think to himself, "Don't tell me I really have feelings for this girl." In fact, after Xiao Ruofei recovered from his terminal illness, his mentality had quietly changed. Ling Qingxue was a first-class beauty, and she was obviously interested in Xiao Ruofei. She was even more proactive in their relationship. Xiao Ruofei was not a saint. Unconsciously, he naturally had some feelings for her, but he didn't realize it himself. Xiao Ruofei got rid of these distracting thoughts and began to think about what had happened today. He Dong's words and actions today had already angered Xiao Ruofei. In the military, he was famous for not admitting defeat. If he didn't fight back when He Dong deliberately made things difficult and humiliated him, then he wouldn't be the blood wolf that frightened his enemies. In Xiao Ruofei's hands, the sharpest counterattack weapon was naturally those super-quality new vegetables. He already had a general idea. Now that he sat down and thought for a long time, the plan in his mind gradually took shape. Xiao Ruofei's lips curled into a cold smile as he muttered to himself, "That's right. He Dong, this time I must teach you an unforgettable lesson. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read." Xiao Ruofei got up and went to the villa's garage. He stored all the new vegetables that he had prepared in the morning into the Ring 2 space and watered the succulent mother plant in the space with the space pool water. After leaving the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei saw that it was still early, so he drove back to the Sanxian district and went straight to the seed company. He bought some new vegetable seeds, mainly the same 6 kinds of vegetables as before. He also bought some pumpkins, radishes, and huaishan seeds. Although the cooperation between Xiao Ruofei and Ling Ji Catering had been temporarily thwarted because of He Dong's interference, the plan to expand the planting still had to be implemented. Xiao Ruofei even planned to explore ways to plant vegetables outside without greatly reducing the quality of the vegetables. Therefore, he bought more seeds this time to avoid running to the seed company again and again. Anyway, the Ring 2 space had a nature-defying preservation function. Then, Xiao Ruofei found a chain supermarket and bought some pork, beef, pork ribs, and other ingredients to bring back to the villa. Although super vegetables were good, Xiao Ruofei couldn't stand it if he didn't eat meat every day. Especially after absorbing the petals, his body's absorption function seemed to have improved a lot, and his appetite was much bigger than before. Xiao Ruofei knew that it was best to eat some beef and mutton every day, which was good for muscle growth. After buying the things, Xiao Ruofei drove back. When the car was about to arrive at the villa, he received a call from Wu Liqian. Wu Liqian told him that Professor Tian had been discharged from the hospital, and Tian Huilan wanted to invite him to dinner tonight. Since he had already promised before, Xiao Ruofei didn't refuse and directly agreed. However, when Wu Liqian offered to send a car to pick him up, he politely declined and said that it didn't need to be so troublesome, and that he could go directly. Xiao Ruofei was Tian Huilan's guest, and he insisted that he didn't need a car to pick him up. Wu Liqian had no choice but to let him be. After a few polite words, she said that she would send him the location later. After ending the call, Xiao Ruofei put the phone on the dashboard and continued driving. After a while, his phone beeped with a text message, but Xiao Ruofei didn't look at it. He continued to drive seriously. Back at the holiday villa, Xiao Ruofei put all the beef, mutton, and seeds into the Ring 2 space. With this magical space, the refrigerator at home was basically a decoration. At most, it could play the role of camouflage when there were guests. After putting away the things, Xiao Ruofei turned on his phone. The text message just now was indeed sent by Wu Liqian. They were having dinner at a rather famous private club in Sanxian City called West River Moon. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the message and a brilliant idea suddenly flashed through his mind. At around 5 p.m., Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck away from the holiday villa. On the passenger seat of his car, there was a small vegetable basket filled with a large amount of spinach, a few tomatoes, and a few eggplants. These were the best-looking new vegetables that Xiao Ruofei had selected in the Ring 2 space in the afternoon. He naturally had a complete plan in mind when he brought these vegetables to the banquet. The West River Moon Club was located in a 5A scenic area in the city center. It was a complex of ancient buildings, and several ancient alleys intersected with the buildings. Go Xiaosei motor vehicles were not allowed to enter the entire scenic area, so Xiao Ruofei found a parking lot outside the scenic area and parked the pickup truck. Then, he walked into the scenic area with the small vegetable basket. The club was located in the yellow alley in the center of the scenic area. It was remodeled from an old house that occupied a large area. The overall style was antique and full of oriental charm. The appointed time was 6 p.m. When Xiao Ruofei arrived at the West River Moon Club at around 5:50 p.m., he found that Wu Liqian was already waiting at the door. "Sister Wu." Xiao Ruofei walked up quickly with a smile. "Little Xia, you're here," Wu Liqian said with a smile. "Please come in. Mayor Tian and Professor Tian are already here. How could I let the mayor wait for me?" "I'm really sorry," Xiao Ruofei said. "It's okay. You're today's distinguished guest," Wu Liqian said with a smile as she led the way. The West River Moon Club maintained the style of ancient buildings. Everything was original and antique. The lattice windows, winding corridors, and beautifully carved cornices made people feel as if they had experienced time travel. Soon, the two of them arrived at the door of an elegant private room. When Wu Liqian was about to knock on the door, Xiao Ruofei stopped her and said, "Sister Wu, I brought some new vegetables cultivated by a friend. Can I trouble you to ask the kitchen to cook a few dishes with these ingredients? I want Professor Tian and Mayor Tian to try them together." Wu Liqian was stunned for a moment, but she immediately smiled and said, "Of course, no problem." After that, she directly said to the waiter at the door of the private room, "Please ask Director Zheng to come here." "Okay." The waiter quickly said a few words through the walkie-talkie. A few minutes later, a fat man in a suit rushed over with a humble smile on his face. He greeted from afar, "Director Wu, what can I do for you?" Wu Liqian told Director Zheng about Xiao Ruofei's request. Director Zheng naturally agreed. It was common for guests to bring ingredients for processing. However, under normal circumstances, other guests would bring some rare and precious ingredients. Xiao Ruofei only brought some vegetables. Xiao Ruofei handed the basket to Director Zheng and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Director Zheng." Director Zheng quickly said that he didn't dare. Then, he personally took the basket to the kitchen. Wu Liqian walked to the door of the private room and gently knocked on the door. Then, she pushed it open and gestured for Xiao Ruofei to enter. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded at Wu Liqian before stepping in. Wu Liqian followed closely behind and entered the private room. The private room wasn't too big, and the decoration looked very ordinary. However, there was a low-key luxury in this ordinariness. Even Xiao Ruofei, who didn't know much about these things, could see that the inconspicuous furniture and decorations in this private room were probably expensive. Tian Huilan was sitting with his father and making tea. When he saw Xiao Ruofei enter the room, Professor Tian immediately stood up. Tian Huilan naturally stood up as well. "Young man, I've finally found you," Professor Tian said with a smile. "If I didn't have a mayor's daughter, I might not have been able to find you, my savior." Xiao Ruofei quickly walked up to the two of them and said, "Professor Tian Huilan, it was just a small matter." "Professor Tian, it was really a small matter that day." "You don't have to be so polite," Tian Huilan smiled and said, "Xiaoxia, since I was young, my father taught me that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, let alone a life-saving grace." "Yes. Now, when people see the elderly fall to the ground, they avoid them like the plague." Professor Tian sighed. Under such circumstances, Xiaoxia stepped forward bravely and even performed a miraculous hand. "I am indebted to him." You flatter me. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, Professor Tian, you're too kind. Haha. Professor Tian laughed heartily. Xiaoxia, there aren't many young people like you nowadays. Today, you have to accompany me for a drink or two. Then, Professor Tian frowned slightly and turned to Tian Huilan. By the way, why hasn't you arrived yet? Tian Huilan quickly said, she just texted me and said that she was delayed by something at school. She's already on her way and should be here soon. Professor Tian showed a hint of displeasure and said, I've already told her beforehand. She must arrive before 6 o'clock. It's already 6 o'clock. Why doesn't this child have any sense of time? At this moment, a girl's coquettish voice came from the door. Grandpa, you're talking bad about me again. Genius 1 second remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei looked up and saw a beautiful young girl appear at the door of the box. Love Go Little Say Kushi was wearing a pair of tight-fitting blue jeans and a Korean-style loose-knitted top. She had a pair of white canvas shoes on her feet and a large silver bracelet on her tender, lotus-root-like arm. She carried a linen sling bag on her back and exuded a youthful aura from head to toe. Although the girl was only in her 20s, her body was already very mature. Her body was curvaceous, her skin was very white, and her facial features were quite delicate. She looked like a porcelain doll. At this time, the girl's delicate face had a trace of coquettish expression. Her cherry lips were slightly pouted, and her big watery eyes looked at Professor Tian with grievance. Professor Tian said with a straight face, Yo-Yo, didn't your mother tell you that tonight's banquet was very important? You're late, and you still have a reason? Yo-Yo lowered her head slightly, glanced at Professor Tian, and whispered in a low voice, Isn't it just 5 minutes late? She likes to take things too far. Although her voice was low, Professor Tian heard it. He stared and was about to reprimand Yo-Yo again when Xiao Ruofei saw this and quickly mediated, It's okay. Professor Tian, isn't it just a simple meal? Besides, the time is just right. Professor Tian's face relaxed a little and said, Since little Xia has interceded for you, let's forget about this matter. Next time, you can't be so undisciplined, okay? Yo-Yo stuck out her tongue and said, Oh, I know, just now, Professor Tian angrily criticized Yo-Yo. Although Tian Huilan was the mayor, she still adhered to the role of a daughter and did not dare to speak. Now that she saw this scene, she was slightly relieved. Fortunately, little Xia was there, otherwise, her stubborn father would have severely criticized Yo-Yo. Tian Huilan said, Little Xia, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Lu Yu, a student of Sanchon University. Yo-Yo, this is Grandpa's savior, Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to smile and greet Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei curiously, and then nodded to Xiao Ruofei. Seeing this scene, Professor Tian's face was a little ugly again. Tian Huilan quickly said, Little Xia, everyone. Professor Tian held back his anger and personally led Xiao Ruofei to the round table. When they came to the round table, Professor Tian and Tian Huilan both pulled Xiao Ruofei to sit in the main seat. Xiao Ruofei naturally could not sit down. After several refusals, Professor Tian sat in the main seat. Xiao Ruofei and Tian Huilan sat on the left and right sides of Professor Tian. Lu Yu naturally sat next to her mother. Wu Liqian began to be busy asking the waiter to serve the dishes, prepare drinks, wine and other things. Little Wu, sit down and eat together. These things can be done by the waiter, Tian Huilan said. Yes, thank you, Mayor. Wu Liqian said with a flash of joy in her eyes. This was a very private banquet, basically a family banquet. Tian Huilan allowed Wu Liqian to sit at the table, indicating that he regarded her as a confidant. Love Go Xiaoseku Wu Liqian sat next to Xiao Ruofei. She knew that her main task tonight was to serve Xiao Ruofei well. The West River Moon Club naturally made thorough preparations for the mayor's invitation. Therefore, after they sat down for a while, the dishes were served like flowing water. After pouring the wine, Professor Tian first picked up his glass and said to Xiao Ruofei, Little Xia, this is the first toast to you alone. If it weren't for you, I would have died that day. Xiao Ruofei smiled and clinked glasses with Professor Tian. They raised their heads and drank the wine. Professor Tian laughed and said, I heard from Huilan that you are a veteran? Drinking wine is really refreshing. It's a toast from an elder. I have to be refreshed. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He also liked the old man's character. Although he was a university professor, he was not arrogant at all. He spoke very down-to-earth and had a relatively straightforward personality. Xiao Ruofei, who was born in the military, liked to deal with people like him. By the way, Professor Tian, how is your body recovering? Xiao Ruofei asked again. I'm all better. Professor Tian said happily, the test results are that I'm very healthy, and some of my indicators are even better than before. Little Xia, what you gave me that day must be a miracle pill. Anyway, the treatment in the People's Hospital is definitely not that effective. I know them. Tian Huilan couldn't help but laugh and cry. This old man really dared to say anything. Lu Yu also had a disapproving look on her face. To be honest, Lu Yu's first impression of her grandfather's savior was not very good, and the reason was very funny. She had an activity to attend in the school club today, so she didn't want to come for this meal. However, Professor Tian asked her to be present, saying that this was the only way it could be considered a family banquet and show sincerity. After she arranged things and rushed to the club, she was criticized by Professor Tian because she was only 5 minutes late. In Lu Yu's opinion, all of this was because of Xiao Ruofei. Moreover, when Lu Yu was very young, her father died in the line of duty. Her mother had been very busy with work and often didn't take care of her. She was naturally a little rebellious because of the lack of love. In addition, Tian Huilan was now in a high position, so Lu Yu's temperament had become a little arrogant. In her opinion, most people who were close to her family had ulterior motives, even if Xiao Ruofei didn't know Professor Tian's identity when he saved him. Xiao Ruofei didn't know what Lu Yu was thinking. After listening to Professor Tian's words, he just smiled and said, it's not a miracle pill. It's just some Chinese medicine that I made myself according to the ancient prescription. It just happens that this medicinal liquid has a certain effect on myocardial infarction. Professor Tian sighed and said, Chinese medicine in Huaxia is extensive and profound. It's ridiculous that some people still look down on Chinese medicine and even say that it's a witch doctor. They're really frogs at the bottom of a well. Fang Yang smiled and nodded, expressing his agreement with Professor Tian's words. Then he thought for a moment and said, by the way, Professor Tian, before I came here, I also made some of the medicinal liquid that I made last time. You can take it back and take it regularly. Not only can it further improve your heart and lung function, but it also has a great effect on the healthcare of the elderly. After that, Xiao Ruofei took out the flat stainless steel wine flask that he carried with him and handed it to Professor Tian. This was originally prepared by Xiao Ruofei for himself to deal with unexpected needs. Today, he got along well with Professor Tian, so he simply gave it to him. When the time came, he would just prepare another one for himself. Really? Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Professor Tian said very happily. Then he took the small wine flask as if he had received a treasure and carefully put it in his arms. Tian Huilan also said, thank you, Xiaoxia. She did not completely believe in the efficacy of Xiao Ruofei's medicine, and even a little disagreed. In her opinion, the main reason why her father could fully recover and even be in better health than before was naturally the hospital. Xiao Ruofei's medicinal liquid at most played a role in controlling the disease during the first aid. However, Xiao Ruofei also had good intentions, and he was her father's lifesaver, so Tian Huilan expressed his gratitude very politely. Lu Yu looked on coldly and muttered in her heart. Here it comes. Humph. Unaccountably solicitous. The little girl had a preconceived idea, and she did not like Xiao Ruofei no matter how she looked at him. She didn't say anything and just focused on eating. However, Xiao Ruofei did not notice the change in Lu Yu's mood. He still chatted happily with Professor Tian, and the two of them had a tendency to become friends despite the difference in age. Tian Huilan only occasionally interjected a sentence or two. As for Wu Liqian, more often than not, she served Xiao Ruofei food, poured wine, and did some service work. After eating for a while, the door of the private room was gently knocked. President Xing of the club personally came in with a plate of stir-fried water spinach. Genius remembers love in 1 second/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Except for Xiao Ruofei, everyone in the room turned their eyes to the water spinach in Chief Zheng's hand. It was the most common stir-fried water spinach, but it exuded a tempting aroma, and its appearance was really beautiful. Every leaf was a pure emerald green, with a little bit of sparkling luster. Set off by the white plate, it looked like a jade handicraft. Even Tian Huilan couldn't help but take a few more glances, then asked with a smile, "Chief Zheng, I don't think we ordered any water spinach. Is this a new dish in your restaurant? Would you like to let us try it?" Chief Zheng quickly said, "Mayor Tian, you've misunderstood. Mayor Tian, you've misunderstood. These are the ingredients brought by Mr. Xia. We're only responsible for processing them. There are a few more dishes coming up soon. They're all using the ingredients provided by Mr. Xia." "Oh? Little Xia, why did you bring your own dishes to eat?" Tian Huilan couldn't help but find it a little funny. He turned to Xiao Ruofei and asked. Xiao Ruofei smiled and explained, "Professor Tian, Mayor Tian, these are new vegetables cultivated by a friend of mine. Not only are they pure green and pollution-free, but they also taste much better than the vegetables sold in the market. I brought them here today for everyone to try. The vegetables brought by Mr. Xia are all of high quality." Chief Zheng said, "The executive chef of the restaurant is full of praise for these vegetables. He said that they're the best vegetables he's seen in decades." "Is that so? Then we'll really have to try them." Professor Tian was also very interested. Chief Zheng quickly put down the plate and urged the other dishes to be served. "Come on, let's all have a taste. This water spinach looks delicious," Professor Tian said as he picked up his chopsticks. After that, he took the lead and put some into his mouth with his chopsticks. Tian Huilan and Wu Liqian also took some out of curiosity. Only Lu Yu didn't touch her chopsticks. It tastes so good," Professor Tian said with an expression of enjoyment as he chewed. "I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've eaten such delicious water spinach. This taste is simply indescribable. It's simply too delicious." Just now, Lu Yu was also attracted by the super good-looking water spinach. She couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, after hearing Professor Tian's exaggerated evaluation, she couldn't help but say, "Grandpa, are you serious? No matter how delicious it is, it's just water spinach. You're exaggerating." Before Lu Yu could finish her words, Tian Huilan had already praised her. "Little Xia, this new vegetable is really extraordinary. The texture is amazing." Wu Liqian also nodded in agreement while eating. Obviously, this simple water spinach had been unanimously approved by everyone. Of course, Lu Yu, who was a little angry, was excluded. Professor Tian glanced at Lu Yu and said, Yo, why don't you try it?" "Right, what did you say just now?" It turned out that this old man was so focused on eating that he didn't hear what Lu Yu had just said. However, Xiao Ruofei heard it. He couldn't help but look at the little girl with some amusement. Lu Yu also felt Xiao Ruofei's gaze. She immediately glared at him secretly and pouted slightly. Her angry look made Xiao Ruofei feel funny and puzzled. "This little girl seems to be a little hostile to me. Yo, quickly try it." Tian Huilan also said, "Don't you usually like to eat vegetables? The taste of this water spinach will definitely not disappoint you." Lu Yu saw that her grandfather and mother were praising this plate of water spinach so much. Curiosity finally prevailed in her heart. She also picked up some with her chopsticks and muttered as she put it into her mouth, "I don't believe it. Is it really as delicious as you say?" However, when the water spinach was in her mouth, Lu Yu's expression suddenly became sluggish. Then, her expression became rich and colorful. She chewed in big mouthfuls. Although she didn't speak, the expression of enjoyment on her face had already explained everything. Professor Tian asked with a smile, Yo, how's the taste?" Lu Yu's pretty face was slightly red. She said stubbornly, "It's just so. It's okay." Although she said that, her chopsticks were not slow. Before she swallowed the food in her mouth, she immediately stretched out her chopsticks, as if she was afraid that it would be snatched away by others. Professor Tian couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Tian Huilan also had a funny and helpless expression. Love Go Xiao Se Ku Xiao Ruofei and Wu Liqian wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. They could only hold it in. Soon, the remaining dishes were served. There were braised eggplant, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold cucumber, and stir-fried mustard. They were all very ordinary dishes, but the chef of the club was very good at cooking. In addition, the ingredients provided by Xiao Ruofei were absolutely the best, so they really looked, smelled, and tasted good. Even Xiao Ruofei himself couldn't help but eat a lot. He had to admit that there were specializations in the industry. Using the same ingredients, the dishes made by the chef of the club were indeed much better than the dishes he cooked at home. Professor Tian and the others ate to their heart's content. Even Tian Huilan kept picking up the dishes. Obviously, she was conquered by the deliciousness of these dishes. Liu didn't care about her image and ate quickly. Half of these dishes went into her stomach. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but worry that her stomach would be damaged by eating like this. After dinner, Professor Tian couldn't help but joke, Xiaoxia. Originally, we wanted to treat you to a meal to express our gratitude. I didn't expect that we would benefit from you. These new vegetables of yours are really delicious. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Professor Tian, if you like, I'll send some home from time to time. This? Isn't that bad? Professor Tian was very tempted, but he asked with a trace of hesitation. It's not a big deal. Anyway, they're all grown by myself. They're not worth much. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, besides, I have a car. It's very convenient. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, Xiaoxia. Professor Tian said with a smile. His impression of Xiao Ruofei was even better. Liu watched from the side and suddenly cursed, this guy must be trying to get close to me. Eating and sending, he's deliberately trying to get close to Grandpa. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't know what Liu was thinking. Otherwise, he would have said with grief and indignation, this girl is an ingrate who eats and then turns her back on me. She was the one who ate the most just now. Tian Huilan, on the other hand, looked at Xiao Ruofei thoughtfully and asked, Xiaoxia, if your new vegetables are released to the market, it should be very popular. Do you have any plans in this regard? Liu immediately stared at Xiao Ruofei. She thought, this guy's foxtail is about to show itself. He will definitely take advantage of the situation and ask for my mother's help. What she didn't expect was that Xiao Ruofei just smiled faintly and said, we don't have plans to promote it on a large scale for the time being. The main reason is that this new vegetable is still in the research and development stage. We still have some problems to solve, such as the problem of large-scale planting. If it can't be solved, the output won't increase. It doesn't make sense to rush to the market. Tian Huilan nodded with a smile and said, Steady and steady is the right way to go. If you have any difficulties in the future, or if there are things that need to be coordinated with the government, you can come to me. Okay. Then I'll thank Mayor Tian first. Xiao Ruofei replied with a smile. However, even Liu could see that Xiao Ruofei was answering out of politeness. He didn't really want to ask Tian Huilan for help. Liu couldn't help but show a trace of puzzlement. This seemed to be a bit different from the script she had imagined. Tian Huilan also asked about Lin Qiao's school situation. Xiao Ruofei told her that the school was very good, and Wu Liqian also helped to find a house nearby. Xiao Ruofei expressed his gratitude again. After everyone chatted for a while, the family dinner ended successfully. The clubhouse and the 3 lanes and 7 alleys scenic area had an agreement to open a special passage. Some important guests' cars could directly pick them up at the entrance of the clubhouse. When everyone came out, Tian Huilan's driver had already driven her Audi to the entrance and was waiting for them. Standing at the entrance of the clubhouse, Tian Huilan asked with a smile, Xiaoxia, I'll ask the driver to send you. No need, Mayor Tian. I drove here myself. Xiao Ruofei said, I'll find a designated driver at the clubhouse later. Everyone drank a little in the evening, so Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't drive. That's good. Come to my house when you have time. Tian Huilan invited Xiao Ruofei, then turned to Wu Liqian and said, Xiao Wu, you stay and help to arrange it. Okay, Mayor Tian. Wu Liqian said. No need, no need. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, it's late. I'm worried about Sister Wu going home alone. There's a designated driver service at the clubhouse. I'll find one directly. Xiao Ruofei still had things to do later. Naturally, he didn't want Wu Liqian to stay. Tian Huilan thought for a while and nodded. Okay, then we'll go first. Professor Tian also smiled at Xiao Ruofei and said, Xiaoxia, remember to come home. I'm still thinking about your new vegetable. Haha. I remember. Don't worry, Professor Tian. Xiao Ruofei also smiled. Lu Yu didn't say anything. In fact, she had been quiet the whole night. However, Xiao Ruofei wasn't familiar with her, so he just smiled and nodded at her. Lu Yu didn't respond to Xiao Ruofei and directly got into the car. This child. Tian Huilan glared at Lu Yu, then said to Xiao Ruofei, Xiaoxia, don't mind her. Yu Yu has been spoiled by us, so she's a little arrogant. It's okay. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Mayor Tian, take care. Okay, goodbye. Professor Tian's family and Wu Liqian all got into the car. Xiao Ruofei waved goodbye to them and watched the car leave the clubhouse. Then, he turned around and walked back. Chief Xing, come out. Mayor Tian and the others have left. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He had already noticed that Chief Xing of the clubhouse was hiding in the shadows of the lights. This was also what Xiao Ruofei had expected. Sure enough, the chubby Chief Xing walked out with a smile on his face and said, Mr. Xia, thank goodness you didn't leave. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know where to find you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked knowingly, Chief Xing, what's the matter? With a warm smile on his face, Chief Xing said, there's something I want to talk to Mr. Xia about. I don't know if it's convenient for you? Let's talk inside. Xiao Ruofei said lightly and then walked into the clubhouse. Chief Xing quickly followed. Xiao Ruofei had a confident smile on his face because everything was going according to his plan. A genius remembers love in 1 second? It provides you with wonderful novels to read. In a small building deep in Shijiang Moon Club, Director Zheng was serving the tea he had brewed himself to Xiao Ruofei and then said, Mr. Xia, this is my collection of Jin Jun Mei. Try it and see how it tastes. Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and said, Director Zheng, let's get straight to the point. You're looking for me for those vegetables, right? Director Zheng chuckled and said, Mr. Xia, you have a sharp eye. I want to know, how are the vegetables you brought over tonight? Is there any possibility of us working together? Xiao Ruofei said with certainty, these are the new vegetables we've cultivated. At present, they haven't entered the stage of large-scale planting. However, if Director Zheng wants to work together, it's not impossible. Oh? Director Zheng asked with great interest. I'd like to hear the details. Xiao Ruofei said confidently, that's right. Although we haven't achieved mass production yet, 10 to 20 kilograms a day is not a problem. Obviously, Director Zheng's club doesn't win by quantity. Your real customers are very few high-end people. From this point of view, 10 to 20 kilograms a day should be enough. Director Zheng couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei. He didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to have such a sharp eye that he could see the key to the problem at a glance. In fact, he was so polite to Xiao Ruofei largely because of Xiao Ruofei's relationship with the Tian Huilan family. Today's new vegetables were indeed very eye-catching, so he invited Xiao Ruofei to further discuss it. However, now he paid more attention to Xiao Ruofei. Mr. Xia, you have a sharp eye. Director Zheng laughed and said, so, Mr. Xia is willing to supply this new vegetable to the shop? Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and said, since I've stayed, of course, I have the intention to work together. Then, he changed the topic and continued, that's right. However, there are prerequisites for cooperation, so I'll get straight to the point. Chief Xing, you can decide whether to cooperate or not after listening to me. Please tell me. Director Zheng quickly said. Xiao Ruofei nodded and confidently said, that's right. I can supply 4 types of vegetables every day, and each type is 20 caddies of new vegetables. The price is negotiable. My condition is that Chief Zheng's Shijiang Monthly Club has to make the vegetables I provide your signature dish. Also, you have to make a lot of publicity in the shortest time possible so that all the upper-class people in Xianxia City know about my vegetables. I think that with your restaurant's influence, this should not be difficult to do. The Shijiang Moon Club was definitely a top club in the area of Xianxia City, where all the customers were high-end consumers. Especially the area where the Tian Huilan held a banquet for Xiao Ruofei today, it was completely based on the membership system. Without a membership card, no one could enter even if they were rich. If the club strongly recommended Xiao Ruofei's new vegetables, it would naturally expand its influence in a very short time. Director Zheng thought for a moment, then said with a smile, Mr. Xia, you want to use this opportunity to promote your brand, right? Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and said, this should be a win-win situation, right? My new vegetables are definitely qualified to be your restaurant's signature dish. Chief Zheng, you don't deny this, right? Director Zheng nodded and smiled. Of course. I can agree to Mr. Xiao's condition. Once the cooperation begins, we will first hold a new product promotion event and invite the club's VIPs to taste it for free. After the official launch, I plan to reserve a small part of the ingredients for customers to order, and the rest will be limited in the form of an auction. Mr. Xia, do you think this arrangement is okay? This is a good plan. Especially since you can come up with it in such a short time. No wonder Chief Zheng's club is so successful. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Director Zheng laughed and said, Mr. Xia, you're too kind. Then, I also have a presumptuous request. Please go ahead, Chief Zheng. That is, these new vegetables of yours, can you supply them exclusively to us? Director Zheng asked. Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows slightly and asked curiously, Chief Zheng, can your club digest so many vegetables? Our next step is to expand the scale of the planting. The club was originally aimed at a niche audience, so it had to be high-end and classy. As the saying went, the rarer something was, the more expensive it was. Even if they bought a few hundred kilograms of vegetables from Xiao Ruofei every day, it would be meaningless. Director Zheng smiled slightly and said, we have a lot of provinces in Southeast Asia. We have chain stores in Southeast Province, and, in addition to high-end food and beverage services, we also provide high-quality ingredients to our members. So, if Mr. Xiao wants to cooperate with us in depth, the market prospects are very broad. I see. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, but I'm afraid we can't supply exclusively because I've already promised another company before coming here. Director Zheng was slightly disappointed when he heard that, but Xiao Ruofei immediately changed the topic and continued, but my other partner is in the public food and beverage business. It doesn't have much of a conflict with Chief Zheng's main business, so it shouldn't constitute a competitive relationship. If Chief Zheng is willing to cooperate, I can promise you that in addition to supplying vegetables to this partner, I can also give you the rights to act as the agent of Southeast Province. Director Zheng was overjoyed when he heard that. This was a glimmer of hope. He quickly said, that's great. But I need a promise from you, Chief Zheng, Xiao Ruofei said after thinking about it. Oh? Mr. Xia, please go ahead. Chief Zheng, these new vegetables can be sold normally through your channels or used in your own club. There won't be any problems. Xiao Ruofei said, but Chief Zheng, you have to promise me that you won't sell these vegetables to the Minghao restaurant chain and its affiliated companies. Minghao restaurant was owned by the family of the little fatty Lu Wen, who had mocked Xiao Ruofei with Lu Minghao at the Immortal Meat Food stall last time. It was also the main competitor of Ling Qingshua's Lingji restaurant. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't agree to let his vegetables enter Minghao restaurant. Director Zheng was stunned for a moment, but then he nodded and said, no problem. We can write it in the contract terms. Xiao Ruofei was relieved when he heard that. He nodded and said, then there's no problem. Chief Zheng, I hope we can cooperate happily. Haha. Happy cooperation. Director Zheng happily shook hands with Xiao Ruofei and said. Following that, Chief Zheng asked tentatively, what's the matter? Mr. Xia, your new vegetables haven't registered a brand yet, right? Not yet. Xiao Ruofei said. Then I suggest that before our club promotes it, it's best to register the brand first, Director Zheng said immediately. First of all, it's easy to form a brand effect. Second, it's to prevent illegal businesses from counterfeiting in the future. Xiao Ruofei said in agreement. You're right, Chief Zheng. But I really don't know much about this, and I have too many things to do right now. I'm afraid I can't find the time. Director Xing said with a smile, you don't have to do this personally. You don't have to do this personally. I still have some influence in Sanshan City. Of course, I can't compare to Mr. Xia. But I can still handle the registration of the trademark. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble you, President Xing. Love go little say W, chew it's nothing. Mr. Xia, you don't have to be so polite. We're business partners. President Xing laughed heartily, then asked, does Mr. Xia have a brand name that you like? Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, then said, let's call it Taoyuan Organic Vegetables. Xiao Ruofei's online meat shop was also called Taoyuan Meat Shop. He might as well name the new vegetable so that it would be easier to form a brand matrix in the future. President Xing laughed and said, that's a good name. Mr. Xiao's new vegetable really looks like it came from a paradise. The quality is superb, and the name has a kind of leisurely looking at the southern mountains free and easy. I can't help but be fascinated. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect this chubby businessman to be so gentle. He couldn't help but smile and nod in agreement. Then, President Xing asked again, does Mr. Xia have any specific ideas for the logo? I haven't thought about that, Xiao Ruofei said, why don't you help me find a designer to design one? As long as it can reflect the feeling of paradise. No problem. President Xing agreed readily. He thought for a moment and asked, by the way, Mr. Xia, do you have your own registered company? If you do, the Taoyuan logo can be directly under your company's name. I don't have that. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. I just retired from the army and am in the early stages of entrepreneurship. Director Xing showed a hint of surprise, and his tone became more enthusiastic as he said, that's right. So Mr. Xia is a retired soldier. No wonder I always felt that you had the temperament of a soldier. I admire soldiers the most. It's a pity that my body didn't pass the test when I was young and couldn't fulfill my dream of being a soldier. Xiao Ruofei smiled. I was just an ordinary soldier in the army. I retired as a corporal. That's still amazing. Director Xing said. Mr. Xia, I think it's necessary to register a company. How about this? Leave it to me. What's the name of your new company? How about we call it the Taoyuan Company? I think this name is pretty good. Xiao Ruofei said with some difficulty, Chief Xing, the name of the company is fine, but I heard that new companies need to be registered. I don't have much money now. Chief Xing laughed out loud. Mr. Xia, that's all in the past. After the new company law was implemented, you can register a company with just 1 yuan. Also, the registered capital is now on a subscription basis. For example, if you want to register a company with 1 million yuan, you can just write down that the registered capital is 1 million yuan and write down that the capital will be contributed 30 years later. That way, after the business license is issued, your registered capital will be 1 million yuan. Xiao Ruofei was very surprised. You can do that? Of course. Otherwise, why are there so many fake companies? Chief Xing laughed. Even if the old company law implemented a patent system, there were still many people who took advantage of loopholes and established companies without money. Then, Chief Xing changed the topic and said, that's right. However, since Mr. Xiao wants to set up a company, you don't have to write down that the capital will be contributed a few decades later. That way, future partners will really think that you're a fake company. I'll pay for the registered capital for you and transfer it out later. Leave it to me. You just need to provide your ID and relevant information. By the way, how about a registered capital of 5 million yuan? Chief Xing saw that Xiao Ruofei and the Tian Huilan family had a good personal relationship, so he was not worried about the safety of the funds. Moreover, if everything was left to him, the safety of the funds would be guaranteed. Therefore, it was better to sell it to Xiao Ruofei. Their future cooperation would be more pleasant. Love Go Xiaosei Ku Chief Xing was very optimistic about the prospects of Xiao Ruofei's Taoyuan organic vegetables. This? Will it be too much trouble for you? Xiao Ruofei asked hesitantly. It's no trouble at all, Chief Xing said with a smile. I'm familiar with the process, and I have some acquaintances in some functional departments. It's very easy to handle. Thank you, Chief Xing. Xiao Ruofei did not argue and nodded. These things were naturally quite troublesome for Xiao Ruofei to handle by himself. If Chief Xing was willing to help, Xiao Ruofei could save a lot of trouble. You're welcome, haha. If you don't have a company, we can't sign a cooperation agreement, Chief Xing said heartily. I'm also helping myself. The two of them then finalized some details of the cooperation and chatted very congenially. Finally, Chief Xing proposed to treat Xiao Ruofei to supper. He even said that he would not leave after supper and that he would find the best girl in the club to accompany him. Xiao Ruofei was so scared that he hurriedly waved his hand and refused. When Xiao Ruofei said goodbye and left, Chief Xing considered that he had drunk wine at dinner and specially arranged a car to send him. He also found a driver to drive Xiao Ruofei's pickup truck. Because both parties had agreed to start supplying vegetables the next day, the club was responsible for picking up the goods. Today, he treated it as helping the driver find the way. The vacation villa that Xiao Ruofei rented was not easy to find, so Xiao Ruofei did not refuse Chief Xing's kindness. After expressing his gratitude, he got into the car and left. He took the driver to the nearby parking lot to pick up his pickup truck. Early the next morning, not long after Xiao Ruofei took out the vegetables supplied to the West River Moon Club from the Ring to Space, the car sent by the club to pick up the goods arrived at the vacation villa. Along with the car was a manager sent by Chief Xing. He was the person who was specially arranged by Chief Xing to handle the company registration and trademark registration for Xiao Ruofei. The manager made a list of the information that Xiao Ruofei needed to provide. It was nothing more than an ID card, bank account, and so on. Xiao Ruofei prepared it on the spot. In addition, the manager took out a letter of authorization for Xiao Ruofei to sign. With this letter of authorization, the trivial matters of registration could be completely handled by them. After dealing with these matters quickly, the manager instructed the driver and a worker to move the new vegetables out of the villa's garage. There was a small scale on the pickup truck. They skillfully weighed the vegetables and loaded them into the truck. Xiao Ruofei took out the vegetables according to the weight in the Ring to Space. There were a total of 4 types of vegetables, each about 20 caddies. During the discussion last night, Xiao Ruofei gave the West River Moon Club a price of 80 yuan per caddy for each type of vegetable. This price was nearly double the price he gave Ling Qingxue. There was a difference between friends and strangers. Moreover, the club took the high-end route and did not care about the price of the vegetables at all. When they sold to customers, they would definitely make several times the profit. Since the agreement had not been officially signed, Chief Xing instructed the manager to bring cash directly. The 4 types of vegetables totaled more than 80 caddies and were sold for about 6,500 yuan. This was the first time Xiao Ruofei had made a profit since he tried to grow vegetables on a whim. 6,500 yuan did not seem like a lot, but this was only a day's income. It was close to 200,000 yuan a month. Moreover, this was just the beginning. In the future, when the supply increased, the money would be even more. Most importantly, other than the almost negligible money to buy the seeds, Xiao Ruofei did not need to pay any more costs at all. It could be said that he had made a profit with no capital. Xiao Ruofei put the money in his pocket and watched the food truck leave. He said in his heart, "Don't worry." It was time to expand the vegetable planting area. Moreover, he had to start exploring ways to grow high-quality vegetables in the outside world as soon as possible. Otherwise, limited by the size of the space, it would only be a small matter. Xiao Ruofei returned to the villa and went directly to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. He locked the door and drew the curtains. Then, he took out the Ring to Space and entered it with a thought. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small? Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei looked at the space of about 1 mu in front of him and began to plan. With the spiritual pond as one of the corners, about 100 square meters of space was reserved for the mother plant of the succulent plant, the seedlings, and some of Xiao Ruofei's own sundries and farming tools. The tricolored flower was also in this area. There was more than 500 square meters of space left. At present, about 200 square meters of vegetable fields were used. Xiao Ruofei intended to use all the remaining space to temporarily open up vegetable fields. In this way, it would be no problem to supply the West River Moon Club and Ling's restaurant at the same time. Although the cooperation with Ling's restaurant had now been suspended due to Hedong's obstruction, Xiao Ruofei had a well-thought-out plan at this time. Xiao Ruofei did as he said. He rolled up his sleeves and began to work. After recovering from his terminal illness, Xiao Ruofei's physical strength was incomparable with the effect of the flower's petals. Therefore, although the workload seemed to be huge, Xiao Ruofei had no problem completing it. It just took some time. Due to the difference in the flow of time in the space, 10 hours here was only 1 hour in the outside world. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei had plenty of time. He first used a hoe to open up the soft soil in the space into rows of vegetable fields. This work took him several hours. After doing this, Xiao Ruofei sat down in the spiritual pond. He scooped up a ladle of water and drank it. Then he wiped his mouth and prepared to process the vegetable seeds. When Xiao Ruofei planted vegetables before, he directly used a large plastic container to fill it with water from the spiritual pond. He soaked the seeds for a few hours and then directly sowed them. Then he waited for a few hours in the outside world for the seeds to sprout and then returned to the space for colonization. Love go little say WQ this time, Xiao Ruofei did the same. He took the container that was usually used to soak the seeds and filled half the container with water from the spiritual pond. Then he took out the water spinach seeds, poured them into the container, and began to soak them. At this moment, Xiao Ruofei's mind suddenly flashed with an idea. The seeds were soaked in the spiritual pond water. What if the solution of the 3-colored flower petals was added to the spiritual pond water? After having this thought, Xiao Ruofei could no longer remain calm. The strange flower petal solution could even cure malignant diseases such as Lou Gehrig's disease and kidney failure. Moreover, it could also have an obvious strengthening effect on the body after being absorbed and consumed by healthy people. Could it also have an effect on vegetable seeds and thus improve the quality of the vegetables grown? If it was really as he guessed, then the problem of planting in the outside world would be completely solved. Xiao Ruofei felt that he couldn't wait any longer. He immediately found another container, filled it with some spiritual pond water, and began to mix the solution of the flower petals. The remaining solution from last time was mixed with grape juice and with Xianxia water. He was worried that the results of the experiment would not be accurate, so he simply mixed a new solution. Anyway, the flower petals would grow again every 3 days. It was very worthwhile to use a petal for this experiment. Xiao Ruofei found an empty bottle, washed it clean, filled it with spiritual pond water, and then used tweezers to carefully pick up a petal of the strange flower and put it into the bottle. The petal instantly blended into the spiritual pond water and disappeared without a trace. Xiao Ruofei tightly closed the bottle cap and shook it a few times to ensure that the solution was uniform. Then he unscrewed the bottle cap and poured about 1/5 of the bottle into the plastic container that was filled with spiritual pond water. He used a wooden stick to mix it evenly. Then Xiao Ruofei found the cabbage seeds and poured them into the container. The cabbage's growth cycle was relatively short. It could be harvested in 10 to 20 days. It was the most suitable for experiments. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei left the Ring 2 space and went downstairs to the kitchen to make some breakfast. Then he took a bath and rested for a while. After about 2 hours, he returned to the room, locked the door and windows, took out the picture scroll and entered the Ring 2 space. According to the time ratio conversion, the seeds in the space had been soaked for about a day. Xiao Ruofei first scooped up the water spinach seeds that were soaked in the ordinary spiritual pond water and went to a vegetable field in the space that he had specially cultivated for growing seedlings. He sprinkled the seeds evenly and covered it with a thin layer of space soil. Then, he watered it again with spiritual pond water. After sowing the water spinach, Xiao Ruofei returned to the soaking place, took out about half of the cabbage seeds, and sowed them in the same vegetable field. He put the rest of the seeds in a small plastic bag, and at the same time took the watering can, hoe and other farming tools and left the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei took these things to the villa's small backyard. The backyard should have been a lawn, but after the villa's owner was preparing to emigrate, he neglected the villa, so it was overgrown with weeds. Xiao Ruofei took off his coat and put on a thin autumn coat. he picked up the hoe and began to work. He shoveled all the weeds, and then turned over the backyard, and then cultivated 2 rows of vegetable fields and a small seedling field. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei rested for a while before starting to sow the seeds. He soaked the seeds in the spirit pond water that had been infused with the petals of the exotic flowers on the ground where the seedlings were growing. Then, he fetched water from the tap in the backyard and watered them. The reason why he didn't use space soil and spiritual pond water was that Xiao Ruofei wanted to see if these seeds could be significantly improved after soaking in the flower petal solution. So naturally he had to eliminate other factors. After sowing all the seeds, it was already close to noon. Xiao Ruofei went to the bathroom to wash off his smelly sweat, changed into a set of dry home clothes, and casually made himself some lunch. After eating, Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck to Chongping County to buy some plastic and long bamboo sheets. After returning to the villa's backyard, he used bamboo sheets and plastic sheets to build a simple greenhouse on the seedling field. After doing all this, all that was left was to wait. It should take 10 to 20 days to see the results. However, during this period of time, the vegetables produced in the space were enough to support him, so Xiao Ruofei wasn't in a hurry. He remembered that the succulent seedlings had already been sent out 3 days ago. SF Express was quite efficient, so perhaps someone had already received the goods. So Xiao Ruofei washed his hands at the tap, quickly went upstairs, turned on his computer, and entered the Taobao store's back end. Sure enough, there were more than 10 orders that had been confirmed. A total of 30,000 yuan had already been transferred to his Alipay account. Xiao Ruofei first withdrew all the money into his bank account, then couldn't wait to open the comments section, wanting to see the comments of the customers. He took a look at the back end and saw that the comments were all positive. Many of the comments were very long, and there were even a few comments with pictures, making them more convincing. It's definitely worth the money. This is the highest quality raw stone flower that I've found after playing with succulents for so many years. My friends in the circle recommended it. At first I thought that the price was a bit expensive, but after receiving the goods, I realized that it wasn't expensive at all. It's simply too cheap. Just post the picture. Otherwise, people will say that I'm a scammer. Definitely a seller with a good conscience. With this tortoiseshell peony, I can throw away all the succulents that I used to raise. Then, in almost every comment, the buyers were asking when the new goods would be available. They all said that they wanted to inform them in advance so that they could prepare to buy them. Xiao Ruofei pulled out his keyboard. He was about to reply to these comments, but when he saw the comments urging for the new goods, he suddenly had an idea. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei immediately took out the scroll and entered the ring 2 space. Love go little say net. There was still 4/5 of the flower petal solution left, quietly placed in the space. Xiao Ruofei picked it up and walked to the front of the succulent mother plant. She carefully poured a little into each flower pot. After watering each pot, there was only less than half of the flower petal solution left in the bottle. Most of these succulent mother plants had been cut last time. It could be said that they were riddled with scars. After being nurtured in the space for a few days, they had mostly recovered. However, if he wanted to cut them again, he would have to wait a few more days. There were also a few pots that Xiao Ruofei selected from the succulent seedlings. During this time, they had been in the ring 2 space and had grown a lot. After watering them with the flower petal solution, these succulent mother plants were obviously more energetic and seemed to be full of vitality. Xiao Ruofei felt that there was hope. The flower petal solution would definitely promote the growth of the plants. However, how effective it was would have to be tested with time. He carefully put away the remaining flower petal solution and then left the spirit map space with a thought. After returning to his room, Xiao Ruofei first replied to every comment, expressing his thanks to everyone for their good comments. At the same time, he also told them that the new seedlings were in the process of being cultivated. He believed that he would be able to see them soon. In the afternoon, Xiao Ruofei rested in his room. He didn't enter the ring 2 space until after dinner. Calculating the time, 2 or 3 days should have passed in the space. Xiao Ruofei first went to the place where the succulent mother plants were placed. He was overjoyed at the sight. These precious succulent mother plants were all in high spirits. The succulent mother plants that had been cut before had completely recovered. They could be cut at any time. As for the few pots of succulent seedlings left behind, they seemed to have grown crazily. He believed that in a few days, they would grow into adult plants and be used for cuttings. By rough estimation, the growth rate of these succulents was at least 10 times faster than before. Coupled with the space's tenfold time acceleration, the effect was simply terrifying. This proved that the flower petal solution had an obvious effect on the growth of plants. It also gave Xia Ruofei more confidence in the cabbages that were soaked in the flower petal solution. Xia Ruofei, who was in a very good mood, went to the place where the seedlings were growing. All the seeds in the space had already sprouted and grown to the point where they could be planted. In particular, the cabbages that had been soaked in the solution of flower petals grew much better than the hollow sprouts next to them. This further confirmed Xia Ruofei's judgment. While humming a song, he began to plant these vegetable sprouts into the vegetable field that he had cultivated beforehand. He had done this task countless times during this period of time, so it was a walk in the park for him. After a few hours, all the hollow sprouts and cabbages were planted. Then Xia Ruofei took out the other seeds and soaked them in different containers. However, this time, he did not use the flower petal solution, but only the spiritual pond water. The flower petal was too precious, and the production rate was not high. Currently, the space did not need the flower petal to grow vegetables. As long as the spiritual pond water was combined with the space's environment, it was enough to produce high-quality vegetables. If he wanted to plant on a large scale in the future, the demand for the flower petal would definitely be very large. In addition, the succulent mother plant and the succulent seedlings needed the flower petal solution to grow quickly. Therefore, he had to save as much as possible for now. Love Go Little Say Network. Who after soaking all the seeds that were to be planted, Xia Ruofei went to pick the ripe vegetables and put them into different categories before leaving the Ring 2 space. Xia Ruofei returned to his room and went online to order a large number of small plastic flower pots and ordinary succulent material. He chose a courier agency in Chongping County to receive the goods. He planned to start a new round of cuttings after receiving the goods in a few days. Early the next morning, the small truck of the West River Moon Club arrived at the holiday villa on time. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, the club's president Xing also came in person today. He rode in a black Mercedes-Benz. "President Xing, why did you come in person?" Xia Ruofei greeted him and said half-jokingly, "You came in person for a few thousand yuan business. As a big boss, won't you be tired to death?" The manager from yesterday accompanied him. He skillfully directed the workers to the garage to move the vegetables. The chubby President Xing walked towards Xia Ruofei with a smile and said, "Brother Xia, I'm here to tell you good news." The day before yesterday, he was still Mr. Xia, but today, he had become Brother Xia. This form of address was a little more intimate, and it also revealed that President Xing wanted to be on good terms with Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh? Could it be that the registration of my company has been settled?" President Xing suddenly scratched his head a little awkwardly and said, We still have to wait a few days. Some procedures are indispensable. Of course, if Brother Xia finds Mayor Tian and greets him personally, the business license will definitely be issued on the same day." Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and did not answer President Xing's question. Instead, he asked, "What good news does President Xing want to tell me?" "Of course, it's the Taoyuan brand vegetables that we cooperated with." President Xing said excitedly, "Yesterday, we got the first batch of vegetables and immediately organized a new dish tasting meeting in the evening. At the tasting meeting, all the guest members praised our Taoyuan brand vegetables. The response was beyond imagination." Xia Ruofei was also very happy to hear this. He did not expect President Xing to act so quickly. "Is that so? It seems that President Xing's strategy is very effective." President Xing laughed and said, "It's because the ingredients provided by Brother Xia are really good. Even the chefs in our club praised them. They said that they have never processed such beautiful and tasty vegetables." Then, President Xing said again, "Brother Xia, after yesterday's promotion, it can be said that our Taoyuan brand vegetables have a resounding name in the upper-class circle of Sanshan City. I plan to officially launch the Taoyuan brand vegetables as our new signature dish starting today. These signature dishes, except for a small portion reserved for some special guests, will be sold by auction. Of course, at the same time, we also accept reservations, but members can only make reservations 3 days later. Ordinary guests can at least wait a week later. Brother Xia, what do you think? When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he could not help but secretly comment on President Xing in his heart, cunning old fox. The small portion reserved was naturally prepared for big shots like Tian Huilan. In case these guests who could not be offended needed it, naturally, they would be able to provide it at any time. As for the rest, there was more to pay attention to. It was needless to say that through the gimmick of auction, the price would be too high and influence would be increased. Even the reservations would be made in order to show the identity of the guests. At the same time, it would naturally make the membership of West River Moon more valuable. After the reputation of the Taoyuan brand vegetables was spread, the business of West River Moon Club would probably become more and more popular. In particular, those high-end customers would rush like ducks, especially those rich nouveau riche. They would definitely rush to apply for membership. When the time came, even if President Xing charged a membership fee, it would be enough to earn back the money he spent on the vegetables. President Xing chatted a lot with Xiao Ruofei. His words also revealed that he hoped that Xiao Ruofei would appropriately increase the supply of the vegetables. However, Xiao Ruofei did not respond to his words. He just laughed and pretended to be confused. President Xing could only helplessly give up. Soon, the vegetables were weighed and loaded into the car. It was still more than 6,500 yuan. The manager who accompanied President Xing directly paid in cash. Before leaving, President Xing invited Xiao Ruofei to participate in the first auction of the new dish tonight. However, Xiao Ruofei thought about it and politely declined. At this time, he did not want to join in the fun. As long as President Xing carried out the plan according to his ideas, the influence of his Taoyuan brand vegetables would continue to expand. Then, the plan he had previously thought of would be more than half successful. Not long after President Xing left, Xiao Ruofei also drove the pickup truck and left the villa. Xiao Ruofei's truck was loaded with some fresh vegetables. He had promised Professor Tian some vegetables the day before yesterday. Xiao Ruofei did not want to go back on his words. It just so happened that he had nothing to do these few days. Instead of choosing a date, he simply went to Professor Tian's house to visit today. A genius remembering love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Professor Tian had retired a long time ago. Although he still taught a few graduate students, he still had a lot of free time. Therefore, when he received a call from Xiao Ruofei and found out that Xiao Ruofei was going to visit him in the morning, he was very happy and welcomed him. Professor Tian lived in the faculty residential area of Xianxia University. Xiao Ruofei drove to the entrance of Xianxia University and called Professor Tian from the security guard. Soon, Professor Tian used the landline at home to call the security guard. After the security guard took the call, he immediately let Xiao Ruofei in. Thus, Xiao Ruofei drove his pickup truck through the campus of Tri-Mountain University. There was even a big basket of vegetables in the back of the truck, which was quite eye-catching. Many students on the way looked over. Xiao Ruofei looked at the youthful campus and felt very relaxed. He joined the army after graduating from high school and had never experienced university life. Seeing these students, he felt a little envious. Soon, the pickup truck passed through the campus and arrived at the faculty residential area. Professor Tian's residence was located in a residential area called Expert Park. There were about 10 small buildings here. The people who lived here were the most respected experts and professors of Xianxia University. For example, Professor Tian was an old professor who received a special allowance from the state. Therefore, he could live in a villa because he enjoyed such treatment. It had nothing to do with him being the father of the mayor. Xiao Ruofei followed Professor Tian's directions through the phone and drove to Villa number 3. He parked in front of the villa, grabbed the basket of vegetables in the back of the truck, and walked into the villa's courtyard. There were a few small vegetable fields in the front yard of the villa. Professor Tian was squatting in the fields with a small sickle, weeding. He was dressed simply and wore a tattered straw hat. He didn't look like a university professor at all, but more like an old farmer. Seeing Feng Yang come in, Professor Tian straightened up and greeted him with a smile. "Little Xia. Come in." Then he raised his voice and said, "Huilan. Little Xia is here." Under Xia Ruofei's surprised gaze, Tian Huilan walked out of the villa with a smile on his face. "Xiaoxia, you're here. Come in and sit down." "Yo. Mayor Tian is also here?" Xia Ruofei was very surprised. Tian Huilan smiled faintly and said, "Today is the weekend, so I came to visit my father." As she spoke, her gaze fell on the basket in Xia Ruofei's hand. "Why did you really bring vegetables here? You even took so much." Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, "It's nothing valuable. I planted it myself. Since Professor Tian likes it, I might as well take more." "Isn't that inappropriate?" Tian Huilan said. Professor Tian wiped his sweat with a towel and said, "Huilan, what's wrong with Xiaoxia bringing me some vegetables? I think you've been an official for too long. Everything you see looks like bribery." Tian Huilan said helplessly, "Dad. What are you thinking? Do you think I don't trust Xiaoxia's character? But, these aren't ordinary vegetables. This basket is worth a lot of money." Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Mayor Tian, I already said that these are vegetables that I planted myself. They're not worth much." Tian Huilan glanced at Xia Ruofei and said with a faint smile, "How can the famous Taoyuan brand of organic vegetables not be worth a lot of money? Now, if you want to eat these vegetables at Shijiang Moon Club, you have to queue up and make an appointment or attend an auction. Xiaoxia, am I right?" Xia Ruofei chuckled and scratched his head. "I can't hide anything from Mayor Tian. But that's just a gimmick created by President Xing. The actual cost is not that high. It's just that the production is temporarily stagnant. The rarer something is, the more expensive it is." Professor Tian was puzzled and asked, "Huilan, what is Taoyuan brand organic vegetables?" "Dad, Xiaoxia should be collaborating with President Xing of Shijiang Moon Club to promote his new vegetable. The name is Taoyuan brand organic vegetables." Tian Huilan explained. Chief Xing held a new dish tasting event at his clubhouse yesterday to promote these vegetables. Now, all the famous people in Xianxia City are scrambling to get a taste of these new vegetables. I heard that the appointment numbers are all lined up until next month. Tonight's auction will be held for the first time. I'm afraid that the price will be amazing." When Professor Tian heard this, he said happily, "Xiaoxia. You're really capable. After I tasted your new vegetable that day, I felt that it would have a broad market prospect. I didn't expect you to act so quickly and have already started promoting it. President Xing wanted to cooperate that day. Some of our ideas are relatively similar, so we hit it off immediately," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. "Not bad, not bad." Professor Tian said, "But, since your vegetables are so valuable," Xia Ruofei quickly said, "It's two different things. Professor Tian, I grow these vegetables. To be honest, the cost of these vegetables is not high. The club sells quality and service, and of course, the ingredients are the best. The price there doesn't mean anything, so don't worry and eat. When you're done eating, give me a call, and I'll send more to you." "Ah. Good, good, good. Then I won't stand on ceremony," Professor Tian said happily. However, he also made up his mind. Xia Ruofei had brought the basket of vegetables today, so naturally, he couldn't reject it. In the future, he wouldn't ask for it again. The father and daughter and Xia Ruofei entered the villa together. Xia Ruofei moved the basket to the kitchen and put it down, then returned to the living room. Professor Tian asked Xia Ruofei to sit down, while Tian Huilan went to make tea. Xia Ruofei had just sat down, but when he saw this, he quickly stood up and said, "Mayor Tian, I don't dare to accept this." Professor Tian laughed and said, "Xiaoxia, don't worry and sit down. Huilan is my daughter here, not the mayor of Sanshan City. You're my guest, so it's okay for her to make tea for you." At this time, Tian Huilan also walked over with a teacup and said, "Yes. Xiaoxia, my father didn't hire a housekeeper, so we usually do these things ourselves." Xia Ruofei had to sit down, take the teacup, and thank Tian Huilan. "Xiaoxia, don't leave at noon. You brought some vegetables over, and the ingredients are all ready-made. Let Huilan cook, and we'll have a few drinks at noon. The mayor is cooking for me? Xiao Ruofei was scared, and he quickly stood up and said, Professor Tian, I have something to do in the morning, so I won't disturb you. Xiaoxia, if you really have something to do, I won't stop you. Tian Huilan smiled as she continued, but we're all sincerely inviting you to lunch. Like I said earlier, I'm not the mayor in this house. I'm just my father's daughter. You saved my father's life, so it's not a big deal for me to cook lunch for you. After that, Tian Huilan looked at Xiao Ruofei with a faint smile, as if he could see through his inner thoughts. Xiao Ruofei could only smile awkwardly, sit back on the sofa, and say, okay. Then I'll have to bother you. We're so happy that you can stay for lunch. Professor Tian said happily, Huilan, go to the kitchen and prepare. I'll talk to Xiaoxia. Speaking of which, after eating the vegetables that Xiaoxia brought the day before yesterday, I can't forget about them. You have to show your skills at noon, and cook a few more dishes. Use the Taoyuan organic vegetables that Xiaoxia brought. Okay. Tian Huilan smiled and responded, then went straight to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Divided by Xiao? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. By the way, Professor Tian, have you been taking the medicinal liquid I gave you the day before yesterday? How do you feel? Xiao Ruofei asked. Professor Tian said happily, yes, there is. I've been drinking it for the past 2 days. You don't say, I feel that my bones are much stronger. Also, the weather has changed in the past 2 days, and my old cold leg hasn't acted up. Xiaoxia, your medicine is really amazing. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I also learned the ancient prescription from an old Chinese medicine doctor, so I followed the prescription and made some. I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Xiao Ruofei paused and then said, Professor Tian, you can take a small amount of this medicinal liquid every day. After drinking that bottle, it should be able to adjust your body to a very healthy state. You won't have to take it every day in the future. Good, good, good. Professor Tian said happily, Xiaoxia, the effect of your medicine is so good. It must be very troublesome to make it, right? It's okay, but 2 of the herbs are not easy to find, and if you don't control the heat well, it will be easy to fail, so I only made about 1 liter, Xiao Ruofei replied with a smile. Of course, he deliberately emphasized the difficulty of making the medicinal liquid. Although he and Professor Tian got along well, it was nothing to give him a small pot of diluted flower petal solution. However, if it was a long-term supply, it would be unbearable. The strange flower petal had a wide range of uses and was really too precious. Moreover, the medicinal liquid was so magical that a small pot was enough for Professor Tian to adjust his body. It would be a waste to drink more. Professor Tian actually didn't want to ask Xiao Ruofei for the medicinal liquid. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, he felt that the medicinal liquid was more precious and was more grateful to Xiao Ruofei. Love Go Xiaosei Ku. After the two chatted for a while, Professor Tian thought about it, got up and said, Xiaoxia, sit here for a while. I'll go to the study. Although Xiao Ruofei didn't know why Professor Tian suddenly left him and went to the study, he immediately said, Hey. If you have something to do, go ahead. Don't worry about me. Professor Tian walked quickly to the stairs. His study was on the 2nd floor. Xiao Ruofei slowly tasted his tea and sat on the sofa a little cautiously. After a while, he heard the sound of footsteps. Then, he saw Professor Tian walking down with a small rectangular cardboard box. Professor Tian went straight to the sofa, he handed the paper box in his hand. He smiled and said, Xiaoxia, you have helped me so much, but I don't have anything to thank you. I'll give this little toy to you. Xiao Ruofei declined, Professor Tian, I can't accept this. Professor Tian. Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to take the box. He carefully opened the box and saw a jadeite paperweight lying quietly in the box. This paperweight was carved with 2 dragons announcing the good news. The carving was very delicate. It was obvious that the jade paperweight was an old item, and it was definitely not cheap. Xiao Ruofei quickly put the paper box on the coffee table and said, Professor Tian, I really can't take this. It's too expensive. Professor Tian said, Xiaoxia, don't refuse. My life was saved by you, and you even gave me such a good nourishing liquid, and those Taoyuan vegetables. Which one of them isn't good stuff? I just gave you a small paperweight. Why can't you accept it? Xiao Ruofei said awkwardly, no. Your paperweight is too expensive. Professor Tian pretended to be angry and said, Xiaoxia, do you mean that my life is not as valuable as a jade paperweight? That's not what I meant, then don't refuse it. This is just a token of my appreciation, Professor Tian said. Just as the two of them were pushing back and forth, Tian Huilan came out and asked curiously, Dad, Xiaoxia, what are you doing? She walked over and saw the paperweight on the coffee table. She was even more curious and asked, Dad, why did you take out your double dragon paperweight? Aren't you usually reluctant to use it when you practice writing? Professor Tian stared and said, What do you mean by reluctant to use it? This thing isn't worth much. I just want to give it to Xiaoxia to express my gratitude. Help me persuade Xiaoxia, he won't accept it no matter what. Tian Huilan looked at Professor Tian with some surprise, and then glanced at the paperweight. However, she quickly reacted and her expression immediately returned to normal. She smiled and said, So that's how it is. Xiaoxia, since my father gave it to you, you should accept it. Mayor Tian, this. Xiao Ruofei felt very embarrassed. His ability to observe people's expressions was not bad, so he naturally noticed Tian Huilan's fleeting expression. Obviously, this paperweight was Professor Tian's favorite item, and he was usually reluctant to take it out to use. How could he take away someone's favorite item? What are you talking about? Xiaoxia, aren't you a soldier? How did you become so wishy-washy? Professor Tian said, Isn't it just a paperweight? What's wrong with accepting it? Tian Huilan also laughed and said, Xiaoxia, my father has always been a man of his word. How can he take back a gift that has been given out? If you don't accept this paperweight today, I don't think my father will want it either. Maybe he'll just throw it out. Professor Tian nodded repeatedly, looking like he would throw the paperweight out if Xiao Ruofei refused again. Xiao Ruofei had no choice but to nod with a bitter smile and say, Okay, then I'll accept it. Thank you, Professor Tian. Professor Tian's anger turned into joy and said, That's more like it. Huilan, go find a bag to put this paperweight in. Okay. Tian Huilan said as she went to find a bag. Soon, she came back with a paper bag. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, I'll do it myself. After saying that, he took the paper bag from Tian Huilan's hand and put it aside. Then, he picked up the paper box and prepared to close it first. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's finger accidentally touched the jade paperweight in the paper box. Then, he felt the spiritual map scroll that was hidden close to his body suddenly vibrate gently. Xiao Ruofei even had a feeling that the spiritual map scroll was revealing a sense of joy and hunger, as if it had a mind of its own. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. Ever since he got the spiritual map scroll, this was the first time he had encountered a reaction from the spiritual map scroll. Professor Tian saw that Xiao Ruofei's movements suddenly stopped and he was stunned. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiaoxia, what's wrong with you? Oh. Nothing. Xiao Ruofei came back to his senses and quickly said. He suppressed the curiosity in his heart and moved his hand away. The spiritual map scroll immediately stopped vibrating. Xiao Ruofei closed the paper box and carefully put it into the paper bag. However, his heart couldn't calm down. After that, Tian Huilan continued to prepare lunch, while Xiao Ruofei and Professor Tian chatted casually. Until lunch, Xiao Ruofei was still a little absent-minded. During lunch, Xiao Ruofei also used the excuse that he had to drive to decline Professor Tian's invitation to have a drink. Professor Tian didn't insist. He poured himself a small glass of white wine and drank happily. Xiao Ruofei's mind was completely on the jade paperweight, so after eating, he hurriedly said goodbye to Professor Tian and Tian Huilan. After leaving Professor Tian's house, Xiao Ruofei drove straight to his rented vacation villa in the suburbs. At this moment, he had a feeling of wanting to return home. The only thing in his mind was to return home as soon as possible and take out the spiritual map scroll in an absolutely safe environment. He Wanted to study why it suddenly vibrated when he touched the jade paperweight. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Small? It provides you with wonderful novels to read. After leaving the city, the pickup truck roared as it rushed forward on the highway around the city. It was almost running under the speed limit. Xiao Ruofei felt as if he had found the feeling of learning how to drive in the army. At the vacation villa, Xiao Ruofei drove the pickup truck straight into the courtyard. There was a sharp screech of brakes, and 2 black brake marks were left on the concrete floor of the courtyard. Xiao Ruofei jumped out of the truck, held the paper bag in his hand, and rushed into the villa. He ran all the way upstairs, and after returning to his bedroom, he locked the doors and windows. Then, he carefully took out the spirit map scroll that he had hidden on him and placed it on the bed. Then, he took out the double dragon congratulatory jade paperweight. When Xiao Ruofei's hand touched the jade paperweight, the spirit map scroll started to vibrate again. Xiao Ruofei could feel that the spirit map scroll seemed to be looking forward to this paperweight, but he didn't know what to do. Why don't I bring this paperweight into the ring to space and give it a try? This idea popped up in Xiao Ruofei's mind. Thus, he reached out to hold the jade paperweight, and his mind started to communicate with the ring to space. Just as Xiao Ruofei's mind connected with the ring to space and was about to enter, a suction force suddenly came from the ring to space. Then, he saw the jade paperweight being sucked into the spirit map scroll. When the double dragon congratulatory jade paperweight was sucked into the spirit map scroll, it was like a snowflake falling into boiling water. It disappeared without a sound. Xiao Ruofei was shocked. He picked up the spirit map scroll and unfolded it. He looked around again, but the jade paperweight was nowhere to be found. Could it have been sucked into the space? The ring to space could take in things on its own. As he thought of this, Xiao Ruofei tried to contact the ring to space with his mind again. Before he could send the order to enter the space, he was stunned. In the past, he could only use his mind to communicate with the ring to space and issue simple instructions to enter or leave. But now, as soon as he connected with the ring to space, everything in the space suddenly appeared in his mind, as if he was seeing it with his own eyes. Furthermore, he could clearly sense that the entire space seemed to have changed. Xiao Ruofei didn't have time to investigate this change. He issued the command to enter the ring to space. In a flash, he arrived inside the ring to space. The familiar feeling of dizziness soon disappeared. Xiao Ruofei stood on the ground of the space, dumbfounded at everything in front of him. The most obvious thing was that the space had doubled from the original 1 mu to 2 mu. The space, which was originally a little cramped after the vegetables were planted, suddenly became much more spacious. At the outermost periphery of the space, there was an empty area. It was a stark contrast to the previous space, as if a ring was nested outside the previous space. Then, the diameter of the pool in the middle of the space also doubled, becoming about 2 meters. The clear pool water rippled slightly, making people feel relaxed and happy. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel that the air in the space had become fresher. Taking a deep breath, he felt refreshed. Obviously, after the jade paperweight was absorbed by the spirit map scroll, the entire ring to space had undergone an evolution. What happened to the nameless plant? Would there be any changes to the tricolor flower? Xiao Ruofei thought fervently. In the entire space, the thing he cared about the most was undoubtedly this nameless plant. With a trace of anticipation, Xiao Ruofei quickly walked towards the nameless plant. From afar, Xiao Ruofei revealed an excited expression. As he expected, this nameless plant had also undergone an evolution. The branch that was originally only as thick as a thumb had clearly grown a size. It was as thick as a baby's arm, and it had also grown taller. What made Xiao Ruofei even more excited was that because the 3 days had not passed, the flower crown was still bare. Now, the flower crown had grown new petals, and the number of petals had also increased. 1, 2, 3, 4, a total of 4 petals had grown out of the flower crown. In addition to the red, yellow, and blue petals, there was also an additional green petal. The petals of the tricolor flower were too important to Xiao Ruofei. Not only did he need them to strengthen his body, but he also needed them to develop his career in the future. Therefore, every additional petal had an extraordinary meaning to Xiao Ruofei. Filled with excitement, he used a pair of tweezers to carefully collect the 4 petals and put them into a crisper box. Then, Xiao Ruofei patrolled around the space. Finally, he stood by the pool and felt that the space had expanded. Even his state of mind seemed to have opened up a lot. The invisible pressure that he had felt in the space due to the limitations of the space suddenly lessened a lot. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei found that he had established an invisible connection with the space. He had a feeling that within the scope of this space, he was the absolute master. Every blade of grass, every tree, every speck of dust and sand seemed to be under his control. However, this feeling was still faintly discernible, and seemed to be difficult to grasp. Xiao Ruofei patrolled for a while and suddenly thought of something: the space as a whole had evolved. What about the flow of time? Would it also change? Once this thought popped up, Xiao Ruofei didn't want to wait any longer. He immediately left the spiritual map space in a flash and quickly brought the little alarm clock back to the space to begin the test. After waiting outside for a minute, Xiao Ruofei once again entered the Ring 2 space. The time on the small alarm clock showed that 15 minutes had already passed in the space. Sure enough, the flow of time had also evolved. Now, the flow of time inside and outside the space was 15 times faster. Xiao Ruofei was very happy. The comprehensive evolution of the space was a great thing for him. The more powerful the space was, the more room for his future development. Xiao Ruofei thought of the strange feeling he had when he used his mind to connect with the space after the jade paperweight was absorbed by the Ring 2 space. It was as if his invisible connection with the space had been strengthened, and he could see every blade of grass and tree in the space. He pondered for a moment and left the space. Then, he used his mind to connect with the Ring 2 space again, but did not issue the command to enter the space. That magical scene appeared again. Everything in the space was reflected in his mind, including the neat rows of vegetable fields, the crystal clear space pool, and the crisper box containing the petals next to the nameless plant. A thought flashed through Xiao Ruofei's mind. If he could see the things in the space, could he try to take them out? Previously, he had to carry the items in and out of the space himself to realize the transfer. Xiao Ruofei focused his mind on the crisper box containing the petals, and then tried to send a command to the Ring 2 space with his mind. Then, a magical scene appeared. Genius 1 second. Remember love/go/little? Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. The food container appeared out of thin air in Xiao Ruofei's hand. Xiao Ruofei looked at the food container in his hand. His expression was filled with joy. He did not expect that after the space evolved, he would be able to directly take things out of the space. This was much more convenient. Then could he directly send things into the space? Xiao Ruofei immediately tried again. He still used his mind to contact the Ring 2 space and sent out a command. The next moment, the food container in his hand disappeared again, like the most brilliant magic. And the moment the food container disappeared, Xiao Ruofei immediately sensed that it had appeared in the space. Xiao Ruofei was like a child who got a new toy, constantly trying it out. After many experiments, Xiao Ruofei concluded that he could now directly take things out of the Ring 2 space from the outside world. But this process also consumed a lot of spiritual energy, much more than if he directly brought things in. Also, the size and weight of the items were limited. Currently, he could only take about 200 kilograms of items into the space, or take them out of the space. If it was any bigger, he would feel a sense of exhaustion from his spiritual energy, and would need to use the space pool water or even the flower petal solution to recover. Although there were these restrictions, but to Xiao Ruofei, this was already a huge surprise. And Xiao Ruofei faintly felt that as long as he persisted in absorbing the strange flower petal, or if the space evolved, he would definitely be able to take in bigger and heavier items. Thinking about the evolution of the space, Xiao Ruofei's excited mood gradually calmed down. He began to analyze the process by accident. Without a doubt, the Ring 2 picture scroll evolved after absorbing the jade paperweight. But was it the jade material of the paperweight that the Ring 2 picture scroll needed, or did the paperweight have some special effect? After all, this paperweight looked like an old item. Maybe there was some mysterious legend? Xiao Ruofei kept frowning as he pondered. His heart was leaning towards the former. He thought that the Ring 2 picture scroll needed the jade itself. Didn't the people always say that jade gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and nourished a person's longevity? The spiritual energy in the jade itself could be what the Ring 2 picture scroll needed, right? No matter how he analyzed or guessed, in the end, he had to rely on the facts to speak. So, Xiao Ruofei decided to personally test it out. He hid the Ring 2 picture scroll, and then took his bank card and the 10,000 yuan that he earned from selling the Taoyuan brand vegetables, went downstairs to get his car, and went straight to the city. The Cultural Art Street in Ming'an district of Sanshan City was the distribution center for jade, antiques, and jewelry in the entire southeast province. There were hundreds of shops of various sizes here, all of which dealt in cultural art and related industries. The scale of the industry was not small. Such a place had always been filled with crooks and honest folk. Moreover, the shops of all sizes were filled with a large number of fake goods. Even if an expert came here, it would be easy to be fooled if they were not careful. Xiao Ruofei's destination was this street of art. Of course, he didn't come to Taba to pick up scraps. After parking the car, Xiao Ruofei strolled into the busy street. Other than the shops, there were also many stalls on the street. These stalls were even more varied. There were Grandpa Mao stamps, children's books, ancient coins. Everything was on display. When Xiao Ruofei walked over, there were immediately a few stall owners who greeted him warmly. All of them were eloquent, as if any of the items in their simple stalls were priceless treasures. Xiao Ruofei didn't stop in front of these small stalls. Instead, he walked straight in. Not long after, he saw a shop with the signboard Ling Yuzhai. It looked very big, and the decoration was quite high-end. He thought for a moment, and walked into the shop. A young and beautiful waitress came up and greeted him with a smile. "Sir, do you want to buy jade? Ling Yuzhai is having a promotion recently. If you spend more than 20,000 yuan, you'll get a piece of raw stone for free. If you want to experience the fun of stone gambling, don't miss this good opportunity." Xiao Ruofei only wanted to verify his guesses. He didn't know anything about old pits or raw stones, and he didn't know what stone gambling was. Therefore, he was naturally uninterested. He only said indifferently, "Oh. I'll take a look first." "What type and price do you want to see, sir? We have jade of all grades here. The variety is very complete." The waitress asked with a warm smile. I'm just looking around." Xiao Ruofei said, "By the way, do you sell jade materials?" The waitress said with a professional smile, "I'm sorry, sir. We only sell jade products. We don't sell jade materials." "Oh. Do you have jade products?" Xiao Ruofei asked. He just wanted to verify whether anything made of jade could be absorbed and upgraded by the Ring 2 space. Jade products could also be used, so he didn't want to go to another shop. The waitress smiled and said, "Of course, we have jade earrings, jade bracelets, and jade pendants. But the price of different grades is very different. What price do you want to see?" "Then, I want to see jade bracelets." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Can you recommend a few of them for different prices?" "I'll take a look." "Okay, this way please," the waitress said. People in the service industry were very good at reading people's body language. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei was wearing ordinary clothes and didn't seem to have a strong desire to buy, the waiter didn't take out a high-priced item. The waitress rummaged behind the counter for a while and quickly took out a few boxes and placed them on the counter. She said, "Sir, these bracelets are all made of jade. The price ranges from 5,000 to 100,000. You can take a look first." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect things made of jade to be so expensive. These bracelets didn't look like much, but the cheapest one cost 5,000 and the most expensive one cost 100,000. Xiao Ruofei thought, there must be a reason why it's expensive. Since I want to verify my judgment, I'll try the most expensive one first, so he asked, "Which one is the 100,000 one?" The waitress was stunned. I didn't see how rich this young man was. He actually wants to see the one that costs 100,000? Could it be that he was a low-key tycoon? If I had known, I would have taken out the high-quality goods that cost hundreds of thousands or millions. Of course, she was just stunned for a moment. She quickly reacted and the smile on her face became more enthusiastic. She pointed to one of the boxes and said, "This is a beeswax-type jade bracelet. The price is 100,000 yuan. "Oh, can I pick it up and take a look?" Xiao Ruofei asked. Of course, but our store also has a rule. If the bracelet is damaged because of you, sir, you have to compensate according to the original price. The waitress carefully reminded Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei nodded and reached out to grab the jade bracelet in the box. A genius will remember love in a second? We will provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed. The spirit map scroll had reacted to the jade bracelet. It was obvious that his previous judgment was most likely correct. What could truly make the Ring 2 space evolve was the jade itself. In other words, he could buy jade for the spirit map scroll to absorb in the future and achieve the goal of further upgrading. In order to ensure that he was not mistaken, Xiao Ruofei held the jade bracelet and looked at it repeatedly. Of course, in reality, he was confirming if the spirit map scroll really had a reaction. Not only that, Xiao Ruofei also picked up a few other bracelets and made a selection. After looking at it repeatedly for a while, the professional smile on the waiter's face almost froze. Xiao Ruofei was finally 100% sure that jade could make the Ring 2 space evolve. This was because the spirit map scroll would react to every jade bracelet. However, the strength of the reaction would be different depending on the quality. In general, other than the 100,000 yuan jade bracelet, the spirit map scroll's reaction to the other bracelets was very weak. Fortunately, after the Ring 2 space evolved today, Xiao Ruofei's mental connection with the space became even closer, so he could sense even the smallest reaction. Even for the bracelet that was worth 100,000 yuan, the spirit map scroll's reaction was at most the same as the jade paperweight. Seeing that the waiter was still waiting for him, Xiao Ruofei felt a little embarrassed. She had been enthusiastically serving him for so long, but he had only been flipping around and looking at it. He had already wasted at least 20 minutes of her time. Looks like I still have to buy one, Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, then pointed at a bracelet that was about 40,000 yuan and said, I'll take this. Do you accept credit cards here? The waiter was so bored that she yawned. She originally thought that Xiao Ruofei would only look and not buy, so she would definitely waste her time. She didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei would actually want to buy one. Although a jade bracelet that was worth more than 40,000 yuan was not considered high-end, her commission was still quite high. The waiter immediately perked up and quickly said, Sir, you can pay by card. If you're sure you want this bracelet, I'll wrap it up for you. This way please. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He waited for the waitress to wrap the bracelet before following her to the cashier. He took out his bank card and paid the bill. Xiao Ruofei was not short of money for the time being. Huzi's mother insisted on returning 400,000 yuan to him. Together with the 100,000 yuan he had left, he bought a pickup truck. Including some recent expenses, he still had about 400,000 yuan left in his card. Buying a 40,000 yuan bracelet was not a big deal. Furthermore, this bracelet could also be absorbed by the spirit map scroll, so it wasn't too much of a waste. The waiter put away the receipt and handed the jade bracelet to Xiao Ruofei with both hands. Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment, then asked, What's the matter? Actually, I need unprocessed jade materials more. The demand is quite high, and I'll be buying them for a long time. Can you help me ask the higher-ups if Ling Yuzhai is interested in doing this business? If he bought jade products for the spirit map scroll to absorb, it would be a waste of natural resources. Buying jade materials directly was naturally much cheaper. Anyway, it would be absorbed anyway, so what was the use of processing it? The waiter said with some difficulty, Sir, we usually sell finished products. But I can help you call the boss. Alright, thank you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. You're welcome. Please take a seat, I'll make the call now. The waiter said. Then she quickly walked back to the counter and picked up the phone to make a call. After a while, the waiter walked over and said, Sir, our boss Chen is doing something nearby. He said that if it's convenient, please take a seat in the shop for a while. He'll rush over now. Alright, thank you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. You're welcome. The waiter said with a sweet smile. Not only was Xiao Ruofei handsome, but he was also rich. He bought a 40,000 yuan bracelet just like that, and he was about to talk to the boss about jade materials. The waiter looked at Xiao Ruofei in a different light. However, Xiao Ruofei only had an indifferent expression. Although he was very kind, he obviously didn't have any reaction to her secret flirting. The waiter was slightly disappointed. Then she immediately thought of something. She quickly said, "Oh right, sir, if you buy more than 20,000 yuan in our shop, you can get a piece of old pit raw stone for free. You can go over there and choose." Old pit raw stone? Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's that?" The waiter didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to dare to buy jade when he didn't even know about the raw stone. This made her even more certain that Xiao Ruofei was the son of a rich family, so he didn't take money seriously. She quickly explained, "It's the jade raw stone. The jade is from these raw stones, but there is no instrument or ray in the world that can penetrate and detect whether there is jade inside the raw stone. So many people gamble on the raw stone. If there is a high-quality jade inside, they will make a lot of money. Of course, it is also very likely that there is nothing inside. The raw stone bought at a high price will become worthless waste." The waiter explained for a long time, and Xiao Ruofei finally understood what a raw stone was. He asked with some curiosity, "Then if you spend more than 20,000 yuan in your shop and give a raw stone for free, isn't it a big loss?" The waiter showed a trace of amusement. He looked around, then lowered his voice and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Sir, these raw stones are not big, and they are the leftovers from the stone gambling customers. The probability of seeing green from the appearance is very low, so the boss will give them as a gift." "I see." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. He was also a bit naive. How could a businessman do a losing business? The waiter quickly said, "Don't say that I told you. You will be fired by the boss." "Okay, I won't say." Xiao Ruofei said with a kind smile. "Sir, it's a gift anyway. Why don't you go and pick one? Just treat it as a game." The waiter said, "Maybe there is really jade inside. No one can see through the raw stone. It is all based on experience and feeling. There will always be times when you make a mistake." Xiao Ruofei knew that what the waiter said was reasonable, but the probability was too low. Since it was a free gift, Xiao Ruofei didn't refuse. He stood up and walked to a pile of raw stones in the corner of the shop. These raw stones looked dark and swarthy. The big ones were as big as a millstone, and the smallest ones were even smaller than a volleyball. From their appearance, it was really hard to imagine that the fascinating jadeite was picked from these unremarkable stones. Xiao Ruofei squatted down in front of the pile of raw stones and reached out to pick. He had originally come here with the mentality of a game, so he was very relaxed. He kept flipping through these raw stones, trying to find one that he found pleasing to the eye. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there was jade hidden in this ordinary-looking raw stone, and the spirit map scroll could sense it through the surface of the stone? Other than this, there couldn't be any other answer, and according to the vibration of the spirit map scroll, the jade in this raw stone was very likely to be of great value. Luckily, Xiao Ruofei had been in the special forces for many years, and had already developed a strong mental fortitude. So even though his mind was racing, he was still calm on the surface. He put down the stone as if nothing had happened, and began to look at the other raw stones. Soon, every raw stone was in his hands. Other than the one just now, the other raw stones didn't cause the spirit map scroll to vibrate at all. In other words, out of the dozens of raw stones here, only one had jade. The probability was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. Xiao Ruofei sighed in his heart. He didn't hesitate anymore, and picked up the raw stone the size of a volleyball. Then, he said in a relaxed tone, "This one will do." "Ah? Sir, you don't want to pick another one?" The attendant was obviously stunned, and then reminded him tactfully. "This raw stone has been in our shop for half a year, and many experts have seen it. The probability of jade in it might be." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Would the probability of changing to another one be very high? Anyway, it's just for fun, so I'll take this one. It's more to my liking." The attendant was speechless. This raw stone was so ugly, why did it have to be to his liking? Rich people were really strange. But she thought about it again, and felt that Xiao Ruofei's words made sense. To put it bluntly, these raw stones that were given as gimmicks were all leftovers. It didn't make a difference which one was chosen, and it was basically impossible to have jade in it. Okay, I'll register it for you now, the attendant said. She quickly wrote down the raw stone serial number in her book, and then said, Sir, this raw stone is now yours. Do you want to open it on the spot? Sure. Xiao Ruofei shrugged indifferently. The waiter went over to inform the manager, and then took Xiao Ruofei to a slightly smaller shop next door. This was also the property of Ling Yuzhai, but it only sold raw stones, so naturally, it also provided stone-cutting services. Sir, these complimentary raw stones are supposed to be cut open, but since you're our big customer, the manager said that the fee is waived, the waiter said as he walked. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Thank you. Arriving at the shop next door, the attendant spoke a few words with a stone-cutting master. That master looked at the stone in Xiao Ruofei's hand and asked indifferently, How do you want to cut it? Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, I don't know about this either. Just cut it in the middle. The stone-cutting master nodded and didn't say anything. He took the raw stone from Xiao Ruofei's hand and fixed it on the stone-cutting machine. Then he started the power and prepared to cut it. Love go little Seiku. If other customers wanted to cut it in the middle like this, the stone-cutting master would have said a few words of persuasion, but he knew this raw stone too well. It was impossible to cut out jade, so he didn't bother to say anything. There were a few customers in the shop who were choosing raw stones. Seeing this, they all gathered around to watch the fun. In the roar of the machine and the harsh friction sound, this small raw stone was quickly cut in half. The stone-cutting master found some water to wash the cut surface. After glancing at it, he said expressionlessly, It's a failure. There's no jade. No jadeite? How could this be? Xiao Ruofei was slightly surprised. He walked forward and squatted down to check the cut raw stone. Among the onlookers, there was a middle-aged man with a big belly. He wore a thick gold necklace around his neck and several big gold rings on his fingers. He looked like a nouveau riche. There was also a delicate woman leaning against him. The woman was pretty, but she looked a little coquettish with heavy makeup. When the fat man saw Xiao Ruofei's stunned expression, he couldn't help but mock, Hey! Bro, there's no need to look. It's a failure. It's a failure. Your stone looks like this. It would be strange if there was jade in it. The coquettish woman hugged the fat man's arm tightly and said coquettishly, Brother Ching, I didn't expect you to know how to look at raw stones. You're really capable. The fat man laughed proudly and said, Baby, I don't know anything about raw stones. But I'm rich. I can ask someone who knows how to look at it. Last time, I asked Teacher Chi to be my stone gambling consultant. At that time, this stone was still on the shelf for sale. Teacher Chi picked it up and looked at it, then put it down. Haha. I heard that old Chen later gave it to the shop next door as a gift. The fat man's flaunting expression was obvious. When the onlookers heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Someone couldn't help but ask, Are you talking about Teacher Chi Tianming from the Jade Association? The fat man was even more proud when he heard this. He said, Other than him, is there a second Teacher Chi in the jade industry of Xianxia City? This Chi Tianming should be quite famous. After the other people who were watching the show heard this, their gazes towards the fat tycoon changed. The coquettish woman hugged the fat man's arm even tighter. She said coquettishly, Brother Chung, can you ask Teacher Chi to help me pick a raw stone next time? I also want to play stone gambling. The fat man laughed and patted the coquettish woman's hand. He said, Baby, there will be a chance next time. In a few days, I'll ask Teacher Chi to go to Dianan province with me to stone gambling. When the time comes, I'll bring you to see the world. Brother Ching, you're so nice. The coquettish woman said excitedly. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she kissed the fat man's face. The fat man also enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. His complacent expression became more and more obvious. He looked at Xiao Ruofei and said with disdain, This kind of trash stone can't possibly have jade in it. Everyone is still waiting for the stone to be opened. Get out of the way. Don't waste everyone's time. Xiao Ruofei had just finished examining the two-house of the raw stone. At this time, he already had an idea. When he heard the fat man's words, he couldn't help but frown. The fat man had been noisy at the side. Xiao Ruofei didn't intend to pay attention to him, but his words were getting worse and worse. Xiao Ruofei was a little unhappy in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the fat man coldly. He said, "Since you're so sure that my raw stone can't have jade in it, do you dare to make a bet?" The fat man was stunned. He asked, "Bet? What kind of bet?" "Of course, I'll bet on whether my raw stone can have jade in it," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The fat man laughed when he heard this. He pointed to the raw stone that was cut in half on the ground and said, "You've already cut it in half. How can you bet?" Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Didn't I just cut it once? Whether there's jade in it or not, we'll only know when it's all cut out. Just tell me if you dare to bet or not. P.S. Publicity Book Group, 300-769-830, it's Monday again. As usual, I'm looking for clicks, recommendations, and favorites. Thank you for your support. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/little? Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Once Xiao Ruofei said that, the people watching the show suddenly burst into an uproar. He actually dares to gamble when he already lost. Is there something wrong with his brain? This raw stone definitely can't have jade in it. This young man is obviously a newbie. This is a battle of personal feelings. He's rich and willful. One look and you can tell he's a prodigal. The onlookers, without exception, were all laughing at Xiao Ruofei for letting his emotions affect his decisions. However, Xiao Ruofei's face was still calm as he quietly looked at the fat tycoon. The fat tycoon curled his lips and sneered. If I don't even dare to gamble on a sure-win game, how can I still have the face to stay in the jade industry? Say it. What do you want to bet on? Xiao Ruofei said lightly, "Bet on life." He obviously heard the people around him take in a breath of cold air. He deliberately paused for a while before continuing. Seems a bit too serious. Then let's bet on some money. The people who were watching the show immediately burst into laughter. His long breaths while speaking were really scary. However, they saw that Xiao Ruofei was still in the mood to joke and seemed to have a card up his sleeve. They couldn't see through him. This was a sure lose bet. Where did his confidence come from? When the fat tycoon heard the words "bet on life," he was also shocked. After Xiao Ruofei changed the topic, he realized that he had been fooled by this kid. He couldn't help but snort. Gambling money is good. What I, Qing Junhua, lack the least is money. Say it. How much do you want to bet? As long as you can afford it, I'll play with you. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a while and said casually, "A small bet is for fun. Let's just play casually. Let's bet 300,000 yuan. Boss Cheng, don't tell me you can't even afford 300,000 yuan? Those who could come here to gamble on stones naturally wouldn't be poor. However, most of the people present wouldn't bet 300,000 yuan just because of personal feelings." The fat tycoon, Qing Junhua's expression changed a few times before he quickly said, 300,000 it is. Even Teacher Qi personally appraised this raw stone. Furthermore, this cut was a failure. If you can open it with jade, I will eat it on the spot. The jade is mine. Why should I give it to you? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. You. Qing Junhua said, "Don't talk nonsense. I agree to your bet, but can you take out 300,000 yuan? Qing Junhua saw that Xiao Ruofei was dressed simply and didn't look like a rich man at all, so his tone was full of suspicion and disdain. Xiao Ruofei didn't say much. He took out his bank card and said, "There should be more than 300,000 in here. Boss Cheng, you have to take out the money too. Otherwise, how can I trust you?" Qing Junhua snorted lightly and said, "If you say that there are 300,000 inside, then there are 300,000. What if it's an empty card?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and asked, "Then what do you think we should do? Go to the bank to withdraw cash? We have to make an appointment to withdraw a large amount of money, and it's a waste of time, isn't it?" Qing Junhua also felt a little embarrassed. At this time, a burst of hearty laughter came from the door of the shop. A forthright voice said, "Why is my shop so lively today?" As soon as the voice fell, a man separated the crowd and walked into the shop. This man was in his early 40s. He wore a red tang suit and walked with a vigorous manner. "Boss Chen." "Hello, Boss Chen." People greeted this man one after another. The waitress who brought Xiao Ruofei here also quickly introduced him to Xiao Ruofei in a low voice. Sir, this is Boss Chen of Lingyu Restaurant. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded to Boss Chen. Boss Chen looked at the waitress beside Xiao Ruofei. Then he said to Xiao Ruofei in a friendly manner, just now the shop called me and said that someone wants to buy jade, and it's a long-term cooperation. I guess it must be this little brother. That's me. Hello, Boss Chen. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Little brother, you're really a talent. Boss Chen said with a laugh. Then he asked, what happened just now? Xiao Ruofei didn't open her mouth to speak, and the people around her began to talk about what had just happened. Boss Chen listened and looked at the 2 halves of the raw stone on the ground. He said to Xiao Ruofei with a strange expression, little brother, you're all my customers. This bet. I think we should forget about it. Of course, Boss Chen was the clearest about this raw stone. In fact, the quality of the whole batch of raw stone was not high, and this raw stone's appearance was the worst. Some people even suspected that it was actually an ordinary stone casually picked up by the side of the mine and put together with the raw stone to sell. So he tactfully persuaded Xiao Ruofei out of kindness. However, Xiao Ruofei just smiled faintly and said, Boss Chen, I appreciate your kindness. Since this Boss Chen is so bold, I'll definitely accompany him to the end. Qing Junhua also frowned and said, Old Chen, we've already agreed on this matter. You don't have to get involved. But since you're here, it's good that you're here. Be our witness. Otherwise, we can't trust each other. Boss Chen smiled bitterly and helplessly. He looked at Xiao Ruofei inquisitively. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, okay. Let's give our cards to Boss Chen. After checking that the balance is more than 300,000 yuan, we can continue to cut the stone. Boss Chen saw that Xiao Ruofei had made up his mind, so he could only agree helplessly. Qing Junhua naturally had no objection. Both of them handed their cards to Boss Chen. There was a POS machine in the shop to check the balance. Soon, the balance in both of their cards was checked. It was more than 300,000 yuan. Qing Junhua was slightly surprised to see that Xiao Ruofei, who was dressed simply, really had more than 300,000 yuan in his card. However, his mind was on the bet. After checking the balance, he couldn't wait and said, let's continue. If I win your 300,000 yuan, I can buy a new car for my baby. The coquettish woman was overjoyed after hearing it. She even kissed Qing Junhua several times, giving Xiao Ruofei goosebumps. He was too lazy to argue with her and said to the stone-cutting master, Master, can I cut it myself? The stone-cutting master looked at Boss Chen, who nodded slightly. Since the boss had agreed, the stone-cutting master was naturally happy to be idle and directly gave up his position. The operation of the stone-cutting machine was not complicated. Xiao Ruofei basically knew how to use it after seeing it. Besides, he didn't need to rub the stone. He directly cut it in half, simple and crude. Xiao Ruofei's eyes revealed a mischievous look. He picked up half of the raw stone and fixed it on the stone-cutting machine. Then, he turned on the power and cut it in half. After an ear-piercing sound of friction, the raw stone was also split in half. Everyone's eyes fell on the cut at the same time. After the clear water, the cut was still devoid of any green. Suddenly, there was a burst of sighs. The onlookers looked at Xiao Ruofei with sympathy and gloating. Everyone was talking about Xiao Ruofei's unwise behavior. On the other hand, Qing Junhua's expression became even more relaxed. In his opinion, winning 300,000 gold coins was too easy. Xiao Ruofei's expression didn't change. He fixed the cut raw stone on the stone-cutting machine again and turned on the power to continue cutting. With the roar of the machine, the half of the raw stone was cut into pieces and turned into many small stones. However, as everyone had judged before, there was no jade in it at all. Qing Junhua couldn't help but ridicule, this is the first time I've seen such a thorough stone cutting. It's been cut like this and there's still no jade. Now you have nothing to say, right? Xiao Ruofei pointed to the other half of the raw stone indifferently and said, this is only half of it. Isn't the other half still uncut? What's the hurry? Just now, when Xiao Ruofei checked the 2 halves of the raw stone, he found that when he held half of it in his hand, the spirit map scroll didn't react at all. But when he held the other half, the spirit map scroll immediately began to vibrate. This meant that the jade in the raw stone was concentrated in the other half. Just now, Xiao Ruofei had a tinge of mischief and deliberately cut the half without jade first. Qing Jinhua snorted and said, "You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I'll wait here and see what you have to say after you cut the other half." Boss Chen watched from the side and secretly shook his head. He also thought that Xiao Ruofei was going to lose. Now, he was just stubbornly holding on. The corner of Xiao Ruofei's mouth raised slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He calmly cleaned up the stones on the stone cutting machine, and then slowly fixed the other half of the raw stone on the stone cutting machine. Xiao Ruofei turned on the power and operated the cutting blade to cut the other half of the raw stone. P.S. Publicity Book Group, 300-769-830, it's Monday again. As usual, please click, recommend, and bookmark. Thank you for your support. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The cutting blade slowly cut into the raw stone, making a sharp friction sound. However, everyone didn't feel the tension of a normal stone cutting. Almost everyone was waiting to see Xiao Ruofei make a fool of himself, especially Qing Jinhua, who made a bet with Xiao Ruofei. Boss Chen sighed in his heart. He felt that Xiao Ruofei was young and impetuous. This time, he was going to suffer a big loss. The raw stone wasn't big, so it was quickly cut into two halves. Xiao Ruofei brought over a basin of clear water and used her hands to scoop some water onto the cut surface to wash away the stone powder. Qing Jinhua saw that Xiao Ruofei was serious, so he couldn't help but mock. "Kid, are you stalling for time? Don't dawdle. I'm still waiting to win money and leave." Just as Qing Jinhua finished speaking, someone next to him exclaimed, "It's green. It's green. It's a big increase." The onlookers suddenly became excited. They all crowded forward, wanting to see what kind of jade could be found in this poor raw stone. The cut surface was full of green, and the onlookers were in an uproar. "Kid, wipe it clean and let us see clearly." "Oh. What a pity, this is a whole piece of jade. It was cut into two halves from the middle by this kid. The value will be much lower. It's a freebie. He didn't spend a penny. How can he make a big profit?" There were all kinds of comments. Even Boss Chen was almost pushed out of the crowd. He had to shout to maintain order. If it was a raw stone with a price of hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan, everyone might not be so excited. It would be strange if it didn't get any jade. However, this rubbish freebie actually had green, and it was a big increase. Everyone's mood immediately changed. One cut to heaven, one cut to hell. This was the excitement of stone gambling. Qing Jinhua, the fat tycoon, was completely stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. He felt like he was dreaming. That rubbish raw stone really had a big increase in green? What kind of luck did that kid have? This kind of almost zero probability thing actually happened. Qing Jinhua's heart bled at the thought of losing 300,000 yuan. However, the people at the side didn't mind watching the fun and didn't care about Qing Jinhua's feelings at all. They were still discussing and clicking their tongues in wonder. Soon, the cut surface was cleaned, and everyone could see it more clearly. An expert immediately said, "It's the ice glutinous rice type. The water source is pretty good. It's definitely going to soar." There were also people who started bidding on the spot. "Little brother, the quality of this raw stone is not bad. I'll give you 80,000 yuan. Sell it to me." "You have the nerve to bid 80,000? Little brother, I'll give you the real price, 100,000. I'll pay cash. 120,000, I'll take it." Bids rose one after another, and soon, the price soared to 150,000. Xiao Ruofei stood up with a smile and raised his voice. "Everyone, I'm sorry. I still need this jade for myself. I'm not selling it." When the onlookers heard this, they immediately stopped, but they didn't feel too regretful. After all, this raw stone wasn't big, and the quality of the jade could only be said to be above average. It wasn't the best jade. Xiao Ruofei said to the stone-cutting master, "Master, please help me cut the rest." Okay. The stone-cutting master quickly said. When the stone cutting started, the onlookers still didn't disperse. They all wanted to know how valuable the jade would be after all of it was cut out. Qing Junhua was also watching with his eyes wide open. He prayed that Xiao Ruofei was just lucky to cut a layer of jade skin. If he cut it further, there wouldn't be any jade. Of course, the cut surface was so green that even Qing Junhua himself didn't believe that there wouldn't be any jade inside the stone, so he could only comfort himself. The stone-cutting master skillfully cut out the whole raw stone, and then carefully wiped off the outer stone skin. After more than half an hour, 2 fist-sized pieces of jade were completely cut out. It's the ice-glutinous rice type. These 2 pieces of jade are worth at least 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. This young man's luck is really unbelievable. Boss Chen, your shop next door has a free gift, right? I'm going to spend now, and then get a free raw stone to play with. Let's go together. I'm going too. People who gambled on stones believed in luck. Xiao Ruofei's raw stone rose sharply, and even the free gift that was originally in the corner of the shop next door, which was sneered at by the experts, immediately became popular. For a time, more than half of the people rushed to the shop next door. If they spent more than 20,000 yuan, they would get a free raw stone. For these stone gambling buyers, it was a piece of cake. Boss Chen didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei's stone cutting would have such an effect. He was very happy. Today, the jade shop's sales would increase a lot. This was all thanks to Xiao Ruofei. He looked at Xiao Ruofei with more friendly eyes. Xiao Ruofei put the 2 pieces of jade into her bag and looked at Qing Junhua. She then said to Boss Chen, you're the witness. There shouldn't be any surprises in the result of this bet, right? Boss Chen said with a smile, of course, so many people are watching. Little brother, you've won this bet. Manager Qing, you don't have any objection, right? Qing Junhua's face turned as red as a pig's liver, like a defeated rooster. It was as ugly as it could be. Although 300,000 was not a large sum of money to him, losing it in one go was still quite a heartache. Especially since he had lost so much face in front of so many people, it made him gnash his teeth in hatred. However, the fact was in front of him, and he couldn't deny it at all. He just snorted coldly and didn't speak with a gloomy face. Xiao Ruofei said, transfer 300,000 yuan directly to Ling Yuzhai's account. I still want to buy jade from Boss Chen. When the time comes, just deduct the payment directly. Boss Chen said with a smile, no problem. Soon, the waiter came with a POS machine, swiped Qing Junhua's card, and transferred 300,000 yuan. Qing Junhua entered the password with a gloomy face. After the transfer was successful, he took the card and left without saying a word. Boss Chen warmly invited Xiao Ruofei to a compartment in the shop. He personally made tea for Xiao Ruofei, and then asked, little brother, what's your surname? My surname is Xia. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Boss Chen, I want to buy some jade from you. The first batch is 300,000 yuan. If the cooperation is good, I will buy from you for a long time, and the demand will be greater in the future. Boss Chen said happily, okay. Little brother Xia, do you have any requirements for the quality of jade? Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, of course, it's best if it's of higher quality. The worst kind of jade is the ice-glutinous rice type today. Boss Chen, can you provide it here? Hearing this, Boss Chen knew what to do. He was afraid that Xiao Ruofei wanted to buy the king's green, which was the best jade that could only be found by chance. Even Ling Yizhang might not be able to get it immediately. As long as Xiao Ruofei tried to get the best quality jade, it would be easy. No problem. I'll tell someone to prepare it right away. A batch of jade was just received 2 days ago. It's not a problem to get 300,000 yuan in stock. Thank you, Boss Chen. Xiao Ruofei said. You're welcome. You take care of my business. I should thank you. Boss Chen said and handed over his business card. He said, little brother Xia, this is my business card. Next time, if you need anything, just call me directly. Xiao Ruofei took the business card and said, I don't have a business card yet. I'll give you my phone number. After that, Xiao Ruofei gave his phone number to Boss Chen. The two of them sat and chatted for a while. Then, someone knocked on the door and came in. The jade that Xiao Ruofei wanted had been prepared. A small bag of jadeite jade was worth 300,000 yuan. Xiao Ruofei didn't know much about jadeite, but he had the spirit map scroll with him. He could roughly know the value of the jadeite through the reaction of the spirit map scroll, so he didn't have to worry about being cheated. He opened the bag and picked up the jadeite one by one to check. The spirit map scroll had a reaction of different sizes. This meant that Boss Chen was honest and didn't use fake goods to fool him. Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied with the bag of jadeite jade. Then, he said to Boss Chen, the jadeite jade is very good. Then we're done here. The 300,000 yuan that Qing Junhua lost to Xiao Ruofei was just enough to offset the payment. He didn't need to pay a penny to get the jadeite jade. There was really no better deal than this. Speaking of which, he had to thank that nouveau riche. Haha. Thank you, little brother Xia, for taking care of my business. Boss Chen said generously. Next time, if you need anything, just call me directly. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said. After he declined Boss Chen's invitation to eat, he took the bag of jadeite jade and left Spirit Jade Hall. He went to the parking lot to get his car and drove straight to the holiday villa in the suburbs. Xiao Ruofei couldn't wait to go back and let the spirit map scroll continue to absorb the jadeite to see if it could evolve again. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After returning to the bedroom of the villa, Xiao Ruofei locked the door and couldn't wait to take out the jade material and the jade bracelet that he got today. Speaking of which, these things cost a total of 40,000 yuan to buy the bracelet. The 2 pieces of ice glutinous jade were from the raw stones that were given as a gift, and the other jade material that was worth 300,000 yuan was won from a bet. Xiao Ruofei also took out the spiritual map scroll. He first picked up the jade bracelet and then communicated with the ring to space. The bracelet was immediately sucked in by the space. He checked the ring to space with his mind and found that there was no change in the space. However, he was already mentally prepared. The first evolution of the space had absorbed the entire jade paperweight. The paperweight was far larger than the bracelet in terms of material and volume. Xiao Ruofei judged that the second evolution would definitely require more jade than the first, so it was within his expectations that the bracelet didn't evolve after absorbing the space. He didn't stop and immediately picked up the 2 pieces of ice glutinous jade from the raw stones and let the ring to space absorb them. After absorbing the ice glutinous jade, there was still no obvious change in the space. Xiao Ruofei had to take out the bag of jade material that was worth 300,000 yuan. There were a total of 5 or 6 pieces of jade in it, and they were all absorbed by the spiritual map scroll one by one. When only the smallest piece of jade was left, Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt that his connection with the space had become closer. He quickly checked with his mind and found that the ring to space had finally evolved again. Xiao Ruofei looked at the remaining small piece of jade and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The jade used for the second evolution cost a total of 500,000 yuan. Although the jade didn't cost that much, Xiao Ruofei still couldn't help but feel the pinch. Love go small say moreover, the second evolution was already like this. If he wanted to evolve the space again, he was afraid that he would need to spend twice or even several times more jade. Xiao Ruofei originally thought that he was making money very fast. But now, it seems that he needs to work harder to make the space evolve. The money he earned from selling vegetables and succulents, if exchanged for jade materials, would not even be enough to fill the gaps between the spiritual painting scroll's teeth. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't lament for too long. His mind had already flown to the space. He couldn't wait to see what changes the space had undergone after its evolution. With a thought, Xiao Ruofei entered the ring to space. After the familiar feeling of dizziness passed, Xiao Ruofei took a deep breath in the space and found that the air had become much fresher. Taking a deep breath, he felt as if he was floating in the air, just like the legendary fairyland on Earth. The size of the space doubled again, becoming a full 4 acres. The spiritual pond in the middle of the space also became 4 meters in diameter. Xiao Ruofei also found that a curved mini version of a stream had appeared in the space. The reason why it was called a mini version was because the width of the stream was only 40 to 50 centimeters. In fact, it was just a small ditch. The source of the stream was the spiritual pond. After winding for more than 10 meters, It formed a pond with a diameter of about 2 meters in a depression. Xiao Ruofei was most concerned about the nameless plant, so after looking at the direct changes in the space, he immediately walked to the nameless plant by the pond. After looking at it, Xiao Ruofei suddenly showed a happy expression. As he expected, the strange flower that he had just picked at noon grew again, and this time, there was an additional petal. Now, the strange flower was composed of a total of 5 petals. The newly grown petal was purple. The whole flower looked more harmonious and natural, as if it contained the truth of heaven and earth. Xiao Ruofei was very happy. Just this extra purple petal was worth the 500,000 yuan of jade materials. After admiring it for a while, with a trace of reluctance, he carefully picked all the petals of the strange flower with tweezers and stored them in a fresh-keeping box. After patrolling around the space and sorting out some of the debris, Xiao Ruofei came to the newly formed pond. Looking at the small pond in front of him, Xiao Ruofei pondered for a long time. He felt that he should make full use of the resources, because he needed to make more money. Only by making more money could he buy more jade materials and promote the space's evolution. Thus, it would produce more benefits and form a virtuous cycle. And this pond was full of spiritual pond water, which could be used to raise fish and shrimps. He believed that in the Ring 2 space's unique environment, the fish raised in the spiritual pond water would certainly become top-quality ingredients. Of course, after the initial exploration, he could also raise more valuable fish in the space. The space also had a faster flow of time, so no matter what he raised, it would definitely mature very quickly. Thinking about the problem of the flow of time, Xiao Ruofei immediately left the space. He found the small alarm clock and sent it into the space with his mind to test it again. Soon, the results came out. As expected, the flow of time in the Ring 2 space had evolved again. Now, the flow of time inside and outside the space was 20 times faster. After patrolling around, Xiao Ruofei left the Ring 2 space and put away the evolved spiritual map scroll. Then, he lay comfortably on the lounge chair on the balcony and basked in the sun. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the beautiful image of Xianxia flashed across his mind. This girl hasn't contacted me for a few days. Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. He pondered for a moment, reached for the phone beside him, and prepared to call Xianxia. Last time, the collaboration with Lingji Catering had been called off because of Hidong's interference. Xiao Ruofei knew that Xianxia must have been feeling very bad these days. She might even be working hard on the collaboration. Now that the reputation of the Taoyuan brand of organic vegetables had been completely established, and the company and trademark would be registered soon. Everything was progressing according to Xiao Ruofei's plan. It was time to tell Xianxia everything. Nantai District, Sanshan City. The headquarters of Lingji Catering Group was located here. This was a building with 13 floors. The 1st to 8th floors were office buildings for rent, and the 9th to 13th floors were the office floors of Lingji Catering Group. In the big conference room on the 12th floor, the backbone of Lingji Catering Group was having a meeting. Sitting in the middle of the long conference table was Ling Xingshua's father, Ling Xiaotian. This person at the helm of Lingji Catering Group was about 50 years old. His square face exuded a dignified aura. When he sat down, he naturally made people feel a sense of awe. The group's vice president, director, and department managers sat on both sides according to their positions. As the manager of the finance department, Ling Qingxue, and the manager of the purchasing department, Hidong, were facing each other. Hidong often stole glances at Ling Qingxue, but Ling Qingshua's face was as cold as ice, and she didn't give Hidong a good look. Today's meeting was to discuss how to solve some of the current difficulties they were facing, and also to study the future development of the group. The current situation was that Minghao Restaurant, the main competitor of Lingji Catering Group, was very aggressive. They had hired a famous chef whose ancestor was said to be a palace chef at a high price to be the executive chef. They had released several palace dishes in a row, and their sales had been soaring. On the other hand, Lingji Catering Group was the opposite. They didn't introduce new dishes, and there had been a small dispute a few days ago. Some customers had vomited and had diarrhea after returning home, and then they insisted that there was a problem with the food hygiene of Lingji Catering Group. They came to make trouble every 2 to 3 days, making things worse. Now, several chain stores were deserted, and their business was not as good as before. This made Ling Xiaotian very anxious. The department managers and executives had spoken very positively just now, but they hadn't put forward any constructive suggestions. Ling Xiaotian frowned slightly, and his gaze fell on his daughter, Ling Qingxue. Ever since he rejected Ling Qingxue's request to work with Xia Ruofei the day before yesterday, Ling Qingxue had been cold to him, her father. Today, she was even a little absent-minded in the meeting, which made Ling Xiaotian even more unhappy. He frowned and asked, "Qingxue, don't look at your phone. Why don't you say something? Do you have a better idea? Genius 1 second. Remember Love Divided by Xiao? We provide you with wonderful novels to read." Ling Qingxue closed her phone and said calmly, "The most direct way is to find a new chef. But I'm afraid it won't be easy to find someone who is as capable and famous as the executive chef of Mingho restaurant." Ling Xiaotian frowned slightly and said, "Everyone has discussed this. Everyone has discussed this just now. The HR department will contact the headhunting company, but this is not something that can be solved in a day or two. Say something useful." Ling Qingxue shrugged and said, "Since this method can't solve the immediate problem, we have to find another way. I proposed to make a fuss about high-quality ingredients, but you rejected my proposal. Other than that, I don't have any better ideas." This girl was still full of resentment. She had mentioned this to Ling Xiaotian when she went home the day before yesterday. However, she didn't know what Hidong said to Ling Xiaotian, but Ling Xiaotian didn't listen to her explanation. He only said that there couldn't be any compromise when it came to food safety, and that ingredients that didn't have authoritative test reports were not allowed to enter the restaurant. With one sentence, he shut Ling Qingxue up. Ling Qingxue was naturally indignant in her heart. Whether it was in public or private, she felt that her father was biased and believed the words of an outsider. He did not listen to the words of his own daughter. It was really unreasonable. Ling Xiaotian's brows furrowed even tighter. "Qingxue, let's not talk about this plan today." He said in his heart, "Qingxue is getting more and more immature. It seems that Xiaohe is telling the truth. She must have been deceived by that vegetable seller." At this time, Hidong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "President Ling, actually, I think Qingxue's opinion is very reasonable." Ling Xiaotian raised his eyebrows and felt a little surprised. "Love Xiao 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 Xiao." Even Ling Qingxue couldn't help but look at Hidong with a strange expression. Is there something wrong with his brain? Previously, he used all kinds of underhanded means to obstruct my plan. Why did his attitude suddenly change 180 degrees today? Ling Xiaotian quickly returned to his normal expression and said faintly, "Xiaohe, tell us in detail." Hidong seemed to be very satisfied with the effect of his words. He looked around at everyone, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "The reason is simple. The reason is very simple. Everyone has analyzed it just now. In addition to finding an outstanding chef as soon as possible, what we can do is nothing more than to improve the management system, further improve the service level, and most importantly, make a fuss about the ingredients." Hidong paused and continued, "Actually, I've always agreed with Qingxue. If Ling Restaurant can find ingredients that will change the market, we can definitely turn the situation around. But..." At this point, Hidong changed the topic and said, "The reason why I opposed Qingxue's plan last time wasn't because I didn't agree with their thinking. I was completely thinking from the company's point of view. Based on my on-site inspection and judgment, I think that Qingxue's partner is completely incapable of ensuring food safety. The quality of the ingredients they provide is also very average. It's impossible for them to have a disruptive impact on the market." "You're talking nonsense." Ling Qingxue was so angry that her face turned red. "You didn't even look at it." "Qingxue, let Xiaohe finish." Ling Xiaotian interrupted Ling Qingxue unhappily. Ling Qingxue snorted and shut her mouth. She glanced coldly at Hidong, feeling more and more disgusted with this despicable person in her heart. Hidong smiled and continued, "Therefore, I'm not just doing this for the sake of the company. So, I'm completely focused on the matter, not the person, and I'm completely doing this out of a public interest. If Qingxue is unhappy that I'm fulfilling my duties as the purchasing manager, I can apologize." Ling Qingxue sat in her seat expressionlessly. She didn't even lift her eyelids and didn't react to Hidong's words at all. Hidong didn't care and continued, back to the previous topic. Actually, I agree with Xianxia's thinking. The problem is that we have to find top-notch ingredients that can really affect the food industry of Xianxia. Otherwise, it's meaningless. I've been paying attention to relevant information before, and I just happened to notice a piece of news recently. I think this is an opportunity for our company. Oh? What news? Ling Xiaotian asked with some interest. Hidong smiled confidently and said, that's right. I wonder if any of you have heard of the Taoyuan brand of organic vegetables? Hidong's words caused the group's executives to whisper among themselves. Taoyuan organic vegetables had been in the limelight for the past 2 days. Ordinary people might not know about it, but how could they, who worked in the food industry and were at least managers, not have heard of it? Ling Xiaotian's eyes lit up and she asked, Xiaohe, are you talking about the Taoyuan organic vegetables launched by Shijiang Moon Club? Hidong smiled and nodded. I think this is the real top-notch vegetable, and it's also our. Hidong's words were interrupted by the ringing of a mobile phone. Everyone looked over and saw Ling Xianxia take out her mobile phone and look at the caller ID. Her face suddenly lit up with joy, and she directly got up and walked out of the meeting room with her mobile phone. Ling Xiaotian glared at her daughter angrily and said, You're getting more and more out of hand. The executives and managers of the company looked a little strange, but this was the chairman's family matter, so they could only lower their heads and pretend not to see. Ling Xiaotian took a few deep breaths and then said, Xiaohe, continue. Hidong looked at Ling Xianxia's empty seat and then said, I'm sorry. Chairman, I think if the group can reach a cooperation with Shijiang Moon Club and buy some Taoyuan organic vegetables from them, our performance will definitely rebound. With the celebrity effect of these organic vegetables, we will definitely attract a lot of popularity. Ling Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, Xiaohe, you don't see how popular these Taoyuan vegetables are. Even Shijiang Moon Club itself has a limited supply and even auctioned them. Do you think they will give some to our group? This is not realistic. Hidong said with a confident smile, Chairman, we all know that the so-called auction and queuing are just hunger marketing methods of Shijiang Moon Club. Although these Taoyuan vegetables are very rare, the supply will definitely not be small to that extent. I have an acquaintance who is in charge of procurement at Shijiang Moon Club. He told me that the procurement of Taoyuan vegetables is personally handled by their president Xing. Although he doesn't know much about the specific situation, there is one thing that is very important to us. Oh? What's the situation? Ling Xiaotian raised his eyebrows and asked. Hidong said with a smile, My friend told me that President Xing revealed that the supplier of Taoyuan vegetables and Shijiang Moon Club are long-term partners, and the supply will increase in the future. President Xing is prepared to represent this brand in the future and directly sell these vegetables in the province. Hidong paused and then said, President Ling, I think in this case, we can do some work at Shijiang Moon Club. Since they will also sell vegetables in the future, why don't we seize the opportunity and reach a cooperation with Shijiang Moon Club in advance? Moreover, the supply will increase in the future. As long as we pay enough, President Xing may give us a small part of the existing supply now. If this is the case, just the gimmick of Taoyuan vegetables is enough to exchange for a lot of popularity for us. Ling Xiaotian kept nodding while thinking about Hidong's words. Obviously, he agreed with Hidong's point of view and was a little moved by his words. Hidong was overjoyed when he saw this. Ever since he realized that Ling Xianxia was difficult to make a breakthrough, he began to shift his focus and tried his best to please Ling Xiaotian. As long as Ling Xiaotian appreciated him, coupled with his father's great kindness to Ling Xiaotian, he would definitely win the heart of the beauty. Today's performance must have improved Ling Xiaotian's impression of him. Hidong was happy and proud. At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Ling Xianxia walked in after answering a phone call. The executives and managers found that Ling Xianxia, who was as cold as ice, suddenly became radiant. There was even a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Her whole person became bright and charming all of a sudden. Even many of the young managers could not help but fall into a daze. Ling Xianxia walked back to her seat and glanced at the complacent Hidong opposite her with a sarcastic look on her face. She said with a sneer, If I didn't hear wrongly, manager, he just said. That Taoyuan organic vegetables are worthy of being the top ingredient? Geniuses remember love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Hidong showed a hypocritical smile and said, Xianxia, I understand that you want to help your classmate, and I'm willing to do something for your classmate without affecting the overall situation. However, food safety is our company's red line. Especially since there was a suspected food poisoning incident some time ago, we can't make a mistake on this red line. Hidong talked a lot and didn't answer Ling Qingshua's question directly. However, Ling Qingshuo was not impatient, which was rare. Instead, she showed a meaningful smile and quietly watched Hidong's performance with an expression of watching a good show. When Ling Xiaotian and other company executives heard Hidong's nonsense, they nodded repeatedly. Especially Ling Xiaotian, she approved of Hidong even more and felt that he knew the big picture. After beating around the bush for a long time, Hidong finally came back to Ling Qingshua's question. He continued, Qingshuo, I know that you may be unhappy, but the fact is that Taoyuan organic vegetables are well-deserved super high-quality ingredients. They are also the key to our Lingji restaurant group's turnaround. And your classmate is just a vegetable vendor who wants to make a little money by selling vegetables to our company. The two are not at the same level at all. There is no comparison. After saying that, Hidong looked at Ling Qingshuo with a smile and a trace of pride on his face. Ling Qingshua's sarcastic expression became more and more obvious. She said lightly, it seems that manager he admires Taoyuan organic vegetables very much. I'm not just spouting nonsense. Hidong said with a smile, although the Taoyuan brand vegetables have only appeared in the public eye for 2 days, the tasting and auction of the Shijiang Moon Club were so influential. Those who attended the tasting and auction were all full of praise for the Taoyuan brand vegetables. Those who attended the tasting and auction were all influential figures in Xianxia City. They couldn't have been arranged by others, right? Ling Xiaotian also frowned slightly and said, Qingshuo, what are you trying to say? Everyone is discussing serious matters now, so don't throw a tantrum. Ling Qingshuo stood up and looked around at the company executives present. Finally, her eyes stopped on Hidong and said sarcastically, Mr. Manager you just said so many good words for the Taoyuan vegetables. I thank you on behalf of Ruofei. When Ling Qingshuo said this, Hidong couldn't help but be taken aback. You? What do you mean? Ling Qingshuo chuckled and turned to Ling Xiaotian. Dad, I just received a call. The Taoyuan vegetables that were almost praised by manager he were cultivated by my classmate, Xiao Ruofei. They are the vegetables that I strongly recommended to you a few days ago. The Taoyuan company that is being registered is also solely owned by Xiao Ruofei. Ling Qingshua's words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. The meeting room was immediately filled with a buzz of discussion. Hidong sat in his chair in a daze, as if he had been petrified. The expression on his face was very interesting. Ling Xiaotian showed a shocked expression and asked, Qingshuo, is the news confirmed? Ruofei told me himself. How could it be wrong? Ling Qingshuo said. Hidong recovered from the great shock at this time. When he heard Ling Qingshuo's words, it was as if he had grasped at a life-saving straw. He immediately said loudly, he's definitely lying. He contacted Qingshuo before because he wanted to use Qingshuo to swindle our company's money. He must have come up with another scheme after I saw through him. It just so happens that the Taoyuan vegetables have become famous in the past 2 days, so he continued to swindle us in the name of Taoyuan vegetables. That must be it. Ling Qingshuo glanced at Hidong coldly and didn't bother to explain to him. He just said to Ling Xiaotian, whose eyes were full of uncertainty. Dad, Ruofei said that you can directly call President Xing of Shijiang Moon Club to confirm this matter. As long as you mention his name, President Xing will naturally tell you the truth. By the way, you should have President Zhang's phone number, right? Ling Xiaotian nodded slightly and took out her mobile phone suspiciously. At this time, Hidong suddenly said, Chairman, you can't make this call. The source of Taoyuan vegetables must be the core secret of Shijiang Moon Club. If you call President Xing rashly to ask about this, not only will you not get any information, but you will also offend him. The cooperation will definitely be impossible in the future. Xiao Ruofei is sinister. He deliberately wants Ling's restaurant and Shijiang Moon Club to become enemies. Ling Qingxue finally couldn't help but change her expression and said coldly, enough. Hedong, if it weren't for you deliberately obstructing us, Ling's restaurant would be cooperating with the Taoyuan company now. Ling's restaurant would also be in the limelight in the restaurant industry of Sanchon City. Because of your stupidity and selfishness, Ruofei had no choice but to choose Shijiang Moon Club as a partner. Our company has been unable to get out of trouble all because of you. Even now, you're still stopping my father from investigating this matter. What are your intentions? At this time, you're still wrongly accusing Ruofei of sinister intentions. I think you're the one who's guilty. I'm not. Hedong defended himself with a pale face. Ling Xiaotian looked at Hedong with a complicated expression and began to search for the phone number on his phone. Soon, he found President Zheng's number and dialed it. Ling Xiaotian took the phone and walked out of the conference room. Before he walked out of the conference room, everyone heard Ling Xiaotian say enthusiastically, President Zheng? I'm Ling Xiaotian from Ling's restaurant. There's something I'd like to ask you. Then, the thick conference room door was closed, blocking out Ling Xiaotian's voice. No one could hear what Ling Xiaotian and President Zheng said on the phone outside the conference room. These senior officials all looked at Hedong with complicated expressions. Some were sympathetic, some were gloating, and some were indifferent. As for Ling Qingxue, she quietly sat in her seat. Seeing Hedong's pale face and dazed appearance, her heart was filled with pleasure. This despicable person had been arrogant for so many days. Every time Ling Qingxue saw him, she would have a disgusted feeling as if she had eaten a fly. Today, she had finally vented her anger. If it had been someone else who dared to talk back to Ling Qingxue like this, they would have been kicked out of the company long ago. Hedong only dared to be so presumptuous because his father had saved Ling Xiaotian's life. It was also because of this that Ling Qingxue especially detested him. Soon, the conference room door opened again. Ling Xiaotian walked in with an unpleasant expression. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, but no one dared to ask. Only Ling Qingxue smiled confidently and asked, Dad, what's the matter? How did it go, Dad? Ling Xiaotian's expression became a little awkward. She did not know how to answer Ling Qingxue. After a long while, Ling Xiaotian frowned and looked at Hedong, asking in a deep voice, Xiaohe, what's wrong with you? Xiao Ruofei is such a high-quality supplier. We can't wait to curry favor with him. Why did you keep pushing him away? What's more, Qing Shui said that you deliberately sabotaged the cooperation contract. Is that true? Now it's all good. You let West River Moon's old Jingbai get a big bargain. What are you trying to do? Huh? Hedong's face turned pale when he heard this. The last trace of hope in his heart disappeared. He slumped in his chair, completely at a loss for how to deal with this situation. Genius 1 second remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The executives of the company obviously got the answer, and they all couldn't help but speak at once. Love go little Seiko President Ling, is the boss of the Taoyuan company really Qingshua's classmate? Can we get in touch with him directly? President, since Qingxue has already talked about cooperation with him before, although it was temporarily suspended due to Hedong's personal reasons, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, we can still cooperate. Yes, President Ling. If we can establish a long-term supply relationship with the Taoyuan company, then our company can definitely beat Mingho Restaurant in one fell swoop. President Ling, okay. Quiet down. Ling Xiaotian frowned and said loudly, what's with all this noise? Do you think this is a vegetable market? When Ling Xiaotian got angry, the executives and managers of the company suddenly fell silent and shut up. For a moment, the meeting room became very quiet. Ling Xiaotian tried to adjust his expression and tried to make his expression as gentle as possible. Then, he looked at Ling Qingxue, squeezed out a smile, and said, Qingxue, I was deceived and wronged you before. Please don't take it to heart. Ling Qingxue pursed her lips slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, Dad, I know what you want to say, but I told you before that Ruofei's production of new vegetables is still very low. He chose to cooperate with us because of me. Now, he has signed a supply agreement with the Shijiang Monthly Club, Ling Xiaotian quickly said, I know that, but aren't you classmates with him? Can you talk to him? Even if it's just a small part of it for us to use in an emergency. Ling Qingxue revealed a meaningful expression and said, "That's right. But Ruofei's vegetables still can't provide the inspection report of the authoritative organization. At present, he doesn't have his own cultivation base." Ling Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, "Qingxue, don't say things in anger. I know you're still angry with me. But this cooperation is very important to our company. I hope you can put the overall situation first and help the company get through this difficult time." Ling Qingxue sighed softly and said, "Actually, Ruofei just said on the phone that although the supply of vegetables is tight at present, we can still squeeze some out if we need it. But this needs you to talk to him personally." Ling Xiaotian quickly said, "Of course. Of course. Qingxue, there's no time to delay, let's go right now." As the boss of a restaurant chain, it was unprecedented for him to rush to meet a young man for a few kilograms of vegetables every day. Taoyuan's words, Qingxue uses words, Qingxue's Taoism restaurant, Ling Qingxue Yu, Qingxue Wei SS Mr. Yu. Ya Yu use. Is that when we go to negotiate, we have to bring manager He with us? After saying that, Ling Qingxue glanced at Hidong with disgust. Hidong seemed to have recovered from his shock. He asked warily, "What does he want?" I don't want to see him." Ling Xiaotian frowned. The son of his old comrade had always left a good impression on him. He was a man of striking appearance, and his work ability and coordination were good. In order to repay the kindness of his old comrade, he had been deliberately cultivating him. He even intended to matchmake his daughter with him. It was just that today's matter let Ling Xiaotian see another side of Hidong. This side of Hidong was so unbearable that Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but sigh secretly. "Xiaohe, you're the one who caused this. It's reasonable for him to ask you to go and apologize," Ling Xiaotian said in a deep voice. "That's settled. We'll leave in 10 minutes. Old Hong, go and prepare a car." The group's office director, Old Hong, quickly agreed and went to arrange a car. 10 minutes later, Ling Xiaotian and Ling Qingxue walked out of the building and got into a black Mercedes-Benz. Hidong, who was in a daze, also got into the car with a sad face. The car started and went straight to Xia Ruofei's holiday villa in Chongping County. When he received a call from Ling Qingxue, who was still on the way, Xia Ruofei was downstairs preparing dinner. So he stopped what he was doing and tidied up the living room a little. When the sky was about to darken, the black Mercedes-Benz of Ling's restaurant arrived at the holiday villa. This was the first time Xia Ruofei saw Ling Xiaotian. Because of what happened last time, he didn't have a good first impression of this tall middle-aged man. However, Ling Xiaotian was Ling Qingxue's father, so Xia Ruofei still gave him face. He went forward and exchanged glances with Ling Qingxue. They looked at each other and smiled. Then he greeted Ling Xiaotian with a smile. "Hello, Uncle Ling." As for Hidong, who was timidly following behind Ling Xiaotian, Xia Ruofei directly ignored him. Ling Xiaotian laughed heartily and said, "Hello. Little Xia, I've heard about you from Qingxue a long time ago, but I've never had the chance to meet you. I was biased about the cooperation last time. I'm sorry." Ling Xiaotian didn't hide anything and chose to go straight to the point. This made Xia Ruofei have a good impression of him. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Ling, Qingxue, let's talk inside." After that, he made a gesture of invitation and led the group into the villa. In the living room on the first floor, everyone took their seats. Hidong was at the back. He didn't know whether to stand or sit in the living room. His face was alternating between red and white. Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but frown when he saw Hidong's timid look. He said in a deep voice, "Little He, why aren't you apologizing to Ruofei?" Hidong opened his mouth and looked at Xia Ruofei with a trace of resentment in his eyes. When he was about to speak with difficulty, Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said to Ling Xiaotian, "Uncle Ling, there's no need to apologize." "I don't need it, then." Ling Xiaotian looked at Xia Ruofei with some confusion. Since he didn't want Hidong to apologize, why did Xia Ruofei ask Hidong to come here to see him? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Uncle Ling, I already know why you're here. In fact, I didn't plan to introduce the Taoyuan vegetables to the market so soon. It was Qingxue who tried these vegetables and strongly encouraged me." "What do you mean by encouraged?" Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei coquettishly and muttered in a low voice. Qingxue, don't interrupt little Xia. Ling Xiaotian said. Xia Ruofei looked at Ling Qingxue in amusement and said, anyway, it's because of Qingxue that the Taoyuan vegetables were introduced in advance. Moreover, the partner I said at the beginning was Ling's restaurant. I even discussed the details of the contract with Qingxue. Ling Xiaotian hurriedly said, little Xia, it's our fault. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Ling, that's not what I meant. In fact, I'm a very easy person to talk to. When I discussed the cooperation with Shi Jianyue, I deliberately left some room for negotiation because I agreed to Qingxue first. Little Xia, thank you so much. Ling Xiaotian said happily. Uncle Ling, I haven't finished speaking yet. Xia Ruofei smiled faintly and said, the situation this time was completely caused by Hidong's personal revenge. We're all adults and need to take responsibility for what we've done. At this point, Xia Ruofei glanced coldly at Hidong and said, therefore, the only condition for our cooperation is for Ling's restaurant to fire Hidong. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The crestfallen Hidong exploded upon hearing this. Flustered and exasperated, he shouted at Xia Ruofei. What? You wish? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to expel me? Then he hurriedly turned to Ling Xiaotian and said, Uncle Ling, don't listen to him. His so-called Taoyuan vegetables have been praised so well, but it's just a rumor. We've never seen it with our own eyes. Besides, he just admitted that there are no authoritative test reports or cultivation bases. Ling Qingxue looked at Hidong in disgust and said sarcastically, just now in the company meeting, didn't you praise the Taoyuan vegetables to the heavens? We didn't say anything. Hidong was at a loss for words. He could only hope that Ling Xiaotian cared about their old friendship. He knew that if it were anyone else, Ling Xiaotian would definitely agree to Xia Ruofei's conditions without hesitation. However, Hidong was the son of Ling Xiaoyan's old comrade and the son of the class monitor who had saved his life. That made things different. Sure enough, Ling Xiaotian said to Xia Ruofei with a troubled expression, that's right. Xia, I know Hidong is in the wrong in this matter. I have already severely criticized him in the meeting just now. You see. Can you make an exception? I can ask him to sincerely apologize to you. Firing him. Isn't that a little too severe? Xia Ruofei revealed a faint smile. Uncle Ling, apologies don't always work. At least this time, I hope to see Ling's restaurant's sincerity. Xia Ruofei paused for a moment before continuing. And I don't think there's anything serious about firing him. This incident has fully demonstrated that he doesn't care about the interests of your company at all. He's acting recklessly for his own selfish reasons, artificially setting up obstacles for this cooperation. I don't think any company would be able to tolerate such a person. Ling Xiaotian smiled bitterly and said, that's right. Little Xia, Hidong was confused for a moment. Can you be magnanimous and forgive him this time? Or can I change it to something else? Ling Qingxue couldn't help but frown when she saw her father begging Xia Ruofei. Dad, Ruofei is right. The company has its rules. Hidong should have been fired long ago based on what he did. When Hidong heard this, he also became anxious. Ling Qingxue, what do you mean? How did I violate the company's rules? At that time, he didn't have a test report, and he didn't have his own vegetable farm. I asked a few more questions, and he even hit me. How could I agree to sign this contract? Ling Qingxue curled her lips and said, that's right. Don't say those pompous words. You know what you're thinking. Qingxue, stop talking. Ling Xiaotian said helplessly. Originally, he wanted to matchmake Ling Qingxue and Hidong, but now that he saw that Hidong was a bit useless and Ling Qingxue and he were like fire and water, Ling Xiaoyan's thoughts had already faded. However, Hidong was still the only son of the old class leader. He definitely couldn't kick Hidong out of the company. Therefore, after pondering for a while, he opened his mouth and said, Xiaoxia, can you do this for Uncle Ling's sake? Hidong, Uncle Ling, Qingxue told me about the relationship between your family and Hidong. Xia Ruofei said calmly, but I still have to say that you're all adults. You have to be aware of the consequences of your actions. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Yidong and ignored his resentful eyes. Then, he said to Ling Xiaotian, moreover, we're already giving face to Uncle Ling by sitting down and talking today. If I didn't give face to him, my partner now wouldn't be Shijiang Moon Club, but Mingho Restaurant. At that time, I had enough reasons to do so, and I believe that Mingho Restaurant would be very willing to cooperate with me. Ling Xiaotian's face changed slightly. He knew very well what it meant to Xiao Ruofei if Mingho Restaurant cooperated with him. Xiao Ruofei directly stood up and said, Uncle Ling, wait a moment. I have something to show you. After that, Xiao Ruofei went upstairs. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei's back with tenderness in her eyes. After so many years, she found that Xiao Ruofei's image in her heart hadn't faded at all. On the contrary, the young girl's feelings seemed to have been sublimated. It was no longer a hazy love. In contrast, in Ling Qingxue's mind, the ugly Hidong was even worse than a piece of sh*t compared to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei quickly came down with a file bag and handed it to Ling Xiaotian, saying, Uncle Ling, you can open it and have a look. Ling Xiaotian asked in confusion, what's this? Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I signed a cooperation agreement with Shijiang Moon Club. But because my company is still in the process of registration, this is just a preliminary agreement. The formal contract will take some time. Well, I don't think it's appropriate. Ling Xiaotian hesitated. It doesn't matter. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then he directly opened the file bag, took out the agreement, flipped through 2 pages, and handed it to Ling Xiaotian. He pointed to one of the clauses and said, I asked Manager Jing of Shijiang Moon Club to add this. Do you still think I didn't give you face? Ling Xiaotian's eyes narrowed because he saw an exclusion clause on it. That was, Taoyuan Vegetables, which was the agent of Shijiang Moon Club, could not cooperate with Mingho Restaurant and its associated enterprises in any form. After reading this clause, Ling Xiaotian couldn't help but be slightly moved. Yes. He was absolutely sincere. He had already gone to this extent. How dare he say he didn't give him face, although Ling Xiaotian knew that this face was mostly for Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue represented Ling's restaurant. Ling Xiaotian said with emotion, Xiaoxia, I didn't expect you to be so broad-minded. I thank you on behalf of Ling's restaurant. Ling Qingxue also saw this clause. She knew that Xiao Ruofei added this clause in the agreement for her sake. She couldn't help feeling sweet in her heart. Xiao Ruofei smiled without saying anything. Ling Xiaotian knew what Xiao Ruofei meant. He sighed and said, Xiaoxia, let me go back and think about it. Ling Xiaotian obviously knew that Xiao Ruofei would not make concessions, so he didn't plead for mercy. However, he still couldn't make up his mind, so the negotiation could only be temporarily suspended. Xiao Ruofei nodded with a smile and said, okay, I agree. As long as you agree to my one and only condition, all the cooperation can start immediately. Moreover, it will be according to the plan that I previously discussed with Qingxue. When Yidong saw that Xiao Ruofei refused to budge and insisted on kicking him out of Ling's restaurant, the resentment in his heart became even more vicious. He glared fiercely at Xiao Ruofei with his red eyes, as if he wanted to eat him up. However, Xiao Ruofei completely ignored him. He calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip. Lin Xiaotian sighed inwardly, stood up and said, that's right. Xiaoxia, we'll go back first, okay, I'll send you off. Xiao Ruofei said with a gentle smile. Ling Qingxue wanted to stay for dinner, but he was too embarrassed to take the initiative to say it. Since Ling Xiaotian was here, Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't blatantly invite Ling Qingxue to dinner. Therefore, everyone walked out of the house with their own thoughts and went to the courtyard of the villa. Before Ling Xiaotian got into the car, Xiao Ruofei said meaningfully, Uncle Ling, I personally think you can report this matter truthfully to your old squad leader. I believe that a veteran who is willing to sacrifice his own life for his comrades must have his own principles and bottom line in his heart. When Yidong heard Xiao Ruofei's words, his heart couldn't help but tremble. His face was ashen, he knew his father too well. Ling Xiaotian nodded thoughtfully and said, I understand. I got it. Thank you, Xiaoxia. Ling Qingxue looked back at Xiao Ruofei with some reluctance, then got into the Mercedes-Benz. Xiao Ruofei waved at the car and watched them leave. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The next day, Xiao Ruofei woke up early and made a simple breakfast. After waiting for the people of Shijiang Moon Club to take away today's Taoyuan brand vegetables, he returned to his bedroom, took out the spiritual map scroll, and entered the space. After 2 evolutions, the Ring 2 space had expanded by 4 times and was much more spacious. Xiao Ruofei could also use the space to do more things. The first thing he did was to examine the nameless plant. After picking 5 petals yesterday, there were still no new petals today. It seemed that the growth cycle of the petals was not shortened. However, today was only the 2nd day. It turned out that new petals grew every 3 days, so he had to continue observing tomorrow and the day after. Then Xiao Ruofei looked at the succulent mother plant. Due to the accelerated flow of time, the overall environment of the space was much better after the evolution. These succulent mother plants were growing well, especially the ones he bought online. They had completely recovered and were even bigger than before. They could be cut again at any time. The small succulent plant that Xiao Ruofei chose to stay as the mother plant had basically grown to the size of an adult plant. There was no problem for it to be cut and propagated. Xiao Ruofei took out the flower petal solution that he had prepared last time and poured a little of it on each succulent mother plant. Then he went to the vegetable field. In the innermost circle of the space, which was the range of the space when Xiao Ruofei first got the spiritual map scroll, there were rows of vegetable fields very neatly, and outside was a large ring-shaped open space. These were the spaces that had expanded after 2 evolutions. Love go little say W Chu, it seems that I have to plant more things, otherwise it will be a waste of land, Xiao Ruofei said to himself. Xiao Ruofei paid special attention to the cabbage seeds that had been soaked in the flower petal solution and found that they were growing much better than other vegetables. They could be harvested in just 2 days. Moreover, from the appearance, they looked more lively than other vegetables in the space and looked very attractive. Xiao Ruofei simply picked the ripe cabbage. However, Xiao Ruofei didn't use the flower petal solution when he planted it again. The production of the flower petal was limited, and the period of planting vegetables in the space was so short. If he used it every time, it would consume a lot of energy. The petal solution was mainly used for large-scale planting in the outside world, so that the quality of the vegetables grown in the outside world would not be lower than the vegetables grown in the space. After finishing the vegetable field, Xiao Ruofei finally came to the small pond. This was something new after the 2nd evolution. Although it was called a small pond, it was actually twice as big as the spiritual pond Xiao Ruofei had when he first obtained the Ring 2 space. However, there seemed to be a spring at the bottom of the spirit pond. Every time the spirit pond water was consumed, it would be replenished after a certain period of time. Therefore, every time Xiao Ruofei entered the spatial spirit pond, the water level remained constant. And the water in this pond was obviously drawn from the spirit pond. In other words, the water in the pond didn't have the ability to regenerate. Xiao Ruofei walked around the 2-meter diameter pond a few times and made a decision to expand the size of the pond. Yesterday, he wanted to raise some fish and shrimps in the space, but the pond was slightly small. If he directly used it for farming, the capacity wouldn't be large. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also wanted to test the regeneration speed of the spirit pond water after it was drawn into the pond. Therefore, he went back to the spirit pond and took a hoe and a shovel, and went to the pond. In this space, he could only rely on himself for everything. Xiao Ruofei had long been used to it. Moreover, he now absorbed a petal every 3 days. His physical fitness had long been greatly strengthened. Doing some physical work was not a problem at all. Xiao Ruofei began to get busy. He didn't directly expand the pond, but excavated the land beside the pond. First, he used the hoe to dig the soil, and then used the shovel to shovel it to the side. The soil in the space was relatively soft, so Xiao Ruofei could do it quite easily. After working for a few hours, Xiao Ruofei dug out a circular pit with a diameter of 5 meters and a depth of 2 meters beside the pond. The pit was only a dozen centimeters away from the pond, and the terrain was slightly lower than the pond. Xiao Ruofei wiped the sweat on his head, and then went to dig the partition between the pond and the large pit. The water in the pond immediately flowed through the gap into the large pit. At the same time, the water in the higher terrain of the spatial spirit pond also began to flow here. After waiting for a full hour, Xiao Ruofei's artificial pit was also filled with the spirit pond water, but it was only about half a meter deep. It was connected with the previous naturally formed pond. It looked like a huge peanut lying on the ground. The water level of the spatial spirit pond dropped by more than a meter. If it wasn't for the water level being lower than the outlet, the pond water would have continued to flow into the pond. However, Xiao Ruofei also saw that the water in the spatial spirit pond was slowly recovering. It seemed that there should be a spring at the bottom of the pond. As the water in the spatial spirit pond recovered, the water level of the spatial spirit pond and the pond would eventually be equal. Xiao Ruofei intended to open a fish pond in the space. Of course, the scale didn't need to be too big in the early stages. After he manually excavated the pond, it should be enough. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't keep waiting in the space for the fish pond to accumulate water. He directly moved his mind and left the Ring 2 space. After returning to the bedroom, Xiao Ruofei first opened the computer to check the Taobao platform. He found that the goods he sent out last time had all been received by the customers. The reviews of the goods were all positive without exception. In addition, there were many people asking about the time of the new goods. Xiao Ruofei opened the order for the small flower pot. He checked the logistics and found that the package had already arrived in Xianxia City. It should be received by tomorrow at the latest. Now that the space had evolved twice, the flow of time was 20 times faster than the outside world. In addition to the effect of the flower petal solution, it would definitely be ready to sell in 3 or 4 days after the cuttings. Therefore, he put up a notice in a conspicuous place in the shop, telling everyone that the new goods would be on the shelves 5 days later at 8 o'clock in the morning. At that time, everyone was welcome to buy. After the customers received the goods, Xiao Ruofei got up and went downstairs. He went to the backyard of the villa to check on the situation of the cabbage seedlings. After gently removing the plastic sheet covering the seedlings, Xiao Ruofei was pleasantly surprised to find that 90% of the seeds had already sprouted. This speed was several times faster than the data he found from the data. At this speed, the seedlings could be planted in 3 to 5 days. This discovery made Xiao Ruofei even more confident in the flower petal solution. He very carefully covered the seedlings with the plastic sheet again, then took out his phone to check the time. He found that it was only 9 o'clock in the morning. Although he had been busy in the space for several hours, with the flow of time 20 times faster, only a short time had passed in the outside world. Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself for a moment, then decided to drive to Chongping County for a stroll. First, he wanted to buy a batch of fish seedlings to raise in the space's fish pond. Second, now that the space had expanded so much, he wanted to go to the market and see if he could plant something with a higher economic value. Xiao Ruofei took out his wallet, quickly walked out of the villa, and drove straight to Chongping County. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. After parking his car near the county's aquatic market, Xiao Ruofei strolled into the lively market alone. However, he wasn't in a hurry to buy. Instead, he strolled around the market. When he saw buyers and sellers chatting, he would go over and listen to them to understand the market. After strolling around for a while, Xiao Ruofei had a general understanding of the aquatic market. Not only did they sell all kinds of ornamental fish and edible fish, but they also sold all kinds of fish seedlings. The variety was very complete. Xiao Ruofei knew that he had come to the right place. He should be able to buy what he needed here. Xiao Ruofei found a store that looked quite large and walked in. There were rows of large glass tanks on both sides of the store. There were all kinds of ornamental fish in them. A chubby man greeted him and asked enthusiastically, "Boss, are you here to buy fish?" Xiao Ruofei looked at the situation in the shop and said, "Are you selling ornamental fish? It seems that I've come to the wrong place. I'm here to buy fish seedlings." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei turned around and was about to walk out of the store. The chubby boss hurriedly stopped him and said, "Boss, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We also sell fish seedlings. They are all fish seedlings that are bred in a wild environment. They are all of high quality. What kind of fish seedlings do you need? How much do you need?" Xiaoruofei said, grass carp, carp, and silver carp. Grass carp is the main type. But you may not need too much. When Xiaoruofei was strolling around the aquatic market, he used his mobile phone to check the information. He knew that these three types of fish were the most common edible fish and could be mixed. The fish pond in the space had just been opened. It was the most suitable place to raise these common fish. Yes, yes, yes. These fish seedlings are all in stock. The chubby boss said, how many do you need? Xiaoruofei roughly estimated according to the information he found and said, about 500 grass fish seedlings and 100 of each of the other two types. Generally speaking, one mu of fish pond had about 8,000 to 12,000 fish. Now, the fish pond in the space was only 20 to 30 square meters, so 500 to 600 fish should be suitable. However, the space was different from the outside world. Perhaps the density of cultivation could be increased. If that was the case, he could just add some more in. The fat boss smiled and said, that's indeed not a lot. According to the rules, we need more than 5,000 taels to be considered wholesale. But it's fate that brought us together. I can sell it to you at the wholesale price. How about $1.50 per tael? Our fry are all bred in a wild environment. This price was similar to what Xiaoruofei had just inquired about. Therefore, he nodded and said, that's right. All right. Let's take a look at the fry first. All right. The fat boss led Xiaoruofei to the inside of the shop. He pointed to a row of large fish tanks and said to Xiaoruofei, you're right. These were all transported from the seedling base today. Take a look. A few hundred fry isn't a lot. You can just take them directly from the store. Xiaoruofei looked at them. These fry were generally 2 to 3 centimeters long. They were very neat in size and had the same color. The fish bodies looked clean and shiny. He couldn't help but nod secretly. The fat boss didn't lie. The quality of the fry should be good. Xiaoruofei reached out and gently stirred the fish tank. The fry were disturbed and quickly scattered. Their reaction was very fast. Xiaoruofei had an idea and said, boss, the fish are good. I have a large plastic bucket in my car. Please wait a moment. I'll drive the car over. Okay. The fat boss responded. Xiaoruofei returned to the parking lot and drove the pickup truck back to the fry store. He took the large plastic buckets from the truck and carried them into the store. The fat boss had already asked his assistant to wait there. After Xiaoruofei came in, he immediately began to fish for the fry. 500 or 600 fry were not a lot. They were soon finished. Xiaoruofei paid the total price of 900 yuan in cash. Recently, the Shijiang Moon Club paid him 6,000 to 7,000 yuan every day, so Xiaoruofei had plenty of cash. The fat boss enthusiastically helped Xiaoruofei move the plastic buckets to the pickup truck. When Xiaoruofei was about to get in the car and leave, the assistant in the store hurriedly came out and said to the fat boss, boss, the red dragon seems to be in a worse condition. I'm afraid it can't survive. The fat on the fat boss face couldn't help but tremble a few times. He showed a painful expression and said, damn it. I've lost a lot this time. Xiaoruofei asked curiously, boss, what happened? The fat boss said dejectedly, hey. Don't mention it. I bought a red arowana a few days ago. I wanted to raise it for a while and sell it at a good price. I didn't expect it to get sick in just 5 or 6 days. Now, I don't think it can survive today. I have to hurry over and see if there's any way. Xiaoruofei's heart moved. He was not in a hurry to leave. He followed the boss back to the store. This red arowana was kept in a separate tank. It was about 25 centimeters long, and it could no longer maintain its balance. It floated in the tank, dying. Its red body was slightly black, and it had lost its luster. The assistant said anxiously, boss, it hasn't eaten for 2 days. We added salt and tetracycline, but it didn't work. What should we do? The fat boss was in a bad mood. He said, how do I know what to do? It's turned white. I'm not a god. Can I save it? Speaking of this, the fat boss waved his hand and said, forget it. Just admit that you're unlucky. Just treat it as if the 8,000 yuan went down the drain. Xiao Ruofei took a deep look at the dying red arowana and suddenly said, "Don't worry. Boss, why don't you sell this red arowana to me?" The fat boss was stunned for a moment and said, "This fish is dying. It's useless even if you buy it. I'm a legitimate businessman. I don't cheat people." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Isn't it still alive? If it's dead, I can't take it. To tell you the truth, boss, I heard that red arowana tastes good either steamed or fried. I've long wanted to get one to try, but the price is too expensive. Now that your fish is dying, why don't you sell it to me at a cheaper price? You can reduce your losses." The fat boss was speechless for a while. Red arowana was a high-end ornamental fish with auspicious meanings. It was especially favored by businessmen. A good red arowana in Hong Kong and Macau could be sold for millions or even millions. This person actually wanted to buy it and kill it to eat. However, the fat boss couldn't care less. At least, what Xiao Ruofei said was reasonable. If he didn't sell it, the red arowana might die today. Then it would really be worthless. If he sold it to Xiao Ruofei, he could still sell it for a bit. It could be considered as recouping his losses. As for what Xiao Ruofei wanted to do with it, it had nothing to do with him. After thinking it over, the fat boss nodded and said, "Little brother, I can sell it to you, but you've seen the situation of the fish. You can't go back on your word after buying it." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Of course. Boss, name a price. Don't ask for too much. I can't afford it if it's too high." The fat boss pondered for a moment and said tentatively, "How about 2,000 yuan? Little brother, I spent 8,000 yuan on this fish." Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and was too lazy to bargain. The red arowana was about to die. It was a waste of time to bargain. He nodded and said, "Deal." After that, Xiao Ruofei directly took out 2,000 yuan in cash and handed it to the fat boss. The fat boss also let out a long sigh. Although he lost 6,000 yuan, he finally gave the plague away. Moreover, it wasn't a total loss. He made up his mind to never buy arowana again. He was scared the first time. The fat boss gave a small plastic water tank and carefully transferred the red arowana into the water tank and handed it to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei held the water tank and walked out of the store. He directly put the water tank on the cushion of the front passenger seat of the pickup truck. He then said goodbye to the fat boss, got in the car, and left in a hurry. The fish couldn't last much longer. Xiao Ruofei drove very fast. After leaving the county, he found a deserted place and stopped the car. Then, he used his mind to reach into the Ring 2 space and took out a mineral water bottle. It was filled with the prepared flower petal solution. Originally, he was going to give it to Huzi's mother, but he was too busy these 2 days and didn't have time to go over. Now, it came in handy. Xiao Ruofei unscrewed the cap and poured about 2 tablespoons of the flower petal solution into the plastic water tank. Then, he stared at the red arowana in the water tank, feeling a little nervous. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The reason why Xiao Ruofei was so nervous was because the red arowana was extremely valuable. It was one of the best ornamental fish. If this fish could be saved, he could definitely make a lot of money. Of course, the reason why Xiao Ruofei knew the value of the red arowana was because of one of his comrades in the recruit company. That comrade from Xianxia province was a genuine rich second generation. His father raised a red arowana and it was said that he spent more than 1,000,000 yuan to buy it. This guy always bragged to his comrades about the red arowana, so Xiao Ruofei had a very deep impression of him. However, not long after he left the company, Xiao Ruofei was recruited into the Lone Wolf Commandos. He didn't have any contact with this comrade. It was said that after 2 years of service, he retired and went home to help his father with his business. I wonder how this interesting guy is doing now. When Xiao Ruofei saw the red arowana, he couldn't help but think of that comrade. However, this thought only flashed through his mind because most of his attention was focused on the dying red arowana. Under Xiao Ruofei's nervous gaze, the red arowana, which had been motionless for a long time, opened its mouth slightly, and then gently swayed its tail. There's hope. Xiao Ruofei showed a hint of joy. Sure enough, after a while, the red arowana seemed to have recovered a lot. Its tail swayed more vigorously, and then it twisted its body to regain its balance. It was no longer in a white state. Xiaoruofei was overjoyed. The flower petal solution was indeed effective. However, Xiaoruofei felt that the red arowana was still recovering a bit slowly, so he unscrewed the cap and dripped another drop of the flower petal solution. The red arowana was like a cat that smelled fish. It immediately swam to the spot where the flower petal solution was dripped in, raised its head out of the water, and opened its mouth wide. Xiaoruofei couldn't help but be happy. This little guy was quite smart. He didn't hesitate and dripped a few more drops of the flower petal solution. Unlike before, he directly dripped the flower petal solution into the red arowana's mouth. The red arowana swallowed the flower petal solution in large mouthfuls. Its spirit quickly recovered, and the scales on its body gradually became glossy. Xiaoruofei stopped dripping a dozen drops of the flower petal solution and tightened the cap. He could see that the red arowana should have completely recovered. The red arowana couldn't wait for the flower petal solution. If the fat was, Xiaoruofei wasn't in a hurry to go home. Instead, he moved the plastic tank containing the red arowana directly into the Ring 2 space. Then he opened the door and got out of the car. He climbed into the back of the car and looked around to make sure there was no one around. He also moved the plastic tank containing the 600 fish fry into the Ring 2 space. Xiaoruofei got into the driver's seat and picked up his phone to do some simple research. He always had an idea. He wanted to simulate a natural ecosystem in the fish pond in the space. He didn't need any artificial feed when raising fish, including this red arowana. He was going to use this method to raise fish. Xiaoruofei searched for relevant information. The idea was indeed feasible. However, most people raised fish in places like reservoirs and small lakes. Very few people did this in small fish ponds. Xiaoruofei was still very confident. After all, he had the Ring 2 space and the flower petal solution. Through looking for information, Xiaoruofei knew that what he needed to do was to build a complete pond ecosystem in the fish pond space. There had to be water plants, plankton, small fish, and shrimps to form a complete ecosystem. How should he do it? Xiaoruofei frowned slightly as he thought about it. Suddenly, he remembered that there was an abandoned pond on the way to the holiday villa. He suddenly had an idea. But before he used the idea, Xiaoruofei had one more thing to verify. So he put down his phone and started the car to drive to the holiday villa. After arriving home, Xiaoruofei trotted upstairs and locked the door and windows. Then he entered the Ring 2 space. He didn't check the plastic tank containing the red arowana and the buckets of fish seedlings. Instead, he picked up the hoe and shovel and went to the big fish pond he dug before. The water level in the spatial pool had already been restored. The water level in the fish pond had risen to about 1.5 meters, which was basically the same as the spatial pool. So the spring water at the bottom of the pool didn't come out. Xiaoruofei visually estimated the distance, then picked up the hoe and began to work. More than 2 hours later, a straight ditch appeared at the edge of the pond. This ditch extended to the invisible membrane wall at the end of the space. Xiaoruofei used the hoe to dig a hole in the pond. The water in the pond began to flow out of the hole and then flowed along the ditch. Xiaoruofei picked up a fish seedling from the plastic bucket and threw it into the ditch. The fish seedling immediately followed the water flow. Xiaoruofei also followed the water flow. Soon, the pond water reached the end of the small space. Xiaoruofei nervously stared at the ditch. After the pond water flowed here, it passed through the spatial membrane wall without any obstruction and flowed into the unknown space outside. And the fish seedling seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall. It flopped around the light green membrane wall. Yeah! Xiaoruofei shouted happily. His guess was confirmed, the pond water was a product of the space itself. The light green membrane wall didn't obstruct it at all. The fish seedling and he were considered outsiders, so they were blocked by the spatial membrane wall. Xiaoruofei guessed that outside the membrane wall should still be the scope of the Ring 2 space, but it would only be seen after the space evolved again. So the pond water should still be in the Ring 2 space. It might even have seeped into the ground and gathered at the spring's mouth. In this way, Xiao Ruofei could change the water in the fish pond at any time. Although the spatial pond water's purification ability was very strong and extremely clear, Xiao Ruofei was worried that the fish seedlings would not be able to survive and grow for a long time if the pond water remained stagnant. Now that the pond water could directly flow away, Xiao Ruofei could change the water regularly. He scooped up the fish seedlings, and then trotted back. He threw the fish seedlings into the bucket, and then used the shovel to block the gap in the fish pond. Then, Xiao Ruofei began to get busy again. He moved the soil that he had just dug out to the space between the spiritual pond and the fish pond. He began to raise the mini version of the brook, and finally made a small dam at the junction of the brook and the fish pond. Xiao Ruofei blocked the dam. The water level of the mini version of the brook began to slowly rise, and the spiritual pond and the fish pond were completely isolated. Xiao Ruofei spent a lot of effort to do so many things just to ensure the purity of the spiritual pond water. It was still the same sentence. Although the purifying power of the spirit pond water was very strong, Xiao Ruofei did not want the spirit pond water he usually drank to be mixed with the small fish, prawns, and plankton that would swim upstream in the future. With this simple dam, the spiritual pond and the fish pond were isolated. They would only be connected when the water was changed. And when the water was changed, the water would flow outwards. Under the momentum, it was basically impossible for the various creatures in the fish pond to enter the spiritual pond. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei could finally implement his space fish pond plan. He left the spirit map space and hid the spirit map scroll on his body. Then, he quickly went downstairs and drove the pickup truck straight to the abandoned pond on the road. Genius 1 second. Remember, love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Soon, Xiao Ruofei drove to the abandoned pond about 1 kilometer away from the holiday villa. Out of habit as a special warfare commando, Xiao Ruofei first observed after getting out of the car. He found that the pond was indeed abandoned. Weeds grew around the pond, and not far away, there was a simple shed with a big hole in the roof. It was on the verge of collapse. Obviously, no one lived there for a long time. Then, Xiao Ruofei looked around again. After making sure that there was no one nearby, he slowly walked to the pond and squatted down. Xiao Ruofei reached his hand into the pond and tried to communicate with the Ring 2 space. Then, he tentatively sent out a command. In an instant, Xiao Ruofei immediately sensed that the water in the pond, as well as the mud and algae at the bottom of the pond, disappeared out of thin air. The next moment, they appeared in the Ring 2 space and fell into the spatial fish pond according to his command. Of course, because the pond was very big, losing a piece of it would not make the water level drop significantly. Xiao Ruofei was overjoyed. This method was indeed effective. After the space evolved, it was so much more convenient. Xiao Ruofei had an idea. He immediately followed the same method and continuously grabbed the water, mud, and algae from the abandoned pond into the spatial pond. There was a large amount of plankton, small fish, small shrimp, aquatic plants, and so on in the spatial pond. It would definitely be able to form a complete ecosystem in the spatial pond. After grabbing dozens of times, Xiao Ruofei sensed that the bottom of the spatial fish pond was completely covered with a thick layer of mud. He knew that it should be about time. Love go little say W Chuso. He stood up and quickly walked back to the car and drove back to the holiday villa. As soon as he got home, Xiao Ruofei could not wait to go to the bedroom. He took out the spiritual map scroll and flashed into the space. Xiao Ruofei directly appeared by the spatial fish pond. Now that his connection with the Ring 2 space was getting closer, he could already control where he appeared in the space. The current spatial fish pond was very different from its previous clear and bottomless appearance. After the mud and algae were absorbed, the fish pond became very murky. However, Xiao Ruofei knew that this was only temporary. The purifying power of the spirit pond was so strong that it should soon be clear again. The small fish and shrimps in the abandoned pond seemed to have realized the change of environment. The spiritual pond water made them very excited, and they swam around in the spatial fish pond. Xiao Ruofei's consciousness had a slight connection with the Ring 2 space, so he could even sense the little loaches swimming in the mud, and a small turtle hiding in a clump of seaweed. The pond in the space was full of vitality. Xiao Ruofei was relieved. He believed that a stable ecosystem would soon form, so that the fish he raised would be able to live in the wild. Moreover, it was several grades higher than the wild. After all, this was the Ring 2 space. The quality of the air and water was many times higher than the outside world. However, Xiao Ruofei felt that the number of small fishes and shrimps in the pond was still a little small. After all, the pond was abandoned, and Xiao Ruofei had only brought them into the space when he randomly picked up the pond mud. But this problem was easy to solve. He just had to go back to the market and buy some small fish and river shrimps to throw into the fish pond in the space. The main purpose of this trip was the pond mud and the plankton in the pond, as well as the algae in the pond and so on. Xiao Ruofei walked around with satisfaction and came to the plastic bucket containing the fish. He took the mineral water bottle containing the flower petal solution and poured a little into each bucket. The fish in the plastic bucket suddenly tumbled. Obviously, the flower petal solution was very attractive to these fish. After Xiao Ruofei poured the flower petal solution, he didn't care about the fish and let them absorb the flower petal solution in the plastic bucket. He went straight to the plastic tank. Now the red arowana had fully recovered and was swimming happily in the plastic tank. The red arowana scales were very large, and each one was very neat and bright. The gills had begun to show a diffuse color. The range was not very large, but the orange-red color was very strong and pure. Xiao Ruofei was very happy. The red arowana was still in its infancy. In the future, it would go through several stages of hair color. In the end, the whole fish would be red. The thicker and deeper the red color, the higher the value. This red arowana should be in its first stage of hair color. The color was already so rich, indicating that the species was very good. Coupled with the various nourishment in the space and the 20x time flow, Xiao Ruofei would soon harvest a valuable red arowana. He thought about it and still didn't want to raise the red arowana in a water tank. The space's conditions were very unique. Directly simulating a wild environment was more conducive to the growth of the red arowana. However, he couldn't raise it in the big fish pond. The red arowana was originally fed on small fish and shrimps. If he raised it in the big fish pond, the fish wouldn't be able to survive. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and decided to dig a small pond next to the big fish pond to raise the red arowana. Without hesitation, Xiao Ruofei picked up the hoe and shovel and began to work. After more than an hour, Xiao Ruofei, who was sweating profusely, looked at the 2-meter-wide hole he had dug with satisfaction. In addition to this big hole, Xiao Ruofei also dug 2 diversion channels. One channel led the water from the big fish pond, and the other channel led the water into the straight channel. Xiao Ruofei dug some pond mud and algae from the big fish pond. Then he dug the diversion channel and filled the small fish pond with water. After a short rest, Xiao Ruofei began to release the fish seedlings. After more than an hour, the fish seedlings should have absorbed the petal solution. He carried the plastic bucket to the side of the big fish pond, scooped out the fish seedlings one by one, and carefully poured them into the fish pond. When all 600 fish seedlings had been placed into the big fish pond, Xiao Ruofei let out a long sigh of relief. The fish pond in the space was finally settled. Then Xiao Ruofei carefully placed the red arowana into the small fish pond. Then he poured some of the petal solution into the 2 fish ponds. Only then did he leave the Ring 2 space with peace of mind. Back in the bedroom, Xiao Ruofei put away the Ring 2 scroll and looked at the time. It was still early for lunch. The time flow in the Ring 2 space was 20 times faster. It was simply too practical, so Xiao Ruofei simply drove to the Chongping County Aquatic Market. At the entrance, there were many stalls selling small fish and shrimps. Because many people would buy them to feed the fish and cats, Xiao Ruofei bought 2 plastic buckets of fish and shrimps and put them in the driver's seat. On the way back to the villa, Xiao Ruofei put the 2 buckets of fish and shrimps directly into the Ring 2 space and put them into the big and small fish ponds. This way, the ecosystem of the 2 fish ponds was basically completed. Soon, they would become self-sufficient and he would not need to worry too much. At most, he would pour some of the petal solution into the fish seedlings and the red arowana to absorb from time to time. When he drove back to the villa, it was already noon. When Xiao Ruofei was about to prepare lunch, his phone rang. He took it out and looked at the caller ID. It was Ling Qingxue. Xiao Ruofei smiled and pressed the answer button. A genius remembering love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Ruofei. My dad fired He Dong. As soon as the call connected, Xianxia said excitedly, I won't have to see that annoying face anymore. Hee hee. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, really? Uncle Ling made a decision so quickly? I thought he would hesitate for a few days. Through yesterday's brief contact, Xiao Ruofei could see that Ling Xiaotian was a very loyal person. He Dong was the son of the old squad leader who saved his life. It should be very difficult for Ling Xiaotian to make the decision to fire him. Xianxia said, how could he not hesitate? My dad probably didn't sleep at all last night. When I woke up this morning, his eyes were all bloodshot. He was also restless this morning. Just now, he went into the study to call Uncle He. When he came out, he made the decision to fire He Dong. So that's how it is. It seems that the old squad leader didn't lose his true colors as a soldier. Xiao Ruofei nodded secretly and said. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then said, but. Ruofei, my dad is calling some friends he knows. He probably wants to arrange a job for He Dong. You won't be angry, right? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh, then said, why would I be angry? I only asked Uncle Ling to fire He Dong. As for Uncle Ling finding a job for He Dong, that's his own decision. Why would I be angry? To be honest, if he didn't do that, then he wouldn't be Ling Xiaotian. Xianxia stuck out her tongue and asked, you make it sound like you know my dad very well. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, some people don't need to interact too much. Sometimes, you can see their character with just a few words. Yo. Xianxia giggled. You're so close to my dad. Of course. Xiao Ruofei said casually. Then, he continued, speaking of which, the reason why I asked for He Dong to be fired was because you were so annoyed by him. So, I might as well take this opportunity to get rid of this fly. As for which company he works for, does it have anything to do with me? To be honest, Xiao Ruofei did not even put He Dong in his eyes. In Xiao Ruofei's eyes, He Dong was really no different from a fly. When Xianxia heard this, she immediately said happily, that's right. So you care about me so much? Xiao Ruofei patted his forehead and quickly changed the topic. Xianxia, let's talk about our cooperation. Xianxia snorted coquettishly. She was quite dissatisfied with Xiao Ruofei's quick retreat, but she still said unwillingly, that's right. My dad said that he will personally come to you to sign the contract in the afternoon. Are you satisfied? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, tell him not to come first. My company will be registered soon. When the time comes, I'll just sign it in the company's name. Otherwise, I'll have to change the contract again. Isn't it better this way? But our company is in urgent need of your Taoyuan vegetables. Xianxia said coquettishly, we can't wait for another day. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, the vegetables won't be delayed. The supply of vegetables won't be delayed. Tell Uncle Ling that you can send someone to bring the vegetables tomorrow. Just follow the quantity and price we agreed on last time. That's more like it. Xianxia chuckled, then, I'll bring a truck over tomorrow morning to pick up the vegetables. Ah? You're coming too? Xiao Ruofei asked subconsciously. Humph. Why? Am I not welcome? Xianxia snorted and asked. That's not it. Xiao Ruofei said quickly, but you're a big manager. You're so busy with your work. You don't have to personally pick up the vegetables, right? I want to come. Xianxia said, you still owe me a meal. Prepare well tomorrow. I'll have lunch at your place. Xiao Ruofei complained in his heart. It seems that this girl is going to stay here for the whole morning tomorrow. I have so many things to do every day. How can I have time to accompany her? However, since Xianxia had spoken, and he did owe her a meal, Xiao Ruofei couldn't refuse. He could only agree with a bitter smile. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei called President Xing of Shijiang Moon Club and told him about his cooperation with Ling's restaurant. This was what the two of them had agreed on. The target customers of Ling's restaurant and Shijiang Moon Club were completely different. Moreover, the supply was not much, so there was no need to worry about the club's high-end customers losing. People with money and status ate a kind of taste. Even if the ingredients were also Taoyuan vegetables, the club's members generally wouldn't lower themselves to go to such a public dining place. Therefore, President Xing wasn't unhappy. Instead, he joked with Xiao Ruofei on the phone and said that the next time Xiao Ruofei went to Shijiang Moon Club, he would arrange a one-stop service for him. President Xing was in a good mood when he heard that Taoyuan vegetables had brought popularity to Shijiang Moon Club. Xiao Ruofei made lunch for himself. When he finished cleaning up and was about to go to the backyard to look at the cabbage sprouts, he received a call from the courier agency. It turned out that the small flower pots, succulent plants, and other things he had ordered had arrived. Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised. He originally thought that he would only receive it the next day. Since it had already been received today, that was the best. After all, Ling Qingxue would be coming tomorrow morning, so he was afraid that she wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei drove without stopping to the courier agency in Chongping County to pick up the goods. The huge box almost filled the entire back of the car. After driving back to the villa, Xiao Ruofei observed that there was no one around, so he directly put the big box into the Ring 2 space. Then, he quickly went upstairs and locked the doors and windows. He took out the spiritual map scroll and entered the space with a thought. In the space, Xiao Ruofei opened the box and took out a few hundred plastic flower pots and several large fiber bags of succulent plants. Different varieties of succulent plants had different requirements for the plants. Xiao Ruofei had bought a large bag of each kind of succulent plant based on the variety of succulent plants she had. Then, Xiao Ruofei began the second cutting of the succulents. With the first experience, Xiao Ruofei was even more familiar with the process. It was still the same Buck Strider 888 military dagger. The difference was that Xiao Ruofei had been terminally ill the last time. Now, not only had he recovered, his strength was also a lot stronger than when he was at his peak. Naturally, his work efficiency was also a lot higher. After more than 5 hours, more than 10 pots of succulent mother plants were covered in wounds and looked miserable. Next to them, there were more than 180 pots of small succulents. Xiao Ruofei took out the prepared flower petal solution and sprinkled some on each of the succulent mother plant's wounds. Then, he diluted the flower petal solution again and mixed it with the spirit pond water in the watering bottle. He watered each pot of small succulents. Xiao Ruofei clapped his hands in satisfaction. He picked up the watering bottle filled with spirit pond water and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. Immediately, he felt refreshed and his fatigue was gone. Next, he just needed to wait a few days and these small succulents could be sold. This was a large income of more than 100,000 yuan. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The next day, Xiao Ruofei got up very early and went into the Ring 2 space to prepare all the vegetables that would be provided to the Shijiang Moon Club and Ling's restaurant today. He also marked the baskets and sprinkled some Lingtan water on each basket to keep it fresh. Then he went to the garage on the first floor and took out all the baskets. After doing all this, Xiao Ruofei went to the kitchen to heat up a glass of milk and a few slices of bread. He made do with breakfast. Not long after breakfast, Xiao Ruofei heard the sound of an engine outside. He walked out of the villa and saw that the minivan of the Shijiang Moon Club had arrived first. The buyer in the car was already familiar with the place. He greeted Xiao Ruofei and the two of them walked into the garage together with 2 workers. The vegetables for the Shijiang Moon Club and Ling's restaurant were opened separately. Xiao Ruofei asked the workers to carry all the vegetables out of the club, weigh them, and pay for them. Soon, the minivan of the Shijiang Moon Club left the villa with the Taoyuan vegetables. Xiao Ruofei had an extra 6,000 to 7,000 yuan in cash in his pocket. In total, the club and Ling's restaurant could bring Xiao Ruofei more than 10,000 yuan every day. That was more than 300,000 yuan a month. In addition to the succulent plants, a batch of goods could be delivered in about half a month. That was nearly 400,000 yuan a month. In total, Xiao Ruofei's monthly income was at least 700,000 yuan. The speed of making money was terrifying, but it seemed that the speed of spending money was even faster. Xiao Ruofei estimated that even if she used her entire month's income to purchase jadeite, she might not even be able to upgrade the spiritual map's dimension again. After all, the last evolution had already used up close to 500,000 yuan worth of jadeite. Love go little say W, Chu Xiao Ruofei strolled in the village yard for a while, and then the second group of guests this morning arrived. A white minivan and an orange Porsche 911 drove into the village yard one after another. Ruofei. Ling Qingxue shouted happily after getting out of the car. She walked quickly to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei suddenly felt his eyes brighten. Ling Qingxue was wearing a short leather jacket with a plaid shirt, skinny jeans, and beige wool boots. Her figure was curvy, and her long legs, which made countless men couldn't help but fantasize about her. She was full of youthful vitality. This was very different from her usual cold and aloof appearance. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be absent-minded. Ling Qingxue felt a sweetness in her heart, and at the same time, a trace of red appeared on her face. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Xiao Ruofei quickly withdrew his gaze. He looked a little embarrassed and laughed dryly. He didn't know how to answer. Ling Qingxue giggled, glanced at Xiao Ruofei flirtatiously, and said softly, "Idiot." At this time, a woman in a black business suit got out of the minivan and came over with a driver and a worker. She was very humble when she saw Xiao Ruofei. She bowed slightly and greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Xia. Ruofei, this is Manager Su from our purchasing department." Ling Qingxue introduced. She was the deputy manager of the purchasing department. Obviously, this was He Dong's successor. The fact that the purchasing department manager came to pick up vegetables for the first time showed that Ling Xiaotian valued Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled gently and said, "Hello, Manager Su. The vegetables are here. They're in the garage. You can ask the workers to move them." Okay. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Manager Su said quickly. Obviously, Ling Xiaotian had told Manager Su before she came. Manager Su knew that Xiao Ruofei's Taoyuan vegetables were very important to the company. Therefore, her attitude was very respectful, which was a sharp contrast to He Dong's domineering attitude the other day. Soon, Manager Su brought the driver and workers to move the 6 baskets of vegetables to the village yard. Manager Su looked very excited and said to Ling Qingxue, "Qingxue, these Taoyuan vegetables are really worthy of their reputation. I've been in the purchasing department for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such high quality and beautiful vegetables. I believe that these famous Taoyuan vegetables will definitely restore our flagship store's business to its original state. It might even be better than before." Ling Qingxue smiled and said, "Sister Su, I've told you. Sister Su, I've already told my dad that Ruofei's vegetables are the best medicine for our company to get out of this predicament. But that stubborn old man didn't believe me. Otherwise, why would we go through so much trouble?" Ling Qingxue seemed to have a good relationship with Manager Su, so she didn't hesitate to speak. However, as a subordinate, Manager Su felt a little embarrassed when she heard Ling Qingxue say that about the chairman. She pursed her lips and smiled, but didn't dare to say anything. Soon, these vegetables were weighed and then settled at the price of spinach and eggplant 50 yuan per kilogram and the other 4 vegetables 30 yuan per kilogram. The total was more than 4,500 yuan, which was almost half of the price given to the Shijiang Moon Club. Besides, Xiao Ruofei also provided 2 more vegetables. Xiao Ruofei was absolutely generous. Manager Su also brought cash and paid for the vegetables on the spot. Then, she instructed the workers to move the vegetables into the car. She politely said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei and left the villa with the small truck. After Manager Su and the others left, only Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue were left in the villa. Ling Qingxue looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile and said, "Okay. Now that the business is done, there are only the 2 of us left. What are you going to do with me?" After that, Ling Qingxue cutely winked at Xiao Ruofei. Looking at Ling Qingxue, who was obviously specially dressed up, Xiao Ruofei felt a little restless for no reason. Such a long-legged beauty was standing in front of him, looking at him affectionately with her beautiful eyes. She didn't hide her love for him at all. As long as he was a normal man, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. However, Xiao Ruofei asked himself honestly. Although he had a good impression of Ling Qingxue, it was far from the level of liking her. Moreover, Ling Qingxue had hidden feelings for him since junior high. At that time, Xiao Ruofei didn't have the slightest impression of Ling Qingxue. If he took advantage of the situation at this time, Xiao Ruofei would always feel that he was cheating her feelings. Therefore, he touched his nose a little awkwardly and said, "Why don't you walk around, or go in and watch TV? I will prepare lunch." Ling Qingxue laughed and said, "It's 8 o'clock. It's only 8 o'clock. Why are you preparing lunch so early in the morning? Do you want to stay in the kitchen all morning?" Xiao Ruofei smiled a little embarrassedly. Without waiting for Xiao Ruofei to speak, Ling Qingxue continued, "I want to see the sea. Come with me." "Ah? Okay." Xiao Ruofei said. "Drive your car," Ling Qingxue said happily. Then, she openly held on to Xiao Ruofei's arm, and her body pressed tightly against Xiao Ruofei. Although Xiao Ruofei wore more clothes in the winter, he could still clearly feel the softness and elasticity of his arm. His body couldn't help but stiffen, and then he walked unnaturally towards the pickup truck. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go/Small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The distance between Xiao Ruofei's rented holiday villa and the beach was about 3 kilometers. It only took a few minutes to drive there. The two of them didn't speak after getting into the car. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Xiao Ruofei said, how about listening to a song?" "Okay," Ling Qingxue said with a faint smile on her face. Xiao Ruofei casually pressed the button on the car radio. Suddenly, a song came out of the car speakers. "You love me, taking you to see the sea, the most rest assured, relying on love as love, your happiness is a boat, I am the sea, I will send you to the future." The radio was playing Lu Yi's "Taking You to See the Sea." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. Isn't this too appropriate? The two of them were driving to see the sea. Coincidentally, the radio was playing this song, and the lyrics were so explicit. Ling Qingxue also blushed. Then, she couldn't help but laugh. She turned to look at Xiao Ruofei with a red face. Xiao Ruofei said awkwardly, I'll change the channel." "No way. This song is quite good. I like it," Ling Qingxue said with a smile on her face. "Okay then," Xiao Ruofei said with a bitter smile. Neither of them spoke while Louis was singing. Ling Qingxue's face had a trace of shyness and seemed to have a bit of sweetness. Xiao Ruofei sat upright and still, looking straight ahead as he drove seriously. The atmosphere in the car was a bit ambiguous. Fortunately, the journey wasn't far. After a few minutes, the pickup truck stopped at the side of the road. The beach was in front of them, so they could only walk there. The two of them got out of the car. Ling Qingxue ran to the beach happily like a child. Her leather boots kicked up clouds of sand. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile when he saw the scene. He quickly chased after her. Soon, the two of them arrived at the beach. Ling Qingxue was very excited. If it weren't for the fact that it was winter, she would have already rushed into the water. The sea breeze blew over, causing Ling Qingxue's hair to flutter in the wind. Under the warm winter sun, her delicate face appeared even more beautiful and moving. The two of them walked along the coastline, the sound of waves in their ears. In front of them was the boundless blue sea, which made them feel relaxed and happy. The two of them chatted as they walked. They talked about the things that happened when they were in junior high school. The two of them were in the same grade but were in different classes. Naturally, they would have a lot of interactions and common friends. For example, when Xiao Ruofei talked about the performance in the 3rd year of junior high, Ling Qingxue was very excited and said that she performed a solo dance at that time. She even asked Xiao Ruofei if he remembered the girl who danced Swan Lake. Although Xiao Ruofei had a vague impression of her, he wasn't stupid enough to tell her the truth. Naturally, he nodded repeatedly. Ling Qingxue, on the other hand, was very familiar with some of Xiao Ruofei's basketball games in junior high school. It was as if the scenes were still vivid in her mind. As they talked and walked, the distance between the two of them seemed to have shortened a lot. After walking for about half an hour, Xiao Ruofei saw that Ling Qingxue was a little tired, so he said, "Qingxue, there's a reef over there. Let's go and sit. Let's take a rest." Ling Qingxue agreed happily. Okay. The reef was a little steep. Xiao Ruofei took the lead. After running a few steps, he jumped up easily. His vigorous figure made Ling Qingshue's eyes a little blurry. Xiao Ruofei turned around and stretched out his hand to Ling Qingxue. He said with a smile, "What are you thinking about? Come up quickly." Ling Qingxue came back to her senses. She smiled sweetly and reached out to grab Xiao Ruofei's big hand. Xiao Ruofei felt that Ling Qingshue's hand was very soft and smooth. He couldn't help but be slightly moved. After calming himself down, he gently pulled Ling Qingxue up. Then, Xiao Ruofei kept holding Ling Qingshue's hand and climbed up with her. The two of them came to the highest point of the reef and sat down. Xiao Ruofei and Ling Qingxue faced the vast sea. Below them was a cliff that was more than 10 meters high. At the bottom of the cliff were rugged rocks of strange shapes. The waves hit the rocks with loud sounds and splashes. Even on the reef that was more than 10 meters high, they could feel the dense water vapor. In such an environment, people's moods would be suddenly brightened. The two of them sat there for a long time without speaking. After a long time, Ling Qingxue said softly, "Ruofei, we talked so much about school just now. Now, tell me about your time in the army. I want to hear." The army. Xiao Ruofei's eyes revealed a look of reminiscence. After a while, he said softly, "Then let me tell you the story of a comrade. His name is Lin Hu. He was born in a small fishing village not far from here. He and I were in the same year, and we both came to the army on the same train. A lot of things about the Lone Wolf Commandos involved secrets. However, the fight with international drug traffickers within China's borders wasn't that sensitive. Central TV even sent reporters to interview the team and broadcast a documentary. It was just that the security department of the army took care of it." Therefore, Xiao Ruofei told Ling Qingxue about that unforgettable battle. The warm winter sun was a little dazzling. Xiao Ruofei looked at the sea in front of him and told the tragic story in a very low voice. In a trance, he seemed to have returned to the humid jungle where poisonous snakes and insects were everywhere. The crisp sound of gunfire broke the silence of the jungle. The Lone Wolf Special Forces Brigade and the international drug traffickers were in close combat. The bullets whistled past them. "Blood Wolf. Be careful of the snipers." Xiao Ruofei had just heard his comrade Huzi's roar when he was violently pushed away by a strong force. He couldn't help but roll a few times and hide behind a rock. Xiao Ruofei, who came back to his senses, suddenly turned around. He saw that Huzi, who had just pushed him away, was already lying on the ground. A large caliber sniper bullet had pierced through his thigh, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. "Huzi!" Xiao Ruofei shouted in grief and indignation. He rushed forward to bandage Huzi's wound. "Don't come over. The enemy sniper is staring at us," Huzi shouted. At the same time, a pair of big hands tightly pressed Xiao Ruofei to the ground. It was Captain Guozhan, who was commanding the battle on the side. "Wolf King!" Xiao Ruofei roared with blood-red eyes. "Blood Wolf has injured his artery. He'll die if he's not treated in time." In fact, as an elite in the special forces, Xiao Ruofei naturally knew that this was the most common tactic used by snipers. They didn't kill the wounded, and waited for the wounded comrades to rush forward to treat them. Then, they would use the sniper rifle to kill them one by one. However, the one lying on the ground was his best friend and comrade. Xiao Ruofei also lost his usual calmness. Before Guozhan could speak, Huzi, who had lost a lot of blood, said weakly, "Blood Wolf, Wolf King, Ruofei. Don't come over. Don't come over. If you come over, there's no meaning other than death. Listen to me. Don't come over." Xiao Ruofei clutched the grass on the ground tightly, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Huzi kept bleeding, and his voice became weaker and weaker. Finally, the enemy sniper lost his patience. Another bullet hit Huzi's chest. He groaned, and a stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Ruofei. Help me. Take care of my mother, and my sister." Huzi used the last of his strength to turn his head and look at Xiao Ruofei with difficulty. Men don't cry easily, only when they're deeply hurt. At this time, Xiao Ruofei's tears were rolling down his cheeks. He said loudly with a hoarse voice, Huzi. From now on, your mother is my mother. After Huzi heard this, a gratified smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he slowly closed his eyes. Huzi. Xiao Ruofei wailed. As the sea breeze blew, Xiao Ruofei felt a chill on his face. It turned out that 2 streams of tears had unknowingly rolled down his cheeks as he spoke. Ling Xingshui had unknowingly snuggled up to him, her pair of soft hands tightly holding onto his large hands, as if she wanted to give him strength. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Ling Xingshui didn't say anything. She just quietly held Xiao Ruofei's hand. Love go little say net, cause she could feel the sadness and helplessness in the heart of the man beside her when he was telling that heroic story. So he's been through so much in the army all these years. Ling Qingshui silently thought to herself. At the same time, she felt a burst of heartache. The Prince Charming of the past seemed to have changed after being tempered by the blood and fire of his military career. He now had a more masculine aura. Especially when Xiao Ruofei used a low voice to tell the story of how he had gone through life and death with his comrades. Ling Qingshui felt this feeling was particularly strong. Xiao Ruofei calmed down a little. He took out his hand and wiped his face without leaving a trace. He then said, I'm sorry. I was reminded of the past. Ling Qingshui smiled sweetly and said softly, why are you saying you're sorry? I like hearing it. As long as it's related to you, I like hearing it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said in a lonely tone, it's nothing much. It's nothing more than training and fighting. Every day is very monotonous, but we all enjoy it. Then why did you leave the army? Ling Qingshui asked, puzzled. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, because of personal reasons. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. It's getting late. Let's go back. I still have to prepare lunch. Ling Qingshui suddenly realized that the 2 of them had been sitting there chatting for almost 2 hours. Xiao Ruofei held Ling Qingshui's hand and walked down. When they reached the bottom, Xiao Ruofei took the lead and jumped down. He stood on the beach and stretched out his hands to Ling Qingshui and said, come. I'll catch you. It was about 2 meters above sea level. Ling Qingshui instinctively felt a little scared, but when she saw Xiao Ruofei's open arms and the warm smile on his face, she felt a sense of security. She smiled, nodded at Xiao Ruofei, and jumped down from the reef. Xiao Ruofei caught Ling Qingshui accurately. However, Ling Qingshui seemed to have used too much force when she jumped down. The 2 of them hugged each other tightly. Xiao Ruofei could clearly feel 2 lumps of softness pressing against his chest, and his 2 hands were firmly pressed against Ling Qingshui's *******. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel his body stiffen, and he removed his hands as if they were scalding. Ling Qingshui's pretty face instantly turned red. She hurriedly let go of Xiao Ruofei, then quickly glanced at Xiao Ruofei coquettishly and walked forward with her head lowered. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly followed Ling Qingshui. The 2 of them didn't speak until they got into the pickup truck. There was a hint of ambiguity in the awkward atmosphere. After getting into the car, Ling Qingshui suddenly burst into laughter. She said coquettishly with a red face, why are you acting dumb? I'm the one who's at a disadvantage, okay? I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Xiao Ruofei stuttered a little as he explained. Who knows? Ling Qingshui said softly. She then raised her head and said, I don't care, you have to take responsibility. Ah? Xiao Ruofei turned pale with fright. That can't be. Wasn't it just an accident? However, Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to say this out loud. Otherwise, Ling Qingshui would beat him to death. Love go little say Chu, what are you thinking? Ling Qingshui glanced at Xiao Ruofei affectionately and said, I'm saying that you have to compensate me. Lunch has to be a super feast. If it doesn't satisfy me, Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said, don't worry. I'll definitely do my best. After saying this, Xiao Ruofei felt that it sounded awkward no matter how he listened to it. It sounded like there was a lot of ambiguity, so he quickly added another sentence. And I prepared a surprise for you. Really? Tell me, tell me. Ling Qingxue couldn't hold back anymore and said quickly. Xiao Ruofei pretended to smile mysteriously and said, since it's a surprise, of course I can't say it in advance. You'll know when we get back. TSK. You're keeping me in suspense again. Ling Qingxue pouted slightly and glared at Xiao Ruofei with dissatisfaction. Xiao Ruofei laughed and ignored Ling Qingxue. He started the car and drove back. After the commotion just now, the awkward atmosphere between the two of them was gone. Moreover, the two of them had chatted so much before, and felt that the distance between their hearts had narrowed a lot. Therefore, on the way back, there was laughter all the way. After returning to the holiday villa, Ling Qingxue immediately pestered Xiao Ruofei for the surprise. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I wanted to take it out after lunch, but since you're in such a hurry, I'll take it out now. Wait for me here. After saying that, Xiao Ruofei ran upstairs. After returning to his bedroom, Xiao Ruofei first locked the door. Then, he contacted the Ring 2 space and took out a pot of Yantian brocade. When he was cutting yesterday, he specially kept 2 pots of mature succulents for the first time. One pot was for Liang Qichao's White Moon, and the other pot was for Ling Qingxue's Yantian brocade. These 2 pots of succulents were not cut this time. After being nourished by the Ring 2 space and the petal solution, they had already recovered and were growing very well. Yantian brocade was also known as the 12 curls of Maohan. It had no stem, and its fleshy leaves were arranged in a loose rosette shape. The leaves were slanted from the base and were semi-cylindrical. The Vientiane brocade was a variant of Vientiane brocade with irregular stripes on its leaves. The rarity of this pot of all-encompassing brocade lay in the fact that it had both orange and pink mutated markings. Mutated markings of both colors were already extremely rare, and it was even rarer to find 2 types of markings in one pot. Its value was no less than that of the top-grade ice lantern. Xiao Ruofei used his mind to take out the watering pot and watered the pot of Vientiane brocade with some space water. Then, he put away the watering pot and went downstairs with the pot in his hand. Ling Qingxue was waiting for Xiao Ruofei downstairs. She immediately ran over when she saw him coming downstairs. When she saw the pot in Xiao Ruofei's hand, her eyes suddenly lit up. Then, she couldn't take her eyes off it. She stared at the pot of Vientiane brocade for a long time before she excitedly said, 2-colored Vientiane brocade? And it's orange and pink. Oh my god. Ruofei, where did you get so many top-quality goods? The ice lantern last time was already very rare, and this time, you actually took out such a rare 2-colored striped Vientiane brocade. Ling Qingxue was very fond of succulent plants, so her admirers, including Liang Qichao, Lu Ping, Lu Mingho, and others, also began to study succulent plants. Therefore, such a top-quality Vientiane brocade was absolutely a fatal temptation to her. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, a gift for you. How is it? Is it enough of a surprise? For me? Ling Qingxue's eyes showed a look of surprise. This seems too expensive. It's at least 100,000 yuan. Xiao Ruofei deliberately said, you don't want it? Then I'll take it back. After that, Xiao Ruofei pretended to go upstairs. Ling Qingxue hurriedly grabbed the pot of Vientiane brocade and held it in her arms. Who said I don't want it? How can I take back something I've given away? Humph. Stingy. Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I went through so much trouble to prepare a gift for you, but in the end, it didn't end well. I actually became a stingy person. Ling Qingxue's eyes flashed with a trace of a smile and said, you talk too much. Hurry up and prepare your lunch. If you're not satisfied later, I won't leave. After that, she held the pot and used her shoulder to push Xiao Ruofei in the direction of the kitchen. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly said, don't push, I'll go now, okay? After that, Xiao Ruofei hid in the kitchen as if he was escaping. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xiao Ruofei's back with a smile and then muttered to herself, this fellow is quite considerate. Ling Qingxue's heart was filled with sweetness. She held the pot lovingly and walked to the living room sofa to sit down. Her eyes fell on the pot of Vientiane brocade, and her eyes revealed an indescribable joy. Genius 1 second. Remember love go/small? Shuanet provides you with wonderful novels to read. Xiao Ruofei did his best to prepare a sumptuous lunch. The main ingredients were naturally the Taoyuan vegetables from the Ringtu space. There were also some meat dishes that he bought from the supermarket yesterday when he went to Chongping County. Xiao Ruofei prepared 7 or 8 dishes for the two of them to eat. With the unique ingredients, Xiao Ruofei's cooking skills could only be considered passable, but the dishes he made still looked, smelled, and tasted good. Especially the ingredients, which were fresh and tender, looked appetizing. Xiao Ruofei arranged the dishes in the dining room and called twice. Ling Qingxue reluctantly put down the pot of wanxiang brocade and came to the dining room to eat. However, the attraction of the Taoyuan vegetables quickly diverted Ling Qingxue's attention. It's delicious. Ling Qingxue said as she ate, completely ignoring her ladle-like image. Xiao Ruofei smiled as he gave Ling Qingxue some vegetables and said, "Eat slowly, no one will fight with you here." You eat too. Ling Qingxue said. Xiao Ruofei picked up his bowl and started eating. He ate these vegetables every day, so it wasn't as intense as Ling Qingxue's. However, the delicious Taoyuan vegetables still increased his appetite. Ling Qingxue put a handful of cabbage into her mouth and chewed carefully. Then, she showed a surprised expression and said, "This cabbage seems a little different from the other dishes." The taste is more delicious, and the texture is a lot better. Xiao Ruofei froze for a moment, then quickly remembered that the cabbage was planted in the Ringtu space to test the effect of the flower petal solution. The seeds of the cabbage were soaked in the diluted flower petal solution, so it might have undergone some kind of mutation. He also picked up a mouthful of cabbage and put it into his mouth. Sure enough, he felt that it was slightly different from ordinary Taoyuan vegetables. The crispness and the freshness that made one's mouth fill with fragrance left a rich aftertaste. Ling Qingxue put down her chopsticks and said, "I don't think there's any cabbage among the vegetables you've supplied to our company, right? Tell me honestly, what's going on?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "What else could it be? This cabbage is our newest variety, and we brought some samples over today. I was thinking of stir-frying it, but I didn't expect it to taste so good." Ling Qingxue's eyes lit up. Another new product. "I don't care, you have to prioritize the supply of this cabbage to our company." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "This is really in the research and development stage. What I brought today are just a few samples." "Then when can you supply the goods?" Ling Qingxue asked persistently. "It doesn't need too much, just like the other vegetables. 20 to 30 pounds a day shouldn't be a problem, right?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Then it'll take at least 10 days. Okay. 10 days it is." Ling Qingxue said, "In 10 days, our company will get the first batch of cabbages." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't worry. But let me make it clear first. The cabbages we ate today were carefully cultivated in the laboratory, and the quality of the mass-produced products may be slightly worse than this." Xiao Ruofei wanted to gradually plant outside in the future. When the time came, the first batch of cabbages to be supplied would be the ones that were grown in the backyard. Although they were also soaked in the petal solution, the outside environment was not like the Ringtu space, so the quality of the vegetables would definitely be reduced. He was also reminding Ling Qingxue in advance, so that her expectations would not be too high. "It's okay, I know it won't be bad." Ling Qingxue said, "When I go back, I'll ask my dad to change the content of the contract and add the provision of cabbages." "Okay, you decide." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. He didn't even mention the price or anything, and he was very confident in Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue was very satisfied with the lunch. After eating, the two of them went out for a walk to digest the food. Because the Taoyuan vegetables were so delicious, Ling Qingxue was a little full. The two of them chatted while walking. "Ruofei, when are you going to start your vegetable base?" Ling Qingxue asked. "Now your business is starting, but if you don't build the vegetable base as soon as possible, it will be a small business after all." Xiao Ruofei said, "I've always had this idea, but I don't have any clue at the moment." "Yes. It's really complicated to start from scratch." Ling Qingxue also sighed with emotion. Then she looked at the wasteland in front of the villa, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She said, "Actually, this place is very good. Look. Although the land in front of and behind your villa is wasteland, it's very flat. If you use large-scale machinery, it won't be difficult to build a farm. This piece of land has to be 20 or 30 mu. It's definitely enough for the initial stage. And there's the sea in front, and there's a forest behind. If you rent it together, it won't be a problem to develop fruit trees or seafood farming in the future. By the way, when I came here, I saw an abandoned pond in front of me. It's also okay to raise fish. Xiao Ruofei's mind became active when he heard this. He looked carefully, and it was true. Except for the barren land that was overgrown with weeds, it was really suitable to build a vegetable base. And he had the spiritual pond water and the flower petal solution, so the barren land was not a problem at all, and there was a road next to it, so he didn't have to worry about transportation. It was simply tailor-made. If he really took over this piece of land, it wouldn't be as simple as building a vegetable base. Xiao Ruofei had the ring to space, and there were countless possibilities for future development. Those priceless flowers and trees, the world's top food ingredients, and extremely expensive medicinal herbs. All of these required a base as a fulcrum. As a place to start his career, it was undoubtedly very suitable. Xianxia, what you said makes sense. Xiao Ruofei said excitedly. I'll find out where this land belongs to, and find a way to rent it. Okay. Xianxia was very happy that her idea had helped Xiao Ruofei. She thought for a while and said, oh right, when the time comes for construction, you can find Liang Qichao directly. His family is involved in real estate development, so the construction team and construction machinery are ready-made. When the time comes, you can ask him to find a designer to help you plan it well. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said happily. Xianxia, you're really a blessing. You helped me solve a problem that had been bothering me for a long time. Xianxia said with a smile, then you have to thank me properly. You owe me another meal. No. How about 2 meals? No problem. Xiao Ruofei agreed readily. Whenever you want to eat Taoyuan vegetables, just come over. Okay. Xianxia said, nodding happily. The two of them walked and chatted as they walked around the villa. They took a good look at the piece of land, and then returned to the villa. After all, Xianxia still had work to do, so it was time for her to leave. When they returned to the villa, Xianxia carefully picked up the pot of wanxiang brocade and walked outside. Xiao Ruofei wanted to help, but couldn't. He had to carry it himself. When they reached the door, Xianxia didn't see the small aluminum door sill at the door because the flower pot blocked her view. She tripped over it and couldn't help but cry out. Her whole body fell forward, and the pot of wanxiang brocade flew out of her hands. Xiao Ruofei was right next to Xianxia. His reaction speed was far better than that of ordinary people. The moment Xianxia tripped over the door sill, his body moved as fast as lightning. He held the bottom of the flower pot firmly with one hand, and then gently turned it in a circle. Using the Tai Chi technique, he stopped the flower pot from falling forward. The flower pot seemed to be stuck to his palm. His other hand was tightly holding Xianxia's slender waist. Xianxia's face was still full of horror, but she found that she didn't fall. Instead, she was tightly held in Xiao Ruofei's arms. At this time, her body was pulled back by Xiao Ruofei, and Xiao Ruofei leaned over. Their faces were almost touching. Xianxia's heart suddenly beat wildly, and her beautiful face was instantly dyed with a layer of red. Under the warm winter sun, Xiao Ruofei's face seemed to be covered with a layer of radiance. He asked with concern, "Are you okay?" However, Xiao Ruofei didn't realize how intimate their position was. Xianxia's heart pounded as she looked at Xiao Ruofei's face that was just inches away from her. She did something very daring out of nowhere. She reached out and hugged the back of Xiao Ruofei's head, and then directly pressed her tender red lips on Xiao Ruofei's. Even though Xiao Ruofei's reaction was fast, he didn't expect this situation. There was no way to avoid it. He was stunned as if he had been electrocuted. His eyes were wide open, and the two looked at each other at such a close distance. Xiao Ruofei felt two soft, moist lips on his own. It was a wonderful feeling, as if his whole body was being electrified. However, this wonderful feeling didn't last long. Xianxia quickly let go of him. At this time, Ling Qingshua's beautiful face was like a ripe apple. She was like a frightened deer, and directly walked to her Porsche 911 parked in the villa's courtyard. Xiao Ruofei was still standing in the same place, like a clay statue. Ling Qingxue was halfway there when she suddenly turned back. She was shy and didn't even dare to look at Xiao Ruofei. She directly took the flower pot from Xiao Ruofei's hand, and then fled into the car. Before Xiao Ruofei could recover from his shock, Ling Qingxue had already driven away in the Porsche 911. Xiao Ruofei touched his lips, which still had a trace of fragrance. He still hadn't recovered from what had just happened. I was actually kissed by this girl? Xiao Ruofei felt like he was in a dream. After a while, he cried out in grief and indignation. Ling Qingxue. That was my first kiss. P.S. Today is Chinese Valentine's Day. Here's little brother Xiao's first kiss. I wish all lovers a happy ending. Let's go on a date. The next chapter will be updated tonight. Genius remembers love in 1 second divided by small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In the next few days, Xiao Ruofei didn't leave the villa. He was not in a hurry to rent the land. He was going to wait for the cabbage in the backyard to mature and confirm that soaking in the flower petal solution could greatly improve the quality of the vegetables. Of course, it was also because he was busy with the sales of the succulent seedlings. Now he was alone, and there were too many things to take care of. However, Xiao Ruofei had a leisurely life these days. After kissing Xiao Ruofei that day, Ling Qingxue seemed to be a little embarrassed. She didn't even call him these days. The person who came to pick up the vegetables every morning was replaced by a buyer from the purchasing department of Ling's catering. In addition to preparing the Taoyuan vegetables for Shijiang Moon Club and Ling's catering every day, Xiao Ruofei took care of the cabbages in the backyard. Then he entered the Ring 2 space to harvest vegetables regularly, take care of the fish seedlings in the fish pond, and take care of the precious red arowana. On the second day after Ling Qingxue left, the cabbage seedlings had reached the conditions for planting. Xiao Ruofei had already opened up 2 rows of vegetable fields in the backyard. He carefully planted these seedlings in the vegetable fields, and then watered them with ordinary tap water mixed with a small amount of flower petal solution every day. This was also to simulate the situation of large-scale planting in the future. Although there was a spring under the spiritual pond, the water in the spiritual pond was not inexhaustible. A thriving scene had appeared in the space, and the Taoyuan vegetables could be harvested every day. In addition to the initial 6 kinds of vegetables, the pumpkins, radishes, cabbages, and Huaishan vegetables purchased later were also in the harvest period. After expanding the planting, it was more than enough to supply Shijiang Moon Club and Ling's catering. However, with the expansion of the planting area, Xiao Ruofei also felt a little strained. After all, the vegetables here grew very fast, and he was only one person, so he was almost at his limit. If he expanded the scale, he would be a little powerless. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei also decided to plant as many vegetables and fruits as possible in the outside world. The Ring 2 space would be used to plant precious crops with high economic value, such as some precious Chinese herbs, wood, and so on. Including the spatial fish pond, Xiao Ruofei did not plan to expand the scale. The fish here was mainly for himself and his friends to eat. At most, he would take out a small amount of it to sell as a premium product. If he wanted to make a lot of money, he still had to breed precious species. Whether it was ornamental fish or edible fish, going the high-end route was the way to go. The ecosystem of the fish pond in the space had begun to function normally. Those small fish, shrimps, and plankton were growing very fast in the spiritual pond water. The fish pond was completely self-sufficient and didn't need Xiao Ruofei to add things like feed. Over the past few days, the fry had grown significantly. The growth rate of grass carp was quite fast. Generally, a fish at the age of 2 could reach a weight of 1 to 2 gene, while a fish at the age of 3 was already very big. The flow of time in the space was 20 times faster than in the outside world. 2 to 3 months in the space was equivalent to 3 to 4 years in the outside world. The red arowana was also free and unfettered in the small fish pond. Every day, Xiao Ruofei would drip a few drops of the flower petal solution. It also became more radiant. The red of the gills was getting thicker and thicker, and the scales were compact and fine. Each scale was very large, and there were faint signs of a second hair color. On the fourth day in the outside world, Xiao Ruofei found that all the succulent seedlings had completely survived, and without exception, they had grown a lot. These seedlings were all qualified for long-distance transportation. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to put them on the shelves for sale. This time, Xiao Ruofei was also familiar with the process. He took out a camera and took photos of the new succulent seedlings. After taking the photos, Xiao Ruofei carefully selected 20 pots of succulent seedlings and prepared to keep them as the mother plant to continue to expand his succulent army. He sorted out the remaining 160 pots of succulent sprouts and recorded the number of each type of succulent sprouts. Then, with a thought, he left the spirit map space. Next was a series of tedious work, selecting photos, uploading to the background, pricing, setting the inventory, and so on. It was already late at night when he was done. Because he had already announced that the succulent seedlings would be on the shelves at 8 o'clock the next morning, Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to announce it. Instead, he directly washed up and went to bed. Early the next morning, Xiao Ruofei first prepared the vegetables for the two families. After the two families took the vegetables one after another, he went to the computer in the bedroom upstairs and prepared to put a new batch of succulent seedlings on the shelves. Xiao Ruofei did not know that at the same time, many people in the country were staring at their computers, waiting for the Taoyuan succulent house, which barely had a 3-star credit rating, to release new products. In Spring City, Dianan Province, a fat middle-aged man was staring at the computer screen intently. At this time, his phone on the table rang. The fat man's eyes did not leave the screen. He picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. "Hello. Old Huang. I'm not going today. I can't leave now." At this time, the fat man, who habitually refreshed the web page, suddenly saw that the page had changed. He hurriedly said, Okay, I have something important to do. I'll contact you later." After that, he did not even have time to press the button to hang up. He directly threw the phone aside, then nimbly moved the mouse and began to choose. Adding to the shopping cart, combining the payment and settlement, all in one go. The whole process took less than 2 minutes. Seeing that his order appeared in the back end and was waiting to be shipped, the fat man breathed a long sigh of relief. He reached for the cup and took a big sip of water. In Fengtian City, Liaodong Province, a government unit. Everyone had just started work. Some leisurely opened a newspaper and drank tea while reading, while others quickly opened the website and began to read. A young man in his 20s did not even have time to take off his satchel. He sat directly in front of his computer and nervously stared at the page of Taoyuan Succulent House, constantly refreshing it. When the new products were listed, the young man quickly flipped through them. Then, without hesitation, he selected a few of the products and settled the payment. Similar scenes were playing out in many places around the country. 3 minutes later, a post appeared on Baidu's Succulent Tieba. The title was Taoyuan Succulent House's new products on the shelves. Did you get it today? In the post, the OP wrote, recently, the mysterious Taoyuan Succulent House was almost everywhere in the bar. The succulent seedlings sold by this new online store were all the best of the best. Everyone expressed their envy and jealousy towards the first batch of customers who bought the succulent seedlings. 5 days ago, Taoyuan Succulent House announced that new products would be available at 8 o'clock in the morning. Many of the customers in the forum posted about it. The OP, who still had some spare cash, wanted to pick a pot of succulent seedlings to improve his status. The OP clicked into the online store on time. However, because the OP was hesitant about whether to buy the tortoiseshell peony or the white moon, he repeatedly compared them for a while. In the end, it was F*King sold out. These were the best succulent seedlings that cost hundreds or even thousands of yuan, not cabbages. There were 20 to 30 pots in stock a minute ago, but they were sold out in an instant. Can we still be friends happily? At the end of the post, the OP used a big crying emoji to express his feelings at the moment. Not long after the post was posted, the number of people who replied skyrocketed. I didn't get it either. I parked downstairs and wasted 3 minutes. I'm crying. La la la. A pot of the best quality Wanxiang brocade. I'm looking forward to the day when I get it. The OP is trying to make enemies. Those who slipped and didn't get it express their strong indignation. There are so many rich people in Xianxia. It's like they don't need money. This store is completely popular. Didn't get it, didn't get it, didn't get it. I have to say this sad thing 3 times. The OP is too evil. Of all people, why is he doing hunger marketing, Lei Jun? Op, get out here. I promise I won't kill you, there were too many monks and too little porridge. In the end, the majority of people who didn't get it left comments. Those who did get it began to post screenshots of their orders. They were having a lot of fun. This post quickly became the hottest post in the forum. Usually, when businesses came to advertise in the succulent house, their posts would be blocked by the OP. Only Taoyuan succulent house post wasn't blocked. Instead, it was pushed to the top. Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't know that his Taoyuan succulent house had caused so much discussion in the succulent house. He only saw that the number of orders on Taobao's back-end was rapidly increasing. This time, there were more than 160 pots of various types of succulent seedlings on sale, and they were all sold out in just 2 minutes. Obviously, the buyers had been waiting in front of the computer in advance, and when the time came, they immediately started to buy. He earned 150,000 in 2 minutes? Xiao Ruofei was dumbfounded. P.S. The second update is here. How was your Chinese Valentine's Day today? If you're single, you can consider joining the book group. There are a lot of cute girls. Group number 300-769-830. Finally, I would like to ask for clicks, favorites, and recommendations. My new book is still a seedling and needs more love from everyone. End of chapter 71. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.